Chapter 221. Sister-in-law, your package is heavy, right? Do you want me to carry it for you? The child is still so young. The water is too deep for him. Come here and I carry him. The boat is waiting over there. I take you there. A simple and honest family, Are they really the soldiers? Why are they so warm and friendly all of a sudden? I'm not used to it. It's said that you shouldn't hit a smiling person, especially if this smiling person has just been misunderstood and scolded by you. Anyone with a conscience will feel bad at this moment. Not to mention the kind and honest people in this family, they were so embarrassed that they even took out 2 pieces of cake from their bags and tried to pass them to the 2 soldiers, who finally took over the task of rowing them to a safe place. I don't know if you have eaten. If you are hungry, you can eat this first. No, no. The 2 soldiers grinned and waved their hands. Your Majesty and Princess Royal have given orders. We can't take anything from you in any way, not even this cake. But what? The soldier carrying the child raised his chin, looking very proud. Your Highness said that protecting the people is the glorious mission of us Tianxing soldiers. With Yunshu, Princess Shengyan, as a guarantor, and the good start of the first family, the people who saw this scene later finally walked out of their homes, with their belongings one after another, and got on the boat to leave here, with the help of the soldiers. There are 3 places like this in the city, and this is just the most dangerous one at the moment. It took 2 days to successfully transfer all the people in the first place, and Yunshu continued to rush to the second place with people. But unlike the scene when they first entered the city, where they closed the shops wherever they went, this time many people were curiously looking around. What's the situation with those people in the back? A beautiful girl was kidnapped from their family. Do you want to send something to redeem her? You can't be so blind, right? Whose girl was kidnapped? Can you redeem her with a smile like this? And just a few cakes, a few steamed buns, etc., can redeem people? I don't understand. Are these people crazy? You know nothing. They are thanking others for saving their lives. Although it was raining heavily in the capital and many places were flooded, the shops in those places that were not flooded were still open as usual. The civilians who were relocated bought a lot of things in the past 2 days, so some shopkeepers also learned a lot of news. They immediately told everything they knew, causing exclamations. Is it true? Are these still the soldiers and bandits I know? I feel like I'm dreaming. It has to be Your Majesty and Princess Saint, and, if it weren't for Your Majesty's order and Princess Saint Anne's personal supervision, how could these people be so honest? Anyway, these soldiers are indeed saving the lives of us civilians now. Thanks to them, my uncle's people were able to be relocated to a safe place this time. It's not easy for them. In such a heavy rain, they have to save people everywhere. TSK, do you think we should cook some ginger soup and send it over? But they don't take anything, right? Look at these people following behind. The steamed buns and biscuits can't even be stuffed in. You are so stupid. After delivering the things, you just put them there and turn around and run away. Can they chase you and force you to deliver them back? Besides, it's just a little ginger soup. They just drank a few sips of our water. Is that considered taking our things? Yes. After all, they are under the feet of the emperor. The people of the capital have never seen the evil of the soldiers and bandits, but everyone has seen the good of these soldiers. In just a few days, the image of the Tianxing army, or at least the soldiers of the Beijing camp, has been greatly changed in the minds of the people of the capital. In the following days when Yunshu was the military supervisor, he often saw people sneaking up with a few buckets of ginger soup, and then putting them down and running away. There were even more occasions when they wanted to give gifts of thanks, but were sternly rejected by the soldiers. She also saw the soldiers' transformation from being shocked, and at a loss, at first to being proficient in refusing and being proud of their identities. Seeing that the relationship between the military and the people was becoming more and more like what she remembered, when all the rescue missions were about to be completed on the last day, Yunshu smiled and found Zhuo, who had disagreed with her words on the first day. What do you think of these days, Deputy General Zhuo? I was too narrow-minded before. Knowing what Yunshu was asking, Zhuo sighed and said, I have never seen such a scene before, even in my dreams. I never thought that the relationship between the military and the people could be so harmonious. In the past few days, I have seen more people secretly delivering food than the bandits I have seen before. This is all thanks to His Majesty and His Highness. His Highness. The other party was sighing halfway when his voice suddenly became serious, and Yunshu quickly became alert. What's wrong? It seems that someone over there has been staring at you. He doesn't look like an ordinary citizen. Staring straight at a corner not far away, Zhuo narrowed his eyes. Do you need me to catch someone for you? Where? Following his line of sight, she saw nothing. Yunshu thought for a moment and raised her hand to make a casual gesture. Not long after, a guy in blue satin clothes was thrown in front of her. Zhuofengxin? ? What flashed just now? Could it be that the person that the princess had mentioned before, the one sent by His Majesty to protect her? After all, he was a military general who became a deputy general by his strength, but he didn't even. The opponent's figure could not be captured. This strength is really terrifying. Zhuofengxin was still shocked by the strength of the Dragon Shadow Guard, but Yunshu, who was used to the invisible comings and goings of Aku and others, had already recognized the person who was just brought to her by Aku. Ji Yongtian? Why is it you? Who are you hiding in the corner to peek at again? I'm not. Ji Yongtian was suddenly pulled out of the corner like an eagle catching a chick, and teleported to Yunshu's side. He seemed to be quite frightened and looked panicked and at a loss. Chapter 222. After trembling for a long time, Ji Yongtian barely recovered his normal state, and, as if he had finally made up his mind, he mustered up the courage to look at Yunshu again. Your Highness, can we talk alone? Is he really looking for her for something? Yunshu raised her eyebrows, raised her legs and walked towards the empty corner on the other side. Follow me. Hearing this, Ji Yongtian pursed his lips nervously, but still nodded stiffly, and followed Yunshu's steps with his hands and feet. Tell me, what's the matter? Looking at Ji Yongtian's appearance, that he couldn't even walk, Yunshu's eyes quickly flashed a trace of strangeness, but now Ji Yongtian, whose heart was almost jumping to his throat, obviously had no time to pay attention to these. He unconsciously clenched the sides of his robe and stammered, Your Highness knows that I like to stare at my elder brother when I have nothing to do. Especially when my elder brother made a scene at the poetry meeting, and was personally evaluated by His Majesty as unfit for office, and then ranked third in the palace examination, and was assigned a marginal official with no real power. After his future was bleak, I like to stare at him even more. Yunshu, I understand. The person you hate is in big trouble. Who doesn't like to see this? She also likes to see the prince in trouble. Yunshu nodded in understanding. Then what? Before, it was quite normal in the past few days. My elder brother was always gloomy, as if everyone in the world owed him money. He always had a dark face at home, and occasionally when he saw me, he looked extremely impatient. But, when Ji Yongtian said this, his expression, which was originally a little nervous, suddenly became even paler. In the past few days, my brother's mood has suddenly improved, and it's not just a little better, it's obvious that he is in high spirits. It's just like when he just passed the imperial examination. I think it's really strange. Just the night before yesterday, I accidentally found that my brother was wrapped tightly, and sneaked out of the back door of the mansion. Ji Yongtian's ability to recognize people is absolutely first class. Before at the poetry meeting, he could accurately recognize everyone he had seen in a crowd of people through the cloak and mask. This time, it was naturally easy to recognize Ji Yongxing. He thought about Ji Yongxing's abnormal behavior these days, and his sneaky behavior at night. He mistakenly thought that the other party was doing something shameful without telling his parents, so he excitedly followed him secretly, wanting to catch his brother's handle, but in the end, I followed him all the way to Zhuanglu and found out that my elder brother was actually going to see the nephew of the right prime minister. They said. As Ji Yongtian told her what he had heard, Yunshu's expression gradually changed from relaxed to serious. Even after Ji Yongtian finished speaking, she still frowned and said nothing. The noise of disaster relief in the distance was mixed with the heavy rain. Although the surroundings were not quiet at all, Ji Yongtian seemed to be able to hear the sound of his heart beating. After a long time, he called out again anxiously, Your Highness? From now on, just pretend that you don't know about this. Yunshu took a deep breath, raised her eyes, and stared at Ji Yongtian's eyes, and ordered word by word, Remember, because you and your eldest brother are not on good terms, you don't care about his affairs. You didn't notice his abnormality, and you didn't follow him all the way to Zhuanglu that night. You came out today just because you were curious, so you wanted to come and see the disaster relief site, understand? The common people know. Ji Yongtian nodded hurriedly and said, Then, the common people will go back first? Go back. Yunshu slowly lowered her eyes, watching Ji Yongxing's back disappear at the end of the path, and then returned to her original place with a normal expression, and continued to work as a supervisor with Zhuofengxin. Even after all the rescue tasks were completed in the afternoon, she smiled and asked people to carry out several boxes of cash, and gave everyone a reward on the spot. After that, she rushed back to the palace, and didn't even change her clothes that were mostly wet, and went straight to the imperial study. However, no one paid much attention to this. After all, the rescue mission that had been busy for several days was finally over. It was normal for her to report to the palace and take credit for it. As for the fact that she stayed in the imperial study and had dinner with Emperor Xuanwu, this was also her routine operation. Who made Emperor Xuanwu favor Princess Shenghan? All the turbulent waves were hidden under the calm appearance. Yuan Shu, who successfully completed the disaster relief work, stayed in Fengyang Palace honestly for the first few days, and continued to live her leisurely and comfortable life. This heavy rain lasted for more than 20 days. Fortunately, the newly built dam was as solid as a rock, and the people in the flooded areas were almost all evacuated in advance. When the flood receded, the government officials did a post-disaster inventory and were shocked to find that the number of casualties in the capital was less than 100 despite the not-so-small flood. This is simply a miracle. Yuan Shu, who created this miracle, was naturally rewarded. It was just that because she already had the title and fiefdom, and it seemed that there was no more title to be given, so Emperor Xuanwu only rewarded her with a lot of valuable treasures. But even so, many officials who disliked her kept praising her in the court, trying to flatter her to death. I didn't expect that your highness would have such magical powers. With your highness here, I believe that my Tiansheng dynasty will no longer have to worry about the people being displaced by various natural disasters. Please tell me, for the sake of the people of the world, will my Tiansheng dynasty be peaceful in the second half of this year? Your highness is worthy of being the daughter of a real dragon. I think that Princess Shenghan can be made the holy maiden of our dynasty, and pray for our Tiansheng. After being made the holy maiden, she was. If you want to pray for the country, you can't compete for the position of crown prince, right? What a vicious little idea. Yuan Shu published the speeches of these ministers, and the intention of flattery, in the capital weekly newspaper. People with virtue don't need to speak, the people will scold them for them. Officials who were scolded by the people. How can Princess Shenghan be so unethical? Isn't it normal for people to scheme against each other when they have different positions? Who hasn't been through the open and secret attacks? Why is she so special that she needs external help? Chapter 223. How many ministers were broken by her seeking foreign aid? Yuan Shu had no time to care about this question, because the merchant ship of the Liu family was back. When she first came here in the early autumn of last year, Yuan Shu relied on MacDonald and Grandpa Qin to quickly win Yuan Shihuan's taste buds, and deliberately tempted him to let the Liu family merchant ship go to more and farther places overseas to find things that Tiansheng dynasty did not have. Yuan Shihuan did so at that time. It was just because of the conditions of this era that the merchant ship set off last autumn, and there was no news at all afterwards. Seeing that the year was almost over, Yuan Shu almost thought that the people on that ship would never come back. But who could have thought? Yuan Shihuan suddenly had someone carry several boxes to her Fengyang palace. This sister, guess what good things I brought you? Good things? This guy is now heavily in debt. What good things can he bring her? Thinking of what this naughty kid said before, Yuan Shu's mouth twitched. You didn't really move a bunch of valuable things from Yahua Palace. Come, do you want to exchange silver bills with me? Although he did want to do so, his mother would not let him. Yuan Shihuan was reminded that he still had a lot of debts to settle. The corners of his mouth drooped for 2 seconds, and soon rose again. No, fifth sister, guess again, it must be a good thing. I can't guess. Yuan Shu made up a lie. It can't be that the merchant ship of the Liu family has returned from the sea and brought back a lot of treasures, right? Yuan Shihuan, shock. Yuan Shu, question mark. No way, did she really guess it? The nonchalant expression on Yuan Shu's face suddenly changed. Are the merchant ships really back? What treasures did they bring back? Let me see. What are you in a hurry for? Finally seeing the excited expression of his fifth sister as he wished, Yuan Shihuan snorted proudly. They brought back a lot of things, and what is now in here is what I picked for you, fifth sister. As he spoke, he raised his chin and signaled Xiao Anzi to open the first box on the left-hand side. This is... Looking at the clothes inside that have a little bit of the prototype of European-style puffy skirts, Yuan Shu pulled down the corner of his lips without leaving a trace. The original book setting is really a hodgepodge of mixed and matched. The good thing about the fictional background is that as long as the author is willing, what is there, what is not there, and even what this thing looks like, it is all up to her alone. Yuan Shu touched her chin. Yuan Shihuan, who didn't notice her change of expression, was still excitedly showing her how special the skirt was, and how unique the high heels were. Yuan Shu also cooperated by saying and to show that she had never seen such a novel thing, and then she couldn't wait to urge him to open the next box. Yuan Shihuan didn't notice anything wrong at all, and then opened a few more foreign books. Yuan Shihuan couldn't understand a word, but it didn't stop him from thinking that the books looked very high-end. Yuan-shu, Could it be that all the things he brought back were useless? Keeping smiling, continued to look at the third box. This time, it contained some calligraphy and paintings. When Yuan-shu opened one of the portraits, his expression was particularly excited. Fifth sister, look, the person on it looks completely different from us. Do you think they are the kind of monsters written in the storybooks? Some of them have blue eyes, and their hair colors are all messed up. 10 boxes in a row, the first 9 were useless things. Yuan-shu was very supportive, but in her heart she was about to give up. Unexpectedly, the 10th box gave her a real surprise. Fifth sister, didn't you say before that you wanted more food that we don't have in Tiansheng Dynasty, to see if we can make more delicious food? I specially asked people to collect a lot of seeds that we don't have in Tiansheng Dynasty. Finally waited for it. Yuan-shu excitedly came over and took out the bags of seeds and carefully identified them, while Yuan-shu took out a few pieces of paper from the gap on the edge of the box. And this is the planting method and issues that they found out from the locals. Fifth sister, you can give this and the seeds to the subordinates later. Let them grow all these things, and then try one by one to see if they can figure out any new dishes. As he spoke, his tone gradually became excited. Fifth sister, you must let me taste it first. Okay, you will be my gold medal food taster then. Yuan-shu had already distinguished the seeds of peppers, corn, sweet potatoes, peanuts, tomatoes, and sunflowers. She was happy that she could finally eat these things openly in the future. As for Yuan-shu's small request, which was not even a request, she naturally agreed. Yuan-shu was also very happy to hear this. He pulled Yuan-shu's sleeve and dragged her out. Fifth sister, don't look at these seeds first, there are other things in the yard. More. Yuan-shu put down the bag of seeds in her hand and followed Yuan-shu to the front yard. She looked around and didn't see any boxes. Just when she was about to ask, she saw Yuan-shu excitedly pointing to a few pots of flowers not far away. Fifth sister, look over there. Those flowers were also brought back from overseas by the caravan. I have never seen such flowers before. Potato flowers. It's potatoes. Yuan-shu, who was a little regretful that there were no potatoes in the box of seeds, immediately smiled. This flower is really beautiful. Really? Yuan-shu shook his head proudly. I knew you would like it too, fifth sister. There are only 10 pots of flowers in total. I left 5 pots for my mother, and the remaining 5 pots were all sent to you, fifth sister. Potatoes. Perhaps she didn't expect that it would be an ornamental flower one day, but fortunately, it could be brought back as an ornamental flower, otherwise she wouldn't be able to use all the many ways to eat potatoes. Patting Yuan-shu's shoulder with satisfaction, Yuan-shu suddenly remembered another thing. By the way, did the Lu family caravan draw a map after traveling so far this time? Map? Yuan-shu was stunned for a moment. He really didn't care about this thing. I don't know about this, but if you want to know, I can help you ask later. Anyway, the caravan is still in the capital. Chapter 224. Since the caravan members have not left yet, there is no need to bother passing on a few words. After Yuan-shu found out where the caravan members were, he personally visited them the next day. The leader of the Lu family caravan was an uncle from the Lu family branch. 3 generations ago, he had the same great-grandfather as the left prime minister. Lu Xingsong did not expect that he was just too tired to stay in the mansion in Beijing for a month or two, because he had been drifting on the sea for nearly a year on this business trip. After returning, he brought the novelties bought by the caravan from overseas to Beijing as quickly as possible. As a result, Princess Sheng'an came to visit him directly. Why would such a big shot come to see him in person? Could it be that she liked the big skirts and high heels they brought back and wanted to ask him if he had more? But His Highness did not need to come here in person. Lu Xingsong was puzzled, but the moment he heard the news, he jumped up from the recliner, hurriedly tidied his robes, and ran to the front yard. I didn't know that Her Royal Highness Princess was coming, and I failed to welcome her. I hope your Highness will forgive me. I didn't even say hello before I came. What crime can you have committed? Yuan-shu waved his hand casually, without being polite to him, and went straight to the point. I heard that you are the head of the Lu family's sea caravan. It's me. Yuan-shu acted casually, but Lu Xingsong didn't dare to be casual with him. After he stood up, he still maintained a bowing posture and turned in a different direction as Yuan-shu walked. Yuan-shu's mouth twitched, nodded, and then asked, You have been sailing on the sea for nearly a year, and you must have been to many places. I wonder. Do you have a map? Your Highness, I did draw a rough map, but what? Seeing Lu Xingsong's embarrassed expression, Yuan-shu raised his eyebrows. Can't you show it to me? Of course not. If the princess wants to see it, How can she say no? Afraid that Yuan Shu would misunderstand him, Lu Xingsong hurriedly explained, "It's just a rough map. There might be something wrong with the map I drew. I was clearly heading west and never deviated from the direction, but for some reason I ended up back at Tiansheng, so I wondered if I had lost my way at sea. If so, then the map I drew would naturally be. So the world is really round." What? Before I could finish the last few words, Princess Saint and clapped her hands and excitedly said that the world is round. Lu Xingsong was stunned on the spot. The sky. Forget it, but how can the earth be round? I don't know. Yuan Shu had a "you ask me who should I ask" expression on his face. I also read in a book before that this world is actually a ball, and we all live on this ball. So you keep walking in one direction, but end up walking back to where you started. Lu Xingsong. Question mark. How can they live on a ball? Wouldn't they fall off if they weren't careful? The sky is round, and the earth is square. The earth must be square. But then again, if the earth is really square, how did he get back to Tiansheng? Lu Xingsong was so confused that his mind was almost twisted into a ball. He wanted to try to ask Princess Shengyan what book she was reading, but Yuan Shu had already quickly passed on the topic. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's take out your map and show it to me. I have never been overseas. This is it. Her Highness the Princess had already spoken, so Lu Xingsong could only suppress his doubts for the time being and then invited Yuan Shu to his study. Your Highness, please look. Carefully spreading the map he had drawn when he was bored on the ship for nearly a year in front of Yuan Shu, Lu Xingsong first pointed to a spot near the center of the map. Here is Dasheng. Well, although the map drawn by Lu Xingsong basically only has an outer outline, and this outer outline is not accurate at all, Yuan Shu can still barely judge based on its general shape and position that this world map is indeed very similar to her world. That's easy. Yuan Shu supported her head and pointed to a general area. I remember that the travel book I read before also said that the people in this place have very white skin, golden, red, brown, and black hair, and their eyes are also blue, green, and strange, which is completely different from us. Yes. And this place. Seeing Lu Xingsong nod, Yuan Shu pointed to another place. I heard that there is a kind of thing with a hard and thorny shell, and it smells very bad, but it tastes okay? That's right. Lu Xingsong responded. According to the locals, it seems to be called Du Er Yin. Du Er Yin? The ancient name of durian seems to be transliterated like this. Yuan Shu was a little unsure, but it didn't matter. After all, this was not the point. After trying to pick out the more famous specialties from various places, Yuan Shu's finger finally fell on an island country not far from Tiansheng. I heard that there are a lot of silver mines on this island. Silver mines? Lu Xingsong was stunned. He really didn't know this. If there are a lot of silver mines, then this island should be quite rich, right? But when their caravan passed by, the chattering dwarfs they saw on the island looked like they had just come out of a cave. Could it be because they had just come out of a mine? Thinking about it this way, it's really possible. Otherwise, how could a normal person live so poorly? Besides, the travelogue that Princess Shengyan read was obviously very real. All the things mentioned in the previous paragraphs matched. It doesn't make sense that the silver mines are fake, right? Princess Shengyan, with such an identity, came to him personally today. I'm afraid she was eyeing these silver mines. If he had said everything was fine before, but said he didn't know when he got to the silver mine. If the princess, or even His Majesty, suspected that he wanted to embezzle the money, it would be a disaster. Lu Xingsong wiped his sweat and nodded repeatedly. Okay, it seems to be true. Huh? So smart. Many of the inductive words she prepared before coming here were not even used, and this person had already given her the answer she wanted. Yuan Shu stood up and nodded with satisfaction. No wonder the sixth brother praised you. You are really a good person. Chapter 225. After leaving Lu Xingsong's house and returning to the palace, Yuan Shu went straight to the imperial study. In the original plot, when Tiansheng and Beixiang were fighting in the later stages, the kingdom of Riya also came to try to get a piece of the pie. Although they failed in the end, because of their weak strength, the means they used in the process made Yuan Shu sick, and even if we put aside the original plot, some of the horrifying human experiment documentaries that Yuan Shu had seen in modern times also made her not have the slightest good impression on the people on this island. In her time and space, an ancient emperor made a very accurate evaluation. Wacko, the most capricious country. He is a lowly person who doesn't know the world's kindness and friendship. He is only intimidated by the might of the army. Therefore, he should not be treated well. Since the setting of the kingdom of Riya in this world is exactly the same as the world she is familiar with, It will be dealt with sooner or later anyway, so take it. Running into the imperial study excitedly, Yunshu opened his mouth and bombed. Father, do you want mountains of gold and silver? Gold? Mountains of gold and silver? Who wouldn't want this? Emperor Xuanwu paused with his pen in hand, leaving a large blob of ink on the memorial in front of him. He suddenly raised his head, and was about to say yes. Why not? But before he could say it, he suddenly remembered that not long ago, this brat had suspected that he wanted to swallow her private property, and he had racked his brains to coax her for a long time. The words on his lips suddenly changed direction, and became much more reserved. Where do the mountains of gold and silver come from? Overseas. Yunshu took 2 steps forward. Have you heard of the country of Riya? The country of Riya? Emperor Xuanwu frowned. This country of Riya is not far from Tiansheng, and he has indeed heard of it. But I heard that it was a shabby little island, poor and backward, far worse than the Cheongzhou of today. That's because they guarded the gold and silver mines, but didn't find them. Yunshu said seriously, I've read a travelogue before. The author of the travelogue is a master. He seems to be able to calculate the secrets of heaven based on feng shui, the 5 elements and the 8 diagrams, and then see where the wealth is particularly strong, and there are gold and silver mines buried underneath. He said that there are many gold and silver mines in the kingdom of Riya. But I thought it was too mysterious at the time, and didn't dare to believe it. Until today, I asked the head of the Liu family's caravan, who had just returned from overseas, and he also said that there seemed to be silver mines on the island. Seems? Just the 2 words seems won't do. Emperor Xuanwu was about to shake his head when a familiar light flashed in front of him, and the system light screen that had not appeared since the upgrade finally appeared in front of him again. The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. A. Reject Yunshu's proposal, and tell her that there is no actual evidence, and Tiansheng dynasty will never make a big move for this. B. Accept Yunshu's proposal, but she needs to find a way to convince the ministers in the court. C. Accept Yunshu's proposal, and send troops to Riya as quickly as possible. D. Accept Yunshu's proposal, first form a navy, conduct training, and send troops to Riya next year. Why does it look no different from before the upgrade? Emperor Xuanwu casually chose a first. You chose A. Yunshu is very disappointed, and Tiansheng dynasty temporarily missed the gold and silver mountains. There are really gold and silver mountains. Emperor Xuanwu's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked on the second option. You chose B. The ministers in the court were very stubborn. Yunshu was furious and decided to support the formation and dispatch of the navy with her own money, but she wanted half of the gold and silver. Although this decision temporarily emptied Yunshu's family assets, and even made her owe a huge debt, 2 years later, the gold and silver brought back from the kingdom of Riya made her rich on the spot. Emperor Xuanwu, shock. It turns out that after the life choice simulation system is upgraded, the answers given are more detailed and specific. Half of the gold and silver. This is more than just getting rich can describe it. This is simply. Emperor Xuanwu, who had never been so rich, was jealous of the kid in the result of option B, and then quickly came to the third option. You chose C. Because the soldiers had no experience in naval warfare, nearly 10,000 people were killed, the kingdom of Riya was destroyed, and Tiansheng obtained gold and silver. Emperor Xuanwu. Question mark. Does he not understand war? The Tiansheng soldiers, who had no experience in naval warfare, destroyed the kingdom of Riya, but only lost less than 10,000? Of course, he didn't mean to complain about the small number, but this was a war to destroy a country. Is the kingdom of Riya so weak? Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a while, and finally looked at the fourth option. You chose D. Tiansheng soldiers lost nearly 1,000. The kingdom of Riya was destroyed. Tiansheng gained mountains of gold and silver. And the formation of the navy laid a good foundation for the unification of the world in the future. Oh, then the formation and training of the navy is still very necessary. Look, the system has said that for the future. Wait, why is it? Unify the world. Who unified the world? He? Is it true that I will be so powerful in the future? If Yunshu hadn't been standing here, Emperor Xuanwu would have been so excited that he would have stood up and thrown a set of combined punches. That's unifying the world. Ha ha ha. Who wouldn't want to unify the world? In the future, history books will have to open a separate chapter for him. He is the strongest in history, strongest. The excitement came to an end when he saw a page he had never seen before flash on the light screen. Because this time, there were a few lines of big words written on it. Please select the relevant future map you want to see. Note, only one can be selected. A. Map of the mines of the kingdom of Riya. B. Map of the Emperor Tianqing's Fengshan after unifying the world. See, map of naval training, good news, the emperor who unified the world is really awesome, and the reign title is even more awesome than the country name. Bad news, this awesome emperor doesn't seem to be him. Emperor Xuanwu, What is ups and downs? This is probably it. I really want to try B. What if he changed the reign title in the future? Since he has unified the country, it is normal to change the reign title, right? But what if it is not him? Forget it. Isn't it better to leave some hope for yourself? Let's choose A. A is more practical. With A, it can save time to search for mines in Manlia. Resisting the desire for the second option, Emperor Xuanwu quickly clicked A, leaving no chance for himself to regret. The next second, all the options disappeared, and only a map of the kingdom of Lilia with red circles marking the location of the mines was left on the screen. There are indeed a lot of mines. Emperor Xuanwu's heart, which had just cooled down because the Emperor Tiansheng was suspected to be not himself, became hot again because of the gold and silver mountains symbolized by this map. Chapter 226. Father. Yunshu was helpless. She found that her father really liked to be distracted. She didn't know whether it was because he was always too absorbed in thinking or what. Anyway, she had seen him do that several times. She was so old, standing here, didn't she have any sense of existence? Yunshu pouted unhappily. Don't you always say that the treasury is empty? There are so many mountains of gold and silver right in front of you. If you don't want them, if someone finds out one day, it will be too late to regret it. What are you in a hurry for? With the life choice simulation system to support him, Emperor Xuanwu was very confident. He snorted, as if it was not him who had his eyes glowing green after confirming the existence of the gold and silver mountains, even if there are indeed many gold and silver mines in the country of Riya. So what? You think that in the past, those Riya people repeatedly disguised themselves as pirates and harassed the coastal areas of our Ijo, burning, killing and looting here. But the Ijo garrison only killed those so-called pirates at most. Why is that? Isn't it because you, father, think that Riya is too poor and sending troops to fight them is a waste? Yunshu blinked, with a very good reason. The treasury is empty, and the spoils that can be obtained by sending troops to fight may not be as much as the military expenditure. Of course you don't want to. Emperor Xuanwu. It is true. Emperor Xuanwu coughed lightly and said solemnly, this is only one aspect. More importantly, our Tiansheng dynasty has no navy. In the past, I didn't know there were so many countries overseas. None of the known small overseas countries could be taken seriously by Tiansheng. There had been few naval wars for hundreds or thousands of years. The court would be crazy to spend more money to build an army that was useless at all. Now, just because Yunshu said that the kingdom of Riya seems to have gold and silver mines, the Ministry of Revenue is asked to allocate funds to build this navy. I'm afraid the court officials will be the first to disagree. Yunshu, who quickly figured this out, tentatively said, how about, just say that it was another dream of your son. He thought she could come up with some good ideas. What kind of unreliable idea is this? Emperor Xuanwu couldn't help but rolled his eyes at her. Why, do you really want to establish your title of goddess? Your son also thinks this method is more effective. Yunshu secretly looked at Emperor Xuanwu with a small look, and complained blatantly. Didn't those ministers yell a few days ago for your son to dream more, and tell them what will happen next? And they also said that no matter what your son says this time, they will believe your son. Then, in this case, I will say that there are gold and silver mines in the kingdom of Riya. It is not good to be slapped in the face so soon after what they said before. If it doesn't work, I will make another bottom line and say that if gold and silver mines cannot be dug out in the kingdom of Riya, I will pay for the military expenses. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows, as if he was a little moved by what she said, Yunshu added another killer move. If the mine is dug out, it will be a sure profit. If the mine is not dug out, it will be a loss for me, but it is still a sure profit for them. Those ministers will definitely be happy to hear this, and they will probably agree on the spot without saying anything. You are so proud. The corner of Emperor Xuanwu's mouth twitched. Even if they agree to form a navy, who will form it? Who will train it? There is no one in Tiansheng dynasty who is good at training the navy. It's a pity that the upgraded life choice simulation system can only see a picture of the future. Otherwise, if he had also looked at the naval training map, he might have known who the Navy general is. The existing military generals in the court. Father, what do you think of Tang Muji, the governor of Tang? Muji? Nonsense. Emperor Xuanwu subconsciously rejected her unreliable proposal. Tang Iching is a civil official, and now he is the governor of Cheongzhou. How can he be a naval general? Why not? Cheongzhou happens to be an island, and it is large and sparsely populated. In addition, the island is often attacked by pirates from places such as Riya and Annan. Harassment? These people can also be used to train the Navy. There is no place more suitable for training the Navy than Cheongjo. As for my cousin, in the original plot, this person later took the path of abandoning literature and pursuing martial arts. A generation of famous generals turned the tide, and even the tyrant knew that he was the heroine's white moonlight, but did not kill him directly. Is there any need to question this ability? Unfortunately, such a strong reason cannot be brought out. Yunshu scratched his head and changed his words to a few times inferior. He actually practiced martial arts, and I heard that he has read military books. If he practiced martial arts and read a few military books, he could become a general. I am afraid that there will be too many generals in my Tianshang dynasty to use. Emperor Xuanwu snorted coldly, thinking that Yunshu did not understand how difficult war was, and waved his hand casually. Okay, I have already thought about this matter. If there is nothing else, you can go back first. Regarding your dream, that there are a lot of gold and silver mines in the kingdom of Riya, remember to write a memorial and present it in person when you go to court tomorrow. Yes, I obey your order. Yunshu did not force it. After all, the emperor must know more about the generals in the court than she does. If he has a suitable candidate in mind, there is nothing wrong with it. Anyway, she just needs to make sure that she can go to the kingdom of Riya and move all the gold and silver back. Yunshu took her leave neatly and left. As expected, she appeared in the Xianzheng Hall with a memorial the next morning. The ministers who saw the person they least wanted to see early in the morning, based on past experience, there must be something bad when this person appears. I just don't know what kind of trouble she will make today, or which unlucky guy. Are you being targeted by her? Good morning, Lord Yin. Just when everyone was wondering who the Princess Shangin was coming for today, Yunshu smiled and walked past the ministers, and greeted the Minister of Revenue accurately. You look really energetic today. Minister Yin, No, how did he offend this person again? It couldn't be that she had paid out of her own pocket to give rewards to the soldiers who rescued the disaster a few days ago, and now she regretted it, and wanted the Ministry of Revenue to give the money? Don't even think about it. That's 10,000 taels of silver. She insisted on being generous and gave out the reward money. No one forced her to give it. The Ministry of Revenue would not be a sucker. Under the sympathetic gazes of his colleagues around him, Minister Yin straightened his back stubbornly. Oh, he definitely won't give a penny. Never. Chapter 227. Minister Yin, who thought Yunshu was just trying to get 10,000 taels of silver from him, was immediately shocked when he heard Yunshu tell Emperor Xuanwu that it would cost about 3 million taels of silver to build warships in the early stage of the Navy, and then add the cost of building the Navy, and the cost of sending troops to the kingdom of Riya, and the total cost would be about 10 million taels of silver. 10 million taels. She dared to ask that. Without the slightest hesitation, Minister Yin stepped out and said, Your Majesty, please allow me to report. Approved. Your Majesty, you also know the current situation of the treasury. If it is really as your highness said, 10 million taels of silver are withdrawn for the establishment of the navy. Not to mention that after the money is taken out, if there is any urgent need for money, the treasury is very likely to be unable to turn around. Just talking about the subsequent support of the navy, that is the real big head. It is normal that Minister Yin is unwilling to pay. Emperor Xuanwu was not surprised at all. He just nodded slightly and said slowly, Then according to your opinion, what should we do? I remember that you said a few days ago that you hoped Xiaowu could have more dreams and give you more hints from God, right? Now the hint has come, and the gold and silver are there. You will not want it, right, my dear Yin? Your Highness was able to predict the heavy rain and flood in the capital through dreams before, and we really admire you. Now that God has mercy on you, and let your Highness have this dream again, we are naturally overjoyed, but... Minister Yin changed the subject. I think it is really unnecessary to spend such a huge price to build a navy that may never be used again, just for a mere country of Riya. Why not dispatch an army from somewhere else and send troops directly? With the strength of our Tianshang soldiers, it will be easy to conquer this small country of Riya. As for the military expenses... Minister Yin held the tablet, turned around and bowed to Yunshu again, looking as if he really admired her noble character. Your Highness is a man of great righteousness, and you must understand that I, an old minister, also care about the country. The national treasury cannot be without silver. Since your Highness has enough confidence in the mines of Riya, he can even promise to bear the military expenses if he cannot dig out the mines. Then, I wonder if your Highness can be generous and advance the military expenses first, and wait until all the gold and silver mines in Riya are dug out, and after the old ministers have settled the accounts, I will return the money to your Highness from them. Of course not. Yuanshu refused without thinking. I dared to make such a promise because it takes time to build a navy, send troops to Riya, and mine. Such a long time is enough for me to earn back this military expenditure. But if you want it now, I don't have it. Your Highness is joking. Minister Yin pulled the corner of his mouth with a fake smile. Your Highness said that these things can be completed in 2 to 3 years at most. Can your Highness still earn more than 10 million in 2 to 3 years? Now there are not so many ground dragons that need to be laid. If there is no ground dragon to be laid, then there is still cement floor to be laid all over Quaniansheng. Yuanshu raised an eyebrow. Why, Lord Yin thinks cement is not worth money? Minister Yin, ? Is she still planning to build a road? But that's not right. Building roads costs a lot of money. How can you make money from it? Minister Yin thought so in his heart and asked so, but Yuanshu spread his hands and said he had nothing to say. This is a business secret. No one would tell others the secret of making a lot of money and let others compete with him for business, right? Who dares to compete with you for business? Wait, if building roads can make money. Minister Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Your Highness, the cement factory was built with money from the court. So what? Lord Yin, you don't mean to say that the profits brought by cement are also. Should it belong to the national treasury? The other party's thoughts were too obvious. Yuanshu smiled slightly. Okay, then let Minister Yin handle the road construction. After all, the national treasury is under the control of Minister Yin. Minister Yin, If he can make money by building roads, what does she have to do with it? Okay. Seeing that his little guy had the upper hand, Emperor Xuanwu, who was very satisfied with the show, finally came out to make the final decision. This matter will be handled according to what Shengyan said, and the relevant matters of warship construction. Minister Tang. I am here. Tang Yuanlin immediately stepped forward to respond. I leave it to you. I obey your order. Your Majesty. Unlike Tang Yuanlin, who readily accepted the order, seeing that Emperor Xuanwu really wanted the Ministry of Revenue to pay the 10 million taels of silver, Minister Yin was immediately furious. This 10 million taels is too much. It's not that this old minister doesn't. Won't it be enough to wait until those gold and silver mines are dug up? Emperor Xuanwu said perfunctorily. Didn't you just say that? It will take at most 2 or 3 years. How can the treasury be empty for 2 or 3 years? Isn't there a commercial tax at the end of the year? What do you mean by the end of the year? It's still half a year away. Besides, how much can this so-called commercial tax be? Can it fill such a big hole in the Navy's military expenditure? Minister Yin was so anxious that he wanted to say something else, but Emperor Xuanwu had already waved his hand and announced the adjournment of the court. Minister Yin. Shock. Adjourn the court? He can still chase to the imperial study. Glancing at Yuanshu angrily, Minister Yin ran towards the direction of the imperial study. After hearing the news, Emperor Xuanwu was not surprised. The little guy got what he wanted, and he still had something to argue with Minister Yin. It's hard to be an emperor, and it's even harder to be a good emperor. I don't know about the future Tiansheng emperor who will unify the world. Forget it, I still don't want to think about it. It's a bit disturbing to his heart. It's better to think about how to deal with Minister Yin's problem. After the 10 million taels of silver were spent, the national treasury was indeed extremely empty, even. Huh? The expression on Emperor Xuanwu's face suddenly became empty. What did the life choice simulation system say before? That kid Yuanshu can make his private treasury surpass the national treasury within 3 years? Could it be that this is the way to surpass? Can it be calculated this way? Yuanshu didn't know what Emperor Xuanwu was thinking. The task of manufacturing warships was handed over to her grandfather, so she naturally wouldn't let it go. Such a large sum of money was spent, and the warship must be the best within a certain range. It can't be like what Minister Yin said, just use it as a disposable warship, right? Chapter 228. I stayed in the villa and searched the internet for a lot of ancient sea warship design drawings, and then made some modifications based on the actual situation of Tiansheng. When Yuanshu ran to the Ministry of Industry with the drawings in his arms, wanting to find his grandfather and Jiang Yuanbao to see if the drawings could be used, he found that the two were sitting together with a young man who looked a little strange, and seemed to be thinking hard about something. Yuanshu walked over curiously and looked around, and was immediately dazzled by the complicated drawings on the table. What is this? Yuanshu picked up one of the sheets curiously. At this time, several people who were immersed in their own thoughts noticed her arrival and stood up to greet her. Your servants are here to greet you. No thanks. Yuanshu waved her hand, and barely saw the structure of the gear set from the drawing. She turned the drawing over with some confusion and asked her grandfather and others, Aren't you preparing to build a warship? Qiao Shang said that the place the sea ship was going to was too far, and the purpose was clear. If the sails were only blown by the wind, if the wind direction changed, it would be very delayed. It's time to waste. And if you rely on human power to row the giant, it will be too strenuous. Tang Yuanlin explained. It just so happened that he had seen the automatically opening and closing gate made by His Highness in the garden before, so he wanted to try to make a boat that can row itself, or a boat that is less labor-intensive to row. A boat that can row itself? Is the idea so advanced? This is also a talent. When Yunshu's eyes fell on the face of the only young man who was unfamiliar to her among the several people present, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Xiao Zhang? Zheng Xiao Zhang? For those who are truly ambitious, it is undoubtedly a good thing to be remembered by their superiors in the workplace. Zheng Qiaong raised his eyes in surprise. I didn't expect that His Highness could still remember my name. At the poetry meeting, not many people could understand Xianting's design so quickly. Lord Zheng performed brilliantly, and it would be hard for me not to remember him. Yunshu also raised his eyebrows in surprise. I just didn't expect that Lord Zheng would end up in the Ministry of Works. I heard what Your Highness said at the poetry meeting last time, and I felt that I gained a lot. Being able to work in the Ministry of Works is also a wish come true. Zheng Qiaozhang nodded slightly in response. But what he didn't say was that it was said that his coming to the Ministry of Works was appointed by His Majesty. And, after the poetry meeting, he had searched for a long time among the same class of Jinshi, but he couldn't find the first place in the poetry meeting that day. But on the day of the palace examination, he heard His Majesty say a few words, and the voice sounded very similar to the first place in the poetry meeting. Was the person that day His Majesty? Did he come to the Ministry of Works to work because he saw his performance in the poetry meeting? Zheng Qiaozhang didn't dare to ask this question, so Yunshu couldn't know it either. She just felt that she and Zheng Qiaozhang were both lucky. She put the drawing in her hand back on the table, pulled a chair and sat down. So what do you think about the boat you row, or the boat that can be rowed with less effort? Do you have any clues? The first one, I have been thinking for a long time without any results, and I really don't have any clues. The latter one has some ideas. Seeing that she started to talk about business, Zheng Qiaozhang quickly took out the drawings that were placed in front of him. Your Highness, please look, Lord Jiang suggested before that a set of equipment could be installed in this place. I think that if we can add on this basis. She carefully told Yunshu the results of the discussion between herself, Jiang Yuanbao, and Tang Yuanlin these days. At the end, 3 pairs of eyes fell on Yunshu. Your Highness, do you think this method is feasible? Whether it is feasible or not, we can know by making a small model first. She is not a professional in this field. How can she guarantee whether this thing can be done just by looking at a drawing? Yunshu took out the drawing she brought from her sleeve pocket. But before doing yours, I have another drawing here. Let's take a look. If we combine these 2 drawings, will it be better? This is. Unexpectedly, Yunshu also brought a drawing, and some of the details drawn on it were something they had not thought of before. The 3 of them thought carefully for a moment with the blueprint in their hands. Their eyes brightened. This blueprint is great. It's fine as long as it's useful. How could it not be great? This is the crystallization of thousands of years of Yan's history before the steam engine appeared. Among non-motorized ships, it is the strongest. Sitting next to them, and listening to Zheng Qiaozhang and the others mumbling for a long time, Yunshu touched the teacup in his hand that had already cooled down, and suddenly turned around and waved to the servant outside. Go get me a complete set of tea sets. I want to make tea here. Yes. Although it is not allowed to make tea in this place, this is Princess Saint, and the servant did not delay for a moment, and quickly brought her a complete set of tea sets, and a delicate and small stove. So, when Zheng Qiaozhang was talking excitedly, a thin piece of rice paper fell into his hand so lightly. At first, Zheng Qiaozhang did not care, but after the second and third pieces flew over, he finally couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. When he looked, he saw Yunshu holding another piece of rice paper and putting it on the kettle, but perhaps because the paper was torn too small and too light, it didn't touch the kettle at all, and was blown to him by the white smoke rising from the kettle. Zheng Qiaozhang, has Princess Sheng'an always been so childish? Or is His Highness silently accusing them of being so engrossed in chatting that they ignored her existence? After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Qiaozhang still spoke softly. Your Highness, what are you doing? Why did this paper fly out? As if she didn't hear Zheng Qiaozhang's voice, Yunshu suddenly said slowly with a thoughtful expression, What on earth is this white smoke? Zheng Qiaozhang, ? The 3 people were suddenly startled. Yes, what on earth is this white smoke? Is it wind? How can fire boil water to generate wind? Besides, wind doesn't look like this. Is it the green smoke from burning fire? Obviously, it's not the case. Those cigarettes can't lift up paper, or even some thin kettle lids. It's obviously a very common thing, but they have never thought about such a question before. Now that Yunshu asked them this question, they could only look at each other, and no one could answer it. Chapter 229. Zheng Qiaozhang was still thinking, but Yunshu had already propped up his chin and asked curiously, "What do you think? If this kettle is big enough, is it possible that the white smoke rising from it can even pull a boat?" Pull a boat? Zheng Qiaozhang's mind suddenly moved. If so, wouldn't it be possible to build a boat that can sail by itself? Maybe. Yunshu nodded casually, but it will probably take a long time, and the cost of a boat that can sail by itself will definitely be much higher than an ordinary boat. It is impossible for the Ministry of Revenue to do that. We have to pay more money, so we will just make the ships on the blueprint this time. After all, even if we can really build ships that can sail by themselves in the future, it is impossible to build so many at once, and these ships will definitely be useful. Your Highness is right. Tang Yuanlin responded. Then I will think about it for 2 more days. After the blueprint is confirmed, I will make a smaller model to try. After confirming that there is no problem, I will start to build a large number of ships. Grandfather, you can do it. Professional things should be left to professionals. Yunshu has understood this since she was a child. She stood up calmly. It's getting late, so I will go back to the palace first. Your Highness, I respectfully send you off. Hearing that Yunshu was leaving, Zheng Qiaozhang hurriedly followed suit and bowed his hands, making a gesture of farewell, but in his mind, he was still thinking about the issue of self-sailing ships. Princess Shunyan's words just now clearly meant that self-sailing ships could be built. He thought about it carefully at this moment and felt that this matter should be feasible. Now the question is, how to make use of this white smoke? It's impossible to really build a big teapot to boil water in front, right? In order to quickly produce the number of ships ordered by Emperor Xuanwu, the Ministry of Works is busy every day. I heard that many shipyards were summoned by the court to work together. But Yunshu really didn't worry about this matter after returning to the palace that day. She didn't even pay much attention to the progress of Zheng Qiaozhang's steam engine research and development, mainly because she didn't have time to pay attention to it. I don't know if it's because she emptied the treasury this time. Emperor Xuanwu, who had promised to let her go to court every day after a year or two, suddenly changed his mind and asked her to go to court every day. Get up in the early morning every day to listen to a group of old men quarreling. Yunshu didn't dare to think about how painful it would be if Emperor Xuanwu issued such an order when she had no interest in the position of crown prince, although it's not much better now. Just like many poor students who actually want to be a top student in their hearts, they have made up their minds to listen carefully to every class in the future, but when the class starts, they can't control their attention. Yunshu has also made up his mind to learn about the Tiansheng court seriously, but the major factions in the court quarrel every day because of various political differences. It might be interesting at the beginning, but after listening to it for a long time, who can resist being distracted? These old men are too unruly. When they quarrel, they can even attack each other for not liking to take a bath in private. Yunshu almost practiced the skill of sleeping while standing. Saint! Your son is here. It took 3 consecutive calls to call back Yunshu, who was distracted. Looking at Yunshu, who was still confused, Emperor Xuanwu's mouth twitched slightly, and his tone was majestic. The method you proposed at the previous spring plowing ceremony to raise rice seedlings in advance, and then directly plant them, when the time comes has been tried in the imperial farm outside the city. Now the rice ears grown in the farm have been harvested, and the yield per moo can almost reach more than 400 kilograms, which is 1 more than the ordinary planting method. 100 Jean. This time, you have made great contributions. Tell me, what reward do you want? Duo Shao, 400 Jean per moo, and that's after the increase in yield? Having heard of the successful results of modern per moo yields of more than 2,000 Jean, and even 3,000 Jean, Yunshu silently chanted Grandpa Yuan will live forever in his heart when he heard such a small number, and then raised his eyes, with a face obediently. Any reward is okay? Emperor Xuanwu, In theory, he should have said anything is okay at this time. But based on his understanding of this kid, if he had said yes, she would probably make a big fuss next. Glancing at her faintly, Emperor Xuanwu said calmly, as long as it's not too much, it's okay. It seems that her idea of changing the morning court time to 8 o'clock in the morning is not going to work. Yunshu retracted her expected look. I haven't made up my mind yet. Can I keep this reward for now? I ask you for it when I've made up my mind. Oh, she really did think of something outrageous just now. Fortunately, he predicted it in advance. Emperor Xuanwu nodded proudly. Sure. After finishing another day of morning court, she returned to Fengyang Palace. When she passed by the front yard, she thought that the rice had already been harvested, and her potatoes might be almost grown. So she turned to the corner to look at the pots of potato flowers that Yunchu had given her before. As expected, more than a month had passed, and the flowers in the pots had already withered, and the stems and leaves of the plants above had turned yellow and began to wither. All the flowers are dead. Seeing Yunchu squatting in front of the pots of flowers, Tingxue came over with Fufu in her arms and took a look, exclaiming softly, "What a pity, not even one pot was left." "Who said it wasn't?" Yunchu blinked. "Go give me a small shovel, I want to dig and see if its roots are rotten or something." "Yes. Digging soil or something. Put it on other princes and princesses, that is a very incredible thing. But put it on His Highness, it is normal." Tingxue hesitated for a moment, and even her face did not show any emotion. She quickly put Fufu down and turned to find a small shovel for Yunchu. Yunchu was not vague. She casually lifted her sleeves and shoveled it down. After all, it is something grown in a flower pot. Even if this flower pot is much larger than an ordinary flower pot, it is still a flower pot. Yunchu used only one shovel to dig out several potatoes the size of a baby's fist. Of course, when he picked them up, Yunchu still showed a curious and excited expression. "Tingxue, do you think this thing is edible?" Chapter 230. Tingxue, ? Don't just put anything in your mouth. Tingxue's expression cracked. "Your Highness, don't try anything you put in your mouth randomly, right?" "You're right." The excitement on Yunchu's face subsided a little, but just when Tingxue thought that her Highness had given up the idea of eating this mud puddle, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Yunchu continue with a serious face. "Then go, and invite my sixth brother to come to me. I use this to make a few dishes for him to try. Even the sixth prince can't do that. No one can do that. If the mud lump is just unpalatable, it's fine, but what if it's poisonous?" Tingxue was about to open her mouth to dissuade him, but Yunchu seemed to know what she wanted to say. Without looking back, she continued to dig potatoes, and said casually, "Send someone to the imperial kitchen to get a live chicken. After this thing is cooked, I have to feed it to the chicken before giving it to the sixth prince." Tingxue, That's fine. At least we can confirm whether it's poisonous." Tingxue reluctantly accepted the order and retreated, while Yunchu slowly went to the small kitchen with her bag of freshly dug potatoes. It's not even mealtime yet, and the palace servants in the small kitchen are still sitting together, bragging to one of the new eunuchs. "Do you know who my master is? She's Princess Shengnan. Hey, don't disbelieve me, it was about this time last year, just a month or two later than now, and His Highness often came to this small kitchen. Do you know the most famous Time Wei restaurant in the capital? Most of the dishes there were thought up by our prince. When the prince was cooking those dishes, I was helping him. When many dishes were first cooked, and we didn't know how they would taste, I tasted the first bite, also." "Hey kid, why do you look so stupid? Do you not believe what I say or what?" "No, I do." Looking at the eunuch, who was only about 12 or 13 years old, he stammered to explain, with a clear guilty look on his face, and his eyes would occasionally glance behind him. First. Seeing this, Xiao Gizi, who had been boasting before, frowned and turned back subconsciously. "You believe it? Who are you looking at secretly?" "Your Highness." When she turned around and saw Yunchu leaning against the door with a smile, Xiao Gizi's knees softened, and she knelt down with a plop. "Your servant greets your Highness." Your servant greets your Highness." When he knelt, the others beside him seemed to have just reacted and quickly followed suit. Yunchu raised her eyebrows, then stood up straight, holding her pile of potatoes, and slowly walked through the crowd. No need to be polite. "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing that she didn't seem angry, Xiao Gizi breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but turn around and quietly glared at the eunuch. The eunuch shrank his neck in grievance. It wasn't that he didn't want to remind her on purpose, it was Your Highness who didn't let him say it. Fortunately, Xiao Gizi only glared at him, and soon put on a flattering smile, and took small steps to Yunchu's side. "Your Highness, what new dish are you going to make? Let me help you." "Okay, then you should wash all of these first." Putting all the mud lumps in front of Xiao Gizi, Yunchu clapped his hands. "I think about whether I can make 5 or 6 dishes with these things later." "Use this?" Xiao Gizi had already picked up a potato with a little less dirt on the skin. He wiped it twice with his hands, and confirmed that he had never seen this thing before. He couldn't help but ask one more question. "Your Highness, I don't think I have seen this thing before." "What is this?" "You haven't seen normal. This is what the Lu family caravan brought back from overseas. It grows in the soil, and looks like a large soybean. I gave it a name, potato." Yunchu said, while slightly raising his chin. After you wash it, divide it into 3 parts, cut one into shreds, one into strips, and the remaining one into slices. I see which method tastes better. Yes. Knowing that she could learn a new dish today, Xiao Gizi was delighted and immediately started to work according to Yun Shu's instructions. On the other hand, Yun Shu finally had a day off and didn't have to go to the study. He had originally planned to sleep until the afternoon. When he heard that the 5th sister wanted to invite him to taste new dishes, he almost didn't even change his clothes and ran after Tingxue in his middle clothes. Fortunately, Xiao Anzi was quick and stopped the person. After helping him wash up, he followed his own 6th prince to the front yard of Yahua Palace. I heard that the 5th sister has made a new dish again. Is it true? Haven't the seeds brought back from overseas been planted yet? Do we have to wait until the beginning of next spring? What did she use to make the new dish? Tingxue, She used the mud lumps dug out from the pots of flowers you sent. We don't even know if they are poisonous or not. Tingxue didn't dare to tell the outrageous truth. She could only shake her head and conservatively give him a shot of prevention. I don't know what dish it is. Because it's a new dish, even Her Royal Highness the Princess can't guarantee whether it tastes good or not. With the 5th sister in charge, how can the food not be delicious? Yun Shu was particularly confident in Yun Shu. Seeing that Tingxue could not find out any information, he became more and more excited. If it weren't for the palace's rule that he couldn't run too fast, he would probably be able to rush all the way to Fengyang Palace at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. He rushed to Fengyang Palace at the speed of a racewalk. Yun Shu had just stepped into the front yard with one leg when his nose, which was more sensitive than a dog's, had already unconsciously sniffed the air twice. What a nice smell. I know it must be very delicious just by smelling it. It really smelled good. Tingxue, who was 2 steps behind. Now she was also smelling the smell, remembering that she had seen her own princess dig out those mud lumps from the flower pots, and smelling the smell that had already drifted to the front yard. Tingxue couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise in her eyes. Could it be that the ugly mud lumps were really edible? Is her own princess so amazing? Can she make a delicacy out of anything she digs out? 5th sister. Yun Shu, who didn't know Tingxue's complicated feelings at the moment, couldn't help but run after entering the yard. 5th sister, what delicious food have you made for me again? Chapter 231. You came at the right time. Inside the palace, Yun Shu was having the dishes put on the table. Seeing Yun Shu running in with excitement, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The dishes are just ready, and they taste the best. Try it? Thank you, 5th sister. 5th sister, you are really the best sister in the world. After blowing a rainbow fart skillfully, Yun Shu picked up the chopsticks, and took the first bite of the most ordinary-looking spicy and sour potato shreds. This is... Yun Shu looked at where he put his chopsticks. He wanted to remind him that this was the last dish that had just come out of the pot, and might be a little hot, but before he could finish his words, he saw that the chopstick of potato shreds had been eaten by Yun Shu. This? Ha. Being scalded unexpectedly, Yun Shu blew out 2 breaths with his mouth open, chewed twice in a panic, and then swallowed it whole. This is quite refreshing, not bad. Yun Shu, That's not necessary. Shaking his head helplessly, Yun Shu pointed to the beef brisket stewed with potatoes, cumin potato and meat slices, stir-fried potato shreds, dry pot potato slices, and French fries beside him. These dishes are out of the pot before the one you just ate. Try it. When it comes to eating, Yun Shu doesn't need Yun Shu to say anything. Except for the first time when he was scalded, his mouth has basically never stopped. He still has a piece of stir-fried potato shreds in his mouth, but his eyes are already fixed on the cumin potato and meat slices next to him. After a meal, he didn't touch much of the rice in front of him, but most of the dishes on the table went into his stomach. When he was so full that he couldn't eat anymore, his eyes were still staring at the remaining stir-fried potato shreds with regret. Burp. Yun Shu, The prince was like a refugee. 5th sister, you are my god. Not caring about the speechless look in Yun Shu's eyes, Yun Shu first gave Yun Shu a thumbs up with the words he learned from the Beijing Weekly, and then held his bulging belly and asked curiously, why have I never eaten these dishes before? What are they made of? Yun Shu, who was also full, supported his chin with one hand and said lazily, the 5 pots of flowers you sent me before. Flowers? Yun Shu was stunned and a little dumbfounded. What I ate just now was flowers. To be precise, it's not flowers. It's the fruits grown under the flowers and buried in the mud. I named it potatoes. Looking at Yun Shu, the expression on Huan's face changed from silly to suddenly realized, and then to excited. Yuan-shu poured a basin of cold water on him again, but you probably won't be able to eat it after today. Why? Sure enough, when Yuan-shu heard that he couldn't eat the food he fell in love with today, he immediately got anxious. Is it because you have finished eating yours, fifth sister? My mother still has 5 pots. I haven't finished eating it. Yuan-shu explained slowly, but now there are only these few pots in Quaniansheng. If you eat them all, there will be no seeds. If you want to eat them again in the future, you have to save them as seeds this year. Only in this way can you grow more next year. This problem is easy to solve. Yuan-shu said without thinking, I can ask the Lu family caravan to go out to sea again and bring it back next year, right? It really won't work. Yuan-shu shrugged. I've read in a book before that something like this fruit is a seed. It usually can't be kept for a long time. If it's kept for a little longer, it will sprout. Once it sprouts, it will become poisonous instead of non-toxic, and it can't be eaten anymore. So it's impossible to just ask the caravan to bring back a bunch of grown flowers next year. As for bringing back flowers like this year, a small number is fine, but too many is also impossible. After all, seawater can't water flowers, and naturally you can't grow too many flowers on a ship. Yuan-shu said, seeing Yuan-shu hesitated and seemed to want to fight for it again, he slowly added the last sentence. The most important thing is, these seeds, father. It must be left behind. Father? Yuan-shu was confused again. Father also likes to eat this? I don't know whether father likes it yet, but he will definitely like this seed. Yuan-shu slowly stood up. Go to the imperial kitchen? Why go to the imperial kitchen? Yuan-shu was still unhappy that he could not eat potatoes even though he still had them. When he heard the word imperial kitchen, he thought of the potatoes he would not be able to eat in the future, and his expression became more and more stinky. I won't go. Stinky father. Not only did he fine him silver, but he was also not allowed to eat potatoes. Are you sure you don't want to go? The expression on this naughty child's face was too obvious. Yuan-shu could guess what he was thinking without asking, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows jokingly. I have already sent someone to the imperial study to report to father that his lunch today is a potato feast. What do you mean? Yuan-shu's ears pricked up all of a sudden. Father, will you also eat the same things we just had for lunch today? More or less. Yuan-shu nodded. Fortunately, father is quite frugal, and only has 8 dishes and 1 soup for 1 meal. Otherwise, if it was like the previous dynasty, and each meal was 48 dishes according to the emperor's regulations, I really can't think of so many dishes made with potatoes at this moment. So father will have 3 new dishes that he hasn't eaten yet? Yuan-shu stood up in a flash. Isn't it the imperial kitchen? Oh my! Burp! Walking from Fengyang Palace to the imperial kitchen, he personally watched the imperial chef prepare 8 dishes, and 1 soup according to Yuan-shu's instructions, and then took the total of 9 dishes to the imperial study. After all this tossing, Yuan-shu's already bulging stomach seemed to be able to eat a lot more. Following Yuan-shu into the imperial study, he rubbed his hands impatiently without even waiting for Emperor Xuanwu to speak. Father, let's eat quickly. Emperor Xuanwu? ? When he heard Yuan-shu specially send someone to ask him if she could arrange today's lunch, he guessed that she had come up with some new dishes. But he didn't expect that there would be someone who came here to eat for free. Stinky boy. Xiaowu specially prepared lunch for him. His father, what does this boy have to do with it? Glancing at Yuan-shu with a nose that was not a nose and eyes that were not eyes, Emperor Xuanwu snorted very carefully. Why did you come to my imperial study for no reason? Chapter 232. I haven't seen you for a long time, haven't I? This sister just said she prepared a great gift for you. I was curious, so I followed you. After all, Yuan-shu was fined hundreds of thousands of taels of silver by Emperor Xuanwu. Although the words stinky father were already on Yuan-shu's mind, he still tried to please him against his will and changed the subject. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanwu probably had a little conscience because he had punished him so many times before. After hearing what Yuan-shu said, he didn't bother to hold him back. He just snorted indifferently, followed his words, and looked at Yuan-shu again. I remember that when you opened a recipe book for Tianweishan restaurant, you didn't come to me on purpose. What amazing new dish did you make this time? You know after you taste it. Yuan-shu raised a smug smile, turned around and raised his tone a little, signaling the eunuchs waiting outside to come in and set the table. Emperor Xuanwu looked at her proud expression, as if she had done something great, and his curiosity was aroused unconsciously. When the eunuchs below were setting the table, he stood by and watched. It was still 8 dishes and 1 soup, but it was different from the new dishes he had tasted before. Most of the previous dishes were just new in cooking. Except for the one with animal blood and internal organs, he could at least recognize the other ingredients. But this time, What is this yellow thing? Emperor Xuanwu stared at it carefully for a while, and suddenly found another problem. Your 8 dishes and 1 soup, even this thing that replaces rice. Aren't they all made of the same thing? Father is indeed wise. Yuanshu smiled and helped Emperor Xuanwu to pull the chair away. Try it while it's hot. Many of these dishes will not taste good when they are cold. Okay. There is only one ingredient, but she has made a lot of fun with it. Won't you get tired of eating this? Emperor Xuanwu hesitated and took a chopstick at each dish. His slightly frowned brows finally relaxed after tasting a circle. It's really not bad. What is this dish? My 5th sister named it. She said it grows in the soil and looks like a big soybean, so it's called potato. I just ate too much in the morning, and now I can eat again. Thinking that my father and 5th sister would not compete with him for food, Yuan finally didn't gobble it up like he did in the morning. While eating his favorite stir-fried potato shreds, he was able to answer questions. I know the names of these dishes. They are spicy and sour potato shreds, potato stewed with beef brisket, cumin potato and meat slices, stir-fried potato shreds, dry-fried potato chips, and French fries. What about the other ones? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows and looked at the potato in his bowl. Is this boiled directly? Yes. Yuanshu nodded slightly and said seriously, I originally planned to make mashed potatoes, which would taste better. But then, I thought about it carefully. Ordinary people should not have so much free time at home. If they want to eat this as a staple food, they will probably choose to boil it directly, so I made it like this. Ordinary people? Emperor Xuanwu keenly caught the most important words in her words. Do you want the people to grow these potatoes? I do want to, but I can't do it for now, because this is what the Liu family caravan brought back from overseas, and the amount of grain is still relatively small. So I want to discuss with you to see if the imperial farm can lend me some first. I want to try and see if these potatoes can be harvested twice a year. Absolutely impossible. Emperor Xuanwu thought she didn't know farming, and patiently explained a few more sentences. These grains are also afraid of cold. The autumn in the capital is relatively short, and the weather gets cold quickly. When the summer is over, it will get cold all of a sudden, and no grain can be grown. Yuanshu, then just like laying ground heating, wouldn't it be enough to build a greenhouse for growing vegetables? Emperor Xuanwu. He subconsciously remembered the outrageous quotation Yuanshu gave when he laid ground heating for someone before, and his mouth suddenly curled up. Chu, you've gone to so much trouble just to grow a few potatoes in the middle of winter. Are you afraid that the ministers in the court won't have a reason to impeach you? This sun is not just for those potatoes. I'm a citizen of Tiansheng. Yuanshu sat up straight and defended himself seriously. Father, do you know what the yield of potatoes per mu is? How much? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. Yuanshu didn't expect him to really cooperate with the guess, so he raised 2 fingers, at least this number. 200 caddies? Emperor Xuanwu sneered. If I remember correctly, I just talked about the yield of rice per mu in the morning court today. 400 caddies of rice are not so arrogant that they need to live in a hothouse, and a mere 200 caddies of potatoes per mu. What 200 caddies? Yuanshu withdrew his finger in disdain. It's 2,000. In the imperial study, there was silence. Even Lady Hai, who was standing by, couldn't help but look up and secretly glance at Yuanshu when he heard this number. 2,000 caddies per mu. What does this mean? If what Princess Shungan said is true, then in a few years, the people of Tiansheng dynasty will no longer be hungry. Lady Hai, a eunuch serving in front of the emperor, was so excited that his heart was pounding, not to mention Emperor Xuanwu. It took a lot of effort to barely maintain a calm expression on his face. Noticing that his right hand holding the chopsticks was still trembling slightly, Emperor Xuanwu simply put down the chopsticks and looked at Yuanshu seriously. Didn't you say that the number of potatoes brought back was small? How do you know that the yield per mu can reach at least 2,000 kilograms? Father, do you think there are many potatoes used in this table of dishes? Compared to Emperor Xuanwu's seriousness, Yuanshu's expression seemed much more relaxed. She gestured casually with her hands. So many potatoes, I bought them from so many. I dug it out of a small flower pot. Emperor Xuanwu looked at the size, she gestured, and estimated it in his mind. Indeed, if such a small area can grow so many potatoes, then a yield of 2,000 kilograms per mu may not be a dream. Emperor Xuanwu took a deep breath, and was about to ask a few more questions when he heard Yuanshu take the initiative to speak. I'm afraid you don't believe it, so I specially asked someone to bring a pot here. Do you want to see it yourself? See? A yield of 2,000 kilograms per mu is too amazing no matter how you say it. He must see it himself. Chapter 233. After following Yuanshu to Fengyang Palace, and a palace behind to personally test the curb plow and turn the soil to plant weaving shell flowers. Emperor Xuanwu dug potatoes in the imperial study. Just as Yunshu said, the number of potatoes grown in this small flower pot is surprisingly large. Maybe the sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. A. Agree to Yunshu's proposal and let her build a greenhouse in the imperial farm to try to grow potatoes. B. Worry that building a greenhouse is too expensive, reject Yunshu's proposal. C. Agree to Yunshu's proposal, but refuse to let her build a greenhouse, hoping that she will try to plant directly. The light screen popped up at the right time. As if to confirm his guess, Emperor Xuanwu's eyes lit up, and he chose a first. You chose A. 3 months later, a batch of potatoes were successfully harvested, and 5 years later, the food shortage problem in Tiansheng basically disappeared. These potatoes can actually grow in just 3 months. It seems that it is not impossible to have 2 crops a year. No wonder that with just this little thing now, it can basically solve the problem of food shortage in Tiansheng in 5 years. Emperor Xuanwu suppressed his excitement and quickly glanced at the second option. The content inside was indeed something he didn't like. He jumped directly to the third option. You chose C. Because there was no greenhouse, some potatoes froze to death, and a very few survived by chance. Yunshu realized that perhaps in the southern region, potatoes do not need a greenhouse, and can also be harvested twice a year. Okay, it really can be harvested twice a year, although it is limited to the southern region. So what? There are many cities in the south of Tiansheng. Emperor Xuanwu threw away his shovel and looked eagerly at the mud lumps he had just dug out on the ground, as if he was looking at some rare treasures. You can do whatever you want with the imperial farm. As long as you can get more potato seeds as soon as possible, I will support you. Father is wise. Yunshu smiled immediately. I can ask the Minister of Revenue for the money to build a greenhouse there. Lord Yan, do you want it? Emperor Xuanwu. ? Money. Thinking of the old guy Yan Chaorong crying in front of him every day because of the 10 million taels of silver a few days ago, saying that the treasury was so short of money, and how sad he was as the Minister of Revenue, Emperor Xuanwu suddenly felt guilty. It's only been a few days since then. If the Ministry of Revenue has to pay again. Emperor Xuanwu coughed lightly and nodded deeply. Yes. Minister Yan can cry, there is nothing he can do about it. Potatoes are so important. How can we not build a greenhouse and plant potatoes just because Minister Yan cried a few times? Emperor Xuanwu waved his hand and told Yunshu to do it, but he was thinking about the crown prince in the East Palace. The little boy's contribution is getting bigger and bigger now. He would be embarrassed to continue to give him rewards like Jade Rui. It happens that the little boy will be 14 years old next month. Since some things will happen sooner or later, why not do it a little earlier? The crown prince, as an older brother, has done so many things to Xiaowu before, and a birthday gift is not too much, right? When the emperor really wants to do something, his execution must be quite amazing. So, just when Yunshu took the potatoes out of the city to the imperial farm and planted potatoes with others, news suddenly came from the capital that the crown princess had a premature birth for no reason. It's only 7 months. Under modern medicine, there is generally no problem with a 7-month premature baby, but this is ancient times. With such medical conditions in ancient times, could the child survive? Even though she fought with the crown prince, Yunshu really didn't have the idea of hoping that the child would not be good. If it weren't for the fact that Emperor Xuanwu had said a long time ago that if there was any problem with the child, even the crown prince would be to blame, Yunshu would almost suspect that it was because of the noise she had made recently that the crown prince had lost his temper and tried to use the child's premature birth to get back into everyone's sight. Could it be the eldest prince? But that doesn't seem to make sense. The crown prince has been under house arrest for a long time. If the eldest prince really wants to do something, it would be much more reasonable to go after her than to go after the crown prince. Maybe the crown princess is just unlucky. Yunshu shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She continued to instruct the people in the imperial farm to cut the sprouted potatoes into pieces and plant them in the ground. She also told the people in the farm the method of making an ancient simple greenhouse that she had found on the internet these days, and asked them to build a greenhouse before the weather turned cold. After all the things were explained and confirmed that there was nothing missing, Yunshu led people back to the capital. As a result, after returning to the palace, they received news that the crown princess had given birth to a monster. Monster? Yunshu was stunned. There is a 50% chance that the child born from a close relative marriage will have problems. So the prince and his friends were infected? Yes. Seeing Yunshu stunned, Tingxue thought she didn't understand what giving birth to a monster meant, and lowered her voice and explained in a panic. I heard that the child was a stillbirth, and it looked extremely scary. When the midwife took the child out, she fainted after just one look. It seems that the child's eyes are very far apart. There is only one ear, and the mouth looks like a rabbit. In short, it is very, very scary. From this description, it seems that the child has Down syndrome plus cleft lip and ear disability. To put it bluntly, it is actually a blessing that such a child is born as stillbirth. Yuanshu frowned, and suddenly realized something, and raised his head abruptly. Shouldn't the Eastern Palace keep such things a secret? Why do you know it? Who told you the news? No one. Now everyone in the palace probably knows it. Knowing that His Highness might be worried that he would fall into someone's conspiracy, Ting Shui hurriedly explained. Today, the Crown Princess suddenly launched a move, and the people in the Eastern Palace came to His Majesty for help. At that time, His Majesty was discussing matters with the ministers. It seemed that someone said on behalf of the Crown Prince that this was His Majesty's first legitimate grandson. After that, no one knew what happened specifically, and His Majesty took those ministers to the Eastern Palace together, and then the child was born, and everyone knew it, and the Eastern Palace couldn't keep it secret at all. Yuanshu? ? The Crown Princess gave birth, and my father took a group of ministers to the Eastern Palace? Is this reasonable? Chapter 234. Yuanshu's doubts were answered at the next morning court session. Because the Crown Princess gave birth to a monster, the mistakes the Crown Prince had made before were brought up again. The memorials that claimed that the Crown Prince was unworthy of his position, and that the heaven had punished him were piled up on Emperor Xuanwu's dragon case. The ministers of the Crown Prince's faction tried their best to protect the Crown Prince. The two sides argued back and forth in the Xianzheng Hall. The Prince's faction: Your Majesty has said before that marriages between close relatives may give birth to disabled people. You are now slandering him and trying to throw dirty water on the prince. It is clear that you have ulterior motives. The opposition: This is even more problematic. Your Majesty had already rejected the prince's request to marry the daughter of the Shin family. It was the prince who insisted on having his own way. It is only possible that marriages between close relatives will give birth to disabled people, but it is not absolute. Our Tiansheng dynasty has been in power for more than 100 years, and there has never been such a thing as yesterday. Isn't this a warning from heaven? The prince's faction refuted with difficulty. That was just an intention. Outside, the opposition sneered and mocked. Now you say that the child's matter is just an accident? Ridiculous. Yesterday, you kept saying that it was Your Majesty's first legitimate grandson, and that it was a blessing for the emperor to be born at this critical moment. Aren't you the ones who wanted to take this opportunity to release the prince from house arrest? The prince's faction was choked and began to talk nonsense. Originally, the flood in the capital would cause tens of thousands of casualties, but Princess Shengyan predicted it in advance and saved countless people. She has done a great deed. After that, there were also events such as predicting the gold and silver mines in the country of Riya in dreams, and the bumper harvest of the imperial farm rice fields, all of which happened when the princess was pregnant. How do you know that it was not the child who helped to bear the consequences of these things, which led to the occurrence of yesterday's events? Yuanshu? ? No, you guys coaxed Emperor Xuanwu to go to the Eastern Palace yesterday, wanting to re-establish the Crown Prince, but ended up pitting the Crown Prince like this. Now, in order to clean up the mess, you are trying to steal her credit. Isn't it a bit too much? What does her hard-earned credit have to do with the two unlucky children of the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess? No one told her before that important officials in the court could be so shameless. Yuanshu almost couldn't help but join in the cursing on the spot. The reason she held back was because Emperor Xuanwu helped her to curse out faster. What nonsense! What does the credit of Shengyan have to do with others? I think some of you are simply confused. Such absurd words can be said. Why don't you just say that I am now? Is it also the child's credit that he can still sit on the throne? Your Majesty, calm down. This old minister is just... I can't calm down. Emperor Xuanwu was furious and didn't listen to any explanations at all. Since you are old and confused, you should stay at home honestly, instead of talking nonsense and making presumptuous remarks in front of me. Emperor Xuanwu was really angry, and the ministers who had been clamoring before suddenly calmed down. Yuanshu stood in the first row with her hands in her pockets calmly, watching her emperor father go crazy and force several particularly determined officials of the prince's party to resign, and finally issued an edict to depose the prince. Officials of the prince's party were depressed in an instant, while the eldest prince's party were all very excited, but yesterday's events, plus the dethronement of the prince, were not something worth celebrating for Tianjin after all. Even if these people were happy, they didn't dare to show it, and they had to pretend to sigh with regret on the surface. Yuanshu passed through the depression in this room, stepped over the threshold of Xianzheng Hall, looked up at the sky outside, which was no different from usual, and was calm and blue. What she thought of in her mind was the words that Ji Yongtian had secretly said to her when he came to her during the disaster relief. This palace is going to be in chaos. After all, the abolition of the prince is not a trivial matter. For several days in a row, the atmosphere in the front court and the harem seemed particularly tense. It was not until Yuanshu's birthday was approaching that Emperor Xuanwu specially ordered the Ministry of Rites to make good arrangements, and the palace became lively again. When the news got out, the first person who couldn't sit still was General Wei Yuan. He went to the eldest prince in private and said, "Your Highness, what do you think His Majesty means? At such a critical moment, Princess Shengyan's birthday is only 14 years old, not a coming-of-age ceremony, but His Majesty asked for such a big celebration. Does this mean that he likes Princess Shengyan? Could it be that His Majesty wants to make Princess Shengyan the crown princess? I underestimated her before. My fifth sister is really capable." The eldest prince's face was as gloomy as water. Anyone who has waited for so many years, and finally waited for the crown prince to be deposed, but another person came out halfway, I'm afraid he wouldn't have a good face at this moment. Recalling what happened in the past year, no matter how much the eldest prince didn't want to admit it, the facts were still there. He had fought with the crown prince for so many years before, but in the end, all the damage he caused to the crown prince was not as good as his fifth sister's casual counterattack. But, rather than admitting that he was inferior in skills, the eldest prince would rather believe that Yuanshu was just lucky. If he hadn't angered his father during this period, he wouldn't dare to act rashly, and could only stay calm for the time being. If the prince hadn't insisted on marrying the Shin family girl during this period, if the Shin family girl hadn't given birth to a monster. The eldest prince gritted his teeth and felt extremely unwilling. It's not that easy to be a prince. Yuanshu is nothing, but she can't sit on the throne of the princess just because of my father's love. It's not like she is nothing, right? General Wei Yuan subconsciously retorted. At least she has a firm grasp on the people's hearts. The eldest prince. Which side are you on? The eldest prince. A glare came over, and General Wei Yuan realized what he had said and quickly made up for it. In fact, it was mainly the poor students and the people in the capital who were fooled by her. As for other places, although other places now have Tiansheng Weekly, and Princess Shengyan is particularly immodest in boasting about her achievements on it. But the people in other places have not yet truly felt those things like the people in the capital, so they certainly will not be as grateful and respectful to the people in the capital as the people here. Okay, stop talking. The eldest prince's face was completely dark. Can this be considered making up for it? Chapter 235. General Wei Yuan also felt that what he said just now seemed to be praising Princess Shengyan more and more. He scratched his head and looked embarrassed. Then, what should we do next? What else can we do? The eldest prince sneered. The fifth sister's birthday is coming soon, so of course we have to prepare a big gift for her. Big gift? General Wei Yuan's voice, which was full of energy, began to become a little weak. Your Highness, you also know that my wife is strict with me in terms of money. This big gift? Who asked you to spend money to prepare a big gift for her? The eldest prince was so angry at this warrior, who only knew how to fight. Didn't she ask people to plant and weed before? Beihua, you also said that you are willing to buy the fruits of the weaving beihua for 5 cents a pound. It's the harvest season now, right? Let her collect it. What is Yunshu's biggest advantage now? People's support. Money? No matter what it is. With so many weaving beihua fruits, he doesn't believe that Yunshu can really collect them all at 5 cents a pound. As long as she can't collect them all, or let people dispose of them after collecting them, he can let people spread the news, and let the people know that Yunshu is a licentious and extravagant person, who doesn't keep his word. For his own selfish desires, he can deceive the people who work hard to grow flowers for her. By then, Yunshu will have spent her money, lost the people's support, and got a bad reputation. Even if the emperor likes her, he can't possibly make such a useless person the crown princess, right? Will his chance come then? I understand. General Wei Yuan slapped his thigh fiercely. After figuring out the twists and turns, he immediately grinned. Your Highness, the crown prince is indeed resourceful. I have someone do it right away. The days passed by as everyone was planning. Yunshu's birthday soon arrived. As if to dilute the bad luck of the former crown prince's incident, Emperor Xuanwu arranged a birthday banquet for her in Linda Hall, and invited all the officials in the court to attend the banquet with their relatives. Sunyi and Tang Xinhua also came. Because they had a close relationship with Yunshu, they did not have to wait until Linda Hall. Before the banquet started, They went to Fengyang Palace with their carefully prepared birthday gifts to give to Yunshu. In addition to their own gifts, Tang Xinhua also brought the gifts prepared by Tang Yuanlin and Tang Muji. This amulet was personally obtained by your grandfather at the temple for you. It is said that it has been blessed by a master and is very effective. Your Highness can carry it with you. As for this, Tang Xinhua's mouth twitched, a little embarrassed. Muji said that he had just arrived in Cheongzhou and really had nothing, so he could only bring back some local specialties for your Highness. This lychee is best eaten when fresh, but it happened to be out of season, so there are only dried lychees. Yunshu, Really? Did you send her some lychees? Yunshu laughed. Grandfather and cousin are also very thoughtful. She asked someone to collect the gifts and chatted with them for a while. When it was almost time to go to Linda Hall, Yunshu took Tang Xinhua's arm, deliberately stepped 2 steps behind, and whispered, "No matter what happens later, trust me and protect Grandpa." What? Tang Xinhua was slightly stunned, and soon realized something. She tightened her arm around Yunshu's arm a little, and then raised her eyes to look at Sinyi, who was jumping in front of her. Your Highness, don't you remind Yi? Yi is young, and she can't hide her feelings. Besides, she came with Marquis Wuan. With Marquis Wuan here, she will be safe. After explaining quickly, Yunshu said nothing more. With a relaxed look, he took the 2 of them to the Linda Hall. When they arrived, the hall was already very lively. Seeing Yunshu coming in, many young ladies of official families of the same age also came forward to greet her at the signal of their parents. Looking around, she didn't recognize anyone. Yunshu maintained a polite smile and dealt with them one by one. Fortunately, this scene didn't last too long. Before her face froze, Emperor Xuanwu finally arrived. Waving his hand casually, signaling everyone not to pay attention to him, Emperor Xuanwu seemed to be in a very good mood today. He took Yunshu, who was surrounded by people, away from the crowd, and after chatting with her for a while, his eyes swept directly to the eldest prince and others. Little Five's birthday today, you guys didn't forget to prepare a birthday gift for her, right? Of course I couldn't forget. Yuan Chuhuan was the first to raise his head. I especially asked my mother to advance next year's pocket money, and made a set of particularly exquisite headwear for the 5th sister. I also personally participated in part of the design. You? Emperor Xuanwu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It's not that he didn't believe in the 6th brother. But is it possible that if he didn't participate in the design, this set of headwear would be more exquisite? Emperor Xuanwu hesitated for several times, and finally, seeing that this kid was still thoughtful, he didn't hit his pride, but turned his head to look at the eldest prince on the other side. What about you? I am ashamed that I don't know much about the preferences of the 5th sister. I really don't know what the 5th sister likes. I was very distressed for a while. Later, I suddenly thought that the 5th sister loved the weaving shell flower very much. I wanted to ask someone to collect more, and see if I could make some gifts with these flowers, and give them to the 5th sister, but I didn't expect. The flowering period of the weaving shell flower has passed. The eldest prince pretended to be ashamed at first, and then changed the subject. The fruit of the weaving shell flower has already grown. I remembered that when the 5th sister made a bet with the right prime minister, she said in a hurry that she would buy all the weaving shell flowers at the price of 5 coins per pound. It has been so long since the incident, and it is too late to regret it now. I can only do my best to help the 5th sister buy some. You are quite thoughtful then. What do you mean by in a desperate situation? It's too late to take back what has been done, help to buy a little. Is he giving a gift? This is clearly to bring up the past, to offend him, and to make Xiaowu unhappy. The smile on Emperor Xuanwu's face faded a little. What is the eldest prince doing? Could it be that he thought that he didn't like the princes and princesses fighting each other in private? So he wanted to learn from Xiaowu, and put all the calculations in the open, thinking that he wouldn't be angry this way, but this idiot didn't think about it. When did Xiaowu take the initiative to calculate and harm anyone? Xiaowu dared to do that because she was open and honest. In front of him, the father, she always left room for revenge even when she retaliated. The eldest prince is such an idiot, he can't even copy homework. Chapter 236. After all, it was Xiaowu's birthday party, and Emperor Xuanwu didn't want to lose his temper. He perfunctorily dealt with the eldest prince, and then turned around and asked about the 3rd and 4th princes. The gift given by the 4th prince was just like him, straight and proper. Fortunately, there was the 3rd prince, who could spread the name of a playboy throughout the capital. It was impossible to say that he didn't know how to play. He was a person who was good at talking and making fun, and he deliberately wanted to take this opportunity to please Yunshu. The atmosphere that had cooled down due to the eldest prince's behavior was quickly successfully mobilized again. However, just when everyone was talking and laughing, and having the most fun, there was suddenly an unusual noise outside the Linda Hall. Yunshu realized what happened and slowly put away her smile. She looked at Tang Xinhua, who was sitting at the end of the banquet, from a distance. The latter gave her a reassuring look. Yunshu then lowered her eyes again, and sighed silently in her heart. Emperor Xuanwu, who also understood what happened, looked up coldly at the closed door. The next moment, the door was kicked open from outside. The fully armed black-armored soldiers filed in. The man in the middle was wearing black and gold armor, holding a sword in one hand, and walked into the hall with a sneer. "It's the Crown Prince." "No, it's the deposed Crown Prince." The deposed Crown Prince, who should have been imprisoned, appeared in such a place at this time, and in such a manner. Is there any need to guess what he wants to do? For a moment, the whole palace was shocked. The deposed Crown Prince's sinister eyes quickly swept over everyone in the palace, and stayed on Yunshu for a moment, and finally met the eyes of Emperor Xuanwu directly. "It's the birthday of the fifth sister, and my father, the brothers, and the eldest brother are all here, but I was the only one who missed to call me. Isn't this unreasonable?" "What's unreasonable?" Emperor Xuanwu stared expressionlessly at his son, who had once taken great pains to train, but had repeatedly disappointed him. His tone was so flat that it seemed as if he had not seen the blood-stained sword in his hand. "You are not worthy of your position. I have abolished your position as the Crown Prince. You are not qualified to be here, let alone continue to call yourself me." "I am not qualified?" The deposed Crown Prince, who had been wearing a condescending expression, and thought he was the cat slave and the cat slave, and the mouse, was immediately angered by this sentence. "From childhood to adulthood, how much effort have I made to be a good Crown Prince? In order not to disappoint your expectations, I study diligently until late at night every day, and strive to do every job you give me. I tried so hard to please you, but in the end, you said I am not qualified? If she is not qualified, then who is qualified? Her." The long sword in his hand pointed at Yunshu, and the prince spoke word by word, gritting his teeth. "She is just a princess born of a noble family. She is not even worthy of being compared with me. If it weren't for my mother's mercy, and letting her go, because she was just a princess, and not a big threat, she would never have lived to grow up. Today, I will send her to the place where she should have gone a long time ago." The moment the voice fell, the long sword in the prince's hand pierced Yunshu. The cold metal light brought by the tip of the sword passing through the air made Yunshu's hands, under his sleeves, unconsciously tighten a little. Tang Yuanlin, who was pointed at by the black-armored soldier with a sword, subconsciously wanted to rush over to stop him. Fortunately, Tang Xinhua still remembered Yunshu's previous instructions, and grabbed his grandfather's arm tightly, and stopped him by force. Yunshu widened his eyes in horror, grasping the sleeve of the third prince, and trying to ask someone to protect him. Everything happened in a flash, and everyone saw Yunshu sitting in her seat without dodging, thinking that she was already scared silly, and some timid ones even closed their eyes. However, the next moment, a black shadow fell from the sky, and the long sword in the hands of the prince was picked up by someone, and just stuck on the long table in front of Xinping Ho, making waves of sword vibrations. Hearing the movement, everyone opened their eyes carefully, and saw a young man in black clothes with a stern expression protecting Yunshu with an expressionless face. Even though he was pointed at by more than a dozen long swords around him, he still did not show any panic. The deposed prince calmly moved his wrist that had just been numbed by the shock, squinted his eyes, and looked at the man in black in front of him. After a while, he suddenly showed a mocking smile. "Dragon Shadow Guard, father, you are really biased. You can't blame your father for that." Yunshu slowly poked half of his head out from behind a coup and explained to Emperor Xuanwu. "In fact, I didn't have Dragon Shadow Guard before, but it was thanks to your mother that I got sick and was so scared that I immediately asked father for a few after I woke up. I asked for a few. So it's not just one, but several." For a moment, anger, jealousy, unwillingness, resentment, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart, and the deposed prince shouted angrily, "Shut up. You have no right to interrupt me when I'm talking to you. I don't like to hear that." Yunshu sighed, and in front of the deposed prince, he turned his head and seriously confirmed with Emperor Xuanwu. "Father, you said before that today is your son's birthday, and your son can do whatever he wants, right?" Although the original words were not like this, the meaning was similar. Emperor Xuanwu responded indifferently. After getting the answer he wanted, Yunshu turned around and showed a nonchalant smile to the deposed prince. "In that case, I'd better tell you to shut up." "Just you?" The prince also realized something was wrong at this time, but his plan was flawless. Now the Linda Palace has been surrounded by his black armored guards. "Just me." Yuan-shu raised his eyebrows, and then suddenly raised his voice. Where is Yunhu, the commander of the Imperial Guards? I'm here. A sonorous voice came from outside the palace, accompanied by the sound of the black armored guards outside being kicked in. Yun, who brought the Imperial Guards, and appeared in a more handsome posture than the deposed prince. Yuan-shu tilted his head to admire for 2 seconds, and then looked at the deposed prince again with a smile. How is it, okay? I underestimated you. The deposed prince's face was as gloomy as water. He stared at Yuan-shu for a long time, and suddenly sneered. But do you think you have one like this? Second brother, do you want to say that the old subordinates of Xianping Ho are on the way? Yuan-shu looked innocent, but they can't come. She actually knew. Why did she know this? Someone betrayed him. Was it Xianping Ho? Chapter 237. The last trump card was casually mentioned by Yuan-shu, and the calm expression on the face of the abandoned prince finally broke. He snatched the sword of the black armored guard beside him, turned around and put it on the neck of Xianping Ho, with a ferocious face. How dare you betray me? I didn't, and I don't know. I have no idea how things have developed to this point. I didn't get the merit of following the dragon, but the 9 clans elimination game is right in front of me. Xianping Ho was panicking when a sword was suddenly placed on his neck. He knew that if he didn't say something, he would be sent to hell by the deposed prince without waiting for the Emperor Xuanwu to decide. He made up his mind and stood on the side of the deposed prince. Your Highness, don't panic. We don't know what the situation is outside the palace yet. Maybe our people won? You are right. He didn't know whether he really thought what Xianping Ho said made sense, or was simply desperate. Grasping the last straw, he desperately hoped it was true. After muttering, the deposed prince's expression became firm again. It's still unknown who will win. I still have a chance. It's a beautiful dream. Yuan-shu sneered. You do have a chance, and you still have a chance to reincarnate. You? Shut up. Returning the deposed prince's previous scolding, Yuan-shu listened to the new round of movement outside and raised his chin slightly. Didn't you say it's still unknown who will win? Now we know. Already got the result? The prince's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He suddenly turned around, and when he saw the face of the leader of the former subordinates of the Marquis Xianping appear at the door of the Linda Hall, the surprise in his eyes suddenly blossomed, but less than a second later, he saw the man kneeling down with tears streaming down his face. Your Highness, please forgive me. I am incompetent. Buzz. The smile froze on his lips, and before he could even fall, the deposed prince's mind went blank. He watched Shuo Fengxin, who followed behind, kick away the former subordinates of the Marquis Xianping, stride forward to Emperor Xuanwu and Yuan-shu, kneel on one knee, and say in a loud voice, I have fulfilled my mission. Okay. Since Yuan-shu spoke, he has almost never expressed his opinion again. Emperor Xuanwu finally raised his eyes coldly until this moment, and said sternly, the deposed crown prince Yuan-shu Cheng committed treason and forced the emperor to abdicate. Fortunately, my 5th daughter Yuan-shu is gifted, thoughtful, far-sighted, and brilliant. She is admired by people far and wide. She anticipated the deposed crown prince's conspiracy, and made careful arrangements. She has made this great achievement, which makes me very happy. Now I will make her the crown princess, and put her in the East Palace to strengthen the rule for thousands of years, and win the hearts of the people. Now, make her the crown princess? Before I could recover from the series of events, including the deposed crown prince forcing the emperor to abdicate, Princess Shengyan being well prepared, and the deposed crown prince's failure to force the emperor to abdicate, I turned my head and heard His Majesty's golden words, making the crown princess. The ministers were completely stunned, and even Yuan-shu herself did not expect such a thing. Although when she relayed the news that Ji Yongtian told her to Emperor Xuanwu said that he could temporarily give her the authority to mobilize the Imperial Guards and the capital camp, and let her be fully responsible for dealing with this matter, she had thought that Emperor Xuanwu might be considering her as a candidate for the crown prince. But she thought it was just a test. She didn't expect the other party to be so powerful, and the position of the princess was given to her as soon as she opened her mouth. But this is indeed a good thing for her. Therefore, after a brief shock, Yuan-shu was the first to come to her senses, accepted the decree and thanked the emperor. The ministers who were dissatisfied with her being made the princess were half a beat slower. Their cheeks turned red, and they wanted to object, but under such circumstances, they didn't dare to say a word. Only the deposed crown prince, after hearing that everything was settled, the first thing Emperor Xuanwu said was not to punish him, the deposed crown prince, who plotted treason, but to make Yuan-shu the crown princess, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Ha, ha ha ha. From the beginning, he laughed in a daze and mocked, then laughed like crazy, and finally laughed until tears came out. The deposed crown prince finally raised his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Emperor Xuanwu with mocking eyes. I didn't expect that I would become a helper in helping Yunshu ascend to the position of crown princess. Father, you also know that it is not easy to make Yunshu the crown princess, and there will be a lot of opposition. So for your beloved daughter, you can only sacrifice me, your son. After forcing the emperor to abdicate, when everyone is still not in a state of shock, let the dust settle. Ha! You are really cruel enough to kill people, and not to offend them. You must let him see Yunshu being made the crown princess with his own eyes, and make him clearly realize that even if he has forced the emperor to abdicate and committed the crime of treason, in the eyes of the emperor, it is still not as important as seeking benefits for Yunshu. Lonely. His self-proclaimed title was indeed correct. After all the prosperity in the past was gone, he was left alone. The deposed prince lowered his eyes, looked at the long sword in his hand, and slowly curved his lips into a cold smile. The fifth sister is born today, and she is also appointed as the princess. It's a double happiness. I don't have anything good to give you. How about giving you a life? Ah, coup! Yunshu realized what the deposed prince wanted to do, and his pupils shrank suddenly. The moment he opened his mouth, a black shadow flashed in front of him, knocked down the long sword in the deposed prince's hand in an instant, and pressed him to the ground. The deposed prince struggled twice, but couldn't move. The calmness of going to death was once again replaced by embarrassed hatred. Yunshu, I tell you, don't try to pretend to be here. What good person? You? Second brother, you misunderstood. I have no interest in pretending to be a good person. I just think you are unlucky. She didn't want to think of such an unlucky thing every year on her birthday. Yunshu glanced at the deposed prince coldly, turned around and discussed with Emperor Xuanwu. Father, do you think this matter can be dealt with after today? Didn't you hear what the princess said? After all, seeing blood is not a good thing. It would be fine if Yunshu Cheng, the rebellious son, chose such a good day as today to rebel, but now that he has been captured alive, it is natural to postpone the handling. Emperor Xuanwu waved his hand with a cold face, signaling the guards to take everyone away quickly, pack up what should be packed up, and withdraw what should be withdrawn, and everything should be restored to its original state as soon as possible. It's just that the banquet can be restored, but the previous mood and atmosphere can never be restored. Yunshu also knew this very well, so he simply let everyone disperse. Chapter 238. The eldest prince had a gloomy face. He was originally mixed in the crowd, and walked out with the crowd. Unexpectedly, a brisk voice came from behind him. Big brother, wait a minute. Fifth. The eldest prince paused, and turned to look at the person who came. The habitual phrase fifth sister almost came out of his mouth. He remembered that this person's identity was different from the past, and changed his words in a deep voice. What else does your highness want? Didn't Big Brother just say that he had collected a lot of fruits of the weaving shell flower, as a birthday gift for me? As if she didn't see the displeasure in the eldest prince's eyes, Yunshu smiled and asked him. I wonder where the fruits of the weaving shell flower are now. The eldest prince, ? Are you crazy? She really wants it? What else is there for that pile of things besides taking up space? The eldest prince was puzzled, but he still responded lightly. If the princess is in a hurry, I will have someone send it to the palace tomorrow. No need to send it to the palace, just send it directly to the Ministry of Works. Yunshu nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, eldest brother. It should be. Seeing Yunshu turn around and leave after saying this, the eldest prince's frown could not help but tighten. Send it to the Ministry of Works. Could it be that the fruits of the weaving shell flower really have some great use? Then wouldn't his plan be? Yunshu didn't know or care about the eldest prince's doubts. The next morning, after she received the imperial edict officially conferring her the title of Princess Royal, the first thing she did was to issue an order in her capacity as Princess Royal, ordering the chambers of commerce in each state to purchase unlimited quantities of the fruits of the weaving shell flower on her behalf at the price of 5 cents per pound, and to deliver all the fruits received to the capital within 3 months at the latest. In the decree, she also specifically mentioned that the person who sent the fruit of the weaving shell flower to the capital must be the president of the local chamber of commerce himself. At the same time as the decree was issued, Yunshu did not forget to publish this news again in the Tiansheng Weekly, striving to let all the people of Tiansheng know about this matter. For a time, the work of purchasing the fruit of the weaving shell flower in various places in Tiansheng was in full swing. When General Wei Yuan learned about this, he thought of the previous plan of the eldest prince and immediately sent someone to spread the prearranged words. When the eldest prince learned about this, his people had already impeached the princess in front of all the ministers in the morning court for being arrogant and extravagant, and for abusing her power to satisfy her own selfishness. The eldest prince, No, who asked them to show up at this time? The eldest prince didn't even need to look up to feel that the gaze of his father, who seemed to have condensed into substance, was sweeping over him heavily, as if silently warning him of something. The eldest prince lowered his eyes to hide the bitterness and unwillingness in his eyes, and said nothing. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanwu quickly moved his eyes away from him, and asked in a dignified and light voice, "Princess, what do you say?" "Father, I feel wronged." Before becoming a princess, Yuanshu was famous for her straightforwardness. After becoming a princess, she did not want to compromise herself for the so-called perfect princess image and hold up her idle burden to talk about gentlemanly conduct with these ministers, who always impeached her. How can it be that she can't complain back just because others impeach her? The person sitting on the dragon throne is her own father. "Do you understand, my dear father?" Yuanshu raised his head with confidence and complained back. "I paid for the people of Tianshan out of my own pocket and worked hard. As an imperial censor, Mr. Chen is responsible for supervising all officials, but he made unwarranted speculations based on hearsay and exaggerated unconfirmed things and brought them to my father. At the very least, this is dereliction of duty, and at the most, this is deceiving the emperor. I dare not. Your Majesty, every word I say is true. I didn't expect that Her Highness the Princess would be so unconventional." After being impeached, she did not rush to defend herself, but was busy putting the blame on others. Censor Chen, who was caught off guard and deceiving the emperor, was shocked and quickly defended himself. Her Highness the Princess mobilized chambers of commerce from all over the country to help, and bought a large number of them at a price of 5 cents per pound. There is nothing to it except that it looks good. The fruit of the weaving shell flower is very useful. This is known to everyone. It is not fabricated or maliciously slandered by this humble minister. Who told you that the fruit of the weaving shell flower has no use except for its beauty? Early before the court session today, Yuanshu had expected such a situation to occur. He said confidently, "Father, I have evidence to prove that the fruit of the weaving shell flower is of great benefit to the people." "Oh!" Thinking of the result given by the life choice simulation system that more than 90% of the people have difficulty in enduring the cold winter, Emperor Xuanwu was obviously interested. "What evidence?" "The evidence is outside." Yuanshu turned around, and soon a young eunuch outside received the order, took the tray from Tingxue, and respectfully brought it into the hall. "Isn't this just an ordinary piece of clothing?" General Wei Yuan stretched his neck and took a quick glance at the tray when it passed by him. "What does this have to do with the fruit of the weaving shell flower?" "It's a big deal." Yuanshu snorted and laughed, picked up the only weaving shell flower fruit in the corner of the tray, and held it in front of the eldest prince. "Speaking of which, this batch of weaving shell flower fruits was purchased by my eldest brother for me." "Then please confirm first. Is this the weaving shell flower fruit?" "Yes." The eldest prince stared at the fruit in front of him with a brown shell wrapped in white soft flocks, and said in a deep voice, "This is it." "Then please take a good look." Yuanshu stretched out his hand and pulled out the white cotton wool inside. "This thing, stuffed in clothes, is light and it can keep you warm." Light and warm. General Wei Yuan was the first to disbelieve. Just based on this thing? General Wei Yuan doesn't believe it? Yuanshu stretched out a finger and picked up the clothes on the tray. "Why don't you try it on and feel it yourself?" "Try it." He took the clothes, and the moment he got it, General Wei Yuan felt the difference of this clothes. First of all, it was thicker to pinch, but it was soft inside and very comfortable to pinch. Although it was heavier than an ordinary single piece of clothing, it was still very light overall. Could it be that what the princess said was true, and this thing was very warm? If there really was light and warm clothes, the frontier army would no longer have to suffer the cold in winter. Realizing that this was very likely the treasure he had dreamed of before, General Wei Yuan didn't care about questioning it at this moment and quickly put the clothes on himself. Chapter 239. Perhaps martial artists have good physiques and are more afraid of heat than ordinary people. Even though it is not that hot at the end of summer in the capital, General Wei Yuan broke out in a sweat in a very short time after putting on this cotton coat. It is really warm. Thinking about taking such clothes to the border to give each soldier one, General Wei Yuan even forgot that he was here to target Yuanshu today. After taking off the cotton coat with sweat all over his head, he asked excitedly, "Your Highness, may I ask if this clothes are difficult to make? How much is one? Can each soldier in the army have one? The price is not expensive. There are about 2 kilograms of cotton in an average piece of clothing. According to the purchase price of this palace, the cost is. It only costs about 10 coins. If the fabric outside is the most common kind worn by ordinary people, This one can be bought for about 50 coins. Looking at the obviously excited expression of General Wei Yuan, Yuan Shu said slowly, General, what do you think of this dress? Good. General Wei Yuan nodded without thinking. Great. Is it right? Yuan Shu smiled slightly, turned around and bowed to Emperor Xuanwu. Father, you see, the facts prove that the censor Chen is talking nonsense and wrongly accusing me. General Wei Yuan, that's right. Wait, something seems to be wrong. Coming back to his senses from the surprise, General Wei Yuan, who remembered what was going on, retracted his teeth. On the other hand, Emperor Xuanwu above was very pleased. Good. As expected of the princess I value, you care about the people, which is a blessing for the country. Censor Chen, what else do you have to say? I dare not. Censor Chen has been sweating profusely since General Wei Yuan put on the cotton coat. The difference is that General Wei Yuan was really hot, while he was just scared. I am so ignorant that I didn't know that the fruit of the weaving shell flower could be so useful. Therefore, I misunderstood Her Majesty the Princess. It is really my fault. I hope Her Majesty the Princess and Your Majesty will forgive me. We have never seen the fruit of the weaving shell flower before. It is understandable that Censor Chen does not know its use. After accidentally pitting his colleague, General Wei Yuan bit the bullet and asked for help. He probably didn't mean it. Things that are not clear should be clarified first. Emperor Xuanwu snorted coldly. Since this is a first-time offender, I will only fine him 3 months' salary this time. If it happens again, don't blame me for being merciless. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. After successfully escaping the disaster, Qin Yushi kowtowed to thank the emperor for his grace, and then returned to his seat in disgrace, lowering his head, and not daring to speak casually again. The eldest prince suddenly took another step forward. Your Majesty, I think that since the fruit of the weaving shell flower has such a great use, it would be better to directly inform the people of its use. The people in need will keep these weaving shell flower fruits and make them into clothes. In this way, it will save the princess from the trouble of paying out of her own pocket, and in the end, she will be mistakenly believed that she wants to buy all the weaving shell flower fruits at a low price, make them into clothes, and then sell them at a high price to make money from the people. Oh, you are using this set of green tea words to accuse her of something bad again, right? The eldest prince doesn't learn anything good, but only learns these tea-like things. Yuan Shu sneered and took out a copy of Tiansheng Weekly from his sleeve pocket. Father, I think what the eldest brother said makes sense. So after making these clothes, I wrote an article overnight, and carefully explained the method of filling the woven shell flower fruit into clothes and quilts. The one in my hand now is the latest sample issue. The eldest prince, damn it, he was predicted. After a battle, the other party won, and when he left the court, the eldest prince looked very sour. General Wei Yuan knew that he had not performed well this time, so he leaned over and comforted him. Your Highness, please be at ease. Let's think positively. The people must have grown a lot of fruits of the weaving shell flower. After they keep the amount for their own clothes and quilts, the rest must be sold to the princess. But after the princess paid for this part, she couldn't make them into clothes and quilts and sell them to make money, because the people already have them. In this way, isn't the princess still losing money? How much money can she lose with the remaining weaving shell flower fruits? The eldest prince. He was not comforted, and he gritted his teeth angrily and said, the most important thing is the people's hearts. Clothes and quilts are things that everyone needs. How many people will not have to suffer from the cold in the winter because of her? And how many people will always remember her kindness? What is money? That little money is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the princess. General Wei Yuan, ? Just speak nicely. Why are you still talking about money? Money is so important. He has only saved a few hundred coins without his wife's knowledge for so many years. Those who say money is nothing are all people who don't know the sufferings of the world. General Wei Yuan curled his lips. Because the man in front of him was the master he chose, he racked his brains to think of a reason to appease him. Aren't there people from the Chamber of Commerce? The princess had previously designated the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce to send the fruits of the weaving shell flower, which was definitely for the business of clothes and quilts. Now that the business can't be done, the princess can't take back this order in order to prevent people from knowing that she had indeed planned to make money from the people. At that time, the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce in various places will have made a wasted trip, and will definitely complain about the princess. Once the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce have complaints about her, then the business tax will be. If something goes wrong, there might be some trouble. Yes, why didn't he think of this before? Because Yuan Shu had been making a fuss about having a dream and building warships to send troops to the kingdom of Riya. The treasury is now so empty that even mice are unwilling to go in. the Emperor and the Minister of Revenue are now counting on the commercial tax at the end of the year. If there is any problem with the commercial tax again, then he doesn't need to say anything. The Minister of Revenue will directly confront Yunshu. And if it really comes to that, I'm sure even the Emperor will be unhappy, right? Thinking of this, the gloom on the face of the eldest prince finally dissipated a lot. At the same time, on the other side, Yunshu, who didn't know that the eldest prince and General Wei Yuan had come up with a bunch of nonsense, had already followed Emperor Xuanwu to the imperial study. As soon as she entered the door, she saw that next to the familiar dragon table, a set of slightly smaller tables and chairs were placed. Yunshu? It can't be what she thought. Chapter 240. What are you still standing there for? Seeing Yunshu standing there without moving, Emperor Xuanwu urged. Didn't you see your seat? I saw it. It was really prepared for her. Yunshu swallowed hard. But father, why should I be here? Of course, I am learning how to handle government affairs from me. Emperor Xuanwu said, as a matter of course. You are now the princess, and you will inherit my Tiansheng kingdom in the future. These memorials on my desk will also be handled by you in the future. Yunshu glanced at Emperor Xuanwu. The 3 piles of memorials on the table were piled up, like a small mountain. Suddenly, he felt a little weak. Isn't it a little too early now? What do you mean by early? Emperor Xuanwu glanced at her. You spend more time in the upper study than others? Who knows how long it will take you to learn the things in the imperial study? Yunshu? How come she is not the emperor's favorite daughter now? Why is this poking at people's hearts for no reason? Yunshu curled her lips. But I still have some things to do. I have to go to the Ministry of Works. What else do you have to do? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. She has already prepared winter clothes and quilts. Why would she go to the Ministry of Works? I plan to pave cement roads on the main roads of the capital at my own expense. Yunshu straightened his back and said proudly, the capital is under the feet of the emperor, so it should have the style of an imperial city. Now many bricks on the main road far from the palace and the city have been damaged, and the road outside the city is even more muddy, which really undermines the majesty of the imperial city. I know that the Ministry of Revenue cannot afford to pay any more money in the current situation, but it doesn't matter. As the princess, I have the obligation to contribute to the construction of Tiansheng dynasty and seek benefits for the people. Emperor Xuanwu? Although the word sounded quite nice, and even surprised him, why did he always feel that something was strange? Although this kid is quite reliable at critical moments, she is still not serious most of the time. After frowning and staring at her for a while, Emperor Xuanwu suddenly narrowed his eyes. I remember you said before that you wanted to make money by building roads. In short, no matter what, the city of the capital, I will pay for it out of my own pocket. Other things can be told to the emperor openly, but not this one. So much silver. Who knows that the emperor, who has a lot of money in his private treasury but still wants to cheat Yunshu Huan's pocket money, will turn around and rely on his status as an emperor to get things done before her after knowing her way of making money. Yunshu blinked, with a simple and harmless face. Father, you won't even stop this, right? That's not the case. It doesn't require him to pay for it from the national treasury, so why stop such a good thing? Emperor Xuanwu responded majestically. If you have this intention, just do it. Thank you, father. Yunshu cupped his hands. Then shall I go to the Ministry of Works today? Well, wait a minute. Emperor Xuanwu just nodded, and then remembered another thing. I have something else I want to ask your opinion on. The East Palace has been cleared out now. If you wish, you can have people start moving things today. The place where the deposed crown prince lived before. Yunshu's expression was a little subtle. What if I don't want to? If you think the original East Palace is not good, you could also demolish it and rebuild it. Emperor Xuanwu said very open-mindedly. But you know what the situation is at the Ministry of Revenue, so you have to pay for it yourself. Yunshu, It's really not easy for her to be a crown princess. She has to pay for the reconstruction of the East Palace herself. Let's take a step back. Can't the emperor build a house for his most beloved daughter out of his own pocket? In modern times, ordinary families with a little bit of financial resources will buy a house for their daughters. Yunshu muttered in her heart, but still agreed. Then I will ask someone to calculate how much money it will cost later. There is no way. Who made her a crown princess? In the future, officials from the court will inevitably come to her for discussion. After all, Fengyang Palace is in the harem, and officials from the former court cannot enter or leave at all, so she has to move to the front. That is to say, she is still young and has just started to get involved in government affairs, otherwise there would be no time for reconstruction. Leaving the imperial study, thinking of the money she was about to spend on the new East Palace, Yunshu became more determined to make more money. After she left the palace, she immediately went to find Jiang Yuanbao. There was no other way. My grandfather was still keeping an eye on the warships in the Ministry of Industry. After Zheng Qiaoan was enlightened by her last time, he had been thinking about the steam problem in his dreams. Now there is only Jiang Yuanbao left, because the cement plant can operate independently, and he no longer needs to keep an eye on it. When Yunshu arrived, Jiang Yuanbao was still holding the cotton in his hand and thinking about something. He raised his head when he heard the noise. The moment he saw Yunshu, his eyes lit up. "I pay my respects to your highness the princess." "Get up, what are you thinking about?" "Your highness, I saw you stuff this thing into your clothes before, and made them into soft and warm winter clothes. I thought that if these threads could be woven directly into threads and made into cloth, it would definitely be very comfortable." Jiang Yuanbao said, scratching his head a little embarrassedly. "It's a pity that I haven't had time to try it, otherwise I could let your highness take a look." "Isn't it a coincidence?" Yunshu raised his eyebrows, took out a blueprint from his sleeve pocket, and handed it to the other party. "Look at this." "This is..." Jiang Yuanbao was stunned for a moment, took the blueprint, and pondered it carefully for a moment, and the light in his eyes became brighter. "This is an improved version of the textile machine. Looking closely, the changes are actually not big, just changing the original horizontal single spindle into 8 vertical spindles, but the efficiency has increased 8-fold. It's true that the blueprint looks like this, but I haven't tried it in practice. You can make one first, and use the fruit of the weaving shell flower to try to see if you can spin yarn. If you can, use this to spin more yarn and then weave it into cloth. But remember, you must keep it secret during this period, and don't let outsiders know." "Yes." Although Jiang Yuanbao didn't know why the princess had such a request, he didn't ask anything and agreed immediately. "I just don't know when the princess needs this woven cloth. Just make it within a month, and..." Yunshu said, and took out another stack of silver notes. "This is also for you. Let the cement factory make more cement. I want to pave the road for the capital." Chapter 241. The whole capital city is paved? Jiang Yuanbao was stunned and hesitated. That may be difficult. It is not necessary to pave the whole city. Just pave the main roads in the city, and the main road leading into the city. Knowing the difficulty of his hesitation, Yunshu nodded slightly and said, "I will ask the people of the capital camp to help with the road closure. In addition, the recruitment information will be published in the Beijing Daily. You only need to supervise it." "Yes." After giving instructions on the paving and textile machines, Yunshu, under the urging of Emperor Xuanwu, honestly started her days of working in the imperial study after leaving the court every day. Good news, after she read the memorial to Emperor Xuanwu during the autumn hunt and complained that the memorial had too much nonsense, Emperor Xuanwu, who agreed with her, ordered rectification. In the past year, officials from all over Tiansheng have gradually become accustomed to simplifying the contents of memorials. Now the memorials almost do not have any redundant words. The bad news is that because of the oversimplification, the memorials are all compressed packages of enhanced classical Chinese. It is okay when encountering more ordinary content, but if the matter itself is more complicated, Yunshu's half-baked classical Chinese reading level will be a bit strenuous to read. When Emperor Xuanwu first discovered that she could not even accurately understand the contents of some memorials, he was so angry that he almost sent her back to the study room. Fortunately, after Yunshu corrected her learning attitude, she made very fast progress. In less than a month, Li Dihai, standing outside, basically could not hear the angry teaching voice of His Majesty in the imperial study room. Of course, this was not entirely because Yunshu made rapid progress in his studies. More importantly, when the two discussed government affairs, Yunshu could always silence Emperor Xuanwu with a very unique point of view. For example, General Wei Yuan reported that Beixiang has evil ambitions and must be guarded against. He wants to use cement to reinforce the existing Great Wall and build a new section to extend to Yuzhou. What do you think? Father, I think it is unnecessary. Why? Yunshu said confidently. Isn't the treasury now out of money? It will cost a lot to build the Great Wall. It would be fine if there was no shortage of money. At most, it would be interesting to leave it as a tourist attraction for future generations. But it is obviously very short of money, but it is still going to take the trouble to build it. What if the Great Wall is moved to the inner circle in the future, and the border defense effect is completely lost? Why bother? Emperor Xuanwu, ? How can the Great Wall built along the border be moved to the inner circle in the country? Does the Great Wall have legs, and can't it run by itself? Emperor Xuanwu subconsciously wanted to refute, but the next moment, he remembered the ending of unifying the world simulated by the life choice simulation system before. Emperor Xuanwu, the Tiansheng emperor who unified the world, could it be Yunshu, this brat? Emperor Xuanwu looked at him silently. He could only write with chicken feathers and goose feathers. When he used a proper brush, his hand was full of dog-like handwriting. A few days ago, he couldn't even recognize all the characters when reviewing a memorial. He kept saying that it was an uncommon character. Yunshu couldn't be blamed. Emperor Xuanwu felt suffocated. How to say it, it's not that I'm unhappy, but my mood is quite complicated, and it's hard not to feel a sense of regret that this brat can do it. Why can't I? While Emperor Xuanwu and Yunshu were in the imperial study, looking at each other in silence every now and then, and even occasionally returning to the scene. The first caravan carrying the fruit of the weaving shell flower finally arrived less than 10 miles away from the capital. Stop! Stop! The anxious voice of the servant came from the carriage. The driver in front pulled the reins as usual, jumped off the front shaft, and then skillfully took out a small footstool, watching his master run out of the carriage with his mouth covered, and then vomited violently while holding onto a tree trunk by the roadside. Master, you've suffered so much on this trip. The driver shook his head helplessly. It's not easy to be the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Who says it's not? The servant beside him took a handkerchief and a kettle and delivered them to his master. When he came back, he also sighed. Master couldn't stand such long-distance travel since he was a child. After taking over the family business, the business was basically handed over to a few confidants. It's been many years since I took a carriage to travel far. Who would have thought that the princess would issue an order and directly name each of them? The president of the local chamber of commerce must be present in person. The master has lost a lot of weight along the way. How far is it? Ming Pixu, the president of the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce, whose face turned pale from vomiting, felt a little better now. He turned around and asked weakly, "Can we reach the city today?" Yes, yes. The driver had followed the caravan to the capital several times before, and was familiar with the road conditions here. When he heard his master's question, he nodded and said, "It's about 10 miles to the capital. The stone bricks in the capital are relatively flat, so the carriage will run much more smoothly, and you won't feel so uncomfortable." That means I have to bump another 10 miles? For people who suffer from severe motion sickness, the words behind are not important. Ming Pixu could only hear the words "there are still 10 miles to the capital," and he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. No, let's rest here today. It won't be too late to enter the capital tomorrow. No, sir. Although this place is not far from the capital, it is in the wilderness after all, and it is not as safe as the city at night. We have persevered all the way here. If something goes wrong outside the city, it will be too uneconomical. The close servant quickly persuaded, "Let's just endure it for a little while. When we get to the capital, you can stay for a few more days to rest. Isn't it more comfortable than resting here?" Ming Pixu, But he really couldn't stand it. If it goes on like this, his brain will be shaken out. Ming Pixu had a bitter face. Even though he was extremely reluctant, he was persuaded by the servant to get on the carriage. He was ready to be shaken again, but unexpectedly, the shaking lasted for less than an instant's stick of time, and then he heard bursts of exclamations from outside, and then the shaking carriage under him suddenly became extremely smooth. Even when driving in the cities they passed by before, it was not so smooth. Could it be that the driver was wrong before, and it was not actually 10 miles away, and they had entered the capital so quickly? Chapter 242. The whole journey was traumatic for him. When Ming Pixu gritted his teeth and got back on the carriage, his heart was broken and desperate. This road that suddenly became flat and not bumpy at all was the only light in the abyss for Ming Pixu. It was simply a life-saving straw. Ming Pixu excitedly lifted the curtain, thinking that he would see the prosperous capital, but we haven't entered the city yet? Although he had never been to the capital before, this road was overgrown with weeds on both sides, a wilderness, and only occasionally a few wisps of smoke could be seen from afar. It couldn't be the imperial city. Ming Pixu lowered his head in astonishment. He was even more shocked when he saw it. Why is this road so smooth? Has the road to the capital always been like this? It should be newly built. I have never seen such a smooth road before. Hearing his question, the driver turned his head slightly. When I came here last year, this place was no different from other places, all dirt roads. You are lucky, sir. Knowing that you can't stand the bumps, the roads here have been rebuilt this year. You haven't seen it before? That is to say, this road building method is likely to have only appeared this year. If so, he must ask around. If he can learn such a powerful method, is he afraid of not being able to make money? thinking that the Ming family may reach an unprecedented peak under his leadership in the future, and he himself can always sit firmly on the throne of the president of the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Ming Pixie feels that the discomfort caused by motion sickness seems to have been reduced a lot. The first thing he did after entering the city was to ask people about this road, and his people did not disappoint him. They soon came back with the latest news. You said that the princess paid the road with her own money? That's what the people outside said. The servant wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded vigorously. This is no secret in the city. The road was paved less than a month ago. Before that, Her Highness the Princess published a recruitment notice in the Beijing Daily. It is said that when paving the road, the people from the Beijing camp were mobilized to help block the road, blocking a section and paving a section. These main roads in the city, plus the highway we walked when we entered Beijing, were completely paved under the eyes of the people in the city. The material used is what Her Highness the Princess used to rebuild the dam before, and it is called cement. Cement? Ming Pixie had heard about the princess's dream of the flood through the Tianxing Weekly. But because he didn't see it with his own eyes, and it didn't concern him, he never really took it to heart. But he didn't expect that cement was so extraordinary. Ming Pixie couldn't wait to ask, have you found out any news about cement? I heard that this thing was first figured out by Her Royal Highness, and a man named Jiang from the Ministry of Works. The court built a cement factory outside the city specifically for producing cement, but the formula has never been circulated. Her Royal Highness paid for the road repair this time, and she bought cement from the cement factory. The servant recalled what he had learned today, and was about to add a few more words, but suddenly another servant rushed in from outside. Master, someone from the palace just brought a message, saying that Her Royal Highness invited you to meet at the Ministry of Works tomorrow. Princess? Ming Pixie jumped up in shock and subconsciously looked outside. Is the messenger still here? The eunuch seems to have other things to do, and it's urgent. I wanted to come to you directly at first, but he said that it would be the same if I told him to convey the message. He left after leaving that message. The messenger was also meeting someone from the palace for the first time, and he was a little nervous at this moment. Master, do you think there is anything wrong? If there is a need, the eunuch may not have gone too far. I may try and catch up with him. No need. Ming Pixie slowly exhaled. Let's go. Then did the eunuch tell me why the princess summoned me to the Ministry of Works? No. The servant shook his head decisively. He just told you to go to the Ministry of Works at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Because he couldn't figure out why the princess summoned him, Ming Pixie, who should have had a good sleep, finally ended the pain of riding a long-distance carriage temporarily. He tossed and turned on the couch all night. When he woke up the next morning, his huge dark circles and more haggard face than the previous few days scared the servant, who served him personally, so he had to run out and buy 2 more bottles of women's powder. Ming Pixie, can you really use this? He was a little worried. Have you used it on others before? Don't worry, isn't it just to make the face whiter? The servant just felt that his master was worrying about nothing. It's just this thing, just apply it on the face. What can go wrong? It's better than going to see the princess with these 2 eye bags that are almost hanging to the chin, right? The straight male servant with a very tragic aesthetic taste worked hard on Ming Pixie's face. When he was done, he admired his work with great satisfaction. It looks much better now. Look, how white it is. The 2 big black eye bags are completely invisible. Ming Pixie took a casual look with a not very clear bronze mirror. He felt that his face seemed to have no other changes except that it was whiter than before. Hearing the servant say that it was good, he put down the bronze mirror with confidence and stood up. Let's go, we have to get to the Ministry of Works early, and we can't let the princess wait for us. Don't worry, sir, the driver is already waiting outside. There must be enough time. Here, Ming Pixie and his servant rushed to the Ministry of Works early, while Yunshu was still in the carriage, telling Yunshu seriously, when I talk to someone about something, you are not allowed to interrupt me, and you are not allowed to tell others afterwards, otherwise, no matter how much trouble you make next time, I will not take you out of the palace, understand? 5th sister, don't worry. Don't you trust me? Yunshu patted his chest, and gave a very convincing reason. I am now living on the dividends from Tianxing Weekly and Jingsheng Daily that you gave me, and I dare not offend you even if I offend my father. Yunshu, Okay, I reluctantly believed it. Take Yunshu to the Ministry of Works with him. Knowing that the president of Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce was waiting in the side yard, Yunshu turned his head and paused. Chapter 243. Why do you look like that? What? The official in charge of the Ministry of Works, who was being asked, did not expect that the princess would stop and turn back when she was about to go to the side courtyard. so that he could not control the expression on his face, and was caught by the princess. He was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed dryly with a subtle embarrassment. Your Highness, I just thought of the president of the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce. He looks really strange. Strange? How strange can it be? Does he have 2 noses or 3 eyes? Yunshu, who was aroused by a trace of curiosity, raised his eyebrows and started again. Just as he walked to the door of the side courtyard, he heard Yunshuhuan's scream suddenly coming from inside. Her eyes fixed, and she quickly quickened her pace, but before she had taken a few steps, she saw Yunshuhuan running towards her. Fifth sister, run, there's a ghost inside. Yunshu, ? What's this guy up to? When Yunshuhuan ran past her, she grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Realizing that he wanted to continue running out, Yunshu's mouth twitched, and she chuckled helplessly. Didn't you agree to follow me obediently? Why are you running around? There's. He's out. After stuttering a few words to explain, Yunshuhuan unconsciously looked back, and was immediately scared to the point of almost taking off on the spot, and hid behind Yunshu in a flash. Yunshu frowned and looked in the direction he was looking at before, and saw a middle-aged man with a layer of flour on his face running out of the house in panic with a servant, turning back from time to glance back. Is there something strange in the house? Although she believes in science more, she has traveled through time. What if... why did he come here again? Just when Yunshu was about to believe it, Yunshuhuan's trembling voice sounded again behind her. Woo! His face is so pale. How long has he been dead? Yunshu? ? The heart that had just been tightened fell back to its original place. Yunshu pulled the man out from behind him, pointed at the white-faced middle-aged man and asked him, You've been yelling for so long, can't you be talking about him? No, isn't it? From the tone of his fifth sister, Yunshuhuan heard that this matter seemed to be different from what he imagined. He swallowed his saliva and looked at Ming Pixie twice more. Who looks like this? After being scared for a long time, he also thought there was a ghost in the house. It was not until now that he realized that the ghost was actually his own Ming Pixie. ? When the two sides met, it took a lot of effort to figure out what happened. Yunshu pressed his eyebrows, and really didn't want to make any comments on it. It's my fault for not considering it. If I had known this, I should have let President Ming rest for 2 more days. It has nothing to do with your highness. It's just that my body can't stand the tossing. Ming Pixie subconsciously raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat, and a white spot suddenly appeared on his sleeves. Ming Hizuo, It's easy to imagine that the color on his face must be very interesting. The already stiff smile became even drier, and Ming Hizuo gritted his teeth and raised his hand. I wonder if your highness would allow me to wash my face first. Go ahead. It was a real challenge for her to talk to such a face seriously. Yunshu waved her hand decisively, signaling the other party to wash off the 2 pounds of powder on his face. Ming Pixie was as if he had been pardoned when he heard this, and quickly covered his face, and turned to find water to wash his face. Yunshuhuan followed Yunshu reluctantly, and from time to time he would secretly glance at Yunshu's face. Fifth sister, what happened just now was purely an accident, not something I did on purpose. You can't stop taking me out in the future just because of this. Who said anything about you? While Ming Pixie took the servant to wash his face, and hadn't come back yet, Yunshu raised his hand, and patted Yunshuhuan on the shoulder. Good job. Ah? Me? This compliment came a little unexpectedly. Yunshuhuan was dumbfounded. He carefully observed the expression of his fifth sister. You are not speaking in a sarcastic way, are you? I am serious. Yunshu waved her hand, and asked the other party to lean over and whisper, Wait a minute, do this. Is this okay? Yunshuhuan also whispered, Can you give me some when the time comes? When Ming Pixie came back after washing his face, Yunshu was already sitting in the main seat, drinking tea slowly, with a calm face, and no joy or anger could be seen. On the other hand, the sixth prince was clearly unhappy. When he saw him coming in, he glared at him silently, as if he was holding a grudge against him for scaring the master just now. Offending the prince is no small matter. Ming Pixie was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to apologize, but before he could open his mouth, Yunshu, who was sitting at the main seat, put down the teacup and said in a light tone, President Ming, sit down. Yes. Since her highness had spoken, Ming Pixie dared not disobey. He found a seat nearby and sat down stiffly. I wonder why her highness summoned me today. President Ming, don't be nervous. I am not summoning you as the princess today, but to discuss a business deal with you as the president of the General Chamber of Commerce. Yunshu smiled slightly, and did not keep the other party in suspense, and went straight to the point. I wonder if President Ming saw the difference in the main roads inside and outside the capital on his way to Beijing yesterday. Your Highness, you mean? Cement ground? Yes, it seems that President Ming has also asked someone to find out. Compared with the original bumpy ground, the cement road outside the city is an all-round dimensionality reduction attack. Even if the other party is not a businessman, but just an ordinary person, it is difficult not to be curious and ask a few more questions when seeing such a road. Yunshu was not surprised that the other party already knew about the cement floor. She tapped the fingertips of her right hand that was casually placed on the small table a few times unconsciously, with a calm expression. I think there is no need for me to introduce the power of cement. I just don't know if President Ming has ever thought about doing this cement business. What does your Highness mean? Ming Pixu's pupil shrank slightly. He really didn't expect that he was still worried about the fact that the cement factory was tightly controlled by the court yesterday. A great opportunity to make money was right in front of him, but he couldn't touch it. In a blink of an eye, Her Highness the Princess personally brought the opportunity to him. Chapter 244. A pie in the sky? Ming Pixu didn't know, but he knew that he had to seize this opportunity. He leaned forward excitedly and was about to nod, but a chilly snort suddenly sounded from the other side. Why should such a profitable business be given to him? It was the Sixth Prince. The Sixth Prince was really angry with him. Ming Pixu's high emotions were like a flame that was poured with a large basin of cold water, and it was extinguished in an instant. He turned his eyes away somewhat helplessly, and was about to argue for himself again, but Yunshu chuckled again. You didn't see it clearly, how can you still hold a grudge? What do you mean I didn't see it clearly? Yunshu slammed the table angrily. Who would go around scaring people with such a white face in broad daylight? This is his fault. It's not particularly scary, is it? Yunshu was helpless. Some women with thicker makeup would look like that. I don't care. Yunshu was childish, and seeing that he couldn't win the argument with Yunshu, he glared at Ming Pixu unreasonably. Anyway, this prince just can't stand you taking advantage of me. Ming Pixu, What to do? It seems that the Sixth Prince is so angry that he can't let it go. Is he really going to give up the cement business in order to let His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince show mercy and let him go? Ming Pixu was very conflicted, but before he could figure out what to do, Yunshu's gentle but firm words rang again. You have to see it whether you like it or not. Besides, President Ming didn't get it for free. If he wants to buy the cement recipe from me, he must first agree to me and fund the construction of the main road in Shuzhou. Chairman Ming, what do you think? This? Ming Pixu subconsciously glanced at the Sixth Prince's face, and saw that the Sixth Prince frowned. He was about to speak, but before he could say a word, he was interrupted by Yunshu. Chairman Ming, don't worry about him. She said seriously. Cement roads must be popularized in Tiansheng. This is not only my opinion, but also my father's opinion. As long as Chairman Ming is willing, no one can stop you from taking on this task. In other words, Her Royal Highness the Princess and even His Majesty hope that he can agree to it. If so, then give it a try. He is really tempted by this cement business. Ming Pixu nodded solemnly. In this case, I would like to thank Her Royal Highness the Princess for your appreciation. It is Lord Ming who has this ability. If he didn't have some skills, he wouldn't have appeared in front of her as the president of the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce. There are many merchants in Shuzhou. Yunshu said gently. But there is one more thing I have to discuss with President Ming first. This cement can be used to build roads, cast city walls and dams, and can also be used to build houses. With it, President Ming's future business will definitely not be bad. But I have one request, that is, President Ming's cement business can only be carried out in Shuzhou. Only in Shuzhou. Ming Pixu's excitement about winning the cement business suddenly cooled down a lot. But it was only a short while, and he soon realized that since Her Highness the Princess gave him the qualification to buy cement recipes on the condition of funding the construction of the main roads in Shuzhou, she would definitely sell the cement recipes to the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce in other states under the same conditions. After all, the princess just said that cement roads must be popularized throughout Tiansheng. Although the business scope has been reduced from Tiansheng to Shuzhou, if you think about it carefully, Shuzhou alone is enough to make him a lot of money. Thinking of this, Ming Pixu's heart was hot again. Your Highness is right. This is also right, but I don't know how much the cement recipe is worth. 1,000,000 taels. Before Yunshu opened his mouth to answer, Yunshu said with an unhappy face. Anyway, President Ming's business is so good, he must not be short of money. Fifth sister, don't sell it below this price. Ming Pixu, shock. His business is not bad, but it doesn't mean that he can. There is so much cash. 1,000,000 taels, plus the cost of building a cement factory to produce cement and paving the Suzhou section after returning. Don't let the Ming family be dragged down before he can make a profit. Shocked by Yun Shihuan's offer, Ming Pixu begged for mercy with a bitter face. Sixth Prince, please forgive me. This 1,000,000 taels, even if I sell me, I may not be able to sell so much silver. Ridiculous. Yun Shihuan was unmoved. You want something as good as cement, but you can't even take out 1,000,000. How come Lord Ming's money is used to buy rouge and powder? Ming Pixu, Well, it seems that if he doesn't pay a price this time, the sixth prince will never calm down. Ming Pixu sighed in his heart, hardened his heart, gritted his teeth, and reported a bottom price truthfully. I dare not hide it from the sixth prince, but the most I can take out now is only 600,000. What do you mean a businessman can only take out 600,000? Yun Shihuan didn't believe it at all. He stared at Ming Pixu coldly and said angrily, This prince thinks you are. That's enough. Yun Shu glanced at Yun Shihuan calmly. Although his expression was calm, his eyes clearly contained a warning. Do you think every merchant in the world has the financial resources of the Jiang and Lu family? Don't forget that in addition to buying cement recipes, President Ming also has to build roads for the Suzhou section. This is a good thing for the benefit of the people of the world. If your childish temper causes the Ming family's funds to fail to flow and the road is not repaired in the end, be careful that your father will come to you to settle the score. Me. Yun Shihuan was speechless for a while, and he was obviously still very unconvinced, but he finally shut up angrily. Seeing this, Yun Shu withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, and smiled at Ming Pixu with a little apology. Sixth brother is still young and has a childish mentality. President Ming, please forgive me. Your Highness, please forgive me. I was wrong first. What is his status? Dare to let the prince and princess forgive him, even if the princess was just being polite to him. Ming Pixu still stood up in fear. President Ming, don't be afraid. Just treat the previous things as if they never happened. Yun Shu waved his hand, motioning the other party to sit down. With a faint smile on his face, he still had a gentle and harmless expression. As for the cement recipe, just do as President Ming said, 600,000 taels will do. Yes. Chapter 245. Ming Pixu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. 600,000 taels of silver to buy a recipe for making cement, and to build the main road of the entire Suzhou section. It is impossible not to feel pain. But fortunately, this price is not enough to hurt the Ming family, and it will definitely make him a lot of money in the future. Temporary pain. Just bear it for now. After writing the price on the contract that Yun Shu took out and signing his name, Ming Pixu thought that the matter was over today. He was ready to leave with the contract in his hand, but Yun Shu, who had just put away the contract, stopped him again. President Ming, wait a minute. I actually prepared a small gift for President Ming, which should be delivered soon. It won't be too late for President Ming to leave after taking it. Thank you, Your Highness, for the reward. Ming Pixu hurriedly bowed his hands to express his gratitude, but he couldn't help but feel nervous in his heart. He was not so naive as to think that Her Highness would prepare a small gift for him for no reason, but he didn't know what Her Highness wanted to do. In just a short time of tea, Ming Pixu had already had many guesses in his mind. But he guessed and guessed, but he couldn't guess that the small gift mentioned by the princess would be a few pieces of cloth with very beautiful colors. Is there any other explanation for these pieces of cloth? Because of this misunderstanding, Ming Pixu couldn't help but subconsciously take a few more glances. This look really made him see the problem. Your Highness, I dare to ask what kind of cloth this is. Why, I've never seen it before. A new variety, I gave it a name, called cotton cloth. Yun Shu smiled slightly, and said very considerately, President Ming, don't worry about it. This cloth is very cheap. The cost price of one piece is less than 50 coins. Less than 50 coins? Even though he had never done cloth business, Ming Pixu couldn't help but exclaim when he heard the price. Such a beautiful cloth is so cheap? What are the common cloths for making clothes on the market now? Damask silk, satin, and linen. Needless to say, the first three are unaffordable for ordinary people. The most common thing ordinary people wear is linen clothes, but linen clothes rarely have beautiful colors. They are basically dark and dark tones. Even if the color is a little lighter, it always gives people a gray feeling. Even so, a piece of linen can still be sold for 100 to 300 coins. This cotton cloth is not only softer and more comfortable than linen, but also has a beautiful color. If it is sold to ordinary people, the price is set at 300 to 500 coins, and there will definitely be many buyers. This. A great business opportunity. Ming Pixu raised his head excitedly. I wonder if this cloth business. President Ming wants to do it? Yun Shu laughed. To be honest with President Ming, This cotton cloth itself is not difficult to make, but how to reduce the cost is difficult. This palace also has an improved new textile machine. One textile machine can spin yarn that used to require 8 textile machines in one day, which successfully reduced the cost. And this new textile machine, this palace plans to keep until the end of the year, as a reward to the Chamber of Commerce that pays the most commercial taxes. This is actually one of the rewards promised by Her Royal Highness when she established the Chamber of Commerce. Although this so-called improved textile machine cannot be kept secret forever, and will certainly be learned by others later, it can be kept secret for at least 1 year. No, half a year, right? And this half a year is enough for Shuzhou to occupy the cotton cloth business market. Even if there are competitors in the future, when people think of the cotton cloth business, the first thing they think of to cooperate with will still be their Shuzhou merchants. Take it down, must take it down. When he goes back, he will gather all the Shuzhou merchants together, and they must pay more taxes this year. When Ming Pixel left the Ministry of Industry with the cloth in his arms, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he hadn't offended the 6th prince today, he might have a chance to negotiate a slightly lower price for the cement recipe. Wouldn't the money saved be used to do another small business, earn a little more money, and pay a little more business tax? What a pity! What Ming Pixu, who was full of regret, didn't know was that the anger and unhappiness on the face of Yun Chuan, the 6th prince, who was offended by him, disappeared at once when he walked out of the Ministry of Industry. Instead, he jumped 3 feet high with excitement. Fifth sister, did I act very well just now? 600,000. It's 100,000 higher than the 500,000 you expected before. It's pretty good. Yuanshu raised his eyebrows, put away the contract and waved his hand. Wait for President Ming to send the banknotes, and give you 50,000. 5. 10,000. What kind of beautiful living bodhisattva is his 5th sister who saves people from suffering? Yun Chuan, who was burdened with huge debts, heard this number and almost wanted to kowtow to her on the spot. Woo-woo. 5th sister, I knew you were the best one for me. If you call me again for this kind of thing, I promise. 5th sister, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to bark like a dog, I will never meow meow meow. Yun Shu, are you so shameless? As a prince, you are even willing to take on the job of barking like a dog. Yun Shu raised a finger in disdain, and pushed Yun Chuan's face away. You are thinking very beautifully. It is pure luck to encounter this kind of thing once. Do you want it to happen more times? There are only 34 states in Tiansheng, and only one president from Shuzhou has come. Yun Chuan was still in the excitement, and didn't care about Yun Shu's disdain at all. 5th sister, save them up and let's meet together next time I have a day off. No need. With Ming Haiso's 600,000 yuan setting the tone, she basically all had this unified price afterwards. Don't want to? Have you ever heard that if you want to get rich, you have to build roads first? Both are doing business. Would you rather take a flat cement road to a clean and tidy city? Or would you rather bump all the way to a city with a messy road? Other states have been repaired, but your state is still shabby. In the future, others will get better and better, and you will be ignored. Who can bear this? Tisk, 34 states, more than 20 million taels. She is really rich, ha ha. If the emperor knew this amount, he would be so envious. Yun Shu happily led Yun Chuan out of the side yard, and once again experienced the feeling of getting rich and felt refreshed. On the side, Yun Chuan, whose proposal was rejected, continued to follow him and said, 5th sister, are you really not going to try again? I think it can actually be higher. Chapter 246. 5th sister. Stuck to Yun Shu like a dogskin plaster, he kept talking to her as he walked. When he was about to leave the Ministry of Industry, Yun Chuan's sight accidentally swept from somewhere. When he saw an unexpected person, his eyes widened, and the words he blurted out suddenly changed direction. 5th sister, you are really outrageous. Huh? She is outrageous? Raising his hand to pinch the back of Yun Chuan's neck, Yun Shu smiled and said, Why, you also think that giving you 50,000 taels is really outrageous, right? Then give it back to me? No. Yun Chuan's eyes were still fixed on the place where the person disappeared, and he explained anxiously, I'm not saying you are outrageous, I'm saying that person over there. The appearance of the 5th sister is outrageous. You definitely don't know who I just saw. Who did you see? Yun Shu followed his line of sight, and didn't see anyone. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Did you see a ghost again? It's almost like seeing one. Yun Chuan lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, I just saw Ji Yongtian from Xianping Marquis' mansion. Do you remember Ji Yongtian? He is the big fool we met at the poetry meeting before. Him. Yun Shu understood why Yun Chuan was so shocked when she heard the name. Because Xianping Marquis had assisted the deposed prince in the rebellion, The entire Xianping Marquis' mansion had been executed a few days ago. After all, it involved such a sensitive issue as the deposed prince's rebellion, and no one in the palace would be so stupid as to treat this topic as a topic of idle chat. Therefore Yun Chuan, the little prince who basically had to stay in the study room every day, didn't know a lot of things. Yuan Shu happened to meet him at this time, so he explained to him lightly, Ji Yongtian's merits can atone for his crime. Father thought that it would be difficult for him to survive alone. It happened that the Ministry of Works was in need of people everywhere. Ji Yongtian could read after all. Although he could not serve as an official in the court, it was good for him to do some odd jobs in the Ministry of Works that only scholars could do. So he made an exception and let him do odd jobs in the Ministry of Works. Atone for his crime? How could he not know about this? He was clearly at the scene when the deposed prince rebelled. When did Ji Yongtian appear? Yuan Chuan was confused. What merits did he make? How could such a silly chunner make merits? The prince had contacted the right prime minister's mansion and the Xianping Marquis mansion before, and he was the one who told me about the intention to rebel. Ji Yongtian appeared in the Ministry of Works openly, so this matter was naturally not a top secret. Yuan Shu grabbed Yuan Chuan by the back of his collar and snorted, What kind of merit do you think this is? No wonder his fifth sister acted so arrogant that day. It turned out that someone had informed him in advance. But is this guy so righteous that he would kill his own relatives? Yuan Chuan was still shocked. Then, what does he want? Just to kill the whole family? Can't he do it for the greater good? Yuan Shu released the hand that was grabbing his collar, straightened out the non-existent wrinkles on his robe, and sneered. You still have the nerve to call him a fool. No matter how much Xianping Ho ignored Ji Yongtian, he was still Ji Yongtian's biological father. In this era where filial piety is more important than anything else, how could Ji Yongtian come to her to tip her off without any hesitation? That day, Yuan Shu actually asked Ji Yongtian why he told her about this. What did Ji Yongtian say? He said that although he was not good at studying, he remembered that the master once said that people should be worthy of heaven and earth, and even more worthy of their own hearts. He did not understand the government affairs, and he only knew how to eat, drink and have fun all day long. But he also knew that if all the officials of Tiansheng dynasty were playboys like him, Tiansheng would not be far from being finished. And the deposed prince just sold so many official positions to people like him, or even worse than him. So he knew very well that the deposed prince could not be a good king of a country. So the deposed prince must not succeed in the rebellion. Ji Yongtian, the boy who even Yuan Chuan thought was a little silly, unexpectedly had a transparent and pure heart. His eyes once again swept deeply from the corner where no one had disappeared. Yuan Shu turned around and glanced at Yuan Chuan. Are you still not leaving? I am coming. After Ming Pix's negotiation was successful, within less than a month, with the arrival of the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce of various states, Yuan Shu's cement recipe was successfully sold to everyone at the price of 600,000 taels. After getting more than 20 million taels of silver notes, Yuan Shu generously asked someone to send 1 million taels directly to Jiangyuan Bao. The Emperor Xuanwu, who learned the news, 2,000. More than 10,000 taels. Is this still Tiansheng language? No wonder this kid has been so busy recently. He warned her before that as a princess, she didn't have to do everything herself. For people like the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce in various places, she didn't need to meet them in person. So this kid is actively trying to make money? The most important thing is that she really made a lot of money. No, it should be said that she really made a lot of money. Emperor Xuanwu gritted his teeth, which were inexplicably sour, and turned around to have the 3 piles of memorials in front of him moved to Yuan Shu's desk. Yuan Shu? Father, this is inappropriate, isn't it? Just after returning to the imperial study after the vacation, the workload increased sharply. Yuan Shu decisively raised an objection. I am still in the learning stage. I read memorials much slower than you. How can I finish so many? You can read them slowly if you can't finish them. Emperor Xuanwu said faintly. Today's memorials, there are many related to you. Related to her, if nothing unexpected happens, she must have been impeached again. I just don't know how many of these 3 piles are impeachments against her. Yuan Shu, who was used to being impeached, rolled her eyes as usual and pulled out a book. Beautiful, the first one won the prize. Yuan Shu snapped and closed the memorial again. You finished reading a book so quickly? When Emperor Xuanwu saw her operation, he knew that she must have turned to the impeachment memorial, and the corners of his lips curved up in a playful arc without disguising. What does it say? My father. Yuan Shu raised her head and said seriously, It says how shameless Minister Yin is. Emperor Xuanwu, Fortunately, Minister Yin himself was not here, Otherwise the two would have quarreled again. Thinking that this kid had been in court for only 2 months, he had almost criticized all the officials in the court. The corners of Emperor Xuanwu's mouth, which had just been raised, were flattened in a second. What did Minister Yin say? He actually said that the money earned by his son selling cement recipes should be given to him. Chapter 247. Yuanshu was shocked. The cement recipe was made by me and Lord Jiang Yuanbao. I was the one who negotiated the business of selling the cement recipe, and all the contract terms were also thought up by me. Minister Yin did nothing, but he said that the money should be given to him. Even robbery is not this way, right? Emperor Xuanwu, Minister Yin is really crazy because of poverty. The kid is right. This money has nothing to do with the national treasury. At best, let the kid pay a business tax at the end of the year. Emperor Xuanwu coughed lightly, and was about to nod his head to show his agreement and comfort her a little, when he heard Yuanshu continue angrily. You said he was shameless, but he even accused me, saying that I only care about my own interests, don't care about Tiansheng, don't care about the overall situation of the country, and put all the money I earned into my own private treasury. Father, please judge, who in this court doesn't have some property? Is there anyone like me who talks about his own business while seeking benefits for Tiansheng? Doesn't it cost money to pave cement roads throughout Tiansheng? Why do those Chamber of Commerce presidents? Why would they agree to it? It's because my cement recipe can bring them more profits. If it weren't for this condition, my cement recipe would still be sold for 1 million taels. To put it another way, the money for the road construction was actually paid by me. I helped the Ministry of Revenue pay such a large sum of money, and it would be fine if Minister Yin didn't express gratitude, but he was greedy, and tried to throw dirty water on me, forcing me to give him all the money I earned. This is really too much. Father, you must make the decision for me. Minister Yan's move is indeed excessive. Emperor Xuanwu was convinced. I will definitely make a decision for you at the morning court tomorrow. Then I would like to thank you first. The king is not joking, you are not allowed to regret it. Hee, the goal was achieved. Yuanshu maintained his angry expression, picked up the second book, and then snapped it shut again. Emperor Xuanwu's eyelids jumped, and with the experience just now, he couldn't laugh at this time. What is written in this book? This book writes about General Wei Yuan's ignorance of merchants. Yuanshu said angrily. General Wei Yuan actually accused me of spending 5 cents a pound to buy a lot of weaving shell flower fruits, and now they are all piled up in the warehouse outside the city, which has no effect. He said that I am arrogant and wasteful. Does he understand what supply and demand are? Does he understand what commercial secrets are? It's not his fault that he doesn't understand business, but he doesn't. Knowing this, he still blamed his son randomly. This is his problem. The most outrageous thing is that the solution he proposed was to let the court take away the fruits of the weaving shell flower from his son at the price of 1 penny per pound, and use it to make winter clothes and quilts for the frontier army. What is the difference between this and the shameless behavior of Minister Yin, who asked for it directly? Father, why don't you say anything? Yuanshu urged him. You have to make the decision for your son. Emperor Xuanwu, okay. He suddenly regretted it a little. If he had known earlier, he would have read these memorials himself. The idiots who impeached her probably thought that she was like the deposed prince. When she saw the memorial impeaching her, she would be terrified and try her best to prove herself, and strive to satisfy everyone on the surface. But what is the reality? If the current situation does not allow it, this brat would probably jump up and throw all those memorials on the ground, and then shout, who is suing me? Does this brat know what it means to be guilty, and what it means to be afraid? She only knows to complain to her father with confidence, and let him deal with those who impeached her. Emperor Xuanwu held his forehead helplessly, listening to the complaints coming from the side from time to time, and cooperated with her. Numbly. Father, you have to make the decision for your son. Yes. Father, this person is really too much, deal with him. Okay. Father, this person is more shameless than Minister Yin. Yes. Father, my cousin personally led the Cheongzhou exiles to defeat the pirates. Yes. After Emperor Xuanwu responded almost reflexively, he suddenly stood up. What? Who led what? What did you defeat? My cousin. Yuanshu handed the memorial in her hand to Emperor Xuanwu and explained seriously. It seems that once winter comes, there will be no resources in places like Ligua and Ligua, so they usually disguise themselves as pirates in advance at this time to invade coastal areas such as Cheongzhou in my country. This year is also the case, and the offensive is particularly fierce. More than 300 people were killed and wounded in the coastal areas. However, the Cheongzhou garrison only defended and did not attack, resulting in more than 500 casualties among the coastal people. In order to protect the people, Tang Muji, the governor of Cheongjo, had no choice but to gather some young and strong exiles, go out to sea on fishing boats, and wipe out those evil pirates. Is this okay? Emperor Xuanwu subconsciously recalled that he said he didn't know who to send as a naval general. When training the navy, the kid had recommended Tang Muji. But he refused without thinking, because he felt that Tang Muji was a civil servant and could not do such a thing. How long has it been since then? Take the fugitives, sit on a fishing boat, and wipe out the pirates. Could it be that Tang Iching really has the possibility of abandoning civil service and becoming a good general in the world? No, he has to think about this matter carefully. After all, Tang Iching is the capable minister he prepared for Xiaowu, the little brat. If the sim selection system is at your service, please choose the decision you want to make next. Great, no need to worry about it. Emperor Xuanwu smiled and held a memorial, but his eyes stayed on the light curtain. A. Let Tang Muji become a naval general. B. Let Wenho's son, Sun Shifeng, become naval generals. C. Let Jinan General, Shui Weiyong, become naval generals. Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows and chose a first. You chose A. Tang Muji successfully trained an invincible naval team. The court lost a famous minister and gained a famous general. He is a famous minister in history if he is a literary man, and a famous general in history if he is a martial artist. Okay, Tang Iching is indeed worthy of being the young talent he has chosen, and he can get such a high evaluation from the life choice simulation system. But wouldn't he be entangled again in this way? How can there be a top-notch person in both humanities and martial arts? How can he choose? Is there a difference between a famous minister and a famous general? He doesn't want to miss either of them, and he is unwilling to give up. Chapter 248. Emperor Xuanwu did not expect that one day he would be distressed because his ministers were too capable, reluctantly moving his eyes away from the four words famous ministers throughout the ages and famous generals throughout the ages. Emperor Xuanwu slowly looked at the second option. You chose B. Sun Shifeng successfully trained an elite naval team, and his only daughter Sunyi also made rapid progress in the training of half a year. Afterwards, Sun Shifeng led the naval team to attack the kingdom of Riya, and Sunyi also accompanied him. Although she was still young and could not fight in person, she still benefited a lot from witnessing and experiencing everything, which laid a solid foundation for her to grow into the first female general of Tiansheng in the future. Elite naval team. This seems to be slightly weaker than the invincible naval team brought by Tang Muji. But it is also quite good. Compared to this point, what shocked Emperor Xuanwu more in the second option was the following words. Sunyi, the soft and gentle little girl he had found as a companion for Xiaowu before, who looked easy to bully, could become the first female general of Tiansheng in the future? That was not an ordinary little general, but a general of the country, who could only be promoted by relying on the actual combat ability and military exploits far superior to other generals. It could be said that it was the first-class general that the generals of Tiansheng dynasty pursued throughout their lives. This really is. You can't judge a person by his appearance. After Emperor Xuanwu was shocked, he looked at the last option with excitement. It was rare that the results of this simulation were good contents that surprised and delighted him in the first two options. I wonder what kind of surprise this third one can bring him. You chose C. General Shui Weiyong of Jinan is not good at sea warfare. The navy team trained by him is barely better than those without training. Snap. The heart that was full of expectations fell back with a snap and broke into 8 pieces when it saw this result. Emperor Xuanwu's mouth twitched, and he decisively clicked to close. What the hell is this? It's simply unbearable to look at. Please select the relevant future map you want to see. Note, only one can be selected. After the first stage of options ended, the upgraded system immediately sent the second stage of options. A. The evaluation of Tang Muji as a famous minister in the history of the ages by later generations. B. The evaluation of Tang Muji as a famous general in the history of the ages by later generations. C. The evaluation of Sunyi as the first female general in history. D. The evaluation of General Shui Weiyong of Jinan in the history of later generations. First, exclude the fourth option, which is obviously used to make up the number. Emperor Xuanwu was wavering between the first 3 options. Let's talk about C first. Sunyi, that little girl, could become a general guarding the country. Her own strength must not be underestimated. But will the evaluation of the future include some of the bonus of the first female general? If this first female general guarding the country is compared with the famous generals of all ages, who will win? To unify the world, it is obvious that it must rely on military unification. If he can leave a famous general of all ages for the little guy, will she be able to use it more easily in the future? But after unifying the world, governing the country is the top priority, and these famous ministers of all ages seem to be even more indispensable. Let's take a look at the famous ministers of all ages. If a famous general is gone, there is at least a replacement. If a famous minister is gone, I don't know if there will be another one. After a brief hesitation, Emperor Xuanwu still chose the first option. He thought that after choosing A, he would see a summary of the achievements of the famous minister Tang Muji, but he never expected that he would see some strange remarks made by different people. What's wrong with just loving to ride a pig? This is not the latest unearthed portrait of the famous minister Tang Muji. This is clearly my long-lost husband in my previous life. There are all kinds of things in dreams. I used to worry that the history books would be exaggerated. After all, it is really hard for me to imagine what kind of human being can have such a smart brain and a top-notch, godly face. But now I feel relieved. Muji male god is really. Which window did God close for him? Not graduated from kindergarten. Slurp, what famous minister in history? I only know that he is really handsome. All the gentle and elegant gentlemen in the novel suddenly have faces I love to study. The previous ones are still young, right? This guy is a big guy who has a chapter specially open for him in the history books of middle schools. When he served as the right prime minister in the reign of Tiansheng female emperor, it was called a peaceful and prosperous time. So many subversive reforms of the female emperor were completed with his assistance. It can be said that we can have such a prosperous era today, all thanks to the eternal foundation laid by the monarch and ministers of this dynasty. You don't understand the pain of poor students. In fact, it doesn't need to be so complicated. Let's put it this way. If there is no female emperor, no Muji male god and others, we will not only have to learn many more foreign languages, but even the mobile phone chargers may be different. Emperor Xuanwu, He seemed to have read it, but he also seemed not to have read it. Are people in later generations so unreliable? He was a famous minister throughout the ages. When these people in later generations talked about him, they were more concerned about Tang Aiqing's appearance? What kind of subversive reform did Tang Aiqing assist Xiaowu in making? They didn't even mention a word. And those mobile phones and chargers at the back, no one knew what they were. The key information was really not leaked at all. The Emperor Xuanwu imitated Yunshu's previous actions and closed the memorial with a snap without any expression. As expected, he felt that his unhappy mood was slightly vented. Okay, I know about this. The matter of forming a naval team will be decided in Cheongzhou. But this naval general must be the son of Wen Ho. The son of Wen Ho, that is Cini's father. The old-fashioned military family. The Emperor Xuanwu made a very reasonable choice. Yunshu nodded, and without thinking too much, he immediately raised a new memorial. Father, this is another memorial from Minister Yin. Again him? Emperor Xuanwu almost formed a conditioned reflex. How did he impeach you again? He didn't impeach me this time, but he might want to use this to prove how correct his previous memorial impeaching me was. Yunshu spread out the memorial and turned it to Emperor Xuanwu. He said in this book that he hopes you can cancel the arrangement of going to the royal enclosure for autumn hunting this year, because there is really no money in the treasury. Emperor Xuanwu, Chapter 249. He knew that Minister Yin had been complaining about being poor for the past few months, and it seemed that he had already stopped talking about anything else. Emperor Xuanwu waved his hand and said casually, then cancel it. It just so happens that you don't have much time to go hunting in autumn. Why are you talking about her alone? Yunshu's eyes widened with vigilance. Father, what do you mean by this? You are not really going to hand over all the memorials from now on to your son, are you? You wish. Emperor Xuanwu twitched his mouth and snorted coldly. Even if I really plan to abdicate now, do you think you can bear the word virtuous now? Oh, of course I can't bear it. Yunshu was relieved at the speed of light. As a result, the next second, Emperor Xuanwu continued in a deep voice. Soon, the account books of commercial taxes from various places will be sent to the capital. As the president of the General Chamber of Commerce, you need to check all these account books before the 12th month, that is, in November. After confirming that they are correct, the local chambers of commerce will hand over the commercial taxes to the national treasury. You say, are you busy? Father, I have a question. Yunshu also heard something wrong at this time. Shouldn't the Ministry of Revenue assist in checking the commercial tax account books at the end of the year? Even if the Ministry of Revenue has their own account books to check and has no time to take care of me, then you should at least arrange some manpower for me, right? The account books of the Ministry of Revenue are not checked by Minister Yin alone. Theoretically, that's right. It's rare to see this kid dumbfounded. Emperor Xuanwu hooked his lower lip in a very unkind way, but you also know that the Chamber of Commerce was just established this year after all, and its effectiveness is still unknown. There are still many ministers in the court who want to oppose the new business tax law. They are waiting to see the results this year. Once the results are not satisfactory, those ministers of the opposition will immediately jump out and bring up the old things again. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to really improve the General Chamber of Commerce to be like the Ministry of Revenue. Especially in order to win the position of the President of the General Chamber of Commerce, you deliberately showed your ability to get the results at a glance in front of everyone. In short, this year's audit can only be done by you. As for the future, you should be able to think that if the new business tax law can really bring a lot of benefits to the Treasury, next year you don't even need to say anything. The Ministry of Revenue will cry and rush to audit for you. Yuan Shu, I should have known not to pretend like that at the beginning. Now it's good, I pretended too much without realizing it. Yuan Shu's expression fell, and he pursed his lips aggrievedly. Father. It's useless to call father. Having never been able to resist the eager look of this brat, Emperor Xuanwu turned his eyes away calmly, and did not look at her. This is also an opportunity for you to prove yourself. I didn't say I didn't want this opportunity. Noticing that Emperor Xuanwu seemed to be avoiding his gaze, Yuan Shu simply walked around his small table and chair and moved to the side of the dragon table. But father, look at me, I'm only 14 years old. Do you know what this age means? It means that I'm still growing. At this stage, if I'm too stressed and can't rest well, and I'm too tired every day, it's hard to say what hidden dangers it will cause to my body. But if I don't grow taller because of this, then I'm doomed. Her temperament and image were ruined in an instant. You don't want to be recorded in history books that you overexploited your son, causing him to grow into a bean sprout, right? Emperor Xuanwu? ? He turned his gaze back silently, and looked up and down at Yuan Shu's small body. Yes, she really looked like a small bean sprout that had not grown up. If she really stayed at this stage and didn't grow up in the future. Emperor Xuanwu imagined her appearance after wearing the dragon robe, and he sighed with some annoyance. If those superficial descendants in the future, who only know how to look at the face, knew that the Empress was a bean sprout, how poisonous their mouths would be. Such a great reputation cannot be dragged down by a bean sprout body. Emperor Xuanwu gritted his teeth. What do you want? Since those account books are destined to be unavoidable, and must be checked by your son in person, then, before those account books arrive, let your son have a good rest, conserve his energy, and gather enough energy to deal with the upcoming account books. Yuan Shu smiled and carried the pile of memorials on her small table, which had not been touched yet, back to Emperor Xuanwu's dragon desk. So, father, you may have to deal with these memorials yourself first. Even this can make her find an excuse to return them? Looking at the towering mountain of memorials in front of him, Emperor Xuanwu rolled his eyes at her unhappily. Is the pile I gave you so high before? It was obviously returning him a pile and a half. She stuffed half a pile in so blatantly. Did she think that her father was blind? How can your son compare with you? Yuan Shu hurriedly leaned over and patted his shoulder. If your son could be as good as you, father, and handle 3 piles of memorials every day without blinking an eye, your son would not worry about not growing taller due to these busy affairs. Then why don't you hurry up and deal with your busy affairs? Emperor Xuanwu deliberately gritted his teeth and emphasized the last few words, trying to play a trick on her, but Yuan Shu pretended not to hear it, and took back the hand that was hammering his shoulder. Okay. Emperor Xuanwu, Again, he really couldn't understand why this kid could unify the world and lay the foundation for a prosperous era, but he couldn't. Unaware of her father's complex psychology of pride and speechlessness, Yuan Shu returned to her daily routine of only learning to deal with a stack of half-folded documents. About 20 days later, 10 boxes of account books were finally sent to her Fengyang palace. Good news, she didn't have to go to the class in the imperial study for the time being. Bad news, it seemed that there was more work to do at home than in the imperial study. Silently watching the eunuchs brought by Lady Hai move the last box into her study, Yuan Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your hard work, eunuch Li. Is this all? Yes. Lady Hai nodded with a smile on his face. This is all the account books of the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Yuan Shu? ? So many just for Shuzhou? Then the 34 states are. When she was making money before, she was so happy when she thought of the 34 states, but now she is so desperate. Chapter 250. Fortunately, she still has a cheat. On the grounds that she had to concentrate on checking the accounts and could not be disturbed, she asked everyone, including Ting Xue, to leave the study. Yuan Shu closed the doors and windows, and after confirming that even Ah Ku and the other Dragon Shadow guards could not see what was going on inside the house, she placed her hands on the boxes of account books and moved all of these things into the villa space as quickly as possible. So many. Yun and I sat on the sofa, dumbfounded. Fortunately, I did what you said and found a lot of people, otherwise it would take a long time to finish. Is this too much? Yunshu chuckled weakly. Then I guess we didn't find enough people. This is just the account book of one state. Yun and I, Oh my god, this princess is really not someone that ordinary people can be. Swallowing silently, Yun and I nodded. Then I find more accountants later. Have you signed the confidentiality agreement? Yunshu reminded her a little worriedly. There are so many account books, and they are all recorded in ancient texts. Don't let them cause you any trouble. Don't worry, I found those accountants from all over the country, and they don't know each other. I said that these account books were handed down from my ancestors, and I was bored and wanted to check whether my ancestors had made any mistakes in the accounts. These people didn't doubt it. In addition, because of my identity as an artist, the compensation in the confidentiality agreement was also very high. Unless those people are crazy, they can't spread this matter around. Yun and I took the account books out of the box, put them on the machine to scan them into the computer, and sighed helplessly. Anyway, I pay a high salary, and accountants are easy to find. But we have to scan them page by page ourselves. It's already pretty good, better than having to calculate all these account books myself. There are 10 boxes for one state, and they have to be checked before the 12th lunar month. This workload will make the modern black-hearted capitalists cry. I'm afraid those court officials who oppose the new commercial tax law are now waiting to see her laugh. Yunshu was scanning while feeling annoyed. I was busy with this, and that every day before, and I forgot to teach these people the modern concise accounting method in advance. I will teach them after this is over, and all the shameless old guy in the Ministry of Revenue will benefit from it. Is it not cheap? Won't they all work for you in the future? Yun and I laughed. You will be their immediate superior in the future. That's not necessarily true. Yunshu sneered. The Minister Yin is older than my father. Maybe before she takes office, Minister Yin will go home to farm. The two talked while scanning the account books in their hands that seemed to never end. This went on for more than a month, and finally, it was the last day of November. Yunshu had just arrived at Xianzheng Hall early in the morning, and hadn't even stood still yet. Minister Yin, who usually looked at her with a nose that wasn't a nose and eyes that weren't eyes, and wanted to make his chin stick up to the sky and didn't say a word to her, was the first to appear in front of Yunshu. Your Highness, I heard that the chambers of commerce in various places had already sent the account books to you more than a month ago. I wonder how much commercial tax they paid this year. Master Yin, are you thinking of switching jobs to work at the General Chamber of Commerce? Yunshu turned around with a smile. Or does Lord Yin want to interfere in this matter on behalf of my father? Your Highness is getting more and more joking now. How dare this old minister have the idea of interfering in this matter? Minister Yin also gave her a fake smile. It's just that the commercial tax will soon be returned to the national treasury. I only need to know the general situation, so that I can make room for people to store the cash in advance. Didn't Lord Yin say every day that the national treasury has been emptied by me? Yunshu raised his eyebrows and directly blocked him with what he had said before. It's completely empty. What room do you need to make? This? Minister Yin's face froze. He didn't expect that the boomerang would pierce him all of a sudden. Fortunately, the arrival of Emperor Xuanwu saved him from not knowing how to respond. All the ministers returned to their positions silently. After 3 cheers, the morning court officially began. Yunshu stood leisurely in the first row, listening to the ministers' verbal battles like a spectator. Sure enough, not long after, Minister Yin stood up again to talk about the business tax. But this time, he changed to the old saying of crying poor, mumbling a lot about the empty treasury, and how difficult it was for him to be the Minister of Revenue, and then he changed the subject and aimed at Yunshu. I don't know how much business tax has been collected this year, and whether it can be returned to the treasury as soon as possible. After all, I am really waiting for the money, Your Majesty. Yeah. Emperor Xuanwu responded lightly, and looked at Yunshu, who was standing in the first row on his right. Princess? Your Majesty, all the commercial tax accounts of the 34 states have now been checked. Yesterday, I sent people to write back to the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce of each state, asking them to escort the tax silver to Beijing as quickly as possible. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be delivered before the end of the year. Did she really check it all? How many accounts can one person check in more than a month? I guess the commercial taxes collected must be much less than the agricultural taxes. No wonder he refused to tell him the number just now. I'm afraid he feels embarrassed too. Minister Yin snorted in his heart, but bowed to Yunshu again. I don't know the specific amount of the commercial tax, Can your highness reveal it in advance? If there is still a long way to fill the gap, I can think of other ways in advance. Gap? Yuanshu looked at Minister Yin with interest. I wonder how much gap Minister Yin wants to fill. That's too much. Minister Yin stood up and said in a chilly tone, there is still a month before New Year's Eve. The salaries of all officials in the court, the military pay, the expenses required to organize the New Year's Eve palace banquet, and a certain amount of reserve funds, all added up, at least more than 30 million taels. That's it? What do you mean by that? Before reporting the figure of 30 million taels, Minister Yin also thought of countless reactions from Yuanshu. He thought that she might be shocked, point fingers at him, and say he was exaggerating, or maybe feel embarrassed, but he never expected that she would blurt out these two words. Chapter 251. That's 30 million taels of silver. Minister Yin, who was angry at Yuanshu's reaction, wanted to speak again, but Yuanshu didn't give him the chance and turned around in front of him. Father, there shouldn't be any problem. It's only 30 million taels. The commercial taxes collected this year can make up for this gap. What? A few small changes can make up for 30 million taels? What a joke. The annual revenue of the treasury in the Tiansheng dynasty was only more than 50 million taels. A mere commercial tax. Here is the total commercial tax of each state compiled by your son. As if he didn't hear the shocking voices behind him, Yuanshu held out a memorial with both hands. Please take a look, father. Show it to me. The Emperor Xuanwu at the top was also a little impatient at this moment. It's not his fault that he doesn't have enough determination. He's just afraid of being poor. It's not easy to run a country. Minister Yin cries about being poor in front of him every day. Doesn't he feel any pressure? As an emperor, the pressure on him is 10 or 100 times greater than that on Minister Yin. Many policies need to be successfully implemented, and that costs money. This kid was so secretive when he checked the accounts before, and refused to tell him a word. He was worried at the time, fearing that the merchants under him were not honest, and sent a lot of account books, but the tax paid in the end was too little to be seen. Unexpectedly, this kid silently gave him a huge surprise. Impatiently taking the memorial from Li Dihai, Emperor Xuanwu's smile never dropped from the moment he saw the number of the first state. When he saw the astonishing total at the end, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Great! You are worthy of being my princess. You really solved a big problem for my Tiansheng dynasty. Your Majesty. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu was very pleased, and was obviously very satisfied with the amount, Minister Yin could no longer hold back and asked directly, I wonder what the tax amount is. Take a look for yourself. After Li Dihai delivered the memorial to Minister Yin, Emperor Xuanwu said with a refreshed look, all you know is to stare at the little money in the treasury all day long, and then come to me to cry about poverty. What's the use of crying about poverty? Can you get money just by saving? You have to learn from the princess. If you don't have money, then find a way to earn it. Only in this way can you really make the treasury richer. Yes. Minister Yin laughed dryly, but he still had a little contempt in his heart. Until Li Dihai delivered the memorial to him, Minister Yin opened it and saw the first set of data, and his hands shook unconsciously. Then he saw the second group, the third group. The moment he saw the total amount, with a click, the memorial fell to the ground because of his excessive excitement. Yuanshu raised her eyebrows, turned around with her hands in her pockets, looked at her memorial lying on the ground, and said coldly, Lord Yin is getting more and more excessive. In the past, he only impeached me in the memorial, but now he is going to throw the memorial I wrote in front of so many people in the morning court? No, I dare not. Being pulled back to his thoughts by Yuanshu's ridicule, Minister Yin quickly bent down and picked up the memorial from the ground. Not only did he not turn into a fighting cock as he did in the past, he even took the initiative to wipe the non-existent dust on the memorial with his sleeves. I was just too shocked. I didn't expect that Her Highness the Princess was so amazing. This commercial tax is really a good thing. The eldest prince, who was still hoping that he could fight Yuanshu again as usual, said, ? Minister Yin, if you were kidnapped, would you just blink? Why did he perform a smooth face change on the spot? Don't you think that your sudden kneeling makes your previous performance against the princess look ridiculous and stupid? How much money did the princess give you? General Wei Yuan stretched out his hand in disbelief and took the memorial from Minister Yin. Isn't it just a little commercial tax? Look at you. He looked like he had never seen the world. The last few words were stuck in his throat the moment he saw the data with his own eyes. What are you looking at me for? Minister Yin sneered. Why didn't the general finish his words? Look at you. So calm. General Wei Yuan swallowed hard. With your miserly temperament, you didn't faint from joy, which is really beyond my expectation. The eldest prince, who was still waiting for General Wei Yuan to win him back a game? General Wei Yuan, who gave the opponent a head back. It's not that he doesn't do well, it's really that the opponent is too good. After all, he is a general. He has worried about military pay dozens of times before. He is a person who has been tripped by poverty. Who can remain calm after seeing such a large sum of money? If he hadn't already stood on the side of the eldest prince, he would definitely hug the golden thigh of the princess now. Silently returning the memorial to Minister Yin, General Wei Yuan retreated to his position without saying a word. Minister Yin saw that he was quite sensible, so he snorted coldly, and didn't argue with this reckless man. He wiped the book in his hand with care, and then turned around and smiled like a chrysanthemum. With 180 million taels of tax silver, the gap in the national treasury can indeed be easily filled. No wonder Her Highness the Princess didn't worry about this problem at all before. Now it seems that it's all my worry. It's good that you know. Emperor Xuanwu sat high on the dragon throne, and saw the change of face of Minister Yin in an instant, the silence of General Wei Yuan, and the uproar of other court officials after Minister Yin said the astronomical figure of 180 million taels. The emperor, who always kept his emotions in front of the ministers, showed his pride on his face. My princess is much more powerful than you think. Your Majesty is right. With the money power of 180 million taels, Minister Yin now liked Yunshu all of a sudden. No matter how the Emperor Xuanwu praised him, he would happily agree with him. Even after the court was dismissed, Yunshu called him, and he was still very enthusiastic. Does Your Highness have any other instructions? If it is related to commercial taxes, the Ministry of Revenue will definitely do its best. Yunshu, I feel so uncomfortable. She seems to be more used to the rebellious and stupid appearance of Minister Yin in the past. Chapter 252. It's not about commercial tax, but it is related to this. Yunshu nodded slightly, and it should be a good thing for you. Good things are good. Minister Yin's eyes lit up, and his attitude became more enthusiastic. I don't know what it is specifically. Master Yin also knows that I have checked a lot of account books these days, and the overall feeling is that it is cumbersome, extremely cumbersome. It's really a waste of time and energy to read those long strings of text, so take out the Tiansheng version of the elementary accounting learning manual that she has compiled and adapted in the past few days, and hand it to Minister Yin. Yunshu is like a master. The contents of this booklet are, if you let the people in your Ministry of Revenue, including those accountants and the folks, learn it, it will surely save you a lot of trouble. If you don't believe it, you can turn to the last few pages first. The contents recorded on those pages can be replaced with the methods in this booklet of this palace. One piece of paper is enough to organize it clearly and clearly. Is this the trick that the princess was able to complete the verification of the commercial tax account book of more than 180 million taels of silver in just over a month? If so, then this is really a great treasure. Excitedly putting the book in his arms, Minister Yin thanked him and couldn't wait to say goodbye and go back to think about the contents of the book. As for Yunshu, he said hello to Emperor Xuanwu, and then began to run to the Ministry of Works every day. In the middle of the process, she also found time to give out the reward from the local Chamber of Commerce that paid the most taxes. She also sold the cotton that she had previously bought back at 5 cents a pound to the Chamber of Commerce at 6 cents a pound. Although the money earned from this round trip was not much, it did stop the eldest prince from impeaching her for extravagance and debauchery. In just a few days, because there were fewer memorials impeaching Yunshu, the 3 piles of memorials on the dragon table in Emperor Xuanwu's imperial study were reduced to only 2.5 piles. Do you see what this is? Throwing a memorial on Yunshu's small table, Emperor Xuanwu laughed as he said, "This is a rare thing. Minister Yin, who used to like to impeach you the most, actually wrote a memorial to praise you today. How can this be a memorial to praise his son?" Yunshu quickly glanced through the memorial and shook his head without surprise. This is clearly a memorial requesting the promotion of the new accounting method to Quaniansheng. Then the new accounting method is also. You figured it out? Minister Yin is almost praising this accounting method to bits. What's the difference between this and praising you directly? Emperor Xuanwu snorted and laughed. That old guy is not the type to praise others easily, even in the past. He thought of the person who disappointed him so much, and Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a moment. His expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Even when he was close to Yun Chucheng in the past, this situation never happened. You can even control him, so others are certainly no problem. In fact, under normal circumstances, it should be said that if the rebellion of the deposed prince failed, there should be a major purge in the court to slowly clean up the people of the deposed prince's faction. But the problem is that the relationship between Emperor Xuanwu and the deposed prince in the past is too different from the relationship between other emperors and princes. He truly cultivated the prince wholeheartedly and without suspicion. It can be said that in the original battle for the crown prince position, Emperor Xuanwu himself was the biggest prince party. So much so that most of the people in the court were prince party members in the past. If all of them were cleared out, the court would probably face the embarrassing situation of no one available. So after the failed rebellion of the deposed prince, Emperor Xuanwu only cleared out the officials and forces such as the right prime minister and Xianping Hofu, who really knew about and participated in the rebellion. As for others such as Minister Yin, who did not participate in the rebellion, they were not implicated. It is reasonable, but it is somewhat unfriendly to Yuanshu, the new crown prince. After all, they are all people who used to support the deposed prince and have no good impression of her. Emperor Xuanwu was very worried about this before, but now it seems that as long as this kid is willing, there is no one she can't deal with, thinking that Yuanshu can come up with something useful soon after going to the Ministry of Works every time, and this time, who knows what big move she can make to convince many court officials. Emperor Xuanwu couldn't help but be curious. Speaking of which, you have to go to the Ministry of Works almost every afternoon these days. But what new ideas do you have? Keep it secret for now. Speaking of this, Yushu smiled and lifted his chin with one hand. I will probably make some noise outside the city in a few days. You don't have to care, and don't send anyone to check what happened. That is the birthday gift prepared by your son for your father. I have to wait until the birthday to show it to you. If you know it in advance, there will be no surprise. Oh, is it a birthday gift for him? After she reminded him, Emperor Xuanwu suddenly remembered that before his birthday last year, this kid also went to the Ministry of Works several times, and then made him a low-priced paper. I didn't know this year's surprise. The Emperor Xuanwu, whose expectations were instantly full, nodded without hesitation. I know, speaking of the birthday, there is something. I just learned about it. What is it? Yuanshu blinked, not understanding why his father's expression suddenly became subtle. Could it be that the Prince Lian is here again? Emperor Xuanwu, that's not it. The last time he came here, he gave his life here. What a strong heart it takes to dare to come again this year. Don't mention the Prince Lian. Even the eldest prince, who came with the Prince Lian last year, didn't come this time. Most likely he left some psychological shadow. The ones coming this time are the second prince of Beixiang and Princess Baza. I know this. Yuanshu was a little confused. It was already mentioned in the document sent by Beixiang before, and it seems that Princess Baza came here with a marriage mission? That's it. Emperor Xuanwu twitched his mouth. At that time, the document from Beixiang only said that they wanted to marry, but did not say who was going to marry. After our people read it, they subconsciously assumed that the marriage partner sent by Beixiang was Princess Baza. What do you mean? After all, it was a marriage between two countries, and the status of the person in the marriage must not be low. Chapter 253. It is known that the two most senior people sent by Beixiang to Tiansheng this time are the second prince of Beixiang and Princess Baza. And the meaning of the emperor's words is very clear. Princess Baza is not the object of marriage. Then the only thing left is... Wait a minute, let me sort it out. Yuanshu was dumbfounded. If the second prince of Beixiang wants to marry us, we have to have a princess. But I don't have any other sisters, and you have already announced to the world that I became the princess of Tiansheng, and Beixiang must know about it. So what they mean is, they want to marry the second prince to me? But she has been in contact with the government with Emperor Xuanwu during this period, and she has also learned about the situation in Beixiang. If she remembers correctly, the battle for the throne among more than a dozen princes in Beixiang is also quite fierce. Among them, the competitiveness of the second prince is not the strongest, but at least he is among the top three. Could it be that the news has not been updated in time recently, and the second prince of Beixiang has been defeated to the point of being sent out to marry into a family? It's not the second prince. The shock on the little girl's face was really not concealed at all, and Emperor Xuanwu could easily guess what she had imagined. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he explained helplessly, "It's the ninth prince, Hu Yamingchuan. Beixiang played a little trick on us in the document, only saying that the people leading the delegation this time were their second prince and Princess Baza, and as for the ninth prince, he was the beauty in the document, who was going to marry our Tiansheng. This matter was discovered by accident when I sent the Dragon Shadow Guard to secretly investigate because they were less than 2 days away from the capital." Yuanshu, Okay, it's confirmed, this wave is really coming for her. Hu Yanmingchuan, the ninth prince of Beixiang, was said to have a beautiful mother who was a singer from Tiansheng. Because of her beauty, she was abducted to Beixiang when she was a teenager, and then presented to the king of Beixiang. Not long after giving birth to Huyen Mingchuan, she died. Although Huyen Mingchuan is the son of the king of Beixiong, the last thing the king of Beixiong lacks is a son. His mother is of humble status, and has the blood of Tiansheng, so he is naturally not favored by the king of Beixiong. From childhood to adulthood, he has been a human punching bag for his brothers and sisters. When he is in a bad mood, he beats him up to vent his anger. When he is in a good mood, he beats him up for fun. Sometimes, he would be beaten up by other princes even if he just passed by unintentionally. The princesses kicked him. In general, he was a poor little thing. But as he grew older, the ninth prince, who inherited his mother's beauty, slowly grew into a beautiful boy who was easy to pity. So gradually, princesses or other noble ladies of Beixiong began to protect him. But this only saved him from being beaten. In the eyes of King Beixiong, he was still just a dispensable transparent person, and the battle for the throne was not played with him from beginning to end. It was completely reasonable for such a person to be sent out to marry into the family. After all, it was not painful at all if he died. It seems that Beixiong has changed its strategy. Yuanshu suddenly realized, this year, it will not take the trial route, but change to the beauty plan? Why do you seem so excited? I told her this originally because I wanted her to be mentally prepared in advance, so that when the other party really makes a move, she will be prepared and can deal with it better. But her reaction now. Emperor Xuanwu's forehead jumped. I remind you, I will never let you marry Hu Yanmingchuan. Father, what are you thinking? Yuanshu was so shocked by Emperor Xuanwu's outrageous remarks that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just didn't expect that Beixiong would actually want to use the beauty trap on me. I just thought it was a bit fresh. What's the matter with handsome men? If they are good looking, can't you just look at them a few more times? A wise man doesn't fall in love. I have fought all the way. I have no interest in marriage. Emperor Xuanwu, ? He just didn't want her to marry Hu Yanmingchuan, but he didn't want her to be a widow. I have fought all the way. Emperor Xuanwu, who was just worried that his daughter wanted to marry a handsome man, now began to worry about his daughter's unwillingness to marry. He looked at Yuanshu in confusion for several times, but couldn't help but test him. You just said that because you haven't met the one you want to marry yet. Then you are wrong. Yuanshu snorted. I am mainly afraid of pain, death, and sequelae. What sequelae? Emperor Xuanwu was confused. Giving birth to a child. Yuanshu shrugged and said confidently, what's the point of marrying those men? They can't give birth to children, so I will have to do it myself when the time comes. It is said that giving birth to a child is like going through the gates of hell. With the current medical level of our Tiansheng dynasty, if I don't make it back by accident, it will be a big loss. Even if it turns back, it will hurt, and it will definitely hurt the body. I want to live comfortably for a few more decades. Emperor Xuanwu, why does this kid talk so much? She is just a little girl. Emperor Xuanwu subconsciously wanted to scold her, but when the words came to his lips, he remembered that concubine Lan died when she was born. Maybe that's why this kid said such words at such a young age, and he suddenly couldn't bear it. More importantly, after calming down and thinking about it carefully, what she said is actually not unreasonable. Giving birth to heirs to carry on the family line is important, but can this thing be as important as her? From his personal point of view, a non-existent little grandson is definitely not as important as the lively girl in front of him. From the perspective of the country, let the Tiansheng female emperor, who will unify the world and create a prosperous era for thousands of years in the future, gamble her life on an uncertain qualification. As heir. If this isn't crazy, what is? Unless the life choice simulation system can clearly tell him that Xiaowu can give birth to a child safely in the future. Otherwise, he really doesn't dare to let her gamble. She is too important to this world. Emperor Xuanwu took a deep breath and stared at the void in front of him. But the light curtain did not appear. Forget it, since he has learned from the words of later generations that this kid will successfully create a prosperous era for thousands of years in the future, be remembered by history, and be admired by future generations. Then what does it matter whether she has left any offspring? The ancestors paid attention to the inheritance of incense, and leaving offspring and blood is for the purpose of not cutting off the incense. But she no longer needs to care about these, because tens of millions of people in later generations will not forget her. As long as the blood of Yan Kingdom continues, her incense will not be cut off. Chapter 254. What is the beauty trap of the Beixiong envoys? Yuanshu was only interested in it for a few minutes when she first heard about it, but soon she completely forgot about it. It took a day to finish the final version of the birthday gift prepared for Emperor Xuanwu. In order to avoid being seen in advance, Yuanshu deliberately left the city early the next morning and inspected the quality of the gift in a place that was tens of thousands of miles away from the capital. The process was simple and smooth, and Yuan Shu was very satisfied with the result. However, when she turned around in a good mood, she saw the slightly indescribable expressions of Jiang Yuanbao and the others. What's wrong? Yuan Shu raised her eyebrows. Why do you all look like this? The few people who were not so familiar with Yuan Shu all lowered their heads silently, and did not dare to say anything. Finally, seeing that no one was talking, Jiang Yuanbao took the initiative to stand up and said, Your Highness, you said before. This is a birthday gift for His Majesty? Is there anything wrong with this gift? Yuan Shu was a little confused at first, but then quickly reacted. I understand. Do you all think that this gift is a bit too ordinary and confusing? A little bit. Jiang Yuanbao nodded honestly. This time, His Majesty prepared a birthday gift for His Majesty, but he didn't actually participate in it, because His Majesty said this was not his area of expertise. Including the people who accompanied His Majesty out of the city today, he was not originally included. It was because when he heard someone mention this matter yesterday, the curiosity and yearning he showed were seen by His Majesty, so he was allowed to accompany her. But he was so stupid that he couldn't see the mystery of His Highness' birthday gift. Will His Highness be disappointed in him? Jiang Yuanbao lowered his head in annoyance. Your Highness, It's normal that you don't understand it now. You will understand it naturally on the day of the Wansho festival. Yuan Shu waved his hand nonchalantly. Okay, go back. Yes. Why can you understand it on the Wansho festival? Could it be that this mystery? It chooses a day to appear? Jiang Yuanbao was more and more confused, but His Highness the Princess obviously didn't intend to say more, so he had to temporarily suppress this confusion and silently got on the horse and followed back to the capital. Perhaps it was really a coincidence. When Yuan Shu and the others returned to the city gate, a large group of people gathered at the gate. Yuan Shu sat on a tall horse and saw the third prince standing in the crowd at a glance. He was wearing an official robe and looked serious. She pulled the reins to slow down the horse's running speed. But the third prince and others still noticed her presence and hurriedly bowed from a distance. Greetings, Your Highness. Tiansheng Princess? Hearing this name that was almost like thunder in their ears, the Beixiang delegation also subconsciously turned around and looked back, and saw a girl in a moon-white dress riding a white tall horse slowly approaching. There were less than 10 followers behind her, and she did not look like she was always holding a high and mighty aura as they imagined, but her overall temperament was more relaxed and casual. Her face was a little immature, but her eyebrows revealed a calm and generous manner. It is indeed completely different from the impression of most Tiansheng women in Princess Baza. No wonder she could do such a horrifying thing last year. Princess Baza raised her chin slightly, and when Yuan Shu's figure came closer, she said crisply, Tiansheng Tainu, this princess has heard of you. Who told you? Yuan Shu curled her lips nonchalantly. The prince who came last year? Him? Princess Baza snorted disdainfully. He is not worthy of talking to this princess, but this princess did hear about him. Putting aside other things, this princess still likes what the princess did at that time. If you could be born in Beixiang, we might become close friends. What do you mean, Princess Beixiang? Do you want to make friends with their Tiansheng Taina? Beixiang has changed this year? The group of Honglu Temple officials were confused, and they still, without understanding what was going on, Princess Baza said, but there is still a chance now. As long as you marry my ninth brother, you will be my sister-in-law. Honglu Temple Minister, shock. Isn't it so exciting? So you said that sending a beauty here for marriage is sending a male beauty? The officials on the Tiansheng side were all dumbfounded. The third prince reacted the fastest. Hearing this, he quickly stood up and said, Princess Baza, you don't know that the marriage of our princess is quite special. As early as a year ago, my father had promised that if the princess got married, it would be. Just follow your own heart. If you don't really like it, you will never get married. This princess has also heard about this. Princess Baza interrupted, I didn't force the princess to marry my ninth brother. But the two of them can get along first, right? If you don't get to know each other first, how can the princess know that you don't like my ninth brother? Baza is right. The second prince of Beixiang, who had been silent before, also spoke up at this time. Besides, the marriage was mentioned in the documents we submitted earlier from Beixiang. Your Majesty did not object after seeing it. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have brought him this time. The ninth prince came to Tiansheng together. Isn't it because you never mentioned the ninth prince in the documents from beginning to end? The officials of the Honglu Temple were already cursing in their hearts. Some of them were thinking fast and were about to refute. On the other side, Princess Baza had already turned sideways and waved to a thin young man. Ninth brother, why don't you come over and meet the princess of Tiansheng? Ninth brother? As this voice fell, Everyone subconsciously followed Princess Baza's gaze and looked over. The young man whose name was called trembled slightly with his drooping eyelashes. He put one hand on his chest and performed the etiquette of a Beixiong noble towards Yunshu. Huyan Mingchuan, meet Her Royal Highness the Princess. The delicate young man stood out among a group of Beixiong people with tough and rough facial features. He also had a unique temperament, like a fragile white rose blooming on the top of a snowy mountain. When he raised his eyes, his pair of amber pupils could easily attract others to stop for him. No wonder he was a punching bag for others when he was young, but he could rely on his face to avoid injuries when he grew up. Chapter 255. No one doesn't like to look at beautiful things, and Yunshu is no exception. Yunshu's eyes stayed on Hu Yamingchuan's face for a few extra seconds, and he tilted his head with interest. You have beautiful eyes. Are there many eyes of this color in Beixiong? Your Highness, so far, Mingchuan has not seen anyone with the same eye color as Mingchuan. Hu Yamingchuan replied meekly, looking like the kind of beautiful and weak person who was particularly lovable. Unfortunately, Yunshu didn't buy it. After hearing the answer, she just curled her lips lightly. I see, no wonder I've never seen it before. As she spoke, she turned her head and looked at the third prince. The Beixiong envoys came from afar, and they must be a little tired. Third brother, you should take them to the post house to settle down. I have other things to deal with, so I go back to the palace first. Yes. The third prince hurriedly bowed and cooperated. Farewell, your highness. Go. Yunshu kept a high-class demeanor and rode calmly through the Beixiong envoys and the third prince. No one would have thought that the calm princess, deep in her heart, was screaming help. I thought Beixiong was just a beauty trap, and she would be fine if she didn't take it. Who knew that the handsome guy on the other side was actually a tough guy? Everyone thought that he was good-looking and useless. A poor little guy who could be bullied by anyone. But in the original plot, when it came to the king of Beixiong who always liked to wear a mask 10 years later, there was a description about amber pupils. God knows when she saw Hu Yamingchuan's amber eyes, her heart sank. At that time, she still held a glimmer of hope and wanted to ask if there was another person with amber eyes in the Beixiong royal family. In the end, no. In the original plot, the future Beixiong king was Hu Yamingchuan, a useless prince who was bullied by everyone, without any external support, was able to stand out in the fierce struggle of more than a dozen sons of the Beixiong king, killed all his brothers and sisters, and fought with Tian Sheng. How deep must such a person's mind be? How cruel must his means be? Is that something she can deal with? Slip away. During the time when the Beixiong delegation is in the capital, she will never step out of the palace. Hurriedly returning to the palace, Yunshu still felt uneasy when thinking of the time bomb outside the palace, and deliberately sent one of the dragon shadow guards around him to keep an eye on Hu Yamingchuan's situation, and report to her every day, no matter how big or small. So, that night, she got the latest intelligence from the post house. Hu Yamingchuan was slapped by the second prince because he not only failed to seduce Yunshu today, but also failed to get Yunshu to talk to him more. Yunshu didn't care. The next day, she followed Emperor Xuanwu in the imperial study to review memorials for a day. That night, the post house intelligence showed that Hu Yamingchuan was beaten by the second prince again because he, a waste, failed to get Yunshu to leave the palace to find him. Yunshu, If she hadn't believed in the concealment level of the dragon shadow guard, she would have almost thought that this was a moral kidnapping deliberately done by the other party for her to see. Fortunately, she didn't have the hobby of sacrificing herself to save others. Besides, she really didn't believe that the person who would be able to sit on the throne of Beixiong in 10 years could only allow the second prince to bully him at will. Yunshu read the information about Hu Yamingchuan being beaten for 3 consecutive days without any ripples in her heart. On the day of the Wanshou festival, Yunshu finally couldn't avoid seeing Hu Yamingchuan. He still lowered his head and followed the second prince and Princess Baza silently, with a little bruise on the corner of his mouth. Although he was very low-key, Yunshu could clearly perceive that the moment he entered the hall, many noble ladies in the hall attracted his attention. Is this the male vixen? Yunshu followed everyone else and stared at Hu Yamingchuan for a long time, then curled his lips and leaned towards Yunshu. Fifth sister, I heard that Beixiong wanted him to marry you. Is it true? Who told you that? Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Lu Ziming? Lu Ziming also said so, and my mother also said so. Yunshu was picky. I don't think he's good enough. Oh! Yunshu laughed. What's wrong with him? Nothing is good enough. Yunshu, who didn't know Yunshu's true thoughts, listened to her words, and thought she was his fifth sister. She was trying to refute him, and hurriedly said, Fifth sister, Don't you think he is a weak and fragile little white face? Such a man is not even as good as Sini, who was a crybaby in the past. How can he be your husband? You are the princess of my Tiansheng dynasty. Even if you want to marry, you have to marry the best man in the world. He is not worthy of you at all. Yun Chuan became more and more excited as he spoke. Just when he wanted to find more thorns in Hu Yamingchuan, he heard Princess Baza, who had just said a lot of congratulatory words in front of the palace, suddenly change the subject. I wonder if His Majesty Tiansheng can arrange for my ninth brother to sit next to the princess of your country? As you know, we in Beixiang came with the greatest sincerity to form an alliance with your country. Unfortunately, your princess is too busy. We have been here for so many days, but we only met her once by chance at the city gate on the first day. It is a rare opportunity today. I hope that His Majesty can allow my ninth brother to have a chance to talk to her. Of course. Princess Baza's request was not excessive, and Emperor Xuanwu didn't want to offend her, so he casually raised his hand and asked someone to add another seat next to Yunshu. Yunshu, Yun Chuan, shock. The fifth sister sat closest to the emperor, and the ninth prince of Beixiang couldn't possibly sit between the fifth sister and the emperor, so he could only sit between him and the fifth sister. He hated that pretty boy. Yun Chuan was so angry that he was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He glared at Hu Yanmingchuan fiercely, but the latter didn't even raise his eyelids. He lowered his eyebrows and sat between the two of them, then slightly turned to Yunshu. Your Highness the Princess. What do you mean? Being completely ignored by the person he hated, Yun Chuan was even more furious. While Emperor Xuanwu was not paying attention, he stretched out a foot and kicked Hu Yamingchuan. Can't you see me, or do you look down on me? Don't you have anything to say about taking my place? Sorry. On Yunshu's moon-white outer robe, which was the same color as the day they first met, a footprint suddenly appeared. Hu Yamingchuan pursed his lips and apologized in a low voice with uneasiness. Chapter 256. Just saying sorry is enough? Yun Chuan insisted. This prince tells you. Do you want to eat fried potato balls? Yun Shu suddenly handed over a plate of fried potato balls that had just been served and had not been touched. The portion is not large. I only have this plate, and you have to eat it while it is hot. A new dish? Emperor Xuanwu attached great importance to the preservation of potatoes for seeds. Before, even the 5 pots of potatoes from concubine Lu were all sent to Yun Shu. Yun Chuan had been thinking about potatoes for several months. It was not easy to wait for such a plate, and it was a new dish he had never tasted. He immediately took the plate of fried potato balls with shining eyes, forgetting about the matter of embarrassing Hu Yamingchuan. Thank you, Your Highness, for helping Mingchuan out. Hu Yamingchuan lowered his eyes, and gently brushed the footprint on his robe with his right hand, slowly wiping it away bit by bit. He looked like he had long been accustomed to such things. He was neither happy nor angry, but his spine was still straight, as if he was silently resisting the harm from the outside world. His temperament and expression were all just right. Even the noble ladies in the distance couldn't help but look at him a few more times, but Yun Shu, as if a string was missing, remained indifferent to the beauty trap. He just glanced at him lightly, and turned his eyes away. Sixth brother is young and still a little immature. Ninth prince should not take it to heart. Yun Shu didn't know how far Hu Yamingchuan had grown up now, and whether he would do something secretly to harm Yun Chuan afterwards. She could only try her best to prevent Yun Chuan from offending him too much. After all, based on her past experience of reading novels, people like Hu Yamingchuan are mostly twisted and perverted in their hearts. It's really not worth it to cause a big trouble for such a small matter. Yun Shu picked up the chopsticks calmly. These delicacies are all new dishes that my Tiansheng dynasty has figured out in the past 1 or 2 years. The ninth prince should have never tasted them. If you don't have any taboos, you can try them all. If he understood correctly, the Tiansheng lady meant to let him eat more vegetables and talk less? A trace of strange color flashed across his eyes that no one noticed, and Hu Yamingchuan responded in a low voice. Thank you, Your Highness. This Tiansheng lady was quite different from what he expected. When he was in Beixiang in the past, relying on his face, in front of those princesses and noble ladies, not to say that everything could be done as he wished, at least it could still play a certain role. Although he actually hated the way those people looked at him, this Tiansheng princess. Is she blind? After tasting a few dishes that tasted really good, Hu Yamingchuan gently put down his chopsticks. Your Highness. Yun Shu, Even food can't stop you from talking. Yun Shu raised his eyes helplessly. Does the ninth prince have anything to say? Your Highness. Don't like Mingchuan? Seeing that Yun Shu was not the kind of person who liked to talk in a roundabout way, Hu Yamingchuan went straight to the point with a nervous look. As expected, Yun Shu, who didn't expect him to ask this directly, was obviously stunned for a moment, and then said without comment, I just don't know you well, and I'm not interested in any marriage. I guess the ninth prince doesn't really want to marry me, right? Marry? Huyen Mingchuan sneered in his heart, but his expression became more lonely. This is the mission that Mingchuan must complete when he goes to Tiansheng this time. What if it can't be completed? Yun Shu raised his eyebrows and smiled leisurely, as if teasing a friend. Kill you? If that's all, Mingchuan might not have to say these words that make his highness embarrassed. Huyen Mingchuan smiled bitterly, and his expression looked pale no matter how you look at it. He lowered his head and remained silent for a long time, and then he seemed to have finally made up his mind, and said in a voice so soft that Yun Shu could hardly hear, I wonder if your highness is free tomorrow? Mingchuan has something to say to his highness alone. This pervert really wanted to trick her out of the palace. Yun Shu rejected him on the spot without hesitation. I'm very busy. Huyen Mingchuan, It seems that she really doesn't buy this. In that case. Huyen Mingchuan leaned closer to Yun Shu. His expression and temperament did not change at all, but the tone that only Yun Shu could hear instantly changed from fragile to a kind of evil with an inexplicable chill. Don't you want the free Beixiong kingdom? When he said this, his amber eyes locked onto every subtle expression on Yun Shu's face. It was reasonable, but unexpected that she did not show a look of shock at the first time. That is to say, she really knew that he was pretending before. Your Highness, please be calm. Pretending to pour a cup of tea for Yun Shu, Huyen Mingchuan curled his lips. Was it not good enough for me to pretend before? Yun Shu, He's showing his hand now? No, what kind of villain is so impatient? Wouldn't it be better for him to continue to pretend to be a beautiful, weak and pitiful little person? It is said that the more you know, the more dangerous it is. The big villain has suddenly revealed his hand in front of her. She is very scared. The screaming chicken in Yun Shu's heart started a new round of screaming, but on the surface, in order to maintain her high profile as the princess of Tiansheng, and to scare Huyen Mingchuan so that the other party would not dare to act rashly, after a short silence, Yun Shu casually pulled the corner of her lip. You acted well. But you still saw through it? Huyen Mingchuan said faintly. Your Highness, are you praising me or yourself? The two. When they were talking, they were not far away. In addition, Huyen Mingchuan maintained an expression from beginning to end. In the eyes of Emperor Xuanwu, who could not hear their conversation at all, it was that the little white-faced prince of Beixiong, in order to seduce his own little cub, had tried his best and wished he could stick directly to his little cub, and his own little cub's attitude towards the little white-faced man was not too bad. While letting the other party whisper to her, the corners of his mouth even raised a not very obvious arc. If it continues at this pace, maybe Xiaowu, the little cub, will not be able to hold his ground in the end and be fooled by the little white-faced man of Beixiong. Emperor Xuanwu felt unable to accept such a result just by thinking about it. They must be interrupted. The wine cup in his hand was put back on the dragon table with a duong sound. Emperor Xuanwu gritted his teeth and squeezed out a smile. I heard that the princess went to the Ministry of Works a lot in the past few days. What are you busy with? Chapter 257. My son was preparing a birthday gift for your father. Just as she didn't want to deal with the big trouble of Huyen Mingchuan anymore, Yun Shu was suddenly called by Emperor Xuanwu. She didn't care that she had already told him about this matter before. She stood up and said respectfully, in fact, I prepared 2 gifts for your father. Oh! Originally, Emperor Xuanwu just didn't want this kid to continue to whisper with that Beixiong pretty boy. After hearing this, he really became interested. Which 2 gifts? This first gift is more mysterious. For the time being, only you, your father, can see it. Yun Shu took out a piece of silk cloth folded into a small square from her sleeve pocket and handed it to Li Dihai. The other ministers in the palace saw this scene and couldn't help whispering to each other. I remember that the gift that the princess prepared for His Majesty last year was just a few pieces of paper that looked insignificant. Later, everyone found out that it was actually cheap paper. What is this year? It looks like silk cloth to me. Could it be this year's low-priced silk cloth? Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? The official in front couldn't help rolling his eyes. The meaning of low-priced paper is to allow poor students to afford books and paper. So what is the meaning of low-priced silk cloth? To put it bluntly, this thing is just a higher-grade paper. What is the substantive meaning of lowering its price? Just to let the dignitaries spend less money? Do you think the princess would spend so much effort to do such a thing? That's not true. As we all know, the heart of the princess, like that of the emperor, is more inclined to the poor students. In the Linda Hall, everyone, including the Tiansheng court officials, was extremely curious about the piece of silk cloth that Yun Shu took out. They could not imagine why such a small thing could be given to Emperor Xuanwu as a gift. Even Emperor Xuanwu himself was very curious. He took the silk cloth from Li Dihai and thought that there might be something wrapped inside, but when he opened it, he found that it was just an ordinary piece of silk cloth, but Yunshu wrote in small words on it. To put it more directly, she actually wrote a memorial on it. And the content on it was nothing else. It was the result of her previous greenhouse on the imperial farm to grow potatoes and other crops. The potato planting was successful, and the original 50 kilograms of potatoes had now doubled to more than 1,000 kilograms. The sweet potato planting was successful, and the estimated yield per mu was about the same as that of potatoes, at least 2,000 kilograms. The corn was planted successfully, and the estimated yield per mu is about 1,500 kilograms. The pepper was planted successfully. Tomatoes. After a long list of reports on the successful planting of species brought back from overseas, Yunshu also added a paragraph of her speculation that the southern region might not need a greenhouse to achieve 2 harvests of some crops a year. The small piece of silk cloth carried the good news that the people of Tiansheng dynasty would never have to go hungry again. After Emperor Xuanwu quickly read it, he stood up on the spot with excitement, laughed and raised his glass to everyone, saying, "God bless the Yun family, let me get this Qilin girl to protect the people of Tiansheng. I am happy today. I toast to all the ministers present here. I hope that you will join hands with me and the princess to build Tiansheng. We are willing to serve your majesty with all our hearts and souls until our death." Although we don't know what is on the silk cloth that can make Emperor Xuanwu suddenly jump up like chicken blood and say such a thing, everyone will still give a fixed reply. Cooperating to pick up the wine glass and drink it all, the courtiers of Tiansheng just sat back in their seats and saw their own majesty staring at the princess with an extremely gratified and proud look. "This gift is very good. As long as your father likes it." As if she can't feel the eyes of the eldest prince next to her that are almost solidified and pierce her like a sieve, Yunshu casually took credit for Yunshu. In fact, this gift also has a contribution from the 6th prince. Yunshu was suddenly carried away. ? Who? What contribution? Is he involved in this? But he didn't even know what was written on the silk cloth. But why not take the credit for free? Yunshu smiled and stood up quickly, proudly puffing out his chest. This is what a son should do. Emperor Xuanwu, Yes, his contribution is also great. After all, if it weren't for his greed, after learning from Xiaowu that there might be delicacies overseas that Tiansheng didn't have, he would have insisted that the Lu family caravan go on a long voyage, and these grains would not have been brought back so early. For such a great contribution, just give him a verbal praise. Emperor Xuanwu nodded perfunctorily. Not bad. Yunshu, who was still waiting to be praised, ? That's it? Why? He didn't expect his father to stand up and praise him as a gifted child like he did when he praised his 5th sister. Even if he just gave him a little money, that would be fine. Isn't it a bit too much to just say not bad to send him off? Although he didn't even know what was not bad about himself. But the 5th sister said he had made contributions, so he must have. Yunshu stared at Emperor Xuanwu angrily and wanted to speak up for himself, but Emperor Xuanwu, who was sitting at the top, had already jumped to the next topic with Yunshu with interest. You just said that you prepared 2 gifts for me today. This is one. What about the other one? Father, this other gift is also quite special. It can be seen by everyone present, but you need to move to the outside of Linda Hall first. Yunshu raised her hand slightly. Father, please. What is so mysterious? This time, not to mention Emperor Xuanwu himself, who was receiving the gifts, even Hu Yamingchuan, who was least interested in these things, was whetted by her appetite. He mixed in the crowd and slowly walked out of Linda Hall. There's nothing outside. Using the light of the rows of lanterns outside, Yunshu looked around and quietly pulled Yunshu's sleeve. 5th sister, did you really leave the gift for father outside? Could it be taken away by someone? Just wait and see. Raising his hand and patting Yunshu's head, Yunshu walked to the front calmly and slowly amid the puzzled discussions of the people around him. Father, the gift prepared for you is in the sky. In the sky? Emperor Xuanwu looked up at the sky, which was full of clouds and fog, and there were not even a few stars today. There was a little more hesitation in his eyes. Chapter 258. In fact, he always felt that his daughter's precognitive dream, which helped the people of the capital city escape the flood, was a little bit outrageous. Before, he even suspected that this kid also had a life choice simulation system. After trying it out, he found that he was wrong, so he let it go. But today, After hearing Yunshu say that she prepared a gift for him in heaven, Emperor Xuanwu couldn't help but start to think divergently. Could it be that his daughter was really a fairy from heaven who came down to earth? It's just that she had never recovered her memory when she was a fairy. The precognitive dream in early summer was actually a manifestation of her recovery of the fairy world memory. Now all her memories have been restored, and even those fairy methods have returned. So she simply took this opportunity to give him a gift, wanted to show off her skills in front of everyone, reveal her true identity, and win over all the courtiers who still had complaints about her. If that's the case, then... Emperor Xuanwu was still thinking about it, but the eldest prince looked up for a long time and didn't see anything unusual, so he couldn't help but speak. Your Highness, you don't want to say that the gift you gave to your father is the stars in the sky, right? But tonight is not a good time to watch the stars and the moon. It's indeed not a good time to watch the stars and the moon. Yunshu put her hands into her sleeves and counted down leisurely. 3, 2, 1. Bang! Under the dark night, fireworks bloomed all over the sky, and the boundless night was shattered by the leaping stars in a gorgeous and dazzling manner. It seemed like a gorgeous feast connecting the sky and the earth, illuminating everyone's faces and bringing people a dreamlike and soul-stirring moment. Jiang Yuanbao and others who were in charge of lighting the fire were already stunned. They finally understood why Her Highness the Princess said that they had to wait until the night of the Wansho festival to understand the peculiarity of this thing when they were outside the city that day. It had nothing to do with the specific day. The main thing was that this thing had to bloom at night to truly show its beauty. This was simply a divine trick. Jiang Yuanbao and others who knew that this was made by Yunshu himself were still like this, not to mention the people outside the palace who heard the noise and ran out of the house to see the scene. Because they had never seen it before, some people were worried that it was something bad at first, but they were quickly refuted. Don't you think this thing is beautiful? It looks like flowers blooming in the sky. It is indeed very beautiful, and look at that direction. Is it the palace? Today is the Wansho festival, and the heavens are so happy. This is a great auspicious sign. Such auspicious signs have never appeared on Wansho festival in previous years. Do you think it is because the princess was established this year? It is possible. Our princess is really capable. Okay, no matter what it is, make a wish quickly. Such opportunities are not always available. That's right. Outside the palace, there are devout prayers from the people of the city. But in front of the Linda Hall in the palace, there is a silence that is so shocking that it is speechless. From childhood to adulthood, Yunshu actually likes to watch fireworks very much. Not just because it is beautiful enough, but more importantly, every time she sees fireworks, her heart always becomes particularly calm. When I was a child, I didn't understand why that was happening. I just felt like there were fireworks in my eyes and in my mind. Only when I grew up did I understand that it was a kind of peace of mind in a prosperous and peaceful world. Whoosh, bang, bunch after bunch of fireworks rushed up to the sky, bloomed to their heart's content, and then fell down like a waterfall from the sky. This visual feast lasted for a whole stick of incense. When the last bunch of fireworks faded away, and the night sky regained its former tranquility, Yunshu Huan, who had been opening his mouth wide, finally came to his senses. He closed his chin with some difficulty because he had been open for too long, which made it a little sore. Fifth sister, are you a fairy? Fairy. These two words touched the string in Emperor Xuanwu's mind. He pursed his lips and turned around. He was ready for Yunshu to respond, but he only saw her raise her hand and knock Yunshu Huan's head lightly. Have you read too many storybooks? If I were a fairy, I would let some people secretly say bad things about me. That's right. Yunshu Huan rubbed his forehead and muttered sadly. Fifth sister, you are so narrow-minded. If you were a god, you would have used magic to make those people's mouths disappear. Yunshu sneered with a sneer. I can't use magic to make those people's mouths disappear, but I can still do it by sticking your mouth on them. Do you believe it? Yunshu Huan, Emperor Xuanwu, The courtiers, who secretly said bad things about Yunshu, shock. I suddenly felt a chill on my back. With Yunshu's amazing fireworks gift, the second half of the whole dinner was a bit mediocre. Until the end of the palace banquet, when it was over, many people could still be heard talking about the fireworks show they watched tonight. Yunshu walked out of the Linda Hall slowly, intending to go back to Fengyang Palace directly. However, before he had taken 2 steps, a clear and gentle voice came from behind him. Your Highness, please stay. Stay for nothing. When Yunshu heard this, he didn't stop, but walked even faster. Your Highness. Seeing that she ran away without even turning her head, Hu Yamingchuan was stunned for a moment, and then a barely perceptible smile flashed across his eyes. He quickly chased Yunshu as if he had gathered up all his courage, and stopped her directly with a desperate gamble. "Your Highness, please stay." Yuan Shu, If I had known, I would have just sprinted 100 meters. It's late at night. Late at night, understand? Yuan Shu, who was forced to stop, bit his lips and showed a hypocritical professional smile. It's late today. After all, there is a difference between you and me. If the ninth prince has anything to say, you can talk about it another day. It will only take up a little time, Your Highness. Pursing his lips, looking at the second prince of Beixiang and Princess Baza, who were staring at this place not far away, Hu Yan Mingchuan's face was full of pleading. Mingchuan has something to tell Your Highness. Yuan Shu, can I not listen? Your Highness. Hu Yan Mingchuan stood in front of Yuan Shu fragilely but persistently without moving. Yuan Shu. Okay, I understand. This means that it must be said. If she didn't agree now, who knows what kind of trouble this thing would cause later. Raising his hand to signal Tingxue and the others to stand a little further away, when they were the only two left in this area, Yuan Shu raised his chin slightly and withdrew the fake smile on his face. Chapter 259. What do you want to say? Your Highness seems to have something against me? Yuan Shu, who had already seen through his true face, was the only one left in front of him, and Hu Yan Mingchuan also stopped pretending. He stared at Yuan Shu with interest, as if he was looking at something rare. I should have never offended Your Highness before. Did I offend you? Based on her many years of reading experience, she knew that if she could avoid such a psychopath, she would avoid him, but if she couldn't avoid him, she would never give in. Otherwise, he will definitely push his luck and make things worse. Yuan Shu narrowed her eyes in dissatisfaction. I am not interested in marrying you. What if I take Beixiang as my dowry? Hu Yan Mingchuan raised his eyebrows. You are not interested in that. Not interested. Yuan Shu refused expressionlessly, with no ripples in her heart. It's just Beixiang. If I want it, I can fight for it myself. There is no need to sell myself. Selling myself? Hu Yan Mingchuan was amused by her description. Your Highness is really interesting. It's really not worth it for just Beixiang. But, Your Highness seems to really believe that I can take Beixiang as a dowry. It's only the second time we met, and Your Highness is so optimistic about me. I always think highly of people who are shameless. The other party's words were quite obvious, and Yuan Shu calmly retorted, after all, there is an old saying that goes like this, a tree without bark will surely die, and a person without shame will be invincible in the world. Is this an old saying from your Tiansheng? Hu Yan Mingchuan seemed to be amused again. He looked at Yuan Shu curiously, and after a long while, he sighed quietly. What a pity, if you were born in the Beixiang royal family, I might not have lived such a boring life in the past 10 years. Stop talking nonsense. It was freezing cold, and Yuan Shu was impatient to continue talking to him. If you have something to say, please say it quickly. I'm in a hurry to go back and rest. It's not a big deal. Originally, I wanted to discuss it with His Highness. Whether it's a fake marriage or a real marriage, at least let His Highness marry me. Seeing Yuan Shu's eyes rolling in disdain, Hu Yan Mingchuan hooked his lips and slowly added the second half. But since His Highness really doesn't want to sell himself, I won't force it. As long as His Highness can find a way to let me stay in Tiansheng for a year, I will still offer the worthless Beixiang with both hands. How about it? You want to develop power in Tiansheng? There shouldn't be this part in the original plot, right? But it's understandable. Before he had absolutely powerful strength, Hu Yan Mingchuan was restricted everywhere in the Beixiang palace, and it was not easy for him to develop power secretly. But if he could stay in Tiansheng, Beixiang would be far away, and no matter those Beixiang princes, who were fighting to the death, or the Beixiang king himself, they would not be able to reach out to this side. I think Hu Yan Mingchuan had this idea from the beginning, right? No wonder he did not do anything secretly to stop this from happening, and let the second prince and Princess Baza send him here as a prince for marriage. He really made a good calculation. Yuan Shu raised her eyes lightly. How do I know that you don't want to stay and harm Tiansheng? Tiansheng didn't offend me. Why should I harm Tiansheng? Hu Yan Mingchuan said, as a matter of course, I have only one goal, that is to destroy Beixiang. As the princess of Tiansheng, Your Highness must also dislike Beixiang. I heard that His Highness is quite proficient in business. With just a little effort, he can get a piece of land for free. No matter how you look at this business, there is no need to refuse it, right? So in the original plot, 10 years later, he killed all his brothers and sisters, and spent all the money in the Beixiang treasury on the war without caring about the lives of soldiers, or even the people. All for the sake of completely destroying Beixiang. But I didn't expect that Tiansheng was also seriously injured at that time, so that the two sides fought back and forth, and he almost won? This logic is actually quite reasonable. The conversation between Yuan Shu and Huyen Mingchuan did not last long. The second prince of Beixiang and Princess Baza saw from a distance that after the two said a few words, Tian Shengtaina left with her people without looking back. They hurriedly walked to Huyen Mingchuan and asked in a deep voice, "What did you say to Tian Shengtaina just now? Did she agree to marry you?" "No. You're a waste." The second prince heard this and wanted to take action out of habit, but was stopped by Princess Baza in time. "Second brother, this is in Tiansheng Palace. Be careful not to be seen." "Humph. So what if someone sees you?" The second prince was too stubborn to admit his impulse. Although he put down his hand, he still said angrily, "Anyway, the Tiansheng princess doesn't want this waste. He is no longer useful. There is no loss even if he is beaten to death. Her Highness promised to let me stay in Tiansheng capital." Already accustomed to the attitude of the second prince, Huyen Mingchuan was not affected at all. He slightly lowered his eyes and said softly, "Her Highness gave me a year. She said that if she fell in love with me during this year, everything would still have a chance." Still have a chance. Hearing this, the anger on the second prince's face finally subsided a little. How difficult is this? Can't we just find a chance to make it a done deal with her? "No." Princess Baza immediately retorted. "Last year, my brother tried to drug this Tiansheng princess, but in the end it was more trouble than it was worth. The princess is not someone who is easy to deal with. If the drug fails, I'm afraid that this year's opportunity will be gone. That's because Huyen Xiangyuan is also a waste." After scolding him unceremoniously, the second prince coldly. She glanced at Huyen Mingchuan with a stern face. "All of them are trash. Apart from a face that looks like your bitch mother and can only seduce people, there is nothing good about it. You'd better pray that your face can also work in front of that Yuan Shu. Otherwise," he sneered, "this prince will peel off your useless face and feed it to the dogs." "Okay." Princess Baza whispered, "If you have anything to say, go back and talk. We haven't even left the palace yet." "Humph." The second prince really didn't say anything after hearing this. He snorted coldly and left with his sleeves swung heavily. No one saw the strange anger in Huyen Mingchuan's eyes, as he lowered his head and said nothing. "Peel off? It sounds like a good suggestion. I just don't know if the second prince's face will still look like it does now after peeling off. It's disgusting just to look at it. If it can be a little less ugly, just give it to Tian Shengtaina as a gift." This Tian Shengtaina was a rare wonderful person that he didn't dislike. In this boring world, she was the only one who had a little bit of interest. Chapter 260. Not knowing that a pervert was seriously thinking about giving her a human skin, Yuan Shu went straight to the imperial study the next day after the court session and told Emperor Xuanwu about the agreement she had reached with Huyen Mingchuan to let Huyen Mingchuan stay in Shengjing for a year. "Father, Huyen Mingchuan is too cunning. I think it would be better for you to send 2 dragon shadow guards to secretly watch him." Emperor Xuanwu felt that this matter was outrageous from beginning to end. The ninth prince, who has been bullied in Beixiang, is actually scheming and cruel? This ninth prince hates everyone in the Beixiang royal family. He wants to kill all those people, but he is not interested in being the king of Beixiang, so he simply promised to give the whole Beixiang to Xiaowu afterwards, and Xiaowu actually believed it? No, when did this kid become so easy to fool? Or does she really think highly of Huyen Mingchuan? Emperor Xuanwu looked at Yuan Shu with a strange look in his eyes. Are you really attracted to Huyen Mingchuan's face, and want to marry him? Can you please stop saying such shocking things?" Yuan Shu looked frightened. "Does your son think that he is living too comfortably? Why do you want to cause yourself such a big trouble? It's good that you are not." Seeing that her expression was indeed not fake, Emperor Xuanwu was relieved. "I think you believe in him. Do you really think that Huyen Mingchuan has the ability to take over the entire Beixiang?" "Not sure," Yuan Shu said confidently. "So your son came to you for help, didn't he? You send 2 dragon shadow guards to keep an eye on him and keep all his movements under your control. If he succeeds and really fulfills his promise, then we will make a profit. If he succeeds but wants to go back on his word, you can also respond in time. If he fails, then we won't lose anything." Emperor Xuanwu, Who said this kid doesn't count? He looks pretty good at this abacus. Picking up the teacup at hand and taking a sip, Emperor Xuanwu was thinking about whether to agree or not. A familiar white light flashed in the void in front of him, and the life selection simulation system appeared again. "The simulated life selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. A. Think this is not feasible, reject Yuan Shu, and order Huyen Mingchuan to leave with the Beixiang delegation after New Year's Eve. B. Think this is feasible, agree to Yuan Shu, and send 2 dragon shadow guards. C. think this is feasible, but he thought Huyen Mingchuan was difficult to deal with, so he sent out 10 Dragon Shadow Guards. He thought this was feasible, but there was no need to keep an eye on Huyen Mingchuan, and he didn't send out any Dragon Shadow Guards. You chose A. Yunshu felt a little regretful. Huyen Mingchuan's plan was blocked, and he hated you. After returning to Beixiang, he had to continue to endure and hibernate. 5 years later, Huyen Mingchuan killed all the Beixiang royal family, ascended the throne, and went to war with Tian Sheng. Then Huyen Mingchuan really succeeded. Emperor Xuanwu's eyes, which were originally somewhat careless, suddenly condensed, and he quickly clicked on the second option. You chose B. Huyen Mingchuan successfully stayed in Tiansheng capital, and continued to grow his strength at an incredible speed. He discovered the 2 Dragon Shadow Guards you sent, but pretended not to know. Whenever there was an important event, he would try to avoid the Dragon Shadow Guard sight, and only deliberately let you know some unimportant, and half-true, and half-false news every now and then. 2 years later, Huyen Mingchuan killed all the Beixiang royal family, and on the day he ascended the throne, he handed over a letter of surrender to Tiansheng Tainu. This Beixiang was really delivered as soon as he said it would be. Isn't it that Xiaowu was deceived by Huyen Mingchuan's face, but that Huyen Mingchuan was deceived by his kid? If so, then, his kid is pretty powerful. Emperor Xuanwu clicked on the third option in disbelief. You chose C. Huyen Mingchuan found that there were too many people following him. He was very unhappy and deliberately designed a trap, killing 3 Dragon Shadow Guards and seriously injuring 7. 2 years later, Huyen Mingchuan killed all the Beixiang royal family, and on the day he ascended the throne, he handed over a letter of surrender to Tiansheng Tainu. Emperor Xuanwu, Just looking at these few lines, he couldn't help but feel distressed. It's not easy to train the Dragon Shadow Guards. Each one is very valuable, otherwise, he wouldn't have given none to the deposed prince. Even Xiaowu took the initiative to ask him for it, and he gave it to him. For? Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a while, and finally clicked on the last option. You chose D. Huyen Mingchuan didn't expect that Yishu and you both trusted him so much, or didn't care about him, and didn't even send a spy. He found it very interesting because Yunshu helped him by accident. He reported a crucial piece of information to Yunshu. Because he knew the news in advance, Yunshu successfully saved the lives of nearly 100,000 people. 2 years later, Huyen Mingchuan killed all the royal family of Beixiang. On the day he ascended the throne, he handed over a letter of surrender to the princess of Tiansheng. This is the option. Emperor Xuanwu slightly raised his eyebrows, as he stared at the 2 lines of information that Yunshu successfully saved nearly 100,000 lives by relying on Huyen Mingchuan's report. I don't know if the options later can reveal to him in advance what this crucial information is. As if responding to his inner thoughts, the light screen in front of him flickered slightly, and a new page soon emerged. Please select the relevant future map you want to see. Note, only one can be selected. A. The battlefield when Beixiang and Tiansheng fought. B. Part of the information that Huyen Mingchuan asked Long Yingwei to bring to you. C. The scene where Long Yingwei was killed. D. Yun Shihuan's drug testing scene. Lao Lu tested the medicine? Why did they let Lao Lu test the medicine? Is the situation so urgent that there were no more death row prisoners to be taken for the drug test, and Lao Lu had to test the medicine himself? Emperor Xuanwu felt nervous and quickly clicked on the last option, and then he saw a big bulging bag on the bed. Emperor Xuanwu, Is this broken system playing tricks on him? And Lao Lu, this stinky boy. Can't he just lie down when testing the medicine? He has to hide his head in the quilt so that no one can see anything. If he gets a fever or other discomfort during the process, who would know if he hides in the quilt? Is this kid stupid? Gritting his teeth and turning off the light screen floating in front of him, Emperor Xuanwu calmed down his guilty conscience and nodded to Yunshu lightly. I will arrange this matter later. The minister is relieved then. Chapter 261. She was not sure she could handle a man like Huyen Mingchuan, so it would be okay for her father to do it, right? Her father had been in office longer than Huyen Mingchuan. The moment she heard Emperor Xuanwu's affirmative answer, Yunshu was completely relieved. She simply put the matter behind her and brought up the second thing. By the way, father, I have another thing to discuss with you. Oh! Emperor Xuanwu leaned back and looked at the expression on Yunshu's face, snorting and laughing. Why doesn't this look like a good thing? How can it not be a good thing? It's a great thing. Yunshu raised his eyes seriously and looked at the beam above his head. If I have to say something bad, it may be that I am not very friendly to Minister Yin. Emperor Xuanwu, Once again, I personally experienced that people can really laugh when they are speechless. Emperor Xuanwu was somewhat helpless. How much money do you want the Ministry of Revenue to pay this time? Didn't they say that the commercial taxes this year can be equal to the treasury revenue of several years in the past? Yunshu whispered. Then what's wrong with giving a little to me? These commercial taxes are collected by me in a way, and I don't want this money for myself, it's for our Tiansheng. That makes sense. Why don't you go to Lord Yin and talk about it? Emperor Xuanwu sneered, unmoved. Tell me first, what do you want to do for our Tiansheng? I ask you a question first. After all, the money required this time was not small, so Yunshu was particularly careful in her wording. Father, what do you think Tiansheng needs to develop? A good emperor? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. Yunshu nodded quickly to show his approval. Of course. The emperor is in charge of the world. Only when there is a good emperor like you, father, in power can the people live and work in peace and contentment. If there is a tyrant in power, the court is a mess, and the people are miserable, then it will naturally not develop. But, she made a small turn. But, father, after all, you are only one person. You only need to control the general direction and manage the officials below. It is impossible and unnecessary to do everything yourself. So, sometimes, many things still have to be done by the people below. And these people cannot be mediocre, they must be talented. So I think we have to cultivate more talents, and not just a single talent for the imperial examination. In case Emperor Xuanwu didn't understand what she meant, Yunshu gave several examples. For example, talents like Jiang Yuanbao who can improve the curb plow and new textile machines, talents who are proficient in accounting and medical skills, or talents who can constantly explore the unknown and create unprecedented things. Unprecedented things? Emperor Xuanwu showed some interest. For example, cement? About the same. Yunshu nodded and began to fantasize with a look of longing. If one day, the carriage no longer needs horses to pull, and it takes only one day to take me from the capital to the Jiangnan area, I can still talk to you in the air while I am in the Jiangnan area. I am anxious to come back to see you, so I simply give up riding and fly back directly from the sky. Emperor Xuanwu. ? I thought it was somewhat reliable, but now it seems more and more wrong. What is this? Aren't these all the contents of the immortal cultivation novel she published in Tiansheng Weekly? What about the sound transmission over thousands of miles, flying with a sword? How to build this? Do we have to find a way to create an immortal first? Glazing at her unhappily, Xuanwu interrupted her directly. Okay, stop talking nonsense here. This is Tiansheng, not the immortal cultivation continent in your novel. Isn't this just a casual thought? She also knew that it was impossible to build airplanes, high-speed trains, etc. for this thing, not to mention that she could only look up information on the internet. Even if she could directly send modern engineers here, it would be difficult for a good cook to make a meal without rice. The technological gap is here. How can she easily cross it? But it's not against the law to think about it. Yunshu said seriously. Father, you should know that many things can be created because someone dared to think about it at the beginning. If you don't even dare to think about it, how can you create it? Only by thinking about it first, you will slowly start to think about how to make the thing you think of. Just like cement. Wasn't it created because the sixth prince wanted to trip you up? Emperor Xuanwu. ? Say it again? Why was cement created in the first place? Caught off guard by such a truth, Emperor Xuanwu was almost laughing. If I remember correctly, this cement was finally made by you and Jiang Yuanbao together, so you two have been helping that bastard Lao Lu to figure out how to trip me up. Not really all the time. Yunshu said timidly and honestly. In the beginning, wasn't it because you made the sixth prince cry first, and then ran away, and I couldn't do anything about him, so I helped to fool around for a while? I didn't think it would work at first, but later it was to build a dam, and I thought it had to work, so I tried harder to think about it, and it worked out. And it was so long ago, I didn't expect the sixth prince to still be thinking about it. But you have already punished them, so you can't be petty anymore. Emperor Xuanwu. So filial, he is so lucky to have them. Not wanting to think about this upset thing anymore, Emperor Xuanwu frowned and snorted. So from what you mean, you want to set up a place similar to a college to teach people these things? To be precise, in each state, even in major cities, there is such a college, and according to different professional classifications, those who want to study medicine can study medicine, those who want to learn accounting can learn accounting, the court will pay for it, and the tuition will not be charged a penny. Yunshu said her thoughts seriously. Of course, corresponding to this, after these students finish their studies, they must serve the court first according to the needs of the court, or complete some tasks given by the court, and then, they can decide freely to come and go. At the same time, those who don't study well at all, or have very poor talents and can't learn well no matter how hard they study, will also be persuaded to withdraw after failing the assessment every quarter. Chapter 262. Yuan Shu's intention to establish a public academy in Tiansheng dynasty was not a sudden idea, so she considered all the details very carefully. After a long speech, she even silenced Emperor Xuanwu. This content sounds good, but it is really expensive. It feels more expensive than building ships and establishing a navy. After all, many of those who were selected to join the navy were originally from various military camps, and they have to pay military salaries wherever they are. The 10 million taels of silver that Yuan Shu asked to withdraw from the Ministry of Revenue before, which made Minister Yin cry out in pain for a long time, were actually used for shipbuilding and later training losses, and did not include food and accommodation expenses. But this so-called academy is different. According to Yuan Shu, the academy will even provide food and lodging for the teachers and students from poor families, from buying land, to building the houses needed for the academy, to the monthly fees for the teachers to teach, and buying various tables, chairs and books, especially the various experiments needed for the innovation class, plus the food problem for so many people. It takes a lot of money everywhere. Emperor Xuanwu roughly estimated the scale of each academy according to Yuan Shu's expectations, and at least 30 million taels of silver would be invested in the first year. No wonder this kid never mentioned this before. This time it was equivalent to most of the annual income of the treasury in the past. If it weren't for the confidence brought by the commercial tax this year, I'm afraid that as soon as she opened her mouth, she would be scolded by the old man Yin Shangshu. Even now, Emperor Xuanwu could not guarantee that after hearing this, Minister Yin would not return to the state of quarreling with Yuan Shu as before. Emperor Xuanwu hesitated for a moment, and said slowly, "You want to run an academy, you can. But you also know that it is not easy to get Minister Yin to pay. I can give you two choices. Either I will ask for it, and force Minister Yin to pay the money. In this way, it will be much smoother to establish the academy. But the disadvantage is that Minister Yin will definitely complain in his heart, and it is possible that he will deliberately delay the payment later. Another option is to find a way to convince Minister Yin to agree to pay the money. But this matter may not be easy. The establishment of the academy may take some time before it can be officially established. Put it on the agenda." Sun chooses the second one. Yuan Shu said without hesitation. Sun wants to go out of the palace now to talk to Minister Yin. Go now? Could it be that this kid thinks that Minister Yin's attitude towards her has improved a lot recently, so he naively thinks that it is not difficult for him to ask for money? Although the National Treasury has just received more than 180 million taels of commercial taxes, as far as he knows, up to now, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Rights and many other officials, who went to Minister Yin to ask for money, have not been able to get the silver. In the words of Minister Yin, there are ways to plan when you don't have money, and there are ways to plan when you have money. He can't just ignore money and give it to anyone who asks for it because he has money now. He still has to make sure that every copper coin is spent on the place where it must be spent, and there is no more than half a penny. As for that stingy old man, would he agree to give Yuan Shu 30 million taels to open a public welfare academy? It's impossible to think about it. Emperor Xuanwu didn't think it was a good idea at all, but he thought it was good to let Yuan Shu, this little brat, go and hit a wall, so that she wouldn't know how good her father was to her day by day, and even run to figure out with Lao Lu how to trip him up. Sniffing in his heart, Emperor Xuanwu nodded without changing his expression. If you want to go, go ahead. Then I take my leave first. Not knowing that his father's evil intentions at the moment, Yuan Shu ran to the Shangshu mansion without looking back after getting Emperor Xuanwu's approval. As for Emperor Xuanwu, he calmly reviewed several more memorials, and suddenly called Lady Hai. Is Lao Lu in the upper study today? Your Majesty, the sixth prince is taking a rest today, so he should be in Yaohua Palace. Yuan Chuan had just squatted outside the imperial study waiting for his fifth sister a few days ago, so Lady Hai could still calculate his rest time. He glanced at Emperor Xuanwu's face carefully and asked tentatively, Your Majesty, do you want to summon the sixth prince? No need. Emperor Xuanwu put down the red pen and stood up directly. Go to Yaohua Palace. Xiao Wu only told him not to bring up the old matter of Lao Lu tripping him with cement before, but he didn't say that he couldn't find other things to do with Lao Lu. He still remembered the picture in the light screen of the life choice simulation system that didn't let him get any information. He likes to sleep with his head covered, right? Heh. The petty Emperor Xuanwu finally went to Yaohua Palace. At the same time, Yuan Shu also appeared outside the Shangshu mansion. At that time, Yin Shangshu, who was arguing with the Minister of Rights in the main room, was a little impatient when he saw a servant rushing in. He asked directly in front of the Minister of Rights, Who is here to ask for money again? Servant, Why is his master always so brave? It's different today. Facing the extremely unhappy look of Yin Shangshu, the servant bit the bullet and whispered, Master, it's the princess who has arrived. Princess? Accustomed to being chased by various officials of all sizes for money every day, Yin Shangshu almost didn't react at once. He wanted to ask which princess it was, but when the words came to his lips, his brain reacted belatedly. He was so shocked that he stood up and without even having time to straighten out the wrinkles on his clothes, he hurried out. Why did Her Highness come here suddenly? Did she say what she was here for? Her Highness just said that she had something important to discuss, and I didn't dare to ask more. The servant hurriedly trotted to lead the way and said, but judging from Her Highness's expression, it shouldn't be a bad thing. What can you see from her expression? Even if Her Highness didn't come in anger or with a gloomy face, what does it mean? What if this ancestor has a mind of his own and comes to ask him for money again? This ancestor is not comparable to the Minister of Rights or the Minister of War. The national treasury was so poor before, and she casually asked for 10 million taels. Chapter 263. Oh right, that 10 million, the ancestors only asked for it at the morning court, and never came to his house. What a huge sum of money this must be today. Minister Yin became more and more flustered the more he thought about it. If possible, he even wanted to find an excuse to not see anyone, but he could deal with ordinary colleagues like this, but not Her Highness the Princess, not to mention pretending to find an excuse, even if he was really seriously ill and bedridden, and Her Highness the Princess came and asked to see him by name, he would still have to let someone carry him out, huh? Don't panic, what if Her Highness the Princess just wanted to discuss with him about promoting the new accounting method to Quantiansheng? Or did Her Highness the Princess think of something else similar to the new accounting method that would be very useful to him? No one can say for sure that Her Highness the Princess is definitely here to ask for money. Constantly encouraging himself in his heart, Minister Yin soon saw the one sitting in the front hall. A familiar figure, I greet you. Please excuse me, my lords. Yunshu stood up and gave a false hand. His eyes curiously fell on the Minister of Rights. But I came at the wrong time, disturbing you two from discussing official business? No interruption. Minister Yin said decisively. Mr. Li was also ready to leave. Minister Li, This old thing. Why is it so difficult to ask him for money every time? I really hope that the princess is here to ask for money this time. Even if she can't get it, at least she can make Yin unhappy. Swearing and complaining about Minister Yin over and over again in his heart, Minister Li showed a slightly stiff smile on his face. Yes, then I won't disturb the princess and Mr. Yin from discussing matters. I take my leave. After watching Li Shangshu's back slowly disappear, Yin Shangshu then extended his hand to signal Yunshu to move to the main house, and calmly expressed his attitude to Yunshu in advance. Your Highness, I'm sorry to make you laugh. This old minister's house has always been like this. Almost all day long, colleagues come to me to talk about money. But Your Highness, you also know that I have always been grateful. Your Majesty trusts me and grants me such a crucial position as the Minister of Revenue. I swear to manage every penny in the treasury for Your Majesty. Eliminate all unnecessary and unreasonable expenses and strive to make Dasheng rich. He made his attitude and determination clear along the way. In vain, when he finally entered the main house and had someone serve Yunshu a cup of tea, Minister Yin thought that since he had said so much, it would be inappropriate for Her Highness to talk to him about money today, so he finally asked the question he should have asked a long time ago. I forgot to ask just now, why did Her Highness come here today? Oh, Yunshu put down the teacup calmly. I came to ask Lord Yin for money. Minister Yin, ? So all his words just now were in vain, right? How could Her Highness not play by the rules at all? The smile on his face froze before he could even raise it. Minister Yin tried to pull it twice, and in the end, probably because he felt that such a forced smile might be uglier than not smiling, he simply pulled the corner of his mouth back. This old minister remembers the money for the establishment of the Navy before, but this old minister has already given it. This time, this palace does not want the money for the establishment of the Navy. As if she could not see the 3 words unhappy written in capital letters on the name of Minister Yin, Yunshu explained to him seriously, I want to establish a different academy from the past. Different? Minister Yin frowned even more tightly. How is it different? The content of the teaching is different. Take out the first half of what she said to Emperor Xuanwu in the imperial study today and repeat it to Minister Yin again. Yunshu coaxed him step by step. Sir, you must be aware of the value of things like curd plows, cheap paper, cement, new textile machines, and the new accounting method that I later gave to Sir Yin. If the academy in the future Those students can also make similar things one after another, and the value they bring will definitely far exceed the value of the money invested now. From a long-term perspective, this is a good thing that will benefit Tiansheng dynasty without any harm. That being said, whether those students can really make something like this is not certain. Minister Yin first refuted, and then thought about it, thinking that it shouldn't cost much money to open an academy, and such a place has to collect tuition fees. Even if those students don't make anything in the end, they should be able to earn back the money with those tuition fees in a short time. Or even if they lose money, they won't lose too much. After hesitating for a moment, considering the more than 180 million taels of commercial tax, Minister Yin decided to give the princess a face, and rarely said happily, "I wonder how much is the budget for your highness to establish this academy?" "This amount." Yuanshu smiled slightly, and raised 3 fingers. 300,000 taels? Isn't this a bit too much? Minister Yin gritted his teeth, and was about to agree, but he saw Yuanshu shook his head helplessly. "It's 30 million taels." Duo Xiao? She said Duo Xiao? What's the matter with the princess? Even if the emperor came in person today, he, Yin Chaorong, would never agree to such an outrageous request. Minister Yin, who was still thinking about giving Yuanshu some face in the last second, jumped up. "What academy wants 30 million taels of silver? Your Highness, are you kidding me? Why would I make such a joke?" She told Minister Yin the second half of what she had said to Emperor Xuanwu in the imperial study today. Before Yuanshu finished speaking, Minister Yin couldn't wait to give her a 3-point rejection. "Lien, no! Absolutely not. This is simply too absurd. Not only do they not accept the tuition, but they also provide them with free food and accommodation. I have lived for so long, and have never heard of such an outrageous thing. You have heard it now, haven't you?" Yuanshu took the tea calmly and moistened her throat. "Of course, I know that with your personality, Lord Yin, it is impossible for you to agree to give out these 30 million taels of silver. So I came here today. In fact, there is a second thing I want to talk to you about. If this matter can be done, let alone 30 million taels of silver, even 300 million can be easily earned back." 300 million? The angry expression of Minister Yin froze on his face in an instant, and he made a very clear sound of swallowing saliva with a gulp. Chapter 264. It's a bit embarrassing, but that's 300 million. Just for these 300 million taels of silver, he can afford to lose this little bit of face. Shongshu Yin quickly convinced himself, and sat back on the chair with a smooth change of expression, as if the scene of being so angry that he jumped up and down just now had never happened. "I wonder what the prince is talking about. This matter can't be said in vain." Yuanshu said calmly, "Master Yin also knows that I am now in a hurry to establish an academy and cultivate more talents that are useful to Tiansheng as soon as possible, so I chose to ask the Ministry of Revenue to pay this money. But if Master Yin doesn't agree, I can only settle for the second best. Although it takes a lot of time, it can make me earn a lot of money and solve the problem of the silver needed to establish the academy by myself." She said it very clearly. "If you want to know how to make 300 million, you must first agree to give her 30 million. Otherwise, everything is off the table. But 30 million is not a small amount anyway. If it is only used to buy a method, what if it doesn't work? Then?" Minister Yin hesitated for a while, and cautiously tried to test. "I understand your Highness's meaning, but I am in this position, and I have to consider more issues. If that method can really earn 300 million taels for the national treasury, then everyone will be happy, but what if? There are risks in doing anything." Yuanshu smiled slightly and calmly interrupted the other party. "The court has relatively minimized the risk by doing this. If Lord Yin can't even afford this risk, it's better not to know this method of mine. After all, I don't want to help come up with a good idea, but end up with a bunch of complaints. Or even resentment. I dare not." Minister Yin hurriedly bowed his hands, and bent his waist slightly. Although he had never done any money-making business himself, he knew that Yuanshu was right. There is no business in this world that has no risk, and will always make money. No one is a fool. The way to make money is there, and whether it can be successful in the end depends on the ability of the person in charge. Thinking about the Tyne Weishan restaurant and the laying of the ground dragon, and then thinking about cement and commercial taxes, to be honest, Minister Yin is still quite convinced of the ability of the princess to make money. She said that she could make at least 300 million, which must not be a lie. The only question now is whether he, Yin Chaorong, has this ability, according to the rules she gave him. The way to get this done, facing an unknown field that he had never touched before, it was inevitable that Minister Yin would be entangled and hesitant. Yuanshu patiently sipped tea, and did not need to ask anyone to serve him. After drinking one cup, He refilled himself with a second cup. Recently, she has been busy reviewing memorials every day. It is not easy to have some free time. Even if she is a little bored, Yunshu does not care. She played with a teacup in her hand leisurely. Seeing that the third cup of tea in the cup was about to run out, Minister Yin, who had been entangled for a long time, finally made up his mind. Your Majesty said before that it is impossible to just stare at the existing silver in the treasury every day and always think that it is impossible to make the treasury richer by saving. The old minister still has to learn a lot from His Highness. Only by learning to make money can we really have no worries about money. Has Minister Yin finally figured it out? Putting the teacup back on the table, Yunshu raised his eyes with a smile. Then the 30 million taels of silver from me. I will personally report this to your Majesty tomorrow, and I will definitely deliver this silver to your Highness as soon as possible. Having already made a decision, it would be too stupid to drag it out and think about regretting it. Minister Yin immediately expressed his determination to Yunshu, and then changed the subject, impatiently asking about the way to make a lot of money she mentioned. I just don't know what the method your Highness mentioned before is. Lord Yin. It was rare for Minister Yin to be so straightforward, and Yunshu certainly would not hide it anymore. She asked seriously, who do you think has the most money flowing in the world besides the Ministry of Revenue? This. Minister Yin hesitated for a moment, thinking about the commercial taxes collected this year, and said uncertainly, is it the merchants? Yes, it's the merchants. Yunshu flicked his palm lightly to express his approval. Everyone thinks that. For merchants who are rich, their homes must be filled with gold and silver. But in fact, except for those merchants who are extremely wealthy and have special businesses, most merchants do not have much cash in their homes, because they will continue to invest money in their businesses to make their businesses bigger and bigger. Only by continuously investing can they earn more money. However, many times, doing business is actually a matter of opportunity. If there is a big deal in front of you now, and you know that once it is done, you will have the opportunity to make a lot of money, but the money in your hands is still in another business, and you cannot get the money back in time then. Deliberately pausing for a moment when he said this, Yunshu raised his eyebrows and looked at Minister Yin. If it were you, Lord Yin, would you choose to give up cleanly, or would you find a way to raise this sum of money? I think I would. Minister Yin put himself in this situation and was a little embarrassed. But since it is a big deal, it must require a lot of money, and I may not be able to raise it. Then if I tell you now that the court can lend you this money and sign a loan contract with you, requiring you to take out your own house or other valuable items as collateral. Of course, you can still live in this house during the mortgage period, but this house cannot be bought or sold. You only need to return the money within a certain period of time, and pay an additional 10% or 20% of the silver as interest. The house or other things you mortgaged will still belong to you. Unless you can't pay the money back, the court will come forward to take away your mortgaged items. After slightly changing the content of the bank loan in the future and telling it to Minister Yin, Yunshu smiled slightly. Will Lord Yin choose to agree to such conditions? If I refuse, I will miss this opportunity if I agree, which is equivalent to giving up 1 or 2 cents of interest to the court, but I can still make a lot. Minister Yin pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized, so your Highness means that we can earn 1 or 2% of the interest from those merchants in this way? Chapter 265. Yes. Why didn't he think of it before? In fact, some people have been secretly lending money at high interest rates for a long time. It's just that the interest rate of high interest rates is extremely high. If you borrow a few taels of silver, it will soon become hundreds of taels. There was a period of time in the previous dynasty when people were lending money at high interest rates. It is said that many people were ruined by this. Therefore, the court later tightened the control of private lending at high interest rates. Of course, even if the control was not strict, ordinary merchants would not be bold enough to borrow such money. After all, the more money you borrow, the more terrifying it will be when it doubles. Those merchants are not fools. If the money they earn from a business is not enough to pay the interest, wouldn't they be crazy? But if the court only charges 10% or 20% interest, it will be different. This amount of money is definitely within the range that merchants can afford. At the same time, because the entire imperial court was behind them, those merchants, no matter how bold they were, dared not play any tricks with the imperial court, unless they wanted to play the 9 clans Candy Crush. Otherwise, no matter whether they could repay the loan or not, with the collateral, the imperial court would basically make a profit. The more Minister Yin thought about it, the more excited he became. He wished he could write the memorial right now, and send it to the palace in person. However, Yunshu had not finished speaking. Seeing that Minister Yin had understood the part she had said before, she slowly added, of course, If all the loans were paid by the national treasury, the money from the commercial tax alone might not be enough. So in addition to the loan business, we can also do the money house business. Money shop? Minister Yin was stunned for a moment. Money shop is nothing more than letting people deposit their money with us, and then we charge a small amount of custody fee. The money earned is not much, I'm afraid. So we have to make some improvements and not charge that small amount of custody fee. Yuan Shu said seriously, we should do the opposite and give those who deposit money a little bit of interest. Minister Yin, ? Helping people keep their money and giving them a little more for free? Why, the serious moment of Her Highness the Princess is still limited in time, and after that point, she can't be serious anymore? What outrageous content is she talking about? Minister Yin's disapproval was written directly on his face, and Yuan Shu could naturally see it. She chuckled and looked at Minister Yin attentively. Master Yin, do you think I am talking nonsense? I dare not. The I dare not of Minister Yin was somewhat perfunctory. I just don't understand why you have to give away part of the money when you don't have enough money. Of course, it is to keep this part of the deposit. As the old saying goes, you can only get what you give. Yuan Shu explained slowly. Let's put it this way. If you keep 10 taels of silver with me and take it out after a year, you can get 11 taels of silver. But if you take it out before a year, you can only take 10 taels of silver. So, if you don't need this money urgently, Master Yin, would you choose to take it out within a year, or wait until a full year? Of course I wait until a full year. If you are not in a hurry to use it, why not wait for the money to make money? Very good, that is to say, the silver you have saved this year, Lord Yin, has always been in my hands. Yuan Shu nodded slightly, and suddenly asked, then can I use these 10 taels of silver to do some other small business, make some money, and turn these 10 taels of silver into 20 taels? After all, he is a person who can work as the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Minister Yin just couldn't think of this method before. Now Yuan Shu has broken the logic into pieces and fed it to him. If he still doesn't understand, that's really off the mark. To put it bluntly, this is actually another form of lending from a different angle, but this time the people who borrow money for business are not those merchants, but the court, and the lender is no longer the court, but the people who save money. Moreover, the interest rate of the court borrowing money from the people is much lower than the interest rate of the merchants borrowing money from the court. No wonder even His Majesty was willing to cooperate with His Royal Highness the Princess to run the Tianweishan restaurant. Apart from other things, at least in terms of making money, His Royal Highness the Princess is really amazing. Minister Yin was completely convinced this time. He stood up and bowed to Yuan Shu. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. I will learn from you. It's just some clever ideas. It's just the crystallization of human wisdom for thousands of years, and it's just a common way in later generations. How embarrassed she was this week. Yuan Shu coughed lightly. As long as Minister Yin doesn't forget what he promised me just now. Don't worry, Your Highness, I will never forget. He personally sent Yuan Shu out of the Shangshu mansion respectfully. After Yuan Shu left, Minister Yin immediately returned to the study and began to write furiously. So, at the morning court the next day, when Yuan Shu proposed to establish a college, everyone, including Emperor Xuanwu and other court officials, and even Li Dihai, thought that Minister Yin would definitely refuse and fight with Yuan Shu for 300 rounds and would not give in. However, Minister Yin stepped out without hesitation under everyone's gaze. Your Majesty, I think what Her Royal Highness said makes sense. For the future of our Tiansheng dynasty, this college should and must be built. It just so happens that there is enough money in the treasury now. I am willing to cooperate with Her Royal Highness to build Tiansheng College. Emperor Xuanwu, who had prepared a lot of ways to persuade the quarrel, said, ? The Minister of Rights, who had been arguing with Minister Yin for half a month for a mere 30,000 taels of silver, said, ? Other officials who also failed to get the money from Minister Yin said, ? When was Minister Yin secretly replaced? Was this person just a fake wearing a mask? Impossible. That's 30 million taels. They all thought it was outrageous when they heard about Tiansheng Academy. When did Minister Yin become so generous? Everyone was dumbfounded, and the eldest prince, who was still waiting to see Yuan Shu show, was even more shocked. After all, several generals of his faction, including General Wei Yuan, had gone to Minister Yin a few days ago because of the military pay, but because Minister Yin always found fault with the account book and insisted on waiting until the account book was completely correct before giving the money, General Wei Yuan and his men all complained bitterly. Considering that Yuan Shu's supporters in the court were gradually increasing, in order to consolidate his position in the hearts of these generals, he even paid nearly 10,000 taels of silver out of his own pocket to help fill those holes. Chapter 266. But this person who haggles over even a few thousand taels of silver now accepts Yuan Shu's exorbitant offer of 30 million taels without blinking an eye. Is this reasonable? Minister Yan's double-standard behavior is a bit too much. The eldest prince turned his head away in anger, but before he could wink at General Wei Yuan, who had hit a wall with Minister Yan several times before, couldn't help but speak in a sarcastic tone. Now the treasury is still well off? How can I remember? When I asked Lord Yin for military pay 2 days ago, Lord Yin kept saying that there was only so much money in the treasury, and every penny was hard-earned. If it is not necessary, we should not take even a copper coin from you, right? Her Highness the Princess proposed to establish the Academy for the future of Tiansheng. How can you compare with those of you who can't even match the account books you produced? Because of the silver, it is not new for Minister Yin and General Wei Yuan to quarrel with each other. Faced with the accusation, he didn't even raise his eyelids. After a disdainful snort, he ignored the unhappy sight of the people behind him, calmly held the tablet, and bowed to Emperor Xuanwu. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Oh! Emperor Xuanwu intuitively felt that what Minister Yin was going to say next must also be related to Xiaowu. Perhaps this is why Minister Yin unexpectedly agreed to the 30 million taels of silver. Tell me about it. I dare not take credit for this. It was actually Her Royal Highness the Princess who first brought it up. As expected, when Minister Yin spoke, he first said that it was all Yunshu's credit, and then he carefully explained in front of everyone the bank opening plan that he had thought about for a long time according to the general direction given by Yunshu last night, and the details of the actual implementation. Your Majesty, I think this matter has great potential. Father, I think it is not possible. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu seemed to have a look of surprise and satisfaction on his face, the eldest prince, who was afraid that Yunshu would take this opportunity to make another great contribution, did not even care about his appearance and let other people in his faction help speak. He took a step forward and said anxiously, "This bank sounds good, but in fact it is just a combination of money houses and loan sharks in a slightly different form. Not to mention whether this is suspected of competing with the people for profits, just say that the court has. Lending money at high interest rates, this is." "Brother, you are wrong." Yuanshu interrupted him faintly. "First of all, the bank keeps the money for the people, does not charge any custody fees, but gives interest, which is undoubtedly a good thing for the people of Tiansheng. Secondly, the reason why loan money is strictly prohibited is that its interest rate is too high. It can be said to be extremely high, and in the early stage of borrowing money, in order to deceive those who are not clear about the real interest rate of loan money to sign and seal, the loan money lender will also lie that the interest rate is not actually high, and then use various means to make people step by step deceived, carry huge debts and be unable to repay them, or even break up their families. But it is normal for merchants to have the need to borrow money when doing business, and ordinary people occasionally have to borrow money. At this time, the court stepped in and asked the bank to help them solve their urgent needs in a formal, reliable and low-interest way. This is also a good thing that benefits the country and the people. The princess is right. Not wanting to listen to the eldest prince's specious words, Emperor Xuanwu directly expressed his attitude and suppressed the idea following up the idea of refutation. The matter of Tiansheng College will be handed over to the princess, and the Ministry of Works will assist. As for the bank, the Ministry of Revenue will be responsible. Does anyone else have anything else to say? If not, then leave the court. That's it. They just want to say something against it, but since your Majesty said so, they don't have the courage to continue speaking. What's more, the princess has raised the significance of these two things so high, they are afraid that they will inexplicably say it while talking. Otherwise, she would become a waste without vision or a traitor who does not wish Tiansheng well. Although the establishment of Tiansheng College has been officially put on the agenda, it is not something that can be done immediately by just talking to build dozens or hundreds of colleges in various places in Tiansheng at the same time. The problem of recruiting workers is easy to solve. There is no shortage of people who are willing to make money by physical work these days. As long as you post a recruitment information in Tiansheng weekly in advance, when the time comes, there will definitely be a lot of people rushing to take this job. The key is who will choose the site, supervise the construction, and regulate the local colleges. You know, even in the era when she lived before, there would often be scandals of charities or organizations taking money, but not doing anything practical. Her original intention of establishing Tiansheng College was to develop Tiansheng and give ordinary people some other ways out. It's not to give some people another way to make money. In the imperial study, I discussed with Emperor Xuanwu for a long time about how to prevent this problem from happening, and then I reviewed memorials for half a day. After a tiring day, I can finally go back to Fengyang Palace to have a good rest. As a result, as soon as I entered the courtyard, I heard Yun Chuan's familiar command as if he was in his own palace. The recipe just now is very good. This prince will directly cook a copy. I think you want to be reported. Yun Shu raised his leg and stepped over the threshold in a bad mood. He glanced at Yun Chuan, who was half lying with his legs crossed like a master, and snorted coldly. If you want to eat buffet, go to Tian Weishan restaurant. I won't serve you here. Fifth sister, you are finally back. Yun Chuan heard the noise and sat up, just like a bullied kid who finally found a parent to complain to, and a burst of surprise first appeared in his eyes. Liang, and then immediately became aggrieved. I would like to go to Tian Weishan restaurant. But I don't have a penny now, and I'm in huge debt again. Yun Shu, why is it in debt again? Didn't you return the 50,000 taels of silver I gave you last time? I did. Yun Chuan really wiped away a bitter tear for himself. But father is really too much. Fifth sister, can you believe it? Just yesterday, father suddenly ran to Yahua Palace, and he also suddenly entered my room while I was taking a nap, and then fined me another 50,000 taels for the inexplicable reason that I covered my head with the quilt when I slept. Chapter 267. Yun Shu, this. Why did my father, who is so petty, punish me twice for the same thing, although Yun Chuan did something a bit too much? Wasn't it my father who provoked him first? Yun Shu, who didn't know that covering the head with a blanket actually involved another matter, was silent for a moment, and felt a little guilty for Yun Chuan's unprovoked disaster. Yun Chuan, who was immersed in anger, did not notice the subtle emotional changes on Yun Shu's face, and stomped his feet angrily. Mother was here yesterday, and she didn't help me at all, but she stood on the side of the emperor, saying that it's not good to sleep with your head covered, and I should remember it. Too much. It's really too much. This sister, I decided to live with you recently, in case the emperor comes to see me sleeping or taking a bath for no reason one day, and then finds some outrageous excuses to fine me. Are you sure? Yun Shu pulled the corner of his mouth lightly. You know how far I am from the study. If you live with me, you have to get up earlier every morning. Then I will live too. After hearing this, Yun Chuan was obviously entangled. But perhaps because he felt that it would be embarrassing to go back in disgrace at this time, he gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. Anyway, it's not far from New Year's Eve now. I will endure it for a while, and I can take a day off on New Year's Eve. So you want to wait until the day of rest before going back? Yun Shu asked. How is that possible? Yun Chuan said angrily. I will wait until the day of rest is over. Only when I leave the palace long enough, my mother will realize how wrong it was for her to stand on my father's side, and not help me yesterday. But, Yun Shu pondered for a moment, and then struck a decisive blow. If that happens, you won't get the money your mother gave you to ward off evil spirits. Yun Chuan, shock. Yes, how important is the money to ward off evil spirits, even if it's only 100 taels? That's still money. Yun Chuan, who was still determined to make concubine Lu regret it the last second, felt like he was pricked by a needle. He was discouraged in a second and fell back on the chair with a sad face. What should I do? Otherwise, I will go back before New Year's Eve, and come back after getting the money to ward off evil spirits? Yun Shu smiled. What do you think? Yun Chuan, Wow, he is really in a difficult situation. The last few days of the year passed quickly. On New Year's Eve, the envoys of various countries also attended the palace banquet, like the day of the Wanshou festival. Because Hu Yamingchuan stayed in Beijing for a year, nominally to get along well with Yun Shu and see if they could develop some feelings, so his position today was arranged to be next to Yun Shu again. Your Highness has really not left the palace once during this period. As soon as he sat down, Hu Yamingchuan teased in a voice that only Yun Shu could hear. Why, is it that my face is not worthy of your Highness's eyes? You'd better shut up. Yun Shu straightened her skirt without changing her expression and lowered her voice. Don't forget, the condition I promised you to stay in the capital before was that you should do your own things and don't bother me. How heartless. Hu Yamingchuan sighed. The envoys haven't left yet, so we have to perform one last show today, right? It's impossible for them to send me to seduce you, and I will sit next to you like a wooden stake and do nothing, right? This is easy. Yun Shu took out a thick booklet from his sleeve pocket and threw it in front of him expressionlessly. You can keep reading this. If the second prince and the others ask, just say that I don't like uneducated people. If you want to be with me, the first step is to understand this book. Here's the love letter. Hu Yamingchuan deliberately wanted to tease Yun Shu, but before he finished speaking, the latter gave him a faint look. But he was not afraid. He turned his face to the side, and showed Yun Shu a wicked smile that only villains in old novels can see from an angle. Yuan-shu, Yuan-shu decisively turned his eyes away. In order to maintain his character, Hu Yamingchuan couldn't make any big moves. He could only look away boringly, and casually turned a page of the booklet that Yuan-shu had just given him. I don't understand. The distraction in his eyes was slightly restrained. Hu Yamingchuan turned another page, and still couldn't understand. He flipped through several pages in succession. He could clearly understand all the words except for some strange symbols, but when they were put together, it became a mysterious book that made him completely confused. What kind of mess is this? He had been keeping a low profile for these years, and had learned everything he should and shouldn't learn without the knowledge of his so-called brothers and sisters. Are you sure you didn't write this book randomly? He thought he was just underestimated, but he never expected that he would really become the uneducated person in Yuan-shu's mouth. Hu Yamingchuan even became normal for a short moment because of this magical power called junior high school mathematics. Is this thing really worth reading? Yuan-shu did not even turn his head. If you are not good at it, practice more. Hu Yamingchuan, ? Although I did not understand the specific meaning, it felt like a mockery. Isn't it just a broken book? Hu Yamingchuan sneered and started reading from the first page. So, he never raised his head again during this New Year's Eve palace banquet. On the other side, the second prince of Beixiong and Princess Baza, who had been paying attention to all the movements of Hu Yamingchuan. ? How did Hu Yamingchuan, who was obsessed with middle school mathematics at the palace banquet, and did nothing else, deal with the second prince and Princess Baza after the palace banquet? Yuan-shu did not know, nor did she care. She just felt that she was simply a genius. Just pick up a textbook that Tiansheng College will use in the future, and you will solve a big problem for yourself. She enjoyed this rare 7-day holiday comfortably. As soon as the new year was over, she threw herself into the great cause of building the Beijing campus of Tiansheng College. The teachers of the medical skills class can be those imperial doctors in the imperial hospital in turn. She also told Minister Yin that the teachers of the arithmetic, accounting, class will be taught by people from the Ministry of Revenue. Carpenters and blacksmiths are even simpler, and they can directly find folk craftsmen. Yuan-shu has also discussed with Jiang Yuanbao and Zheng Qiaozhan about the innovation course, and they will teach it for a year. What really worries Yuan-shu now is that many people think that there is no need to learn agriculture, and they don't know what the use of learning mathematics is. There is no suitable candidate. Chapter 268. In order to find a suitable teacher, Yuan-shu has been busy with this matter for nearly a month. So much so that even Emperor Xuanwu, who had originally given Yuan-shu full authority to handle this matter and did not intend to intervene, could not help but ask one more question after leaving court one day. I heard from Master Yi that you have been distributing a book called Basic Mathematics to people everywhere recently, and told them to study hard. Yes, Tiansheng College will offer this course in the future, but not many people understand it. Now I can only cast a wide net, and let these smart people learn first to see who learns well. After the college officially opens, they can be pulled to be teachers. Yuan-shu was a little worried. Mathematics is very important. Oh! Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. How important is it? How important is it, and how far can it push Tiansheng dynasty? I don't know, but... Yuan-shu said thoughtfully, I have already taken the time to study this basic mathematics, and found that it can solve many problems in the easiest and fastest way. For example, dam construction, house construction, and even weapon manufacturing, etc., all involve mathematical knowledge. So I think that if the subject of mathematics can be continuously developed, it will be of great use in the future, even. There is no upper limit. No upper limit? Such a high evaluation? Emperor Xuanwu nodded thoughtfully. I have also read some of the cardinal mathematics, and there are many things in it that can almost be said to be unprecedented. Where did you find it? The Lu family caravan brought it back from overseas. The overseas excuse is really useful. Fortunately, there is the Lu family caravan. Otherwise, she would not know how to explain these things. Yuan-shu secretly rejoiced in her heart, and began to seriously reverse chicken dad, father. In fact, when we don't know, those overseas countries are also developing continuously. I think that only by constantly developing ourselves and learning and absorbing advanced knowledge and technology from other countries, can we ensure that we will never fall behind others. Yeah. Aren't those overseas countries all inconspicuous small countries, like Leah and Annan? There is actually knowledge that Tiansheng has never had. Emperor Xuanwu first frowned and pondered for a moment out of habit from his own emperor's standpoint, but soon, his frown relaxed again. What overseas countries are strong or not, they will all be in the future. Unified by his kid? Worry about nothing. Emperor Xuanwu quickly put this question behind him and asked another question. What is your agricultural science class for? I heard that you also asked people to go around looking for those farmers who always grow crops better than ordinary people. Do you want them to teach the people their own farming methods? The girl who was very eloquent and serious when talking about mathematics just now suddenly scratched her head a little embarrassedly. Father, do you know that flowers, plants and trees are actually divided into male and female? Emperor Xuanwu. ? What the hell? Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a moment, and then suddenly said, it was recorded in area. Could this be? It's possible. She didn't need to bother thinking about the source of the ancient book. Yuanshu nodded vigorously. So you see, when people are together, some will give birth to geniuses, while others will give birth to disabled people. When horses are together, some will give birth to those who can run, while others will give birth to those who can't run. Even when horses and donkeys are together, they can give birth to mules. I was thinking, since this plant also is male and female, is it possible that after two specific rice varieties are hybridized, a particularly powerful rice seed can be born, so that the rice yield per moo can also be the same as that of potatoes and sweet potatoes, exceeding 1,000 kilograms? Emperor Xuanwu. It sounds outrageous at first, but after thinking about it carefully, it seems to make sense. What's going on? In the final analysis, this is just a guess of hers, but it will take a lot of time to verify it. If it doesn't work out in the end, this so-called agricultural major will most likely become an attack on her by those who oppose the establishment of Tiansheng College. It's better to. The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. A. Let Yunshu give up her idea of opening agronomy courses and experiments at Tiansheng College. B. Let Yunshu do it herself. C. Take Yunshu to the imperial farm outside the city during the spring plowing ceremony. The sudden light curtain made Emperor Xuanwu's heartbeat speed up unconsciously. Past experience told him that if the options popped up at this time, it meant that the conjectures that Xiaowu just said were very likely to become a reality. Emperor Xuanwu couldn't wait to click on the first item immediately, and sure enough, the answer it showed proved this point. You chose A. Yunshu had no choice but to give up for the time being. Until she ascended the throne as emperor, she brought up the old matter again and ordered the college to open an agronomy major, but after she became emperor, she had no time to do many things herself, and the hybrid rice with an acreage yield of more than 1,000 kilograms was finally successfully researched until 50 years later. Look at the second one. You chose B. Yunshu personally selected a lot of farmers, told them her ideas, and went to the field several times to observe and inquire about the research progress. Although the court had some complaints about this, with her full support, hybrid rice research was successful 20 years later. 20 years. 20 years may sound a bit long, but the benefits will last for generations. The yield per moo is over 1,000 kilograms. It's just that the Ministry of Revenue has to pay money to support it for a mere 20 years. What's that? With excitement, Emperor Xuanwu looked at the last option that seemed to contain a big surprise. You chose C. Yunshu met a true agricultural genius in the imperial farm. 10 years later, hybrid rice research was successful. This time it only took 10 years. If Yunshu hadn't been standing in front of him, Emperor Xuanwu would have laughed out loud. He stared at the words with joy and read them back and forth several times, and then he impatiently clicked to close it, waiting for the next round of jumps. Please select the relevant future pictures you want to see. Note, only one can be selected. A. Another world and another time and space, father of hybrid rice dreaming of enjoying the cool under the rice. B. Another world and another time and space, netizens' comments on father of hybrid rice. C. Another world and another time and space, official summary of the achievements of father of hybrid rice. Chapter 269. Another world, another time and space? Emperor Xuanwu was stunned as he looked at the same opening in all three options on the screen. Each time before, the picture choices that appeared later were all corresponding to the options in the previous multiple-choice question. Why did all the pictures that appeared this time mention the father of hybrid rice in another world? Is it because his achievements were so outstanding that as long as hybrid rice was mentioned, even the first thing that the life choice simulation system showed was him? Emperor Xuanwu hesitated for a moment, and finally solemnly chose the third option. Although he actually wanted to see the first dream of enjoying the coolness under the rice, after all, there was a dream in it. If it was really just a picture drawn based on a dream, it would not make much sense. As for the second option, he still remembers how unreliable the comments of the so-called later generations of netizens were when he read their comments on the famous minister Tang Muji last time. Although the netizens in this option are from another world, who knows? They are all netizens, so they are probably the same, but the official ones are different. The ones issued by the official should be the most official. Sure enough, after he made his choice, a picture full of words soon appeared on the screen in front of him. He is a real cultivator. When he was still a rural teacher, he had the courage to subvert the world's authority. When he was famous all over the world, he still focused on the fields. Indifferent to fame and fortune, a farmer sows wisdom and harvests wealth. His lifelong dream is to keep everyone away from hunger. I am happy to see the waves of rice and beans, which is the most romantic. Salute to Mr. Yuan, who has kept 1.4 billion people in Yin country away from hunger, and he will live forever. After reading a few lines of words, Emperor Xuanwu was in awe. No wonder even the life choice simulation system cannot avoid Mr. Yuan. Such a person, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a god. Father, what's wrong with you? Yuanshu could not see any light screen or system. She could only see that her father was sitting well, but suddenly he moved around as if there were nails under his buttocks, and his expression seemed to be slightly excited. She blinked in confusion. Have you thought of something? I thought of the future you mentioned. One day, in the future of their Tiansheng dynasty, they will definitely be like the world with Mr. Yuan, so that the people will never have to go hungry again. The Emperor Xuanwu, who was greatly inspired, said with a red face, You are right. Many things can only have new developments if you keep thinking and trying. It doesn't matter if it's hard to find an agricultural teacher. Anyway, the college can't be built in a short time. The spring plowing ceremony will be held in a few days. I will go to the imperial farm. The people there are all good at farm work. Maybe there is someone you want among them. Yuanshu, Why does it feel like her father looks excited as if he had just been injected with chicken blood? Just because he just imagined what she said? Is it true? Speaking of which, the father seems to like to imagine things. She has seen it several times that the father suddenly stopped and started thinking, imagining, and when he finished imagining, he would support the big cake she painted. Wait, something seems to be wrong. Although every time she brings up something, it is indeed worth thinking about, but Yuanshu felt that she seemed to have caught something, but before she could figure it out, she heard the voice of Emperor Xuanwu again. Why are you not talking? What are you thinking about? Nothing. The thoughts that had just been gathered were instantly scattered again. Yuanshu shook her head, and threw the strange feeling behind her. Then I will take my leave first. Well, go ahead. 10 days later, the spring plowing ceremony. It was still the same process as last year, but the difference was that this year, because the road had been repaired, Yuanshu's motion sickness was greatly alleviated. And, as a princess, she followed Emperor Xuanwu to plant a few seedlings, and soon after, she got on the carriage again and went to the imperial farm. Yuanshu also got on the carriage. Originally, Emperor Xuanwu didn't want to take him with him. But this guy always wants to play with his fifth sister. Today, he went to Yuanshu but couldn't find her. He turned around and found that his fifth sister had secretly boarded the carriage with his father, and brought a lot of guards with her, intending to run away early. He was so angry that he climbed up with his short legs. After sitting firmly, he did not forget to accuse Emperor Xuanwu. Father, you are too much. Last year, you stepped on my mud wall, and this year you secretly took my fifth sister to play somewhere else without me. Who said that I and your fifth sister are going out to play? It was all last year's dark history, and it was still being dug up and talked about. Emperor Xuanwu snorted coldly. We are going to do business. Why are you following us? What kind of business needs to be done outside the palace, and only the two of you are going? Yuanshu didn't believe him. Father, do you think I'm stupid? I just heard you and my fifth sister talking about the royal farm outside the carriage. You must be going to the royal farm to eat delicious food without telling me. The spring plowing has just started today. What delicious food can there be at the royal farm? Yuanshu was helpless. Father, and I want to go there to see the spring plowing situation, and by the way, find out if there are any suitable candidates who can serve as teachers of the agricultural science major at Tiansheng College. Do you have to go to school to grow crops these days? Yuanshu was stunned for a moment, looking confused. To learn how to turn the soil or how to sow seeds. Yuanshu. He suppressed his laughter. I'm going to learn how to make rice better for blind dates. Ah? Yuanshu's little head had a big question mark. Fifth sister, are you talking human language? How do you talk to your fifth sister? Emperor Xuanwu was still holding a grudge, and glared at him with a fierce face. You don't study hard, and now you can't even understand what your fifth sister said. I wonder what you will do in the future. Isn't it enough for me to hold on to your fifth sister's thigh? Yuanshu didn't feel guilty at all, and whispered, Fifth sister, protect me. Yuanshu, Emperor Xuanwu, Look at his little achievement. He can't do anything, but he knows how to hold onto others' thighs. But his vision is quite good. Because the imperial farm is not far from the place where the spring plowing ceremony is held, it only takes an instant's stick of time to get there by carriage, and the group soon appeared outside the imperial farm. The steward, who had not received any advance notice, spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of when he heard that Emperor Xuanwu, Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess, and the sixth prince had arrived at the door. Chapter 270. Come on, come with me to the front to meet. No, I can do the meeting myself. You go to the back to find Lao Shi and ask him to put down all the mess in his hand. He put down the teacup in a hurry, and after a hasty order, the steward hurriedly went out of the manor to meet him. From a long distance, he saw a bright yellow walking between two rows of guards, and two people wearing the same luxurious clothes beside him. He ran over and panted and knelt on the ground to salute. I greet the Emperor, long live the Emperor, long live the Princess, long live the sixth prince, long live the sixth prince. That's enough. This is a long string. Emperor Xuanwu waved his hand, glanced around casually, and asked calmly, Are the people in the farm busy with spring plowing? Reply, Your Majesty, yes. The steward wiped the sweat stains on his forehead from running just now, and nodded stutteringly. Today is spring plowing, and the people in the farm are in the fields now. Yes. Emperor Xuanwu nodded slightly, turned to look at Yunshu. Do you want to gather everyone here, or go to the fields yourself? Go to the fields and take a look. Since we are looking for talents in agronomy, we can't just rely on words, but also on real ability. Otherwise, if we miss some talents who are strong but dumb, it will be a big loss. Yunshu made a choice without hesitation. If you are tired, you can go to the house to rest for a while, and I will go around by myself. No need, let's take a look together. He also wanted to see with his own eyes what was so special about the agricultural talents recognized by the life choice simulation system. Rejecting Yunshu's suggestion that he should go to rest first, Emperor Xuanwu said with his hands behind his back, I remember that you came to this farm last year to plant potatoes. Did you see which one was better at that time? Everyone was listening to me talking about potatoes and greenhouses. Even if there were talents in agricultural science mixed in, I didn't know. Yunshu shook his head helplessly. We still have to see them one by one today. When Yunshu and Emperor Xuanwu were talking, they didn't pay attention to the expressions of the people around them. Yunshu, on the other hand, didn't understand what agricultural talents were or not. His eyes were rolling around everywhere, probably trying to find something interesting to play with. As a result, he accidentally noticed the guilty look on the steward's face, and he immediately became alert. Father, fifth sister, look at him. There must be something wrong with this man. Which one? The two looked in the direction of his finger. The steward, who was stared at by everyone, suddenly felt a buzz in his head, his knees suddenly softened, and he knelt down with a plop. I am innocent, I am innocent. I will not wrong you. This person said he was innocent. Doesn't that mean he is talking nonsense? Yunshu put his hands on his waist and said angrily, I will never be wrong. Your expression just now is exactly the same as when I did something wrong and didn't dare to tell fifth sister and father. Yunshu, Emperor Xuanwu, ? From what he heard, this kid must have done a lot of bad things behind his back. Staring at the back of Yunshu's head for 2 seconds, Emperor Xuanwu thought about how he would have to trick this kid after he got back. He lowered his voice and glanced coldly at the steward, who kept shouting injustice. Do you want to confess yourself, or wait for me to have someone investigate? I'm really innocent. If I confess myself, the crime may not be too serious, but if I keep silent now, and wait for your majesty's people to investigate, I will have to add the crime of deceiving the emperor. The steward by. With a frown on his face, he quickly confessed everything. I just valued friendship. I thought that Lao Shi was an old man in the farm after all. Besides, he was honest and had no bad intentions. He was also a good worker in the past. Although he was stubborn this time and delayed a lot of work, but if he really figured out something, it might be a good thing. That's why I let him shirk his responsibilities, and he even plowed an acre of land. After all, this royal farm belongs to the royal family. To put it bluntly, these people in the farm were all asked by the royal family to guard the farm and farm in the fields. The steward was responsible for managing these farmers. He let the farmers in the farm not work, and even plowed an acre of land. It was indeed a dereliction of duty. Generally speaking, at least the steward's position would definitely not be able to continue. But such a big thing for the steward was not worth mentioning in the eyes of Emperor Xuanwu. In addition, he also remembered the agricultural talent mentioned in the life choice simulation system, so his focus was naturally not on the steward at this moment. You just said what if he really figured out something? What is he thinking about? This? The steward had never thought that the most important issue for Emperor Xuanwu was actually this. Thinking of what Lao Shi had said before, he regretted that he had been soft-hearted for a moment and actually agreed to the other party's ridiculous request. He lay on the ground in fear, and said those words that he once thought would make him finish more thoroughly. Lao Shi said that he thought. Rice is also divided into male and female. He wanted to carefully study those ears one by one to see whether it was male rice grew better, or female rice grew better. Yuan Shu's shock. Genius. Although this direction is still a little bit off, as an ordinary farmer in the Tiansheng dynasty, he was able to discover that rice is divided into male and female, and take the initiative to think about research. This is not. What is the genius she is looking for? Yuan Shu was excited, and Yuan Chuan was dumbfounded. Does rice have male and female? Fifth sister, you said before that you would arrange a blind date for rice. Is that true? The steward, who was still lying on the ground, questioned Mark. What the hell? He thought that what Lao Shi said was crazy enough, but he didn't expect that there would be something even more crazy here. A blind date for rice? How can the rice grains that are eaten go on a blind date? What kind of blind date? A blind date in a person's stomach? Is the princess really crazy? But then again, if this princess is also like this, then is he still saved? All kinds of messy thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and the steward hadn't sorted out his thoughts when he heard the princess suddenly say, "Hurry up and lead the way, I want to see Lao Shi." Chapter 271. Yes. He really didn't mention his dereliction of duty, but was only concerned about meeting Lao Shi. Even His Majesty was standing by and didn't say anything to stop him. It seemed that he was going to meet Lao Shi with him. Could it be that he was the one who was crazy? The world has really changed, and even rice has to go on blind dates? He took Yuan Shu and the others to the 1-acre field where Lao Shi was struggling, and the steward was doubting his life all the way. He hadn't come back to his senses until he saw Lao Shi's reserved and honest face. He said in a vague tone, "Why don't you come and meet His Majesty, His Royal Highness the Princess, and His Royal Highness the 6th Prince?" Meet whom? How could an ordinary farmer, who has been working the land all his life, have ever met such a big shot? When Lao Shi listened to the manager's introduction, his first reaction was that the nobles knew what he had done. He was so scared that he cowed out quickly. "Your Majesty, spare me. Your Royal Highness the Princess, spare me. The 6th Prince, spare me." Yuan Chuan, ? This greeting is quite fresh. Please stand up. While Yuan Chuan was still feeling fresh, Yuan Shu had already stepped forward and helped him up. "I heard that you've found that rice can also be divided into male and female. I am a commoner." Lao Shi stood up tremblingly, and almost knelt down again reflexively after hearing this. Fortunately, he soon realized that when Her Highness asked this question, her tone did not seem to be angry or questioning. She seemed to be quite excited. Lao Shi was not sure if he had misunderstood, but his tense mood was indeed relieved a little. At least he could answer Yuan Shu's question. Reply to Her Highness, I was just before. While Lao Shi and Yuan Shu were talking, Emperor Xuanwu and Yuan Chuan were listening quietly beside them. Emperor Xuanwu had already known the power of hybrid rice in advance, so he listened very carefully. Yuan Chuan was miserable. He was not interested in the first place, and he could not understand many contents. He was confused. Finally, he understood one thing. His 5th sister actually wanted Lao Shi to be a teacher in the agronomy department of Tiansheng College. Is Tiansheng College so short of teachers? If he had known earlier, he would have told his 5th sister and let him be a teacher too. Although he still had to attend classes every day, being a teacher was much more impressive than being a student. Not only could he swing a ruler to hit the palms of those disobedient students, but most importantly, he didn't have to do homework. Yuan Chuan dared to think and act, and returned to the carriage. He immediately proposed to go to Tiansheng Academy to be a teacher. This sister, really? I am much better than that old shirt just now, at least. At least I can read? I have learned the 4 books and 5 classics well, and those little brats, who can't read a single word, are definitely more than qualified to be teachers. You? Yuan Shu seemed to be amused by him, but after a moment of silence, she actually nodded. If you are really interested, you can go to the academy to teach literacy when you go to the study room for rest. Tiansheng Academy recruits children, and even teenagers from ordinary families, who can't afford to go to school. If you want to learn ironwork, carpentry, etc., it's okay, but if you want to learn medicine, accounting, etc., you must learn to read first. It is a bit of a waste to use the doctors from the Imperial Hospital and the people borrowed from the Ministry of Revenue to teach people to read. If Yuan Chuan is free, It would be nice to pull him in to make up the numbers. Yunshu was calculating quickly in her mind, but Yunchuan had a look of despair on his face. Fifth sister, don't you understand what I mean? I mean that I should be a teacher at Tiansheng College during normal times, and I still have to take a day off when it's time to take a day off. You're thinking pretty well. Emperor Xuanwu, who was standing by, couldn't help but sneered when he heard this. Tiansheng College doesn't need a half-baked teacher like you. If you have this free time, you should think about how to explain to me what bad things you have done behind my back. Yunchuan, ? He had completely forgotten the sentence he had just said in front of the manager of Huangzhuang. Hearing Emperor Xuanwu's sneer, his scalp subconsciously numbed, and he kept recalling what he had accidentally known about by his father. As he recalled, under Yunshu's sympathetic gaze, he confessed all the bad things he had done, and then, as expected, he was fined 30,000 taels of silver by Emperor Xuanwu. Yunshu, I had only heard about this foolish kid being fined before, but today was the first time I saw the live version. Perhaps out of some sympathy, Yunshu took the initiative to help Yunchuan ask for a leave, which was also a small comfort to the unfortunate child's injured heart. Father, in a few days, the Prince of Wuhan will leave Beijing for Cheongzhou to train the navy, and his daughter Tsinyi will go with him. After all, Tsinyi was once my son's study partner. I don't know how long it will take for me to see her again after this trip. So I want to take my sixth brother to Assassination restaurant to have a banquet the day after tomorrow to see you off. Well, you can do it as you wish. After all, Tsinyi is the future first female general of the country. His son has a good relationship with her, and Emperor Xuanwu is also happy to see it happen. He even worried that the two of them would become distant because they had not contacted each other for too long, and he specifically reminded her, she is a little girl who is going to Cheongzhou with her. She is unfamiliar with the place, and most of the people around her are rough men in the army, and there are few careful people. When you are free, you can also communicate with her more often by letter, or ask Tang Aiqing to help take care of her. Yes. Yunshu didn't think about why her father would explain such things in detail. He seemed to be very concerned about her getting along with her friends. Her thoughts were all led away by Emperor Xuanwu's words, let Tang Aiqing take care of her more. Although Yi is still young and has not yet opened up in some aspects, she only wants to become a female general when she grows up. But who knows how long she will stay in Cheongzhou with Wen Ho's son. Let the white moonlight in her heart in the original plot take care of her more. TSK, if this time is too long, will Yunchuan, the original official match, be eliminated early? Will the naughty child have no wife when he grows up? Tilting her head, Yunshu glanced at Yunchuan, who was still ignorant, and was happy that he didn't have to go to the study room to study the day after tomorrow, and could also go to Assassination restaurant for a meal. Yunshu turned her eyes away subtly. Chapter 272. 2 days later, on the 4th floor of Assassination restaurant, the four sons of the upper study room reunited. It seemed that not long had passed since their first meeting, but Tsinyi's appearance and temperament had changed drastically. Probably because she had been practicing martial arts diligently for more than a year, the little girl's chubby face had become thinner, and her skin was not as white as before. Although she came to Yunshu's banquet, she did not bring a sword this time, but her windy walking posture and the heroic spirit between her eyebrows still made people think of the word female hero in their minds the first time they saw her. Well, maybe we have to add little in front. After all, the little girl has grown a little in the past year, but she is still less than 1.4 meters tall. Your Highness. As soon as she entered the door, she found that Yunshu and the others had arrived early. Tsinyi's eyes lit up, and her curved eyes vaguely showed her former softness. Why did you arrive so early? I thought I would arrive an instant stick of time earlier, so I could bring the gifts in and hide them first, giving you a surprise. Your gift for us? Yes. Turning around and letting the maidservant, who was a few steps behind, bring the gifts in, Tsinyi kissed. She brought the largest box to Yunshu. Actually, I started preparing this gift a long time ago. I'm going to Cheongzhou soon, and I don't know when we see each other again, so I just brought everything here today. As she spoke, she opened the box and took out a very beautiful bracelet from it. Your Highness, look, there is a little mechanism hidden on this bracelet. After all, you are a princess now. If a bad guy wants to harm you, you can twist this place, and it will shoot a poison needle. A total of 8 poison needles can be placed in here, which is quite suitable for self-defense. And this? Putting the bracelet in Yunshu's hand, Tsinyi took out an equally beautiful belt from the box. It is best to hide hidden weapons here, but your Highness has never practiced martial arts, and you certainly don't know how to use hidden weapons, so I just put some medicine powder in it, and sprinkle it at the critical moment. There are knockout drugs, cartilage powder, and medicine for temporary internal strength dispersion, and some healing medicines. They are all small packages, and they are not heavy to hide. Of course, it is best if you don't use them, but if you need them one day, it may still come in handy. By the way, there is this. After taking out the items disguised as daily wear in the box one by one and introducing them to Yunshu, Sunyi sighed worriedly. It was only after your birthday banquet that I realized that being a princess is so dangerous. Your Highness, you should have practiced martial arts with me before. Yunshu, It's not that dangerous, is it? With this set of equipment, I wish she was armed to the teeth. If you don't know, you would think she would go out to explore the world after today. How can it be so dangerous to stay in the capital? The deposed crown prince is gone, and the queen also died quietly in Longhua Temple. The emperor's father doesn't have many children, and the third prince, the fourth prince, and Yunchu have no ambitions for the throne. Now the only one who is still trying hard is the eldest prince. How stupid must the eldest prince be to let someone assassinate her? To put it bluntly, if something really happens to her, no matter whether the mastermind behind the scenes is the eldest prince or not, he will definitely be the first person suspected by Emperor Xuanwu. But I still like your gifts. How cool. I've only seen these things in novels before. In front of Sunyi, Yunshu put the bracelet on his left wrist and praised it sincerely, and then took out the gift he prepared for her. I promised to give you a peerless sword when you won the martial arts championship. I thought there were still many years to go, so I didn't rush to prepare it. I didn't expect you to go to Cheongzhou suddenly, and there is no time left. I can only go to my father's private storehouse to find a pretty good one. You can use it for now. This is not a makeshift one. Sunyi's eyes have been glued to the sword since Yunshu took it out. After all, she was a girl from a military family. She knew whether the sword was good or not when she took it. Even if it is not the best sword in the world, it can at least be regarded as a famous sword. Your Highness, give it to me. His Majesty. Don't worry, I told my father before I took it. My father told me to take it at will. Seeing that Sunyi couldn't let go of the long sword, Yunshu smiled and took out a small pile of books, and these are said to be long-lost military books. I think you should also like to read them. Long-lost? Sunyi explained softly. When she took these military books, her movements were subconsciously much lighter. Then I have to keep them well. You don't have to be so careful. Yunshu laughed. This is what I copied later. It is not a rare copy. Your Highness, the one you copied by hand is even more precious. Sunyi hugged the military book tighter. Just kidding, the princess used to be able to figure out printing in order to avoid copying books. The princess, who didn't like copying books, actually copied the military book for her by hand. This must be kept as a family heirloom. As if she was afraid that someone would snatch this treasure from her, Sunyi held the military book and refused to let go. Yunshu, who was watching him Ming, felt a little unhappy. He couldn't help but snorted sourly. No way, no way. This prince specially asked for leave to see someone off. Didn't someone only prepare gifts for the fifth sister and not for us? Also prepared? When they were still in the study room, Yunshu's tone of voice was not normal a few times when he talked to Sunyi. Sunyi had already gotten used to it. Now, listening to the other party's sarcastic words, she just turned around and asked someone to send the things to Yunshu and Lu Ziming without caring. The box wasn't big, at least it was much smaller than the one she had just given Yunshu. Yunshu didn't really care about this at first, until he opened it with great interest and took a look, then he got angry in a second. Sunyi, what do you mean? You gave fifth sister so many interesting things, but you only gave this to me? He picked up the books of sages in the box angrily. Do you think I am someone who needs these books? You are just perfunctorily trying to please me. Chapter 273. Your Highness Sixth Prince has misunderstood. Sunyi explained seriously. I just think Your Highness Sixth Prince has everything he needs. I have been thinking for a long time, but still don't know what to give him. So I can only give you these books. I wish you a smooth and happy life in the study room. Yunshu, question mark. So this is not perfunctory, but a mockery, right? The fifth sister doesn't need to go to the study room to study anymore, and neither does Sunyi. Only he and Lu Ziming have to stay in the study room. Yunshu was so angry that he withdrew a gift that he wanted to give to Sunyi. This prince doesn't care. If you really give this to me, you don't want the gift from me. Oh! Sunyi held her precious military book and curled her lips nonchalantly. As long as the sixth prince is happy. Yunshu, question mark. He is not happy. Just because Sunyi took a small revenge on him. Even if Sunyi took out the real gift for him later, Yunshu still kept mumbling for a long time. It was not until the meal was over and everyone was about to leave that he could not help but groan awkwardly. I heard that Cheongjo is a very poor place with nothing to ask for. You are a little girl, and if you can't stand it, come back quickly. My father only ordered your father to go to Cheongjo, but didn't tell you to go too. Don't worry, Your Highness. Sunny didn't like to hear this. She raised her head while holding the military book, and the demeanor of a daughter of a general could be seen. I followed my father to Cheongjo to train with the Navy, not to enjoy life. What's good about going to the army? Knowing that Sunny had made up her mind, it was meaningless for him to say anything. Yunshu muttered this sentence in a low voice, and said nothing more. He followed Yunshu out of the box. He was not in a good mood to begin with. When he went down to the 3rd floor, and saw the figure waiting at the corner of the stairs, he became even more unhappy. Why is this man haunting you? He doesn't really think that if he goes around you a few more times you, the 5th sister, will marry him, right? Huh? Yunshu was still talking to Sunny with his head tilted. When he heard what Yunshu said, he looked in the direction of Yunshu's sight, and saw Hu Yamingchuan leaning against the corner, obviously waiting for someone. Seeing her looking over, the latter slowly raised his hand and greeted her. It's really not easy to meet the princess. Are you not pretending anymore? Glancing at the other person with a faint look, Yunshu touched the bracelet she had just received. Aren't you afraid that there are spies sent by you from Beixiang to watch you in my Tian Weishan restaurant? Isn't there no one in this corner? Hu Yamingchuan shrugged. I have made an agreement with the princess after all. I believe the princess will not let the people around you betray me. After all, if Beixiang really sends people to Tiansheng capital to hunt me down, the capital will not be peaceful. If you really remember the agreement, you shouldn't come to me today. It's agreed to stay in Beijing, don't bother her. This guy is talking nonsense, right? Yunshu frowned, and was about to say something else, when he saw the other party slowly took out a book from his arms. I will abide by the promise to the princess. Today, I am only returning the property to its original owner. He moved his wrist slightly, and threw the book Basic Mathematics back into Yunshu's hands. The corners of his lips raised a smile that seemed to be a bit boring. By the way, let me say that your highness's standard for choosing a good man is really a bit low. Yunshu, ? What good? Wait, remembering what she said when she gave the book to the palace banquet, Yunshu quickly turned the book in her hand to the last few pages. Sure enough, the last set of middle school entrance examination math papers, which were originally empty, have now been filled up. The most important thing is that the answers are all correct. What is meant by looking for it everywhere but finding it without any effort? The math genius she has been looking for so long is actually waiting here. Come to think of it, Hu Yamingchuan is crazy, but if he is not a genius, he would not have come this far. It takes a lot of strength to be a psychopath in the royal family these days. Closing the Basic Mathematics in her hand, Yunshu's eyes flashed, and she suddenly said, perhaps, this palace can temporarily provide you with a place where you can hide from the Beixiang spies. Your Highness the Princess will not be so kind for no reason. Hu Yamingchuan raised his eyebrows with interest. What conditions? Before I find a new teacher, go to Tiansheng College to teach mathematics for a period of time. Yunshu raised the Basic Mathematics in his hand and gestured. Teach this. Do I need to teach this? Hu Yamingchuan sneered. You can learn it with just a glance. The basics are indeed quite easy. Yunshu nodded in agreement. It was not easy to get such a guy who could quickly learn junior high school mathematics in 40 to 50 days. Yunshu had a little more patience with him than before. If Master Huyen is interested, I will send someone to send you a copy of Intermediate Basic Mathematics and Advanced Mathematics later. If Master Huyen can learn all those, I also have linear algebra, probability theory, real variable function, complex variable function, abstract algebra, and other advanced mathematics books. I think they should be enough for Master Huyen to read. Hu Yamingchuan. ? What is abstract? Are there so many things after basic mathematics? If he had known earlier, he would not pretend. God knows, his desire for conquest has long been so strong to a perverted degree in the twisted environment in which he grew up. He always wanted to trample his so-called biological father, and brothers, and sisters under his feet, and he made a lot of efforts for this. Later, there was no one in the entire Beixiang royal court that he could take seriously. Even though he hadn't killed them all yet, he was already 100% sure, so, out of boredom, he set his sights on this Tiansheng princess again. As a result, not long after he set his sights on her, Yunshu stuffed a book of basic mathematics in his hand. These days, he was busy developing his power, while studying basic mathematics diligently, and his eye bags were almost coming out. He finally finished studying and came here to pretend, ready to set his sights on this princess again, but this Tiansheng princess actually told him that there are so many books that are much more difficult than basic mathematics. or change his mindset, he should kill the people who wrote these books first. What kind of annoying things are you thinking about when you have nothing to do? Chapter 274. Since Master Huyan doesn't say anything, I will take it as Master Huyan's acquiescence. Yunshu is not a fool. She can certainly see that Huyan Mingchuan's expression froze for a moment. But so what? What about offering Beixiang with both hands afterwards? Who knows if it's true or not? He stayed in the capital under her name. So what's wrong with paying a little deposit in advance? Besides, this person is quite amazing. He really learns math books when he has given them. If she can give him a few more math books, it can be regarded as another way to achieve the goal of not letting this guy come to provoke her, right? Before the other party could speak, Yunshu arranged everything for him. The new books must be delivered tomorrow at the latest. With Master Huyan's intelligence, I believe that all of them will be no problem. Tiansheng Academy's future math classes, Master Huyan, please help. Huyan Mingchuan, damn it, he obviously wanted to refuse, but this damn math accurately grasped his desire to win, so that he couldn't say a word of no. How can there be such a hateful but particularly addictive book in this world? Gritting his teeth and watching Yunshu's back as he left, Huyan Mingchuan clenched his fists hard, but in the end, he didn't chase him to stop him. The stay of Prince Jiu of Beixiang in Beijing, and the departure of Sun Yi with Marquis Wuan, did not bring any impact to the people of Beijing. Everyone was living their lives seriously, even Yunshu, who used to make some big news every now and then, had a rare moment of silence. Every day, he went to court in an orderly manner, followed Emperor Xuanwu to review memorials, and occasionally went to the Ministry of Works. It was so normal that many ministers in the court were not used to it. Until the weather gradually warmed up and summer was about to begin, Yunshu, who had been obedient for more than 3 months, broke the tranquility inside and outside the court with an article she published in Tiansheng Weekly. It's not that we are against Her Royal Highness. It's really Her Royal Highness who is making things difficult for us. Your Majesty, Her Royal Highness never said before that the Tiansheng College would recruit half male and half female students. How can so many families be willing to send their daughters to study? Isn't this a waste of quotas? Yes, Your Majesty. Her Royal Highness even stated that she would refuse to accept students who had abandoned or killed someone within 20 years. Families with healthy infants send their children here. This may be a little better in the capital, but it is not uncommon in other more remote places. When Tiansheng College officially starts recruiting students, the people will definitely expose each other or even frame others in order to compete for places. By then, the government offices in various places will probably be filled with these people, which will seriously affect the normal operation of the government offices. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Enough, I have only listened to your complaints this morning. It was like hundreds of ducks quacking together, making people feel headache. Emperor Xuanwu signaled the ministers to shut up impatiently, then turned his eyes to Yunshu. Princess, what do you say? Father, I am quite disappointed with the ministers who just complained to you. 3 months later, Yunshu fired again in the court, and bombarded most of the court with one shot. In the past few months, I have asked people to collect statistics from Keats hospitals in various parts of Tiansheng dynasty, and found that among the abandoned babies, excluding those born with diseases, at least 90% of the remaining healthy children are girls. There are also healthy children who were drowned or suffocated at birth, and 99% of them are girls. I thought that the ministers in the court were used to living in the capital and were born rich, so they had never seen those sufferings, but I never thought that everyone had already known about it, but they were just used to it, and thought that such things were not worth mentioning. When did the old minister say that this matter was not worth mentioning? People who claim to be noble in character naturally don't want to be splashed with such dirty water. Someone immediately frowned and retorted, Your Highness, this is clearly misinterpreting what we mean. You didn't say it, but you did it. It is said that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot, and now this first bird has come to the door, so Yunshu will certainly not let it go. She turned around suddenly, staring at the old minister with her eyes. Her tone gradually became heavier, and her speed became faster. If you still want to say no, then I ask you, if anyone present today killed or abandoned his newborn child, would you impeach him? This is not. The minister wanted to argue, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Yunshu in a harsh voice. You only need to answer me, yes or no. Yes. Okay, then the reason for your impeachment is that this person is so vicious that he can even kill his own children? Yes. Do you think he violates human ethics and even violates the laws of Tiansheng? Yes. Should he pay for this? Yes. Knowing that if he continued to ask like this, the situation would only become increasingly unfavorable to him, The old minister gritted his teeth and answered yes several times, and finally couldn't help but speed up his speech and interrupted Yunshu's next question. But this is different. No one present here can't afford to raise a child. I can't think of any other reason for killing a child under such circumstances except for a vicious mind. But those ordinary people are different. Most of them have to do so because their families are poor. What a must. Yunshu smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes at all. Then tell me why they had to throw away or drown all the girls. Why, only girls can't be raised, but boys can be raised. It's just the lesser of two evils. Compared with baby girls and baby boys, The old minister's unfinished words were silenced little by little under Yunshu's cold eyes, until they could no longer be heard. Why don't you say anything? Twisting the corner of his lip sarcastically, Yunshu tore off their fig leaf word by word. Look, you all knew it, but from beginning to end, no one cared. I even feel troubled because someone cares now. You said that countless people from all over the country would compete for Tiansheng College's quota and report each other to the government, affecting the government's original work. But abandonment and killing of children are not things that the government should be responsible for. You regard the population growth of various places as a political achievement, while ignoring such horrific deeds as killing children. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Chapter 275. It is also interesting to say that my requirement that the academy recruit an equal number of male and female students is a waste of quotas. Yunshu took 2 slow steps. This requirement set by me even excludes certain specific majors. For example, blacksmiths, because I know that women are naturally weaker than men in terms of strength. So I don't require such majors, even if all the applicants are boys. But in medicine, arithmetic, mathematics, including the study of things and innovation, how are women inferior to men? What extra brains do you men have? Yunshu, who was only 14 years old before, could make people speechless as long as he appeared in the morning court. Now that he is almost 16 years old, and has been taught by Emperor Xuanwu for nearly a year, the evolved and upgraded version of Yunshu is even more helpless. A group of old ministers whose average age could be Yunshu's grandfathers were still aggressive when they went to court, but when they left the court, they were like defeated roosters, with their heads drooping and unable to speak. Only Yunshu came, and went in a particularly refreshing manner. In the villa, Yun and I, who was specially invited by her to listen to today's morning court, was so excited that tears were about to come out. The content about the enrollment conditions of Tiansheng College published in this issue of Tiansheng Weekly Voice seemed to be a temporary decision made by Yunshu on the spur of the moment, but in fact, she had been thinking about this matter since the moment she decided to establish Tiansheng College. The condition of setting the same number of boys and girls is to allow more girls to enter the college and have another different possibility. Refusing to accept children from families with a history of abandoning and killing children is to prevent such incidents from happening again in the future, and to lay some groundwork for changing the Tiansheng law in the future and proposing that killing parents and children also requires compensation for life. Try to let the women of Tiansheng do what they want to do freely like in modern times, without being bound by those so-called female virtues and female rings. This was their common expectation. Now, Yunshu has officially taken this step. Yun and I is very sure that she will make this sentence a reality in the future. Yun and I really hopes that all this will happen, but some people hope for smooth sailing, and naturally there are also people with bad intentions who are looking forward to some big trouble. For example, the eldest prince was so angry that he almost smashed everything in his main house after returning home. The reason why he failed to smash everything was mainly because of the extraordinary General Wei Yuan who followed him along the way. Your Highness. Hey! Don't throw it away, don't throw it away, it's precious. This should be worth at least a few thousand taels of silver, right? Oh. Your Highness, it would be a pity to smash these things? Otherwise, you can give them to me, I am strong, you can smash them as you like. The eldest prince, The rage was stabbed, and he couldn't stop it all at once. The prince hesitated for a moment, and finally stuffed the jade vase with crane pattern in blue and white glaze red into the arms of General Wei Yuan in anger. If you can speak so well in the morning court today, can you let Yunshu be so proud? I am a bad talker, Your Highness, you know that. Carefully putting the jade vase back to its original position, General Wei Yuan took another reluctant look at it, and then found a seat to sit down. The princess is the most eloquent. You let me argue with her. It's better for me to lead the troops to Beixiang now. The priority right now is not Beixiang. The eldest prince gritted his teeth and said viciously, We can't watch Yunshu go on like this. If this continues, her position as the crown princess will be more stable than that of the deposed crown prince. This time, the enrollment of Tiansheng College must make her make a big mess. In fact, It's not difficult to get started on this matter. The staff, who had remained silent since the eldest prince entered the door, suddenly said, "It can even be said to be very easy. From what you heard, do you have any ideas?" The eldest prince narrowed his eyes and heard the words, "Tell me." In fact, the crown princess's actions this time are very obvious. She just wants to raise the status of women. But while raising the status of women, she actually harms the interests of men. Staff. He spoke slowly. First of all, the admission conditions proposed by the princess at Tiansheng College will surely cause dissatisfaction among many people who only want to send their sons to school. Especially those whose sons cannot get a place. Your Highness can send people to incite, and then these people will naturally make a fuss. And in this chaotic process, no matter what you want to do, it will become much easier. Secondly, Your Highness can also spread some other rumors, such as, "Your Highness is just letting women occupy the men's admission quota now, but it is hard to say what will happen in the future. Once this woman's heart is wild, it is not a big deal if she is not easy to marry. The most terrible thing is that after getting married, she always wants to run away. No one washes her clothes, no one cooks meals, and no one even takes care of her children. What's more, she may even hook up outside." "I disagree." "What do you mean?" The eldest prince was listening to his staff carefully, but suddenly he heard General Wei Yuan shouting with a dark face and a sullen voice. He was a little confused for a moment. "What do you disagree with?" "I disagree with what he said later." General Wei Yuan suddenly raised his head and glared at the staff. "You want to cause trouble for the princess? I have no objection. But why do you want to raise the status of women? There are only useless and useless men. Only then would he always want to tie his wife at home to do housework, fearing that his wife would run away with someone else." "General Liu, are you speaking for the princess?" The phrase "useless waste man" in the other party's words was almost pointing at his nose, so the staff's face was naturally not good. "General Liu, have you forgotten who you belong to?" "Fuck you. I'm just talking about the facts." For a man as loyal as General Wei Yuan, the thing he can't stand the most is that others wrongly accuse him of treason. He was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. "What did I say is wrong? If you are not a loser. Okay. It's time now, and you are still fighting among yourselves. The matter hasn't been discussed yet, and the people of the same family have started it first." The eldest prince is angry and puzzled. Chapter 276. You go down first. Although he was angry, the support of General Wei Yuan was still very important to the eldest prince. He barely suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked his staff to leave first. Then he frowned and looked at General Wei Yuan. "General, what do you mean?" "I don't mean anything." General Wei Yuan frowned and sulked for a while. When the eldest prince lost his patience and was about to ask again, he suddenly spoke in a low voice. "My wife cried yesterday." The eldest prince, ? "So what? Your wife cried? Is this the reason why you are going crazy in front of this prince today?" "She cried because she read yesterday's Tiansheng Weekly." Not knowing what the eldest prince was thinking at the moment, General Wei Yuan continued to state, "I didn't know why at first, and I was angry." She wanted to go to the princess to reason with him, but was stopped by the lady. The lady said she was crying because she was happy. Not only was she happy, but she also felt a little regretful. She regretted that she didn't have someone like the princess to speak up for them when she was a child. Everyone said that she had a strong temper. If she hadn't met me, she would never get married in her life. But she was actually forced to do so. Although she was also a legitimate daughter of a small noble family, because her mother had no son, her father and her grandmother all liked sons very much and didn't like daughters. She and her mother had never had a good life in the mansion. A concubine could rely on her son to climb over their heads and act tyrannically. If she wasn't strong enough, she would have had a very difficult time in such a place. She had hoped that she could be a man since she was a child, because then she could study, enter the court, and make her mother proud. But it was not until yesterday that she suddenly realized that she did not have to be a man. She had been dreaming and yearning for so many years, and women could actually do it. "What do you mean?" The eldest prince flattened his mouth. As a standard ancient male chauvinist like him, who has many wives and concubines in his house, and has always treated women as toys, he naturally could not understand the feeling of General Wei Yuan, who felt sorry for his wife. After listening to General Wei Yuan's words, the only thing he could think of was, "So you want to stand on Yunchu's side?" "That's not what I mean." General Wei Yuan rubbed his face, a little helpless. "I just hope that when you target Her Highness the Crown Princess, you cannot suppress the woman herself." Coming out of the eldest prince's mansion, General Wei Yuan looked up at the sky outside, and after a long while he sighed. To be honest, putting aside other things, based on the horseshoes and cotton-padded clothes and quilts of Her Royal Highness, the person he prefers should be Her Royal Highness. But after all, he owed the eldest prince a life. When he was at the border, if it weren't for the eldest prince, his son would have been buried in the borderland long ago. In order to make a big fuss on the day when Tiansheng College officially started recruiting students, the eldest prince quickly began to make intensive arrangements. At the same time, Yunshu was also busy like a top, visiting every household. Today, he went to the residence of the new right prime minister, which was formerly the left prime minister, and tomorrow, he went to the residence of the minister of rights. Normally, with her sensitive status, she should not get too close to these ministers in private. Her behavior of visiting the homes of important officials every day was considered a clique in the eyes of the emperor, but Yunshu went there openly. Not only did she go by herself, but sometimes she would find some particularly lame excuses to ask Emperor Xuanwu to borrow uniquely to accompany her. At the beginning, the ministers she first approached were still panicking. Seeing the princess and uniquely, who was beside the emperor, coming to the door together, they were afraid that something big had happened that they didn't know about. As a result, after carefully welcoming the person in, the princess stared at him with two innocent eyes and asked him, "I heard that you wanted to do something behind my back that would be detrimental to me on the day when Tiansheng Academy enrolled students? What are you talking about, Your Highness?" This old minister is really wronged. The minister who was questioned was confused. This old minister has never had such a vicious thought. This old minister. Then swear. Ah? You swear. Yunshu said seriously, if you have any. You have bad thoughts and put them into action. I wish you would be struck by lightning, and your descendants will never be allowed to enter the school, let alone serve as officials in the court. The minister who had never been so speechless in his life, question mark. Lady Hai, Emperor Xuanwu, who learned about this not long after, What is this kid up to? Xuanwu, who didn't understand but trusted, chose to remain silent, so Yunshu, who was addicted to visiting, became more diligent. In less than a month, he went to all the important officials' houses in the court. The eldest prince couldn't believe his ears after hearing the news. He even sent people to inquire 3 times. After confirming that Yunshu had been visiting everywhere these days, just to force these ministers to swear, the eldest prince was silent. Is Yunshu really at a loss, or is she crazy? She doesn't really think that if she forces everyone to swear, Tiansheng College will be able to open smoothly, right? Maybe. To seek peace of mind? The eunuch who came back after inquiring about the news guessed, this oath is quite poisonous. Even if you don't believe it, you will feel uncomfortable when you think about it. How many people who can get to this position in the court care about this so-called oath? If you can really solve the problem by swearing, what else is there in this world? What can't be solved? The eldest prince sneered disdainfully. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and asked, since she has been to all the important officials' houses recently, did she stay in the palace today? Your Highness, the princess, went to the 3rd and 4th prince's houses today. The eldest prince, Does the prince have to play the swearing game with her? It seems that his 5th sister is really scared this time. I really don't know what the father is thinking, and he actually handed the position of the crown prince to such a timid guy. It seems that it will be my turn tomorrow. She arranged the time accurately. Tiansheng College will start recruiting students the day after tomorrow, and she will visit everyone the day before. The eldest prince pulled the corner of his lip sarcastically. Give orders, the princess will come to visit tomorrow. You must cheer up and entertain her well. Chapter 277. In order to convey his sarcasm to the utmost, the first prince rushed back to his mansion the next day after the morning court session, changed into a luxurious casual dress, and had a table of good wine and food prepared, waiting for Yunshu to come, so that he could be sarcastic. As a result, he waited for a whole morning, but Yunshu did not leave the palace. Instead, he waited for a copy of Tiansheng Weekly brought back by the eunuch in the mansion, which contained an article that Yunshu had urgently reprinted. Shock. Her Highness the Princess actually did such a thing. If this title did not appear in Tiansheng Weekly or Beijing Daily, the first prince would happily guess that someone had exposed some shameful things that Yunshu did in private. But this happened to be Tiansheng Weekly. As we all know, the title of Tiansheng Weekly is just for reference, and there is no need to take it to heart. The eldest prince looked down expressionlessly. As expected, the opening paragraphs were all about how much trouble and effort Yunshu had put into establishing Tiansheng College. The middle part was about using the simplest language to tell everyone the importance of establishing Tiansheng College and the substantial benefits that this college would bring to the people. It seemed that after visiting the court officials, Yunshu finally remembered to say hello to the people in advance and persuaded them to be quiet and not make trouble. As a result, when he turned the page, the sarcastic curve at the corner of the eldest prince's lips instantly turned into anger. Yuan-shu, this shameless person, actually complained to the people that she was under great pressure. She said that she knew that her desire to establish Tiansheng College, which was free for ordinary people to study, touched the interests of many noble families, and there would definitely be people with bad intentions who would secretly incite the people to make trouble. But actually, making trouble is of no benefit to the common people. After all, Tiansheng Academy recruits new students every year. Unless there are people who have abandoned or killed their children, if they fail this year, they can try again next year. There is always a chance. But once they make trouble, they will be on the blacklist of the academy, and will never be able to attend the academy again. Of course, if she only wrote this, the eldest prince would not be so angry. The key is that she also said later that in order to prevent such things from happening, she visited every household during this period and reached an agreement with almost everyone, but because of time constraints, she did not have time to visit the eldest prince's mansion. What does she mean? She clearly wants to tell everyone that if there is a problem with Tiansheng College's enrollment tomorrow, it must be done by this prince. Your Highness, calm down. After hearing about this, the staff who rushed over happened to see the eldest prince's rage, and hurriedly stepped forward to persuade. The most urgent task now is to quickly cancel the original plan. Cancel it. The eldest prince's eyes widened. Why should this prince do what she wants? She said that it was this prince who did it, so it was this prince who did it? What oath is nonsense? Who would believe such words? The power of the people should not be underestimated. The staff said earnestly, although the people we bribed and instigated this time are all those who do not meet the college's enrollment requirements, there is no need to worry that they will be turned against by Tiansheng College. But there are more people who meet the requirements for the college's enrollment. If before this article came out, those people saw someone making trouble, they might have turned a blind eye to it, and even had the leisure to watch the excitement and make a fuss on the side. But now Her Royal Highness has stated at the end of this article that she can withstand the pressure from the nobles. But if the people she wholeheartedly helps do not support her, she will cancel all the benefits that Tiansheng College provides to the people. In such a situation, even for their own interests, no people will choose to stand idly by. Once someone makes trouble, they will definitely control the other party at the first time. Of course, if it's just to control, it may not be a big deal. I'm afraid that these people know each other and understand each other. If they really cooperate to reveal something, or even really implicate you, that would be a big trouble. Yuan-shu. Knowing clearly that what the staff said was all the truth, the eldest prince slammed his fist on the table, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out Yuan-shu's name from his teeth, and his tone sounded like he wanted to eat her alive. Extremely unwilling, but still had to give in. This matter will be left to you to finish. Yes. The staff was relieved after receiving the order, and hurried to arrange the cancellation of the plan. No one thought that Yuan-shu's joking visit to people, and forcing them to swear was actually a prelude to this. When the news came back to the palace, even Emperor Xuanwu couldn't help but look at his kid twice. You have a lot of ways. You have fooled all my civil and military officials. How can this be called fooling? Yuan-shu looked innocent. I clearly trust them. As long as they promised, I believed it immediately. The trust between people is so simple and touching. Emperor Xuanwu asked those ministers whether they dared to move or not. When this article came out, she not only fooled all those who opposed her before, especially the eldest prince, but also put all those who opposed Tiansheng College on the opposite side of the people, the voice of the people of the world. Even he, the emperor, could not ignore it. Emperor Xuanwu shook his head, too lazy to watch this kid pretend to be innocent. He snorted and threw a memorial on her table. Look at this. Why does this memorial look a little different? It was the first time Yuan-shu had seen such a memorial. She looked at the appearance with some curiosity. Is this the legendary secret memorial? It is a secret memorial. Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. It was sent back by the Beixiang spy. Beixiang? What happened to Beixiang? Could it be that Hu Yamingchuan took action so quickly? But that's not right, right? Hu Yamingchuan has been studying mathematics very seriously recently. He even finished high school mathematics a few days ago. In order to get the math book from her, he even promised her that he would personally attend the enrollment for the mathematics major when Tiansheng College was enrolling tomorrow. If he could still find time to destroy the Beixiang royal court without making a sound. Then she had to wonder if God had secretly given this guy a cheat. Yuan-shu opened the secret memorial with doubts. Sure enough, there was no cheat. Chapter 278. Are there military movements in the western part of Beixiang? Yuan-shu recalled the map she had seen before. The Chang Kingdom was to the west of Beixiang. The Chang Kingdom was not strong, but it had a good geographical location. The border with Beixiang was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Therefore, although there were constant frictions between the two countries over the past 100 years, there had never been a war. Now Beixiang suddenly secretly dispatched troops to the border area near Chang State. Could it be that a war is about to start? After reading the secret letter in his hand over and over again, he confirmed that there was no interlayer or content that required other means to see. It really only talked about the mobilization of troops. Yunshu curled his lips and put down the letter. Father, are you just letting me guess? For a country's secrets such as troop mobilization, spies often cannot obtain specific information, and can only send back such fragments. But even such fragments, once analyzed correctly, may play a crucial role at certain times. Emperor Xuanwu patiently. He taught her with his heart. As the crown prince, you will inevitably receive many secret reports like this in the future. You need to learn how to judge whether these messages are true or false. If they are true, what does it mean? Will it affect Tiansheng? And how to deal with it in the future. Ah. Is this starting to make it difficult for her? Yunshu grabbed the upgraded version of the quill pen in his hand, which was carefully processed and decorated, and tried to analyze it bit by bit according to his own understanding. There are several possibilities for the mobilization of troops. The first is that the contradiction between Beixiang and Chang will intensify, and there may be a war in the future, so Beixiang must mobilize troops in advance and prepare for a full-scale attack. The second possibility is internal strife. The Prince of Beixiang has many heirs. It is said that all of his sons are ambitious. It is possible that one of them secretly raised private soldiers to rebel. However, since the scale of the mobilization of troops was not mentioned in the secret report, it is not necessarily just for the purpose of starting a war. There may be other things that require the army to do, such as suppressing bandits, such as discovering some large mineral veins and needing people to guard them, or, like we previously sent troops to Cheongzhou to train the navy, they also plan to train a separate team, or some disaster has occurred and they need to rescue people or seal off the city, etc. Yeah. Emperor Xuanwu nodded slightly. Then what do you think are the possibilities that we need to pay more attention to and think of countermeasures in advance? Well, analyzing what she had just said one by one, Yunshu finished a day's class in the Imperial Studies seriously. Remembering that tomorrow was the day when Tiansheng College officially started recruiting students, she asked Emperor Xuanwu for a day off before leaving. In response, Emperor Xuanwu said, "Remember to bring the sixth brother with you tomorrow. If the sixth brother knew that you took the initiative to let him rest for a day, he would be very happy." Yunshu looked at Emperor Xuanwu in surprise, and the latter snorted coldly. "I am not letting him go out to play. I want him to see how difficult it is for children from ordinary families to go to school. After reading it, stay in the upper study room, honestly for me, and don't always think of finding excuses to run out to play. The content taught at Tiansheng College is different from that taught at Shangshafeng." Yunshu joked, "Aren't you afraid that after he goes there, he will like the courses at Tiansheng College and will be even less willing to stay in Shangshafeng? Then let him go." Emperor Xuanwu was not panicked at all. "Anyway, I don't expect him to play any role in the court in the future. I let him stay in Shangshafeng just because I don't want him to grow up to be an idle waste. Since what you teach at Tiansheng College is all useful, if he likes something, there is nothing wrong with learning more." "Father is right." Yunshu laughed. "I will let someone tell Sixth Prince and Master Yi about this." Master Yi was a little disappointed that he could not see the grand ceremony of the college enrollment in person. Because Yunshu only asked for leave from the imperial study, she still had to attend the morning court. So the next day, when she changed her clothes after the court, and left the palace with Yunshu to go to the Beijing branch of Tiansheng College, the enrollment had officially started. Fortunately, everything was as Yunshu expected. With her sudden article yesterday, the eldest prince and his men had no time to make more small moves, and could only hastily cancel the original plan. There was not a single person at the academy who was maliciously trying to cause trouble today. Occasionally, there would be one or two people who wanted to cause trouble because they did not meet the requirements. However, before the guards arranged by Yunshu in advance could take action, they were quickly suppressed by the people who came to register nearby, for fear that if they were a step slower, the news would reach Yunshu's ears, and this good benefit would be lost. Yunshu followed Yunshu and saw with his own eyes that a guy who wanted to cause trouble had just shouted, and was immediately covered by 4 or 5 hands and dragged away from Tiansheng College. He was shocked. He stared at the long line outside in amazement, and couldn't help swallowing silently. These people are really working hard for their children to enter the school, but with so many people, not all of them can enter the academy, right? There is an entrance test. After Yunshu responded casually, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Yunshu-wan on a whim. Why don't you take the test and try it? Me? He finally had a day off and didn't have to stay in the study room. But he had to study when he came out to play. Is he crazy? Yunshu-wan subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly remembered that these tests were all for the children of ordinary people outside, who might not even know a single word. Although he didn't like to study, he had been in the study room for several years. If he also took part in the so-called test, wouldn't he easily beat everyone? Imagining that he could attract the admiring and envious eyes of everyone around him just by writing a few words, Yunshu-wan couldn't help but raise his mouth. Let's take the test. Then which subject do you want to take first? Indeed, some of the emotions on this kid's face were too obvious. As soon as he raised his tail, Yunshu could immediately guess the contents of his imagination. She deliberately didn't tell him that this test might not be what he imagined, but just raised her eyebrows jokingly. Chapter 279. Yunshu-wan didn't know that his fifth sister was waiting for him to fail in the test. He looked at the several forks in front of him with confidence and pointed at the nearest one. I will test the medical skills first. Okay. Yunshu nodded calmly and led Yunshu-wan straight into the medical courtyard. Your Highness. Sixth Prince? The doctor who was busy inside looked up and saw Yunshu and Yunshu-wan coming in. He almost thought he was seeing things wrong, and quickly put down the things in his hands, and came over to pay his respects. Yunshu raised her hand to stop the other party's behavior. Dr. Chun, don't worry about me. I just came here to take a look and let my sixth brother take the test. Your Highness, the sixth prince also wants to take the test? Dr. Chun was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at the children sitting in the yard. Then this old minister asked someone to add another seat. No need. What kind of test questions are here? Doesn't she know that others don't know? Tables and chairs are not necessary. Yunshu casually said, just give him a copy and let him stand here and look. Yes. The Princess Royal Highness has spoken, and the sixth Prince Royal Highness has not refuted. Dr. Chen will naturally not be idle, and have to cause trouble for himself. He quickly picked up a thin booklet and respectfully handed it to Yunshu-wan, then turned around and began to tell the illiterate kids in the yard how to use this booklet to conduct the test. Now open the booklet in your hands to the first page. You can see that there are a total of 9 patterns on this page, 8 of which are exactly the same, but there is only one that is very slightly different from the other 8. What you need to do is to find that one and circle it with the feather pen in your hand. By analogy, there are 2 different patterns among the 10 patterns on the second page, and 3 different patterns among the 11 patterns on the third page. Please note that you only have 1 stick of incense to complete this test. After 1 stick of incense, the test will end regardless of whether you have finished the questions in your hand or not. Yunshu-wan, ? No, why hasn't he seen such a test before? Why does he have to find a different one among a bunch of flowers and plants that look exactly the same? He can read and write. Doesn't he have any advantages at all? Yunshu-wan realized that he seemed to have thought something wrong and was dumbfounded holding the booklet. His expression as if struck by lightning made Yunshu laugh. Why are you still standing there? The incense has been lit. If you don't start now, what if you can't finish it later? He is a prince who came out of the upper study room and came to Tiansheng College to take an entrance test. If he still loses to the ordinary people who can't read a single word, the news will be passed back. Wouldn't his father be so angry that he fined him tens of thousands of taels of silver? When Yunshu-wan thought of such a terrifying possibility, he was frightened and lowered his head to look carefully at the 9 leaves on the first page that seemed to him to be no different at all. God damn it. These leaves even have the same serrations on the edges. Who came up with this crappy question? He must find that person to settle the score later. In just 1 stick of incense, Yunshu-wan was sweating. Even so, when the last bunch of incense ash fell, he still had 2 pages of the booklet in his hand that he hadn't finished turning. He subconsciously raised his eyes and glanced at the servants in the yard, who had already started to collect the papers one by one. He was still thinking that none of these servants would dare to come and snatch his paper, and he could take advantage of this time to answer more questions. The next moment, the booklet in his hand was directly taken away by Yunshu. Yunshu-wan, shock. Let me see how many questions you got right. Pretending not to notice the guy's obvious little thoughts, Yunshu smiled and flipped through the booklet he had just taken from beginning to end. The first page is correct, the second page is also correct, and the third page is wrong. TSK, the error rate is getting higher and higher as you go back. This is not my problem. Yunshu-wan also knew that he didn't do well on several pages at the end. Either he didn't find all the answers or he couldn't find them. so he just relied on guessing. Hearing his fifth sister report all his mistakes, he was embarrassed and anxious to defend himself. This question itself is embarrassing. I have never done such a weird question when I was in the study room before. This is not embarrassing. Closing the booklet in his hand casually, Yunshu snorted and laughed. If you want to study medicine, the most basic thing is to identify herbs and read pharmacology. But because this is an entrance examination, except for you, most of the remaining children don't even know the characters, so it's naturally impossible to test them in pharmacology. We can only test their observation ability for the time being. After all, there are so many herbs that look similar. If you can't tell the subtle differences between them, you will make a mistake when picking herbs in the future. If you are unlucky, it will cost someone's life. But Yunshu wanted to defend himself, but he didn't know how to refute. After struggling for a while, he could only pretend to be indifferent and snorted. Anyway, I'm not interested in medicine. In this regard, I'm no different from those who have never been to school. Even if the test results are average, it's normal. Well, you're right, it's normal. Yunshu suppressed his smile and nodded seriously as he meant. Then next, do you want to go to other majors for testing? Go. Why not? Just now, he lost face in the medical field, and he has to pick up his face from other places. But with this experience, he can't choose randomly next time. First of all, he must not choose blacksmiths and carpenters. What if the test is about who has more strength to swing a hammer, or who can chop wood better? He is a prince, and he is definitely not as good as the children of ordinary people in these rough jobs. The rest? Yunshu pondered for a moment. His eyes swept over the signposts one by one, and finally his eyes suddenly lit up. Let's go to the mathematics section. He knew mathematics. When the fifth sister used cards to perform a trick called magic for him before, she had taught him that it was actually based on mathematical means, and was calculated in advance. At that time, in order to learn that magic well, he spent a lot of time to figure it out. He didn't believe it. He could still lose in this test? Chapter 280. Yunshu was full of confidence, and walked towards the courtyard of the mathematics department with his head held high. As a result, he heard a burst of crying from inside, as soon as he stepped over the threshold. It wasn't even just one cry, but a bunch of cries one after another. Yunshu shock. No way. No way. Could it be that it's hard to cry? The medical professional test just now was so outrageous, but it didn't make anyone cry. Yunshu's other foot, which was suspended in the air, almost retracted, but at the critical moment Yunshu, who was walking slowly behind him, reached out and pushed him on the shoulder. Why are you blocking the door? There was such a loud cry inside. Fifth sister, don't say you didn't hear it. Yunshu had a bitter face, and changed his proud and strutting appearance just now. He suddenly stuck to Yunshu, and began to dawdle. Of course, the mouth was still as hard as ever. These people are crying so annoying, I don't want to go in. As if responding to Yunshu's complaint, after the initial crying, there was another voice of pleading. Woo-woo master, can you give me another chance? I just didn't think it through. I can definitely answer it again. Woo-woo, I didn't pass the accounting exam, nor did I pass the math exam. I can't come to Tiansheng College. My father will definitely scold me to death. Master, please accept me. You can't even pass the simple entrance test for accounting, and you dare to come to math? Huyan Mingchuan, who didn't bother to pay attention to the previous ones, couldn't help but sneer when he heard the latter sentence. Who gave you the courage? Your Tiansheng princess? Yunshu, What are you doing? Yunshu, who had been planning to wait and see what was going on, finally came out like a school principal when he heard his name, with familiar lines. Your major is the most outrageous in the whole college, and an entrance test can make all the children cry. You can do it if you can. He was originally a bad-tempered guy, and he agreed to be the teacher of this shitty math class purely for the math books in Yunshu's hand. It was a miracle that he could endure so many stupid children in his eyes, who always liked to cry and make noises. Naturally, he could no longer expect him to say anything in a calm and gentle manner. Huyan Mingchuan was furious. After taking the test for the whole morning, no one had any brains. I think your math major should be cancelled earlier. Before, I said I would provide you with the test questions, but you insisted that your students choose them. In recent months, Yunshu, who has managed to barely control Huyan Mingchuan with the magical subject of mathematics, is no longer as nervous as before when facing this villain boss. She calmly found a chair and sat down. Now there are so many children who come to take the test, but none of them can pass the test. Have you ever thought that it might be your problem? What's my problem? Huyan Mingchuan retorted with a cold face. Mathematics is for smart people to learn. I don't have so much time to teach a student who is as stupid as a pig. Really? Yunshu raised her eyebrows, randomly found a child who was still wiping tears, waved her hand, and motioned the other party to come over. What's your name? My name is Hiccup. The child she called over looked only about 6 or 7 years old. She couldn't stop crying, and now she was so nervous that she hiccuped. Hiccup. My name is Egg Baby. Egg Baby? Yunshu nodded, and her soothing voice was a bit soothing. It's a cute name. So tell me, what question did Master Huyen ask you just now? Master asked. Egg Baby glanced at Huyen Mingchuan timidly, and then lowered his head like a quail and whispered. Master, what should I do if I am bullied by my brothers and sisters, and my parents still favor them? Yunshu, ? She was speechless and laughed. Master Huyen, what is the relationship between this and mathematics? No relationship. Huyen Mingchuan's face became even more ugly, but the outrageous thing was that he could actually find an excuse. But it can test whether they have brains. After all, if I ask a math question, they can't answer it. The cleverness of mathematical thinking is the same as the ability to solve your problem. Smart, but not the same kind of smart. Yunshu sighed, and suddenly turned his head to look at Dan Huazi. Once upon a time, there was a little reptile without wings, but it could fly. Why do you think that was the case? Dan Huazi looked confused. Because it drank a magical water. Yunshu said seriously, then, there was a little frog, and it could fly. Why? Because? Dan Huazi tried to test it ignorantly. Did it also drink the magical water? No, because it ate the little reptile. Yunshu calmly asked. Later, a snake could fly. Why? Because it ate the little frog. Dan Huazi answered confidently, blinking his tearful eyelashes, and forgot to cry. Instead, he waited expectantly for Yunshu to continue asking him questions. Yunshu did not disappoint him, and immediately asked the last question. In the end, an eagle can fly. Why? Because eagles can fly. That's right. Yunshu smiled and rubbed the Egg Baby's head. Isn't this good? He can think, understand logic, think quickly, and avoid traps. I think he is pretty good. Huyen Mingchuan? Yunshu Why does he feel that his fifth sister is even more unreliable than this annoying Beixiang ninth prince? This is not what he learned in magic. What are you doing? When he turned around and saw Yunshuan's not-so-smart and silly appearance, Yunshu. He raised his chin slightly. Didn't you say you wanted to take the test in the mathematics department? Master Huyen's questions may not be suitable for you. Why don't I come in person? No need. His fifth sister's way of asking questions is a bit too mysterious. Who knows what weird questions she will come up with to test him? It would be fine if he could answer it, but if he couldn't, in front of so many people, his face would be shattered and he would never be able to get it back. Yunshu took a half step back reflexively. There are so many people waiting for the test outside, I won't waste everyone's time. Okay. How could Yunshu not see his little tricks? It was just to give him some face, and cooperate in not exposing him. Chapter 281. After leaving behind the entrance test questions that she had prepared for the mathematics major, and specifically telling Huyen Mingchuan to enroll at least 30 students today, Yunshu slowly took Yunshu to visit the courtyards of several other majors. Yunshu followed her silently along the way, with a frown on his face. If you didn't know him, you would think he was thinking about something important. It was not until he was about to leave that he could not help but ask, Fifth sister, can the questions in your entrance examination really screen out the right talents? How can this be enough? Yunshu shook his head without thinking. When we start studying formally, the monthly professional course tests will be the real time to screen out people. Now, at best, we can barely screen out some children who are slightly stronger in observation, logical thinking, and brain flexibility. Those who are not selected are not necessarily bad, but the number of students is limited, so we have to screen out some of them first. Oh! Then in some aspects, doesn't he even reach the most basic level? Yunshu was even more depressed. Yunshu noticed this and paused, turned around and tapped him on the forehead. What are you thinking about? No one in this world is perfect, and I have never seen anyone who can really master everything. When you were in the study room before, I never saw you worry about not doing your homework well enough. Why are you so competitive today? That's different. Yunshu pouted and muttered softly. Compared with people who also come from good families and have been taught by famous teachers for many years, and compared with a group of people who come from ordinary families and can't read a single word, how can it be the same? He pursed his lips and opened his mouth to say something else, when Tang Yuanlin suddenly chased out from the academy. Princess, please stay. Grandfather? Yunshu turned around in confusion. Why did you come out? I was busy giving the children entrance tests just now, and I forgot to tell you something. Tang Yuanlin turned around and waved his hand apologetically, signaling the servant carrying the table behind him to move a little faster. Look over there. He pointed to the empty stone tablet at the entrance of the academy. When Tianxing Academy was built, I wanted you, the founder of the academy, to write a few words here on the day of the official enrollment. Here? Yunshu was confused. Write directly on the stone tablet? Of course not. If you write directly on the stone tablet, won't it all be washed away when it rains? Tang Yuanlin smiled and explained, I have asked someone to prepare a piece of paper as big as this stone tablet in advance. Please write on the paper first, and I will ask someone to carve the words on the stone tablet later. As he spoke, the two servants behind him had already brought a long table and pen and ink. The paper was not too big. Yunshu picked up the pen and pondered for a moment, and soon thought of a few words that were very suitable to appear at the entrance of the academy. She lowered her eyes, and wrote stroke by stroke very seriously. Establish a heart for heaven and earth. Establish a life for the people, inherit the unique knowledge of the past sages, and open peace for the world. When she wrote these words, Tang Yuanlin was watching carefully beside her, reciting them word by word. He originally read them quietly, but when he read them later, he unconsciously raised his voice and his tone became particularly excited. What a great way to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to inherit the lost knowledge of the past sages, and to bring peace to the world for all eternity. Your Highness, it is so well written. I didn't say that either. Yunshu coughed lightly. Yes. I understand. Before she finished speaking, Tang Yuanlin nodded mysteriously with an expression that he knew everything. This sentence is just like the famous quotes that appear in your garden every month. They are all written by your hidden literary friends, who have only met once, and don't know where they came from, but only want to travel around the world, right? Yes. They are indeed not people from this world. There is nothing wrong with that. But why does she always feel that there is something wrong with her grandfather's eyes? Take another look. Yunshu blinked and wanted to confirm whether she had seen it wrong, but after her grandfather finished speaking, he happily admired the calligraphy again and again. Yunshu, never mind, some things are hard to explain, and cannot withstand further investigation. It is better to just keep it like this. Yunshu, who did not take it seriously, shook her head and quickly said that the strange feeling was thrown behind her. However, she underestimated the weight of these words in the hearts of scholars. Yunshu did not mention this matter in Tianxing Weekly or Beijing Daily, but the words she left on the stone tablet outside the Tianxing Academy spread rapidly at an incredible speed. First, the eyes of the civil officials in the court began to change slightly when they looked at her, and then Emperor Xuanwu praised her in front of all the civil and military officials in the court, saying, My Qilin girl really has a lofty ambition. Tianxing is blessed to have such a princess. By the autumn, even Tang Muji joked at the end of the letter he sent her from Cheongzhou that he had never thought that one day he would hear the reputation of the lady's literary talent spread all over Tianxing, and as the top scholar, he was ashamed. Yunshu, forget it, let them spread it. She couldn't jump out and clarify that this was all from another world, right? Helplessly putting away the letter, Yunshu looked up at Tang Xinhua who was sitting opposite her. Cousin said in the letter that he sent a carriage back to the Tang mansion? Yes. Tang Xinhua was slightly startled and nodded. Every time I sent a letter back, it was sent as fast as possible. I don't know why this time. I actually sent a servant to drive a carriage to send it back, and it took a lot of time on the road. But in the letter Muji wrote to us, except for telling me to use this carriage to travel in the future, there was nothing else. He told you to use that carriage in the future? Yunshu seemed amused. She asked curiously, Did you use it? Yes. Realizing that Yunshu's words seemed to have some other meaning, Tang Xinhua hesitated for a moment and added, The carriage is now parked in the backyard. Cousin, did you notice any difference in this carriage? Different? Tang Xinhua subconsciously recalled the carriage she had taken in the past 2 days. Just as she was about to answer, there was a sound of swords clashing outside the box. Chapter 282. Is there an assassin? Tang Xinhua's face turned pale, and she stood up reflexively and stood in front of Yunshu, nervous to the point of stuttering, Your Highness. Don't be afraid. Yunshu was actually frightened at this moment, but she calmed down quickly. The noise outside is not too loud, there shouldn't be many people. And she has 4 dragon shadow guards, so it shouldn't be a big problem. As if to confirm Yunshu's guess, the sound of swords and knives outside soon stopped, and then someone knocked on the door. It was a Ku's voice, Your Highness. Come in. Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw that the door of the box was open from the outside. Aku held the sword in one hand, and the other end of the long sword was still on Hu Yamingchuan's neck. Yunshu? ? His eyes slowly moved down to the large bloody wound from Hu Yamingchuan's chest to his waist. Yunshu's eyes moved slightly. It's a rare day off. Master Hu Yan wanted to assassinate me, but was stabbed instead? Why would I assassinate you if I had nothing to do? Hu Yamingchuan covered his wound with one hand, completely ignoring the long sword on his neck that could kill him at any time. As if nothing had happened, he slowly walked to the seat opposite Yunshu and sat down. You, the secret guard, can help me testify that my wound is. It wasn't him. It was like this when I came. So you were being hunted by someone? Yunshu glanced at the man who was slumped in the chair like a big boss, with blood still pouring out of his waist, and couldn't help but frown. It looks like a new wound. Don't you lead the people chasing you here? You are really ruthless. No wonder she can be a princess. What normal girl would not panic or care when seeing a living person bleeding? But she kept complaining? Hu Yamingchuan was almost so angry that he laughed. He pulled off a piece of cloth from his clothes and wrapped it around his waist to stop the bleeding temporarily. Let's not talk about whether they can catch up with me. Even if they really catch up with me, you are the princess of Tiansheng. As Beixiang people, they don't have the courage to attack the princess of Tiansheng in the capital of Tiansheng, unless they want to go to war between the two countries. Beixiang is now in a serious civil strife. Going to war with Tiansheng at this time is tantamount to self-destruction. Hu Yamingchuan skillfully tied the cloth around his waist. Just as he was about to speak, a bag of medicine powder was suddenly thrown in front of him. Poison? Hu Yamingchuan raised his eyebrows. Yunshu stroked his belt and raised his eyelids lightly, to stop bleeding. Hu Yamingchuan took a breath and finally laughed angrily. Can't you give it to me before I wrap it up? You can take it or not. Yunshu sneered. Remember to pay. Hu Yamingchuan, Sure enough, math is still good, interesting and not annoying. Hu Yamingchuan gritted his teeth and was about to reach out for the medicine bag. A flash of sword flashed by, and he quickly retracted his hand. Before he could curse, he heard the sound of fighting outside the window and on the roof. At the same time, the secret guard who had just fought with him outside the door had already protected Yunshu and walked to the other side of the box. Hu Yamingchuan realized what happened and his eyes turned cold. Yunshu's face turned black. Is this what you said about them not daring to come? Isn't this good? Hu Yamingchuan picked up the folding fan and suddenly stood up to meet the sword coming from the window. This shows that some people have lost their minds and started to do whatever they want. Yunshu, What a bullshit. If you have the ability, don't dance to her, that would be really good. You're still using a fan to fight someone's sword. Haven't you heard the saying that an inch longer is an inch stronger? No wonder you didn't fight before. And now you're bringing trouble to her. Yunshu touched the bracelet on his wrist. For the safety of himself and Tang Xinhua, he didn't let Aku go up to help. He just quietly began to aim at the direction of the poison needle. However, perhaps because the box was not that big, Hu Yamingchuan and the Beixiang assassin fought back and forth. The poison needle in Yunshu's hand was clearly aimed at the assassin in the last second, and the next second, it was aimed directly at Hu Yamingchuan's back. The warrior's movements were too fast and unpredictable. Yunshu, who had never practiced martial arts, couldn't find the right time to attack for a long time. Fortunately, Hu Yamingchuan was soon defeated due to the injury on his waist. Seeing him being kicked away, Yunshu's eyes lit up. Just as the assassin was about to make a final move, the poison needle in the bracelet finally pierced the back of the man's neck accurately. Clang! The long sword in his hand fell to the ground first. Before he fell, the assassin looked back at Yunshu in disbelief. Bang! The muffled sound of the assassin falling heavily to the ground, and the sound of fighting on the roof ended almost at the same time. There was a rustling sound from the tiles above his head, as if they were cleaning up the scene. Mukong turned over directly from the window, without even looking at the assassin lying on the ground and Hu Yamingchuan in the corner, and walked straight to Yunshu and saluted on one knee. Your Highness, the 9 assassins outside are all dead men, and no one is left alive, but it is certain that they are all from Beixiang. Got it. Yunshu nodded and pointed at the one lying on the ground. Check this to see if it's dead or not. Take it with you when you go out. Yes. Mukong turned around, put his finger on the side of the assassin's neck for a moment, and soon disappeared out the window with the person. The box finally returned to its previous tranquility, but the original exquisite decorations were now all broken on the ground. Yunshu kicked away the broken porcelain vase that blocked her way, and quickly calculated today's losses in her mind. These porcelain vases and tables and chairs are estimated to cost 2,000 taels. Add the cost of my actions just now and the mental damage today, and round it up. Remember to have someone send me 20,000 taels later. It's a bit expensive. Hu Yamingchuan sat up with great effort. Because his injuries worsened, he couldn't help but let out a low gasp. But soon, he smiled as if nothing had happened. Let's make a deal. How about I use a piece of news to pay for this money? That depends on whether your information is worth 20,000 taels. Yunshu paused as he was about to leave. If it is useless, 20,000 will become 30,000. No wonder everyone says that Her Highness is rich. Hu Yamingchuan sat in the corner and laughed, his head against the wall behind him, his head slightly tilted up, revealing his fragile neck, but his eyes still had a bit of provocation waiting to see the show. Her Highness, do you know why Beixiang has suddenly become so chaotic? He asked the question, but did not wait for Yunshu to answer, and then said to himself, because there was a plague in Beixiang. Chapter 283. Plague in Beixiang? Yunshu's mind moved, and she quickly remembered the secret memorial she had read from Emperor Xuanwu. There was a troop movement in the western part of Beixiang. Could it be because? A plague, a troop movement, and my long-planned plan. Hu Yamingchuan raised his eyebrows proudly. The troops that the second prince privately raised in the border area were exposed, and he directly rebelled in order to survive. The third prince was killed, and the eldest prince was seriously injured and basically useless. The king of Beixiang is now on guard against the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth princes. The entire court of the king of Beixiang is in a state of panic, and a bigger chaos may break out at any time. If you have planted spies in Tiansheng, the capital should have received the news in the next few days. So the people who came to assassinate you this time were the second prince's people? It's not easy to expose the fact that he raised private soldiers. It's normal for him to notice that it was my handiwork. Hu Yamingchuan pulled the corner of his lip nonchalantly, with deep irony in his eyes. If he can't notice this, I don't mind sending one more person to tell him that it was me who did it. Don't you think it's interesting? He lost to the trash he despised the most. Is this the news you want to tell me? Yunshu was not interested in listening to his victory speech. You just said it yourself. This matter will be reported back to the capital in a few days. This kind of news is not worth 20,000 taels of silver. Then the second prince wants to spread the plague to Tiansheng? Noticing that Yunshu's eyes suddenly condensed, Hu Yamingchuan laughed happily. It seems that this news should be worth it. Speak clearly. Yunshu frowned. What did he do? He just sent a team of people to your Tiansheng capital. Hu Yamingchuan said slowly. But don't worry, because his target is you, or the entire Tiansheng royal family, and once the plague is infected, the symptoms are too obvious. They are worried that they will be discovered and detained before they reach the capital, so they did not spread it along the way, but only brought some things that can infect people on the road. To ensure that the thing can still infect people after arriving in the capital. Every few days they will let one person in the team take the initiative to contract the disease. Then they will take the infected material from this person again and deal with this person. Where are they now? Yunshu asked the key points in a deep voice, and Hu Yamingchuan cooperated and answered every question. It will probably take 5 days to enter the capital. Is there a treatment prescription? There is no cure for this epidemic. Hu Yamingchuan hooked his lower lip. It has another name, your highness may have heard of it, called smallpox. That's too much to hear. Who doesn't know that even modern medicine has not found a cure for this thing, only a way to prevent it? Although, this may also be related to the fact that it has long been eliminated by humans. But no matter what, in this era, once smallpox is infected, there is no cure. Yunshu took a deep breath. You know the whereabouts of that group of people. She did not use a question but a statement. Take my people to find them. Your Highness, are you planning to kill them directly? Hu Yamingchuan spoke quietly, as if reminding, Your Highness, aren't you afraid that the people you send out will be infected by accident and then bring them back to you? I have my own arrangements for how to deal with it. You just need to ask someone to lead the way. The group will arrive in the capital in 5 days. Time is tight, and there is no time to waste. Yunshu assigned one of his dragon shadow guards to take Hu Yamingchuan to treat his wounds, and keep an eye on him to prevent him from causing any more trouble. He then said hello to Tang Xinhua, told him that he would come to see the carriage next time he was free, and then rode back to the palace quickly. What? In the imperial study, Emperor Xuanwu, who learned about this from Yunshu, was furious. Is Beixiang really not afraid of going to war with Tiansheng? Whether to go to war or not is a matter for the future. Yunshu quickly spoke to comfort him. Father, the most important thing now is to deal with the current situation. You are right. Emperor Xuanwu had a gloomy face, and was about to wave his hand and directly send the Dragon Shadow Guard to kill all the Beixiong people who came all the way to Tiansheng capital to poison. But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly remembered the results he saw when he used the life choice simulation system last time. The picture given at that time was a picture of Lao Lu testing the medicine. Could it be that, even if he really sent the Dragon Shadow Guards to take action this time, there would still be a mistake, and he would not be able to completely solve this problem, which would eventually lead to the sixth child being infected? Under the heavy pressure of the Imperial Hospital, they actually figured out a prescription for treating smallpox? Father, in fact, I seem to have seen a record in an ancient book before. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu fell into deep thought halfway through his words, as if he was thinking about how to properly handle this matter, Yunshu said softly, "At that time, I had a guess, but I never had the opportunity to confirm it. But if I am not wrong, maybe this smallpox will no longer exist in the future." No longer exist? What does that mean? In the life choice simulation system, is it possible that the person who finally figured out the prescription was not the Imperial doctors in the Imperial Hospital, but Xiaowu? But this kid has never studied medicine. Emperor Xuanwu was excited and puzzled. Do you have a way to cure smallpox? Not cure it, but prevent it from appearing. Yunshu explained seriously. The record that I read before was about a person in a remote mountain village who contracted smallpox. There was not even a proper doctor in that place. At that time, everyone thought they would definitely not survive, but unexpectedly, most of the villagers survived, and the small half who did not survive were basically weak and sick. Even if there was no smallpox, they might not be able to survive. How is it possible? Emperor Xuanwu subconsciously retorted, "This is simply nonsense. There are very few people who can survive smallpox. How could they all happen to be in that small mountain village? What book are you reading? Is it a story made up by someone, just like the novel you wrote in the newspaper?" That's what I thought at the beginning. Expecting that Emperor Xuanwu would not believe this, Yunshu continued to make up a story with a serious face. So I also looked through many books that recorded similar events, and finally found that these survivors actually have a very important thing in common. What is the common point? Although he still didn't believe it, seeing Yunshu's seriousness, Emperor Xuanwu couldn't help but become serious. Chapter 284. The common point is, they all got smallpox from cows. Cows? Emperor Xuanwu hesitated. You mean, cows got smallpox first, and then passed it on to them? That's right. Yunshu said seriously. So I thought, could it be that after passing from cows to humans, the symptoms of smallpox would be much milder? Do you want to try to confirm this? Emperor Xuanwu nodded. He didn't mind trying. Anyway, there were many death row prisoners waiting to be executed. Before they were taken away for execution, it wouldn't be bad to let those people make full use of their abilities and make the last contribution to Tiansheng. But the problem is, the person who tested the drug he saw in the picture before was clearly Lao Lu. Did something go wrong? Smallpox is dangerous after all, and Xiaowu and Lao Lu have such a good relationship. It doesn't make sense that she would leave a bunch of death row prisoners unused and let Lao Lu be the one to test the drug. Emperor Xuanwu was worried because the life choice simulation system had never had any ending changed before, and he couldn't help but start thinking about sending Yunshu to a safe place for a while to see if he could avoid this disaster. First, Xiaowu had to arrange the place for drug testing as far away as possible. So, you first have someone find an independent place outside the city that can be completely isolated from the outside world. Once smallpox spreads in the capital, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to Tiansheng. It is normal for Emperor Xuanwu to be so cautious. Yunshu didn't think much about it. After agreeing, he began to do it one by one. Of course, before asking the doctors to go to the farm outside the city, she did not forget to go to Tian Weishan restaurant again. Your Highness? Tang Xinhua thought Yunshu would be busy for a while after what happened yesterday, but she did not expect Yunshu to appear here again after just one night. She was a little surprised. Why are you? Didn't I say I would come to see your carriage? These days, people are terrified of smallpox. Yunshu herself knows the feasibility of the cowpox vaccine, but she can't say anything until it is put into practice in Tiansheng. If the news that she was sending people to study cowpox outside the city was spread at this time, it would probably cause panic among the people. Therefore, even though she was facing Tang Xinhua at this moment, Yunshu did not say much, but just raised her eyebrows with a smile. I asked my cousin yesterday if she found the difference between the carriage and the carriage, but she hasn't answered me yet. The carriage. Although she didn't know why Yunshu was still thinking about the carriage at this time, Tang Xinhua still led Yunshu to the backyard and responded. The carriage wheels seemed to be wrapped with something. Originally, after His Highness had the ground paved with cement, The carriage ran much more smoothly than before. Now with this layer of stuff wrapped around the wheels, not only does it run more smoothly, but even the sound of the wheels rolling over the ground has become much smaller. Although I have never ridden this carriage on a road without cement, I think it should be much better than before. What else? What else? Tang Xinhua was stunned for a moment, and couldn't think of it. In just a short while, the two of them had already walked to the side of the carriage. Yuanshu did not wait for Tang Xinhua to give her an answer, but got on the carriage herself, knocked around for a while, and then lifted the curtain, motioning Tang Xinhua to come up and take a look. "Cousin, do you think this carriage looks a bit thick?" "It is a bit thicker than ordinary ones, and the inside is relatively soft. If people accidentally bump into it, they won't feel too painful." Tang Xinhua nodded. She actually noticed this before, but she originally thought it was caused by putting more cloth or cotton inside. But now that Her Royal Highness has pointed this out, then the stuff inside and the stuff wrapped around the wheels are all made of rubber. As expected, Yuanshu quickly spoke up to confirm her guess. "And these?" Tapping lightly on an inconspicuous spot on the wall of the carriage, Yuanshu took out a few pairs of rubber gloves from the secret compartment. "These are also made of rubber, and they are waterproof. If you encounter any infectious diseases, wear these and cover your mouth and nose with a face towel to greatly reduce the risk of infection. Then, Your Highness, you must keep these." Tang Xinhua was still worried about what she heard yesterday. Upon hearing this, she immediately took out the rubber clothes and shoes from the secret compartment. "These should be made of the same material, right? If you wear these, you don't have to worry about the rain." Yuanshu picked up the raincoat and gestured casually on Tang Xinhua. "Except for the gloves I want to take away, the rest of these will stay with you. When it rains someday, have someone wear this and walk around outside a few more times, so that the more people see it, the better. When more people want to buy this stuff, the rubber business in Cheongzhou will be able to flourish." Rubber business? Tang Xinhua felt the strange touch of the rain boots in her hand, and suddenly realized something. This rubber is only available in Cheongzhou? More or less, anyway, even if there is some in other places in Tiansheng, there is not much. Seeing that Tang Xinhua reacted so quickly, Yuanshu simply said a few more words to her. "It is said that Cheongzhou is a poor and remote place, but in fact, there are just many things that have not been developed there. If this rubber business can be done, the situation in Cheongzhou will definitely be greatly improved, and all of this will be counted as my cousin's political achievements. If we help to open up sales channels faster, maybe we can give my cousin a promotion before the end of this year." Yuanshu had actually mentioned rubber to Tang Muji before he left Beijing. It was just because he had just arrived in Cheongzhou and had to arrange many things slowly, plus the technical reasons. It took more than a year to finally figure it out. Fortunately, it was delivered in time, and these gloves are now just in time for use. While Yuanshu was still trying to ensure the safety of the imperial doctors, on the other side, the eldest prince, who had always said people to secretly watch her, also successfully learned some news. "You mean, the princess secretly took a large number of death row prisoners from the Ministry of Justice prison?" "Yes." The person who came back to report said in a deep voice. "Last night, Zhuo Fengxin, deputy general of the capital camp, personally went to the Ministry of Justice prison with the princess's order to pick up the people." Chapter 285. Zhuo Fengxin is quite skilled, so I dare not follow him too closely. I only know that they finally took the people out of the city, but I don't know where they went. The people from the capital camp took the princess's order and took away a group of death row prisoners from the Ministry of Justice. The eldest prince frowned, and he really couldn't figure out what was going on. "Have you figured out the identities of the death row prisoners?" "All of them are here." The spy handed over a booklet respectfully, and the eldest prince took it and looked at it, but he was even more confused. It was because the people in this booklet were too ordinary. Not to mention Yuanshu, the princess, even an official in the court, who could barely be called a name, was far beyond the reach of these people. Keep investigating. The more you can't figure out something, the more likely it is that there is a big secret hidden inside, the eldest prince ordered in a deep voice. No matter what, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. This prince wants to see what shameful things Yushu is doing in secret. Yes. The spy responded and was about to leave. After thinking about it, he spoke again. In fact, I heard a rumor, but it has not been confirmed and cannot be confirmed. What rumor? If it is just an ordinary rumor, this spy would definitely not have such an expression. The eldest prince narrowed his eyes. Where did you hear it from? On the way here today, I accidentally heard a commoner on the roadside saying that he seemed to have heard the assassin who assassinated the princess in Tianweishan restaurant yesterday said something in Beixiang dialect. Knowing that this matter might be of great importance, The spy did not dare to hide anything and told everything he heard. But the commoner himself said later that he only heard 2 words, and it was not very clear. Maybe he heard it wrong. Did he really hear it wrong? Waving his hand, indicating that the spy could continue to do what he was supposed to do, the eldest prince walked to the desk thoughtfully and sat down, picking up a pen and writing the words Baixiang assassin and death row prisoner on the paper in front of him. Of course, he also knew about Yunshu's assassination yesterday. After all, it could almost be said that it happened in the street in broad daylight. But because Yunshu was in a box relatively close to the inside, and the window was facing the back garden, the people on the street could not see it clearly. At best, they could hear the sound of fighting on the roof, and if they were farther away, they might occasionally see the figures of those people jumping up when fighting. But this was obviously not enough for people to see the identities of those assassins. When this matter was mentioned in the morning court today, the father clearly said that the assassins were the remnants of the deposed prince. But what if those assassins were not the remnants of the deposed prince, but people from Baixiang? Why did the father and Yunshu hide this matter? Because they didn't want to go to war with Baixiang, but the treasury obviously has money now, and if they really want to go to war, they can afford the military expenses. Could it be that he felt that many military generals in the court supported him, and he was afraid that once the war really started, the military generals would make meritorious deeds, and his power as the eldest prince would be further expanded? Or the eldest prince suddenly thought of the 9th prince of Baixiang. Looking like a pretty boy, Yunshu must have fallen into the beauty trap, right? After tossing various conspiracy theories back and forth in his mind for several times, the eldest prince put down the brush in his hand heavily. Yunshu is different from the deposed prince. The former deposed prince only got the absolute support of most of the court, especially the father, just because he was the legitimate son of the empress. It is stable, but every step he takes after that may shake this stability. Yunshu, the princess, was promoted by her father before everyone could react, with almost no support in the court. It may not be so stable at the beginning, but every step she takes is to consolidate her position. The eldest prince doesn't even dare to think about how stable Yunshu's position as the princess will be if he continues to let it go like this. Even now, she is much more difficult to deal with than the former abandoned prince. If he can seize the opportunity again, this time, he must not make any mistakes again. He had a hunch that if he could succeed this time, maybe he could really get rid of Yunshu in one fell swoop. 3 days later, after losing several of his own spies, the eldest prince finally got some information as he wished. According to the wife of Dr. Song, the disease that Yunshu sent the doctors to the manor outside the city to treat must be a contagious disease, otherwise Dr. Song would not be so worried, and even muttered in his sleep that he might be infected with something. Your Highness. The staff member who was called by the eldest prince to discuss countermeasures pondered for a moment, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. Do you think it could be smallpox? Smallpox? The eldest prince was stunned for a moment, and soon his eyes burst into a gleam. Yes, the court has received news that the plague has broken out in Baixiang. Now the small city on the border has almost become an empty city because of the ravages of smallpox. Since those assassins came from Baixiang, they might have come here with smallpox. That day at the Tianweishan restaurant, the dragon shadow guard beside Yunshu fought with the assassin and was very likely to have contracted smallpox. The person waiting for treatment in the manor outside the city is most likely the dragon shadow guard. If it was just a dragon shadow guard, there would not be such a big fight. The staff analyzed in a deep voice. In my opinion, Her Highness the Princess may want to take this opportunity to find a cure for smallpox directly. Is it so easy to find a cure for smallpox? Just like Emperor Xuanwu's reaction when he heard about this, the eldest prince first subconsciously denied it. Since ancient times, many famous doctors have been looking for a cure for smallpox, but they have never succeeded in their lives. Although she has come up with a lot of things that were not there before, her medical skills are different after all. Can this medical skill be conjured out of thin air? I really can't figure this out. The staff frowned slightly, and although he couldn't figure it out, he still insisted on his guess. But if you want to explain the behavior of your majesty and the princess this time, this is the only way to make sense. Your Highness. The staff said solemnly, if your Highness the princess can get this done this time, I'm afraid you will. The staff didn't finish the rest of the words, but everyone could understand what he was saying. If Yunshu can really solve this, the eldest prince will no longer have any chance of winning. Chapter 286. The eldest prince paced in the study with a sinister look in his eyes. After a few moments, he made up his mind. Smallpox is not something that can be easily dealt with. Since Yunshu has the courage to let people figure it out, he must be prepared for accidental infection. Your Highness means. The staff was shocked, And then his eyes were hot. Your Highness is saying that this time, it must be absolutely foolproof. In the dimly lit study, the voices of the eldest prince and the staff were so low that they were even a little weird. Under the cover of night, everything seemed particularly calm. When the eldest prince attended the morning court the next day, he did not seem to have any abnormalities. When the court was dismissed, General Wei Yuan walked quickly behind Yun Shu for a while, and only stopped him when most of the court officials had dispersed. He asked with an unpleasant expression, "Your Highness, I heard that the person who assassinated you at the Tian Weishan restaurant that day was sent by Bei Xiong? Where did General Wei Yuan hear this rumor?" The Dragon Shadow Guard took action on the day of the incident, so everything should have been handled very cleanly. Yu Shu smiled and put his hands in his pockets, looking calm and composed. Bei Xiong is not crazy. Sending someone to assassinate me at this time is not self-destruction. Really? General Wei Yuan was a little suspicious. Why did such a rumor appear? Then I have to ask, where did the general hear the rumor from? Pushing the question back calmly, Yu Shu raised his eyebrows slightly. But someone deliberately let the general hear this? Why do you need to be deliberate? General Wei Yuan stretched out his hand and scratched his neck in discomfort. Why do I suddenly feel so itchy all over my body? Itchy all over my body? Yun Shu frowned and looked at the place where General Wei Yuan's hand had just scratched, and then his expression became serious, and he suddenly stepped back a long distance. Come here, call the imperial physician. It's just itchy, what's to? General Wei Yuan thought Yun Shu was making a fuss, but when he was halfway through his words, he saw the dense red dots that suddenly appeared on the back of his hand, and his tiger eyes instantly bulged like copper bells. What is this? Could it be that I have smallpox? Because he was too shocked, he even forgot that he was in front of Yu Shu for a moment, and he was so scared that he burst into swearing. Yun Shu, who was nearly 10 meters away from him, had a gloomy face. While thinking about what this trick was, he calmly analyzed, smallpox won't come out all at once like this. Yours is most likely rubella, or someone has given you some medicine. Rubella, that's an allergy. General Wei Yuan had never encountered such a situation before, so he ruled out the first possibility. He scratched the itchy parts of his body and cursed, "Damn it, who is so wicked to poison me? If I find out, I will definitely skin him alive." Knowing that he didn't have smallpox, which was hopeless, General Wei Yuan's heart finally settled down a little. After calming down a little, he looked at Yu Shu with a look that was a little strange. "Since I was just drugged, not suffering from any contagious disease, why did your Highness avoid me so far away? Who knows if there is any residual poison powder on you?" Yun Shu was clear and logical. "What if the wind blows it onto me?" General Wei Yuan, Okay, you are the princess, you are indeed noble. She stared at the eunuch next to her with a fierce face and led him into an empty side hall with a frightened face. After waiting for the imperial physician was so scared when he saw that his exposed skin was covered with rashes that he almost turned around and ran away on the spot. In the end, Yun Shu helped explain a few words from a distance, and asked General Wei Yuan to change clothes and wash his hands first. The imperial physician finally came forward tremblingly to take his pulse, and then his expression was visibly relaxed. "Don't worry, your Highness, General Wei Yuan was just poisoned by a kind of itch powder called. The poison powder is not harmful to the human body, but it will make people itch all over the body and develop many small red rashes. But it will subside in 7 days at most." 7 days? General Wei Yuan was shocked. "You mean I have to endure this toad skin and itch for 7 days? The doctor, whose ears were almost deafened, shrank his neck and said cautiously, "I can prescribe some anti-itching ointment here, and you will feel much better after applying it. But these red rashes will indeed take 7 days to completely subside. There is an ointment. Why don't you hurry up and prescribe it? Although this body of red rashes is ugly, he will have to avoid his wife later, otherwise she will definitely be disliked. But it can stop the itch that makes him almost crazy, which is barely good news." Watching the imperial physician write the name of the ointment to him as quickly as possible, General Wei Yuan didn't even bother to wait for the eunuchs to move slowly on the road, and ran all the way to get the medicine for himself. The imperial physician, who was robbed of the prescription, wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and was about to pack up and leave, but a wrist suddenly stretched out in front of him. "Let me see it too." General Wei Yuan looked too scary. Yun Shu felt uneasy when she thought about how she had just talked to him face to face, and even saw the rash appearing up close. "I'm worried that some of the itching powder on General Wei Yuan's body may have been blown to me by the wind." "Yes." The doctor's hand trembled as he packed up the medicine box. He quickly put away the pulse pillow that General Wei Yuan had just used and replaced it with a new one for Yun Shu. "Your Highness, please. Seeing this, Yunshu also put her wrist on the pulse pillow and let the doctor diagnose her in detail. How? Looking at the bad look on the doctor's face, Yunshu became more and more nervous. Did the itching powder really blow on me? Don't panic, Your Highness. While saying not to panic, the doctor knelt down with a plop. Your Highness, there is not much itching powder on your body. The toxins of the itching powder I found on your body are much less than those on General Wei Yuan. Even if the itching powder starts to take effect in 2 hours, the rash on your body will definitely not be too much, just a little bit. Yunshu, Chapter 287. The hanging heart finally died. She said that for no reason, who would have nothing better to do than to give General Wei Yuan that itching powder. It turned out that it was aimed at her. I'm afraid that the so-called rumor was also deliberately spread to General Wei Yuan by the person behind the scenes. They had already calculated that General Wei Yuan would come to ask her privately after hearing about this. Then the question is, what is the purpose of the person behind the scenes, or the eldest prince, to put so much thought into sprinkling some itching powder on her? Yunshu frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly stood up and went towards the palace gate. Prepare the horses. Yes. No one dared to delay the order given by the princess. Almost when Yunshu just walked to the palace gate, the horse was also led in. It happened that Lu Xiang had just left the palace not long ago. On the way, he remembered something and planned to go back to the palace to report to Emperor Xuanwu. Suddenly, he saw Yunshu jump on the horse and rush out like a sharp arrow without looking back. Lu Xiang's face changed drastically. He quickly quickened his pace and ran all the way to the imperial study. He was familiar with this scene. The last time he saw this scene, it was the day when the Prince of Baixianglian lost a certain jitter characteristic. I don't know today. Just when Lu Xiang hurriedly entered the imperial study and told Emperor Xuanwu what he had just seen at the palace gate, Yunshu had successfully stopped the man in the street before the eldest prince's carriage entered the palace. What's going on? At that time, the eldest prince was still smugly thinking that Yunshu would definitely not escape his calculations this time. He even began to imagine that after getting rid of Yunshu, no matter how angry his father was, he would have to make him the crown prince for the sake of Tiansheng. However, the carriage suddenly stopped and interrupted his dream. The eldest prince was about to get angry with an unhappy look on his face, when he heard a voice outside suddenly shouting, "Long live the princess!" Why did Yunshu appear here at this time? Could it be that General Wei Yuan did not go to find Yunshu as he expected? If so, then his plan would be... Reluctantly suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, the eldest prince lifted the curtain, got off the carriage, and looked up at Yunshu, who was still sitting on a tall horse not far away and looked a little strange. His slightly frowned brows could not help but bulge a little more. Does the princess have any important business? It's not an important business. Yunshu got off the horse, walked a few steps to the eldest prince, and said in a heavy tone, "Just now General Wei Yuan found me," he said. She looked around, and seemed to realize that she was on the street at this time, and immediately leaned forward, approached the eldest prince, and lowered his voice. He said, "You are a fool." The eldest prince, ? Is Yunshu scolding him? The eldest prince could not have imagined that Yunshu did not even change his court clothes in the morning, chased him from the palace, and stopped him on the road in front of everyone, just to scold him for no reason. He was stunned for 2 seconds before he reacted. Just as he was about to get angry, he saw Yunshu patting his shoulder with a heavy face. "Don't be too angry, in fact, this is not a big deal. You know General Wei Yuan. He is more straightforward and doesn't have so many twists and turns in his heart. He can't hide things." Is this to say that General Wei Yuan was just telling the truth? This time, the eldest prince only reacted for less than a second before realizing that he was being scolded again. "You? All right." After decisively interrupting the eldest prince's words, Yunshu turned around and sat back on the horse. "I know that my eldest brother and General Wei Yuan have a close relationship. There is no need to create any rift over such a small matter. Let's talk about it, and don't mention it again in the future." Although the eldest prince was caught off guard and his mind was a little confused for a while, he couldn't immediately react to Yunshu's intention, but he also knew that she came here on purpose, definitely not just to scold him. He was unwilling to give up and wanted to say something before Yunshu left, but this time he only had time to say one word, and saw Yunshu had already swung the reins and returned to the palace without looking back. The eldest prince, If there is no conspiracy here, he would write his name upside down. The eldest prince shook his sleeves angrily. The first thing he did after returning home was to find his staff to discuss the purpose of Yunshu's just doing that. And the staff did not disappoint him. After estimating the time of the incident, he slapped his thigh fiercely. "It's bad. I'm afraid that the itching powder in General Wei Yuan broke out in front of Her Royal Highness. He stood up anxiously and said quickly, Her Royal Highness guessed all of it, but at least guessed part of our plan. Your Highness, are those people you sent to spread the news still in time to withdraw? If... Knock, knock, knock. The staff member hadn't finished speaking when he heard the knock on the door. He quickly shut up and sat back in his seat. The eldest prince saw this and said in a deep voice, Come in. Your Highness. The person who came in from outside the door was the person who was sent by the eldest prince to spread rumors before. Sensing that the atmosphere in the study seemed a little wrong, the man shrank his neck and said carefully, I have done everything you asked me to do. The eldest prince, Get out. A bunch of useless things. Why haven't I seen these people do things so efficiently before? The bastard is just like the Yunshu, who only makes things difficult for him. Your Highness, calm down. The staff member was also a little helpless. After his master faced the princess, everything really went wrong. But there was no way. It was too late for him to change sides now. The only thing he could do was to assist the eldest prince with all his strength. Although there were some deviations in the middle, it doesn't matter. As long as the result is what we want, this plan will be considered a success. You are right. The eldest prince barely calmed down and said with a sinister look in his eyes, No matter whether it is true or not, as long as it comes true in the end, it is true. After she left, Yunshu was too lazy to guess what the eldest prince's reaction would be, and she had no time to guess. As soon as she returned to the palace, she saw Lady Hai waiting anxiously at the palace gate. Eunuchly? Yunshu threw the reins to the guard beside him in surprise. Why are you not serving your father, but waiting here? Chapter 288. I'm waiting for you. Lady Hai hurriedly stepped forward and said helplessly, You are finally back. His Majesty asked you to go to the Imperial study as soon as you come back. So urgent? Yunshu walked towards the Imperial study as if she was familiar with the place, wondering, Did something happen? I don't know. Lady Hai thought about it, and perhaps considering the importance of Yunshu, the princess, in Emperor Xuanwu's eyes, he added after a moment, But the right Prime Minister came here. Right Prime Minister? After the case of the deposed Crown Prince's treason, the original right Prime Minister was executed along with his entire family. The current right Prime Minister is the grandfather of Yunshu Huan. What could have happened to him? Could he have known about the little tricks of the eldest prince? With some doubts, Yunshu was immediately scanned by Emperor Xuanwu's eyes as soon as she entered the imperial study. Well, she looked quite relaxed overall, which was different from the last time. It was not a big problem. At least she had not turned another man into a sister. Emperor Xuanwu breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace, and then slowly asked, I heard that you hurriedly left the palace after meeting General Lu just now. Yes, I went to find my eldest brother. Go to find the eldest brother? Could this little brat have beaten up the eldest brother? It feels like something she can do. Emperor Xuanwu suddenly felt that he seemed to have let go of his worries a little too early. Why did you go to find your eldest brother? Yunshu looked up at the beams, and the obedient expression that made Emperor Xuanwu silent gradually emerged. Father, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Emperor Xuanwu, He leaned back in his chair expressionlessly. A lie. I just heard some words from General Wei Yuan, and then I went to comfort him because I was worried that there would be a rift between him and my eldest brother. Yunshu sighed seriously. You don't even know that General Wei Yuan came to ask me for no reason whether the person who assassinated me in Tien Weishan restaurant that day was sent by Beixiang. As soon as I heard it, I knew that someone must have said something in General Wei Yuan's ear. Everyone knows that General Wei Yuan is a member of the eldest prince's faction. If he came to me so impulsively and said these words, what if people misunderstood and thought that this was all the eldest prince's scheme? Wouldn't that be? That's enough. Emperor Xuanwu was originally speechless, but gradually became more serious. You mean, your eldest brother and others have already known the true identities of those assassins? More than that. Yunshu's face also collapsed, and he immediately switched to the complaining mode with a face full of grievance. I suspect that my eldest brother may have known about the things in the farm outside the city. Father, you don't know how much my eldest brother is. He actually used General Wei Yuan to give me. Yan Yangsan. Yunshu told the story of how a rash suddenly appeared on General Wei Yuan's body when he was talking today, and how he had called the imperial physician to help him diagnose his pulse. Yunshu said with a sad face, I guess my eldest brother might want to spread rumors to make the people think that I have contracted smallpox. So I took a walk outside the palace and showed my face before the Yan Yangsan took effect and the rash appeared. Father, I am afraid. What are you afraid of? How smart is Emperor Xuanwu? When he was plotting against others, The eldest prince was not even born yet. At this moment, he was furious because he had guessed the eldest prince's wolfish ambitions. Suddenly, he heard Yunshu say pitifully that he was afraid. As soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't help but be a little angry. You are the crown prince. No one stipulates that the crown prince can't love beauty. Yunshu retorted unconvinced. You have always been so beautiful, of course you don't think it's a big deal, but your son's face will soon have a rash, although the imperial physician said it won't be much. But what if your son is the same as General Wei Yuan? Even if your son can ask for leave from you and hide for a few days without seeing people, what if the rash leaves any marks after it subsides? It's very unpleasant for your son to have such a face. Easy. If there is any loss, I will suffer a great loss. Emperor Xuanwu, People are plotting against her position as the crown prince, and even her life, and she is actually thinking about the possibility of a small rash on her face. His anger was immediately dispersed by her diverted focus. Emperor Xuanwu didn't know whether he should be happy for his crown prince's calmness, or feel helpless for her rough nerves. Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a while, trying to get the topic back on track. Have you ever thought that Lu Jingquan was not just being used? He actually knew the boss's plan a long time ago? It shouldn't be. Yunshu thought seriously for 2 seconds, and shook his head decisively. General Wei Yuan is a bit silly in his straightforwardness. He doesn't seem to be acting. Yeah. Only Xiaowu saw the reaction of General Wei Yuan at that moment. Since Xiaowu said that this person was just being used and didn't intend to get the itching powder on her, he would not pursue the matter for the time being. But the boss and the others. A hint of sternness flashed across his eyes, and Emperor Xuanwu nodded slightly. What are you going to do next? If I am not mistaken, my eldest brother's original plan should have been to spread the rumor that I had smallpox. At this time, because of the outbreak of the itching powder, the rash on my face could easily cause misunderstandings, so I couldn't come forward to clarify and explain anything. The people thought that I knew I had smallpox, but for my own selfish interests, I continued to drive the sun to get smallpox regardless of the lives of the people in the city. The Tyne Weishan restaurant where I was that day will definitely curse me. By then, the good reputation that I had accumulated with great difficulty among the people will collapse overnight, and the people will lose their hearts. He will take advantage of my distraction and let my guard down to make me really get smallpox. In this way, even if I die in this calculation, the people will only think that I deserve it. After he replaces me, the people will not look down on me because they still remember my kindness. Even the court will have to. Okay, I didn't ask you to say something. Even though he had already guessed the eldest prince's conspiracy before, Emperor Xuanwu became more and more angry. Chapter 289. The Tiansheng Empress, who is famous throughout the ages in his Tiansheng dynasty, could be plotted by a jerk like the eldest brother, who is not very smart but has a particularly vicious mind. He plotted against the deposed crown prince before, and now plotted against Xiaowu. Why doesn't the rebellious son reflect on himself and see what kind of person he is? He also wants to force the court and even his father to accept his plot, so that Xiaowu can bear the blame in order to help him secure the position of crown prince. Is he worthy of it? Even if he gives the throne to the sixth brother, he will never give it to this rebellious son. The scene after the rebellious son's conspiracy succeeded that he imagined in his mind was so angry that Emperor Xuanwu slapped his palm on the table angrily. Say now. Oh! Father is so fierce. After silently complaining to Emperor Xuanwu, Yunshu honestly skipped the original plan of the eldest prince and continued to talk about the current situation. Now, because I reacted quickly this morning, I walked around in front of so many people in the capital before the rash appeared, and I also had close contact with my eldest brother. It would be inappropriate for him to spread the rumor that I had smallpox. After all, if I really had it, my eldest brother would not be able to escape after what happened today. So my eldest brother's plan has actually collapsed by half, and the remaining half depends on whether he will still stick to it. I will find a chance to make my son really get that smallpox. Go on. Satisfied with Yunshu's analysis and her previous response, Emperor Xuanwu signaled her to continue. How do you plan to deal with it? That depends on what you, father, want. When Yunshu said this, she raised her hand and scratched her cheek, which had not yet had a rash, as if to remind Emperor Xuanwu that the eldest prince was planning to use General Wei Yuan to give her the itching powder. If you, father, want to punish him leniently, you can now directly summon my eldest brother to reprimand and punish him so that he dare not proceed to the next step. But if you, father, also think that my eldest brother has really gone too far this time, you should wait until he has solid evidence to deal with him properly. Then I should remain unchanged in the face of all changes, and wait for my eldest brother to take action. Emperor Xuanwu, If everyone could be like her, even when they want to scheme against someone in front of him, they would still put all their tricks on the table, and be bad in a blatant way. The helpless and amused Yunshu barely dispelled the haze brought by the eldest brother. Emperor Xuanwu lowered his eyes, and said in a light tone, "Just do what you think. He doesn't have many children, and the eldest is his eldest son. If possible, he certainly doesn't want to see this child embark on a dead end. But people always have to pay the price for their actions. Besides, why should he wrong his other child for such a ruthless and rebellious son, who doesn't even spare his own brothers and sisters? Just because Xiaowu is a smart, well-behaved and sensible child, he is not crazy. Even if he really wants to be partial, he should be partial to Xiaowu." Looking up and glancing at Yunshu, who was still standing in front of him, Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you say you wanted to hide and not see people? If you don't want to leave, stay and review the memorials. Your son will leave now. Your son will take his leave." What a joke! How much did she pay for this rest time? Who wants to review memorials in the imperial study with a face full of rashes? She doesn't want to be a bitter melon in the world. Without a second of hesitation, Yunshu ran away without looking back. The imperial physician said that after the attack, your son will have to apply medicine. Fortunately, the East Palace, which Yunshu had paid for the reconstruction, had already been completed. Yunshu's commuting time to and from work was greatly shortened. It took only an instant's stick of time for him to return to the East Palace after he left the imperial study. He passed on the order to strengthen the guards of the East Palace as quickly as possible, and asked Tingxue to go to the imperial hospital to get her a dose of ointment that General Wei Yuan had just taken today. Yunshu entered the villa space comfortably in broad daylight again after a long absence, holding a cup of roseberry milk and happily watching the latest movie. At the same time, a piece of news that made the people talk about it was like a tornado, sweeping the entire capital at a very fast speed. Have you heard? The assassins who assassinated the princess in Tianweishan restaurant a few days ago were sent by Beixiang, and those assassins were infected with smallpox when they came. The princess was close at the time, and was also infected. What? The princess was infected with smallpox? Isn't it a bad omen? What can we do? I heard that the princess has asked all the doctors in the imperial hospital to go to the farm outside the city to find a way to save her life. A few days ago, a lot of death row prisoners were brought in to test the medicine. Wait! If the princess was infected with smallpox on the day she was assassinated at the Tianweishan restaurant, then the people who were eating at the restaurant that day. No, who did you hear this news from? The princess rode out of the palace today in court clothes. I saw it with my own eyes. The princess was fine, and she was fine. But I heard that smallpox is like this. Sometimes, even if a person has been infected, it doesn't show. It takes several days for the disease to suddenly break out. Then how do you know that the princess has been infected? Isn't that a possibility? If that is really possible, wouldn't the eldest prince be in danger? When the princess and the eldest prince were talking today, they were very close. That's not necessarily true. The man who had just received a new rhetoric and was trying to spread it everywhere pretended to be profound. I heard that this disease will not be transmitted to others when it is not in an outbreak. Is it fake? Why haven't I heard of it? Oh! Who cares? At least I know that Tianweishan restaurant is safe. What you said just now almost scared me to death. I almost thought that the capital was in danger. I still hope that the princess is fine. The princess has brought so many benefits to our people. People like this should live a long life. Similar discussions finally spread. Even the officials in the court had heard about it. Some who did not know the truth wrote an urgent memorial and sent it to the palace that day. Of course, they did not think that the princess had really contracted smallpox. What they were concerned about was why there was a sudden rumor in the capital that the assassin came from Beixiang. They were more worried that someone with ulterior motives wanted to take this opportunity to provoke a war between the two countries. Chapter 290. From the moment Emperor Xuanwu learned that the rumors in the capital were still paving the way for Yunshu to get smallpox, he knew the final decision made by his eldest son. Because it was all expected, he didn't even feel disappointed. He just calmly opened the memorial of General Wei Yuan, who wanted to ask for leave, and wrote 2 big words on it with a red pen. Not allowed. General Wei Yuan, who received the memorial, He was in such a state, and His Majesty didn't allow him to stay in the mansion and have a good rest. General Wei Yuan wanted to go to his wife to cry with the memorial, but as soon as he turned his head, his wife raised her hand and forced him back. If you have something to say, say it. Don't turn your face away, it's scary. Your Majesty, you are not allowed to ask for leave. General Wei Yuan, who was just pretending to cry, really wanted to cry now. Even you, my wife, dislike me for my appearance. I don't know how many people will laugh at me When I go to court tomorrow. What do you mean even I dislike you? Mrs. Lu frowned and comforted. It's because I dislike you. Who else cares whether you are ugly or not? It turns out that you care about me the most, my wife. General Wei Yuan slumped his shoulders with a sad face, feeling comforted. But I really don't want to be laughed at by those annoying old guys. Madam, how can His Majesty not sympathize with me at all? Be careful with your words. I've told you so many times not to criticize His Majesty. A clear slap on General Wei Yuan's head, Madame Lu glared at him angrily. You have time to think about these things. Why don't you think about who gave you the itching powder, and why did that person do this? How would I know? General Wei Yuan opened his mouth and wanted to say he didn't know, but when he felt a hand slowly pinching his waist, he decisively changed his words and honestly began to analyze. I heard from the imperial physician of the imperial hospital that this itching powder, after it gets on the body, it will take about 4 hours for the disease to break out. I broke out in front of the princess today after the court session. Calculating the time, it should be. Then I must have been drugged in the mansion. Mrs. Lu's expression suddenly darkened when she heard this. I didn't expect that this mansion is not clean now. Who did you come into contact with in the mansion this morning? Don't you know me? I got up, washed, and ate something casually before going out. In addition to Anyo who usually serves me, there could be. General Wei Yuan's face suddenly changed when he was halfway through his words. No, Qian Wanqing came to me this morning and told me that the rumor that the person who assassinated the princess in Tyne Weishan restaurant a few days ago was sent by Bei Xiang. Qian Wanqing? Mrs. Lu narrowed her eyes. Although Qian Wanqing was in the general's mansion, he was actually the eldest prince's man. The eldest prince said before that unless there were special circumstances, he would not keep in contact with General Wei Yuan too frequently in private, so he simply sent a trusted confidant to help pass on messages at any time. This excuse of planting a spy was outrageous at first, but her foolish husband always remembered that the eldest prince had saved their Xian'er's life before, so he agreed to anything. Now, someone even drugged him. Fortunately, Qian Wanqing only drugged itching powder instead of something else that would kill him. Otherwise, Mrs. Lu was shocked and couldn't help but slap General Wei Yuan again. I told you not to take anyone into the mansion, but you refused to listen. Now you're fine? Are you happy when someone plotted against you? I didn't expect that. General Wei Yuan knew he was in the wrong, rubbed the place where his wife tenderly touched, and whispered, maybe it's not Qian Wanqing? Why did the eldest prince give me the itching powder for no reason? I don't have any grudge against him. Are you confused or unwilling to understand? Mrs. Lu was so angry. Do you believe that the Princess Royal is also covered with the itching powder now? The eldest prince is clearly using you. If Her Highness and His Majesty mistakenly believe that this is a conspiracy between you and the eldest prince, and that you deliberately brought itching powder to drug Her Highness, how many heads do you think you have on your neck? It's not that exaggerated. It's not a deadly poison. How could you chop me off just because of this? Lu Jingquan. At this moment, he was still subconsciously thinking about defending someone. Madame Lu was so angry that she called him by his full name. Yes, the eldest prince saved Xian'er, and I am very grateful to him, but we can't sacrifice the whole mansion for this favor. You have been serving him all these years, doing what you should and shouldn't do. You have done enough, ask yourself, not to mention compared with the current Her Highness, even compared with the former abandoned prince. Do you really think the eldest prince is more suitable to sit on the throne of the crown? Prince, if you really continue to follow him without knowing right from wrong, your husband knows best. Knowing that this man is sometimes so stubborn that even if she tells him that if he continues like this, he may very likely follow the footsteps of the former right prime minister, it may not work. Madame Lu took a deep breath and said something very serious. If you continue to follow him without knowing right from wrong, you are ruining the country. Missing the country. For a general who defends his country, these words are too lethal. All the words of General Wei Yuan were stuck in his throat. He turned around in a daze. This time, Madame Lu did not ask him to turn away the face covered with rashes in disgust. Instead, she raised her eyes to meet his gaze without dodging, and said seriously in an unprecedented solemn tone, I believe you are not a fool. You should know in your heart who is more suitable for that position between the princess and the eldest prince. I will only say this once today. No matter what decision you make in the future, I will support you. But I hope you can think it over calmly. Do you really want to help the eldest prince get rid of the princess, and let the eldest prince sit on the supreme position one day in the future? General Wei Yuan still didn't speak. Mrs. Lu didn't rush him. She said all, and the next choice should be handed over to the other party. Perhaps he can wake up and make the best decision, or maybe he has to stick to his own opinion. No matter which one it is, she said that she will face it with him. Who made her decide on him in this life? Chapter 291. Mrs. Lu lowered her eyes and turned around to let General Wei Yuan stay here alone for a while. As a result, she had just taken 2 steps and heard her husband's slightly hoarse voice behind her. You were right. Mrs. Lu looked back suddenly, and a light of surprise ignited in her eyes. You figured it out so quickly. There is nothing to figure out. General Wei Yuan smiled bitterly. In fact, I have always known that the princess is more suitable for that position than the eldest prince. It's just that I was blinded by the eldest prince's kindness in the past, and I didn't think about anything else except supporting the eldest prince. Until you just said that I was harming the country, I suddenly woke up and realized how wrong I had been doing all these years. Madam, you are right, I can't make the same mistake again and again. It's good that you figured it out. The big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground, and the corners of Mrs. Lu's mouth rose quickly, and then she forced it flat. She seemed a little unaccustomed to such sentimental scenes. After saying this, she turned around in a hurry and continued to walk out. It's getting late. I go ask if the food is ready. The next morning, before the morning court began, General Wei Yuan, who appeared in Xianzheng Hall with his head wrapped tightly with cloth, attracted everyone's attention as soon as he entered the door. Who is this? What is this? I don't know, why is it wrapped like this? Look at this official robe, he is a military general. Did he poke his face when he was sparring with others? Amid the discussion of the ministers, General Wei Yuan walked to his position silently and stood still. At this moment, the discussion in the hall became louder, and even the eldest prince came over to ask in a pretentious manner, "What's wrong with General Lu?" "Nothing." The rough voice of General Wei Yuan came from a ball of cloth. "It doesn't look good." "What are you saying?" The civil officials who were not on good terms with General Wei Yuan heard this, and immediately mocked. "You don't look bad today." "Lord Wang, be careful with your words." The eldest prince frowned and turned his head to say a few words for General Wei Yuan, when he heard Li Dihai's familiar shrill voice. "The emperor has arrived." The Xianzheng Hall, which was originally a bit messy, suddenly became orderly. After everyone saluted, Lord Wang, who had just mocked General Wei Yuan, was the first to stand up with a tablet in his hand. "Your Majesty, I have a report." "Approved." "Your Majesty." Before Lord Wang spoke, he subconsciously glanced at where Yunshu usually stood. When he was surprised to find that Yunshu was not here today, he unconsciously changed the subject. "Your Majesty, why did the princess come today?" "The princess asked for leave." Expecting that someone would ask this question, Emperor Xuanwu glanced at General Wei Yuan and raised his eyebrows. "As for why she asked for leave, you may have to ask Minister Lu." Related to General Wei Yuan? Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell back on General Wei Yuan, whose head was wrapped in 2. But this time, everyone's guesses were different. Was General Wei Yuan's head beaten by the princess? It feels like Her Highness the Princess is really capable of doing this. Facing the strange and complicated gazes of the whole court, General Wei Yuan slowly untied the piece of cloth wrapped around his head. "Oh my god!" The one standing closest to General Wei Yuan, curious about what happened to his face, deliberately leaned over to take a closer look. Caught off guard by a dense and heavy attack, he fell back in shock, and almost forgot that this was in Xianzheng Hall, in front of the emperor. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanwu did not pursue the words he said reflexively. The main reason was that Emperor Xuanwu was also shocked by General Wei Yuan's face. Before, I only knew that this person was infected with itching powder, and had rashes all over his body, but I didn't know he had so many. This is too. No wonder Xiaowu said she was scared. This thing looks really scary. Emperor Xuanwu coughed lightly. As he knew the inside story, he was still stable at this moment. Those who didn't know the reason wanted to stay away from him. "General Lu, is it possible that you have contracted some disease? Could it be transmitted to others?" "No." After answering the official without looking away, General Wei Yuan walked directly to the center of the hall and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. Yesterday, I was not careful enough and was secretly plotted by a villain. Someone put a poisonous powder called itchy powder on me. This powder will not kill people, but it will cause rashes all over the body, and it will be extremely itchy. You have to wait for 7 days for the effect of the medicine to wear off before you can recover. Yesterday, when I didn't know about this, I went to see Her Royal Highness the Princess. Maybe at that time, I accidentally let the remaining itching powder on my body blown by the wind onto Her Royal Highness the Princess. I hope Your Majesty and Her Royal Highness the Princess will forgive me. The villain plotted against me?" Pick out the 4 words in General Wei Yuan's words, and repeat them meaningfully. Emperor Xuanwu sneered. "Then have you caught the man?" "Reporting to Your Majesty, I have caught him." General Wei Yuan explained without hesitation. This man is Qian Wanqing, a servant that His Royal Highness the First Prince gave to me in the past. Oh! Did he actually reveal the eldest prince? Emperor Xuanwu was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He just called out in an ambiguous tone, "Boss, do you have anything to say?" "Father, I have no connection with this matter." The eldest prince was also very confused at the moment. He didn't understand why General Wei Yuan would drag him into this. Even if he really found out that Qian Wanqing was involved and guessed the truth of the matter, Lu Jingquan should pretend to know nothing in front of his father. Could it be that he felt that he was used by him, and was unhappy? But this is too. The eldest prince didn't have time to think about it. After being pointed out by Emperor Xuanwu, he quickly stood up to distance himself from the matter. It is true that Qian Wanqing was given to General Lu by me, but that was several years ago. Moreover, it was General Lu who took a fancy to Qian Wanqing, saying that Qian Wanqing was very smart and efficient at work. I thought he was just a servant, so I said something and sent him to General Lu. But after sending him away, I never asked about it again, and I don't know why he suddenly gave General Lu that itchy powder. The eldest prince said this with sincerity, and those who didn't know would really think he was wronged. Chapter 292. Emperor Xuanwu sneered in his heart, but because he really didn't plan to execute the person right now, he didn't say anything after listening to this unconvincing defense. He just waved his hand and said, "In this case, Qian Wanqing will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation." Yes. In the court, while Emperor Xuanwu and the ministers were discussing court affairs, Yunshu was still sleeping soundly in the East Palace with a quilt in his arms. It was not until the court was over and the ministers returned to their respective homes, and even changed out of court clothes, that Yunshu finally woke up slowly. With Tingshua's help, he washed and ate comfortably, and then read all the conversations that took place in the court today, which were specially sent by Emperor Xuanwu and recorded by the attendant. When she saw that when General Wei Yuan was asked who poisoned the person, he did not choose to cover up, but pointed out the eldest prince without hesitation, Yunshu was also stunned for a moment like Emperor Xuanwu. But soon, she put the booklet with these contents aside, and started writing an article that needed to be published in the Beijing Daily tomorrow. Is it the decline of morality, or the distortion of human nature? The princess was actually poisoned by itching powder. In modern times, Yunshu's writing skills, which were practiced in order to approach the 800-word mark, made her write without any pause. Soon, she wrote a long article, and she wrote the ups and downs of the trivial matter of General Wei Yuan being poisoned by itching powder, and then being infected with her. It was exciting and gripping. After finally finishing one article, he was about to put down his pen, when he turned his head, and saw that it suddenly started to rain outside. Yunshu suddenly had an idea and took out another piece of paper, and started writing the second article. Miss Tang, the owner of Tyne Weishan Restaurant, looks like a fairy descending to earth, walking outside without an umbrella on a rainy day, but not getting wet at all. I am such a genius. After holding up the second article he had written and admiring it for a moment, Yunshu stuffed the two articles together into an envelope and handed it to the eunuch running errands. So the next morning, Tang Xinhua, who was busy checking accounts and had no time to read the Beijing Daily, felt that the eyes of many people around her seemed to have become strange when they looked at her. Faintly, she could still hear some people whispering about something, which was not very clear, but occasionally she could hear a few words mixed in with fairies and getting wet. What is going on? Tang Xinhua raised her eyes in confusion, and happened to see the third prince walking in hurriedly from outside. Her eyes flashed, and she was about to salute, but before she could make any move, she was interrupted by the third prince in a panic. I heard that you are a fairy who has descended to earth. Tang Xinhua? ? What is she? She silently glanced at the drizzling rain outside, and then looked at the third prince, who was still a little wet because of his haste. Tang Xinhua asked gently and sincerely, Your Highness has caught a cold and has a fever? Why are you talking nonsense? It's not me who is talking nonsense, it's Your Highness the Crown Princess, who is talking nonsense. The third prince took out a wrinkled Beijing Daily from his arms, and handed it to Tang Xinhua. Look at this. Tang Xinhua lowered her eyes, as he handed it to her, and sure enough, she saw the bright headline at a glance. After a brief moment of stunned, Tang Xinhua showed a smile of understanding but helplessness. It turns out to be a. You know? The third prince carefully observed her reaction, confused and curious. Is this true? The latter part, walking outside without an umbrella on a rainy day, but not getting wet at all, is true. As for the former, you don't even need to think about it to know that it is definitely false. Putting down the Beijing Daily, seeing that the third prince still looked confused, Tang Xinhua chuckled, Your Highness can do it if you want. Me? The third prince pointed at himself in surprise. Why didn't I know I had this ability? It doesn't require any ability, just put on these. Take out a rubber raincoat and rain boots from the cabinet next to her, and encourage the third prince with her eyes. Your Highness, do you want to try it? Then. Okay. Although the clothes and shoes looked and felt strange, they were given to him by Miss Tang, so he had to wear them. The third prince quickly changed into the strange clothes according to Tang Xinhua's instructions. Before he could take a good look at himself to see if he looked good in them, he was led by Tang Xinhua to the door of the restaurant. Your Highness, would you like to go out and walk in the rain again? Okay. They had known each other for so long, and Miss Tang had never asked him for anything. No matter whether the clothes were really that magical, as long as Miss Tang asked, he would go even if he got soaked today. The third prince nodded and walked into the rain without hesitation. He had already prepared to be soaked by the rain, but to his surprise, the strange clothes on his body could actually keep the rain out. The rain slowly slid down his clothes, not seeping into the clothes he was wearing underneath. Not to mention the shoes on his feet, he stepped in the puddles several times without getting wet inside. Isn't that His Royal Highness the Third Prince? A regular customer of Time Wation restaurant had already recognized the identity of the third prince. He looked at the third prince going crazy in the rain in astonishment. What is Your Highness doing? I'm trying to follow the article in the Beijing Daily. After I put them on, I walked outside without an umbrella on a rainy day, but the clothes and shoes were not wet at all. Tang Xinhua took the opportunity to explain. As expected, after hearing this, the other people who had not been looking at this side could not help but stretch their necks and look over here. After wearing this set of clothes and shoes, you don't need to hold an umbrella on rainy days, and won't get wet? Is this the robe given by the gods? This is too convenient. I usually don't like holding an umbrella the most. I always think it's very troublesome to hold an umbrella, especially when I want to do something sometimes. Both hands are not enough, and I have to free up one hand to hold an umbrella. I don't think it's troublesome to hold an umbrella, but sometimes it rains heavily, and holding an umbrella is not helpful at all, especially when it's windy and rainy. Hey! With the umbrella, except for the small piece on the top of the head that is dry, the whole body is still soaked by the rain. Ha ha ha, who said it wasn't? If I can have a set of clothes and shoes like this, I don't have to worry about such problems anymore. Chapter 293. You're dreaming. How can ordinary people like us own such amazing fairy clothes? The person who said this was also a well-known wealthy businessman in the capital. He looked at the third prince strolling around in the rain with envy, and his heart was itchy, as if being scratched by a cat. He just finished saying that sentence, and then he couldn't help but turn back and look at Tang Xinhua flatteringly. I wonder where did Miss Tang get this fairy treasure from? This is not a fairy treasure. Seeing that the previous foreshadowing had been almost done, Tang Xinhua raised her voice at the right time and explained with a chuckle. This is the goods from Cheongzhou, called raincoats and rain boots, similar to umbrellas, just specially used for rainy days. In other words, we can buy them too. The businessman's keen money-making radar suddenly stood up. I wonder if this thing is produced in large quantities in Cheongzhou, and is it expensive? Listen. The production is quite a lot, but the price is a bit high. Tang Xinhua was originally tasked with helping to promote the products, so he naturally told her everything he knew, because these are all made of rubber, and rubber trees are basically only found in Cheongzhou, and it takes a lot of manpower to cut them, so the price can't be as cheap as cotton cloth. For example, the price of rain boots in Cheongzhou is 100 coins per pair, and the price of raincoats is more rubber, which costs 280 coins per piece. When it rains, they are not only waterproof, but also warm. This is really a good thing. The raincoats and rain boots produced in Cheongzhou cost 380 coins per set. If the merchants go there to buy them in large quantities, they can probably get a cheaper price. When the time comes, transport it to a place like Jiang'an where there is a lot of money and a lot of rain, and sell it for 5, 6, or 700 coins. Are you afraid that it won't sell? This is a new and big deal that no one has ever done before. The wealthy businessmen present were all tempted when they heard this. They stopped eating halfway through and hurried home to start thinking about how to do this business. On the other side, the eldest prince's mansion. The eldest prince, who was still furious about General Wei Yuan's betrayal at the morning court today, suddenly heard about this and his face became even more angry. Cheongzhou, Tangmuji. It's Yunshu's people again. Why are all Yunshu's people talented? Even a divorced woman like Tang Xinhua can help her support the Time Wation restaurant and Xianting's business, but my people are useless and betrayed. The staff member felt that he was also scolded and his face was a little ugly, but in front of the eldest prince, he didn't dare to show it too obviously, so he could only apologize and persuade softly. General Wei Yuan is a man who values friendship the most. Your Highness has saved his son's life before. Just based on this, he can be firmly tied to our ship. Today's incident is probably because we plotted against him, but we didn't mention him before. He was angry for a while and felt that your Highness had excluded him, so he made such a move. But Qian Wanqing is just an insignificant servant after all. It's not a big loss for you. General Wei Yuan probably just vented his anger on him. When he calms down and thinks things through, he will come to you in person to apologize. Who cares about his apology? After listening to the aide's words, the anger in the eldest prince's chest dissipated a lot. But when he thought that General Wei Yuan, as his subordinate, dared to express dissatisfaction with him and even retaliated against him, he gritted his teeth in anger again. I have shown him such great kindness, but he didn't show any moving feelings. Now I just used him a little bit, and didn't harm his interests. He dared to do such a betrayal. Your Highness is right. The aide agreed helplessly. Next time when General Wei Yuan comes to apologize, you must give him a good beating. Yes. The eldest prince nodded in agreement, and finally didn't mention it again. He slowly walked to the window, looking in the direction of the palace, his eyes full of coldness. How is the task I asked you to do going? It's done. When mentioning this, the staff's tone finally became a little more positive and excited. Speaking of which, we are lucky. Originally, the defense of the manor outside the city was too strict, and our manpower could not even get close, and it was not easy to find someone who happened to be infected with smallpox near the capital. After all, this thing spreads very quickly. Generally, if one is discovered, a group will be discovered soon, and then it will develop into a plague. But what I didn't expect was that this plague really happened in a small village 30 miles away from the capital. Fortunately, the village was remote enough, and there were few people, so there was no noise, and they died almost quietly. When our people went there, they happened to meet a person who was still alive. Interesting. After hearing so much bad news, the eldest prince finally got a good news. His anger was finally swept away, and he laughed heartily. You say, is this God helping me? Since ancient times, it has been orthodox to establish the eldest son as the heir. Now that the empress is vacant, His Majesty has no legitimate son. As the eldest prince, Your Highness, you are destined to sit in that position. If the boss wants to listen to flattery, the subordinates naturally have to find ways to cooperate. The staff flattered and echoed, that's too. The girl's mother is just a noble lady, and she herself is a woman. She is neither the eldest nor the heir, and even her gender is not advantageous. How can she be compared with you? I guess God couldn't stand it, so he decided to lend you a hand. Well said. The eldest prince was really coaxed and laughed more happily. You are still good at talking. This matter was done well, but the real key is what comes later. Don't let this prince down. I will do my best to live up to your trust. The staff member hurriedly stood up and saluted. The respectful look and the decisive words made the eldest prince very satisfied. Raising his hand and patting the staff member's shoulder twice, the eldest prince skillfully made a big promise. As long as you can do it well this time, you will be my #1 hero. If this prince can really have such a day, the position of the right prime minister will belong to you. Thank you for your appreciation, Your Highness. Chapter 294. The effect of Yanyang powder will be completely eliminated in 7 days at most, so if the eldest prince and his men want to attack her, the best time is in the next few days. After Yanshu strengthened the defense of the East Palace, she deliberately left a small loophole, waiting for the eldest prince's men to come to her. But I don't know whether it was because the eldest prince's men were too weak and couldn't find the flaws she left at all, or the other party noticed that there was something wrong. In short, until the 5th day, the slight effect of Yanyang powder on Yuanshu's body had disappeared, and she didn't wait for anyone to attack her. Yuanshu was puzzled and lifted up the cat in his arms, which had grown more than 2 or 3 times, and shook it. Fu, do you think it was General Wei Yuan's sudden betrayal that day that disrupted the plan of the eldest prince and his friends? Meow. Fu's round cat eyes were blank and innocent, and his 2 hind legs kicked twice in the air symbolically. You mean, the eldest prince and his friends didn't cancel the plan, but just held back a big one for me? Pressing Fu's soft and furry belly twice, Yuanshu continued seriously, if you want to say that I guess right, meow again. If you think I'm wrong, write it down with a pen and tell me what's wrong, okay? Fu curled his tail. Meow. I guessed right. Yuanshu raised his eyebrows proudly, and was about to tease Fu again, when he saw Ting Shui hurriedly walk in from outside, with a solemn look she had never seen before. Yuanshu's heart tightened, and he quickly put Fu on the soft couch beside him, and let him play by himself. What happened? News just came from outside the palace that Miss Tang was kidnapped. Tingxue handed an envelope to Yunshu and whispered, "This is left by the thieves, and it says that you should write it in person." Why was she kidnapped? The other party sent many masters? Yunshu was puzzled. She had considered that if someone like the eldest prince, who did not follow martial ethics, could not find a chance to deal with her directly, he might try to attack her from her grandfather and cousin in a roundabout way, so she specially asked Emperor Xuanwu for a few more reserve Dragon Shadow Guards. Because the peak period of the Dragon Shadow Guards is only a dozen or 20 years at most, and their training period is long, so the reserve Dragon Shadow Guards have always existed. As long as they can beat the active ones, they can be promoted. Of course, even the reserve ones, who have not yet been successfully promoted, can definitely be said to be a big hit compared to ordinary Dark Guards. Logically speaking, Tang Xinhua was accompanied by 2 reserve Dragon Shadow Guards, and ordinary people could not touch her at all, unless the eldest prince really spent a lot of money and directly sent out a whole team of secret guards. But if that happened, it would definitely cause a big commotion. If the eldest prince had any brains, he would not do that. So, how was she kidnapped? The person who came to deliver the letter said that the secret guard you sent also left a message. Tingxue hurriedly said, "He said please rest assured that the people who kidnapped Miss Tang are not to be feared." Yunshu, So this is a trick, but who allowed them to use the safety of my cousin to trick them? Yunshu felt uneasy in his heart, but only because of his trust in the Dragon Shadow Guards. He barely suppressed it, and took out the note in the envelope with a gloomy face. "If you want to save Tang Xinhua, please ask Her Highness the Princess to personally bring 500 taels of gold to the ruined temple of Shilipo outside the city to meet. Don't even think about bringing a bunch of people here, and don't even think about sending someone else to replace you. Unless you want to see Tang Xinhua die. Go to my private vault, and get 500 taels of gold." Throwing the note aside, Yunshu took a deep breath. "I'm going out of town." "Is it too dangerous for you to go out of town at this time?" Tingxue was shocked, and was about to dissuade him. But Yunshu had already made up his mind. "I have my own plan, you just go get the gold." Yes. Thinking that her own princess was so smart, it was impossible for her to be the kind of foolish person who rushed to die. Tingxue suppressed her worries, and went to prepare the 500 taels of gold without looking back. As for Yunshu, after Tingxue left, she immediately called out one of her Dragon Shadow Guards. "Take my token and go to the capital camp. I will use fireworks as a signal. If there are fireworks, you will immediately lead people to the place where the fireworks are set off. If not, stay put." Yes. Shilipo is not far from the capital camp. If something really happens, it is not difficult to drag the people from the capital camp to rescue. Yunshu suspected that this was because the eldest prince was worried that she would not cherish her life, and would rather let Tang Xinhua die than to personally attend the appointment as written on the note, so he deliberately set the location in such a place. If this was what she guessed, it would further prove that the eldest prince did not intend to kill her outside the city. He probably just wanted to use this opportunity to lure her out of the palace, and then find a way to infect her with smallpox. After putting on the medical mask and gloves that she had spent a lot of effort to disguise as an ordinary veil a few days ago, and taking the box of gold prepared by Tingxue, Yunshu directly left the palace with the other 3 Dragon Shadow Guards. They rode at full speed and arrived at the ruined temple on the note. As expected, they saw a masked man in black carrying a big knife and sitting at the door of the ruined temple. Seeing Yunshu riding a horse, the man in black stood up slowly and said with a fake smile, "Your Highness is so brave. You actually came here like this. Let me guess, there must be a lot of secret guards following you in secret, right? Stop talking nonsense. Where are my people?" Yunshu held the heavy wooden box hanging behind the horse and opened it, revealing the 500 taels of gold inside. His face was cold. "I have brought the 500 taels of gold you asked for. Shouldn't I let him go?" "Let him go. As long as the 500 taels of gold are real, the man will naturally be let go." The black-clothed man's eyes brightened after seeing the box of gold. "After all, I am a man of the world, and I am here to make money. There is no need to make any grudges with the princess." "Man of the world?" Yunshu sneered, locked the box again, and then pushed hard, throwing the box of gold and the key off the horse. "This is the first time I have seen a man of the world threatening to blackmail the princess. What? The man behind you is too lazy to even make up a decent identity for you. This is not a fabrication." Chapter 295. The man in black stepped forward cautiously, took the box full of gold, opened it, and took out an ingot to take a bite. After confirming that it was genuine gold, he smiled triumphantly. "If you don't believe me, go check it out. I am Wen Tianbaxing, and I will never change my name. I am also known as the Wuhan Gongzi who walks on snow without leaving any traces. Yunshu, Although the current situation is really inappropriate, she still can't help asking, you didn't learn this name from Tiansheng Weekly? How do you know? The man in black asked subconsciously, and then he suddenly realized, by the way, Tiansheng Weekly is run by you, and many of the stories on it are also written by you. So you are really a Jianghu person? The Jianghu person opposite him named himself Wuhan Gongzi. The man in black sneered, I thought your highness could write those wonderful stories about the underworld, or at least understand the underworld. In our line of work, how can we sell people out after accepting orders from customers? How much silver did they give you? Yunshu casually took out a stack of banknotes. I give you double. Ah! The man in black, who was still holding a box of gold in his arms, couldn't help but sway his eyes with the swaying of the banknotes in Yunshu's hand. We underworld people are the most righteous. If there is a precedent of betraying customers, it will not be easy to take such a job later. If your highness really wants to know, you have to add a little more. 3 times. The banknotes in his hand were all thrown out, and Yunshu said in a light tone, don't be too greedy. I know this, how much money you can make depends on your ability, and being too greedy will only lead to falling into the abyss. He has heard all the stories in Tiansheng Weekly without missing a single one. Pick up all the banknotes scattered on the ground and put them in his arms. The man in black took out an envelope and threw it steadily into Yunshu's hand with his clever strength. Everything I know is here. As for Miss Tang, he turned around and shouted into the ruined temple. The window facing Yunshu was quickly pushed open by someone from the inside. Another man in a black nightgown dragged Tang Xian. Hua's arm pulled the person to the window. Woo woo woo. Tang Xinhua, whose hands were tied and mouth was blocked, saw Yunshu, and her eyes suddenly became flustered. She struggled to make a sound, as if she wanted to say something to Yunshu, but she could only make a series of woo-woo sounds, and then the window was slammed shut again. What? I didn't lie, did I? The man in black raised his head. As long as your highness lets me go now, my people will naturally release Miss Tang after 2 incense sticks. You left with the gold first, and left your men here. It's obvious that you don't care about their lives. How do I know that they won't hurt my people after you leave? It's very simple. The man in black patted the box in his arms. The reason why they are willing to stay regardless of life and death is because they can't live anymore. And I promised them that I would give some of the gold to their families. In other words, they are dying for their families. You are the princess, and the Miss Tang tied inside is your cousin. If the person is fine, it is not a big deal. Your highness is kind and righteous. Since I have helped your highness, there is no need to spend so much effort to retaliate against their families. But if Miss Tang really has something wrong, it is not impossible for your highness to be angry and leave corpses floating thousands of miles away. At that time, their families will naturally not be able to escape. He raised his chin and motioned Yunshu to look at the envelope in her hand. I think your highness should know that even if it is not us today, it will be someone else. But others may not be as thoughtful as me to prepare everything your highness wants early. What does she want? Yunshu's eyes moved slightly, and he lowered his eyes and opened the envelope in his hand. On the other side, the man in black saw that Yunshu did not say anything to stop him, and he walked a little while tentatively with the box in his arms. After confirming that Yunshu really did not look at him, he quickly used his Qigong skills and ran away. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it barely lived up to the title of treading snow without traces that he gave himself. It must be said that although the people the eldest prince found this time were unreliable in various senses, they unexpectedly kept their promises. After 2 incense sticks, the men in the ruined temple did not even need Yunshu to remind them, and they took the initiative to put down the knife on Tang Xinhua's neck, walked out of the ruined temple by themselves, and stood there without any resistance, waiting to be caught. The reserve dragon shadow guards, who had been lurking in the dark before, did want to come forward to catch them at this time, but before they could get close, they were stopped by Yunshu. Don't get close to them, they have been in contact with smallpox patients. Smallpox? The 2 reserve dragon shadow guards changed their expressions. If that was the case, wouldn't Miss Tang be? The 2 hurriedly apologized, but Yunshu didn't have time to deal with him. He got off his horse and headed for the ruined temple. Your Highness! When Aku, who was always calm, showed up this time, his tone fluctuated a little. Your Highness must not take risks. I'm wearing special veiled gloves, it's okay. Although there is no smallpox in modern times, Yunshu has seen such highly contagious diseases. She knows how this kind of thing spreads, so after taking good protection, she doesn't think smallpox is that scary. But the Dragon Shadow Guard's first priority is to protect her absolute safety. Seeing Yunshu insisted on going into the ruined temple to save people, Aku silently took out a mask and put it on his face. I will go and bring Miss Tang out now. Yunshu, What a strong and tight copper mask. It covers more tightly than hers, so there is no problem for him to go. Yunshu's mouth twitched, and he simply took off his gloves and handed them to him. Forget it, you go. Yes. As long as the princess does not take risks herself, everything will be fine. Aku put on his gloves and went into the ruined temple. Sure enough, he saw two figures tied together under a pillar. One of them was Tang Xinhua, and the other. There were still obvious traces of smallpox on his face that had not disappeared. Chapter 296. Under the dim light of the ruined temple, if Aku had not guessed it before he came in, he might not have noticed the skinny girl who looked less than 10 years old tied behind Tang Xinhua. Perhaps in the original plan of the eldest prince, it should be the time when the princess rushed in to rescue people without any preparation, and after untying the rope, she noticed that there was a girl with smallpox behind her. Aku drew his sword, and after two sharp cold lights flashed, the ropes tied tightly around the two suddenly loosened. Tang Xinhua immediately spit out the claw stuffed in her mouth, and said quickly, "Hurry up and let the princess leave here. This girl. Your Highness knows." Aku responded lightly, lowered his head, and looked at the girl with smallpox. He was thinking about whether to take her to the manor where the medicine was tested. The girl seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Generally, she quickly got up and kowtowed to Aku, saying, "Please don't kill me. I'm almost recovered from my illness. I can live. Please don't kill me." Almost recovered? Aku thought of the things that her master had been busy with these days, and rarely took the initiative to ask, "But did the doctor prescribe any medicine for you? Or, how did you get this smallpox?" Aku, who was born in the Dragon Shadow Guard, had nothing to do with the word friendly. Now he was wearing a bronze mask that looked very scary, which frightened the little girl so much that she couldn't think straight. She just said a word, but she was stuck because she accidentally looked up and glanced at Aku. Fortunately, there is still Tang Xinhua. The initial fear of knowing that she might have contracted smallpox has passed. When she heard the little girl say that her illness was almost cured, Tang Xinhua couldn't help but ignite some hope in her heart. "Don't be afraid, talk slowly. He is the guard of Her Highness the Princess, and he is also the one who came to save us. He won't hurt you. You just need to answer his questions." "Yeah." The gentle Tang Xinhua looks much safer than Aku, and the little girl is finally not so nervous under her comfort. My family is poor. No one prescribed medicine for me. I used to help the village chief herd cattle at his house, and then someone in the village suddenly got smallpox, and then many people got it. Even the village chief's cattle were infected. Because I lived in a cowshed, not long after the cow got sick, I also got smallpox. But my symptoms are really not serious. Many people died. I am still alive, and I think I feel much better these 2 days than before. I will definitely get better. I don't know those people who tied me up. I am definitely not in the same group with them. So Okay, I know we won't abandon you." Tang Xinhua patted the girl's skinny back and comforted her softly, while Aku walked out of the ruined temple again and repeated the content that the girl had just explained to Yunshu from a distance. Upon learning that the little girl had contracted smallpox from a cow and was almost fully recovered, Yunshu, who was waiting outside with a serious expression, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If this was the case, my cousin should be a little safer. "Hey, be gentle, brother." Plop! A black shadow was thrown heavily in front of Yunshu. The black-clothed man who had just escaped rubbed his buttocks, which were almost broken into 8 pieces, with a grimace, and accused painfully, "Your Highness, you are the crown prince of a country? How can you go back on your word? When did I say I would let you go?" The black-clothed man, I really didn't say that. But she never said she would not let him go. Didn't she also say something like silence is a tacit consent in the story she wrote in Tian Sheng Weekly? She is totally double-standard. I helped His Highness after all. The man in black wanted to struggle, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yunshu mercilessly. "If you hadn't tied my cousin together with the little girl infected with smallpox, maybe I could really let you go. But now?" Yunshu raised his eyes and looked at Aku. "Take him to the manor to test the medicine." "Yes." Aku pressed the man's mute point expressionlessly, and soon took Tang Xinhua and the others to the manor. As for Yunshu, returned to the city. After letting the eldest prince jump around for so many days, it's time for her to settle accounts with him. When she came here, Yunshu was full of anger because she was worried about Tang Xinhua's safety, and this anger has not subsided much until now. The first stop after returning to the city, Yunshu directly chose to go to the eldest prince's mansion. Your Highness, Although the guards at the gate of the eldest prince's mansion were just small characters, it was impossible for them to know such a big thing as the eldest prince attacking the princess. But it was hard not to panic when the crown prince of a country suddenly came to visit with such a fierce momentum. Especially when he had an amazing record in the past. Luckily, Yunshu was not looking for trouble with them. She didn't say a word of unnecessary nonsense and went straight to the point. Tell your master to come out and see me. Yes. It's over. The more they looked at it, the more they looked like they were going to fight. The guard didn't dare to delay. When he turned around and went to find the eldest prince, he ran as fast as if his butt was on fire. What did you say? The princess is here? The princess is here too? That's great. In the backyard of the eldest prince's mansion, the eldest prince and the third prince spoke at the same time after hearing the guard's report, but they spoke in two completely different voices. Although the third prince was a notoriously useless prince, he was not a fool. Hearing the shock and panic that came out of the eldest prince's mouth at that moment, and thinking about how he and the other party didn't have much contact on weekdays, but today the eldest prince invited him to come to this mansion to appreciate chrysanthemums. He couldn't help but look at the eldest prince twice more. I didn't expect that the princess would visit suddenly. Realizing that there seemed to be a little more strangeness in the eyes of the third prince looking at him, the eldest prince straightened his face, turned his head, and smiled at the third prince in confusion. The princess is different from you and me. She is not someone who would come to my brother's house for no reason. After explaining this sentence, he turned back and asked the guard who came to report the news as if unintentionally, the princess came from the palace? Did she say what she was doing? Guard, Can he say that although the princess didn't say what she was doing, she clearly said that you should get out to see her? Chapter 297. Just this one word, get lost, can almost explain the purpose of the princess's visit. But the guard dared not say this. It is said that when gods fight, mortals suffer. He is just a small character who runs errands, so it is better not to cause trouble for himself. Silently lowering his head, the guard said tactfully, I don't know where the princess came from, but looking at the direction from which the princess rode, it doesn't look like the palace, but it seems to be outside the city. She didn't say why she came today, but I saw her words and actions, and felt that the princess seemed to be in a bad mood today. She really came from outside the city. The eldest prince's hands under the wide sleeves trembled slightly, but he soon comforted himself again. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Yunshu was still very caring for the people. If she really came into contact with a smallpox patient and might be infected with smallpox, she would never ride a horse through the streets so openly. So, good news, he should not be at risk of being infected. Bad news, his plan didn't seem to work. Not only did it not work, but it was also very likely that Yunshu knew everything. Brother? Seeing that the eldest prince had not responded, the third prince called him in confusion. Her Highness the princess is still waiting for you outside. Why don't we go out first? Okay. Yunshu was already at the door, and his status was there, so he had to see him whether he wanted to or not. Besides, even if Yunshu guessed everything, what would it matter? He was a prince after all, and although his status was not as noble as the princess, without definite evidence, even the princess could not do anything to him. Walking to the gate of the mansion with the third prince, they saw Yunshu, dressed in casual clothes, standing outside the gate with his back to them. He looked even less scary without anyone around him. The eldest prince felt relieved, and a slightly smug smile appeared on his lips. I didn't know that the princess was coming. I'm sorry for not being here. Bang! No one expected that Yunshu would turn around and punch the eldest prince in the face without saying a word. The guards of the eldest prince's mansion were stunned, and passers-by on the street outside the mansion gate stopped in shock. The eldest prince, who was caught off guard by the punch, was furious. He had just tightened his fist when the third prince, who was half a step behind and also stunned, reacted. He was afraid that this matter would get out of hand, and could not be resolved. He stepped forward and separated Yunshu and the eldest prince. Let's talk it over. Let's talk it over. Is there any misunderstanding between us? Between siblings. Third brother. Yunshu, who had never fought with anyone like this, had just punched the eldest prince in the face. Her finger bones were still aching, but her tone was calm to the point of being almost weird. The eldest brother sent someone to find a little girl with smallpox, and then sent someone to tie my cousin and the little girl together, and asked me to rescue them. This sentence made the third prince's mind go blank. He turned his head stiffly, like an old man with a slow reaction. Is he saved? Yes. Yunshu looked calmly into the third prince's instantly red eyes. He is not injured, but he may have contracted smallpox, so he has been sent to the farm and is being looked after by the imperial physician. That's good. The third prince nodded slowly, his voice low and hoarse. It's good that you're not injured. He seemed relieved, and even raised his hand to pat Yunshu's shoulder, gently pushed her to the side, and then the familiar scene appeared again. No one expected that the third prince's hand, which was still light when pushing Yunshu away, accumulated strength in midair, and the next second, the fist hit the other side of the eldest prince's face again. You want to die? I make your wish come true. Bang bang bang. The muffled sound of fists hitting flesh sounded under the stunned gaze of the people around. Unlike Yunshu, who was separated by the third prince after only one punch, and the first prince, who didn't dare to fight back in front of everyone because of her status, the third prince and the first prince just fought each other. The first prince has a high martial arts value, but the third prince has a bonus of rage, and the first prince doesn't dare to kill him, while the third prince kills him with every move. So in a short period of time, the two of them are still fighting back and forth. And it's hard to tell who is better. Your Highness, stop fighting. The two Your Highnesses can't fight anymore. The princes are fighting, and the princess is still watching. The people below don't dare to intervene casually, for fear of accidentally hurting one of them, and they will be the unlucky ones in the end. As for the people standing further away, it goes without saying that they had no right to speak out, and could only gather in a circle and discuss quietly. Oh my God! How come the prince is just like us, fighting without saying a word? Why didn't Your Highness order them to separate, but just watch from the side? You didn't see the front, did you? Mixed in the crowd, the dragon shadow guard who changed his appearance whispered. The first punch that hit the eldest prince's face was thrown by the crown princess. The crown princess also took action? The people who came later were even more shocked. What did the eldest prince do to provoke the crown princess to take action herself? It seems that the eldest prince had the crown princess's cousin, the shopkeeper Tang of the Tainwatian restaurant, and Miss Tang tied up a little girl who was infected with smallpox, and deliberately led the crown princess to rescue her, hoping that the crown princess would also be infected with smallpox. The dragon shadow guard took a deep breath and vividly expressed the horror of ordinary people after hearing about this. Fortunately, the crown princess was smart and did not fall into the trap. Otherwise, the prince would be in danger. Yes. If you get smallpox, it will be too dangerous. Afterwards, the passers-by were all scared. But I remember that a few days ago, someone said that the princess might have contracted smallpox. Are you stupid? Does the princess look like she has smallpox now? The dragon shadow guard lowered his voice even lower. In my opinion, this may be the rumor deliberately spread by the eldest prince. In this way, if his plan succeeds one day, people will not find it strange, but will think that the princess has been infected by those Beixiang assassins. That's right. This is too scary. No wonder the princess and the third prince are so angry. If it were me, I would be too weak to just throw a fist. Relying on the rhetoric taught by Yunshu, he moved around in the crowd several times. By the time the dragon shadow guard returned to the dark, the things the eldest prince had done had almost spread throughout the street. Chapter 298. Make way. Jingzhou Prefecture is doing business. Don't block the road. After about 7 or 8 minutes, a small path was cleared among the onlookers. The Jingzhou Prefecture governor ran over in sweat, and immediately looked at Yunshu, who was standing at the gate of the eldest prince's mansion, unharmed. It was a close call. Fortunately, the princess was fine, otherwise his official hat would be finished. God knows when he received the news that the princess, the eldest prince, and the third prince were fighting, he was so shocked that he almost saw the grandmother. He was afraid that something would happen to the princess, the most precious to his majesty, on the way here, and his head would not be enough to compensate. Now that he saw that the princess was safe and sound, he was relieved. As for the remaining half, the prefect of Jingzhou wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned his head to look for the figures of the eldest and third princes. The two were hugging each other and pressed on the doorstep. Their faces were blue and purple, and their appearances were almost unrecognizable. Could it be? The prefect of Jingzhou felt weak in the knees, and almost knelt on the steps. Your Highnesses. Your Highnesses, please stop fighting. If you two continue to fight, I really can't report to His Majesty. After fighting for so long with brute force, the two people's strength was almost exhausted. Otherwise, they would not have gone from punching and kicking each other to lying on the doorstep, trying to suppress each other. Yunshu was speechless when he saw the cowardly look of the Jingzhou prefect. He casually raised his hand and gestured, and the officers and soldiers who came with the Jingzhou prefect hurried forward and separated the eldest prince and the third prince very easily. A mere Jingzhou prefecture governor certainly couldn't handle matters involving the princes and princesses. Yuanshu and the others were all taken to the Imperial study room without any surprise. The last time I heard about the fight between his sons was more than 10 years ago, when Emperor Xuanwu said, This is such a big surprise. His eyes swept across the faces of the eldest and third princes, whose facial features were so bruised that they couldn't be seen clearly. Emperor Xuanwu's face was dark, and he pointed at Yuanshu, the only one who looked relatively normal among the three. Princess, tell me, what happened? Who started it first? Replying to father. Yuanshu's face was more tense than Emperor Xuanwu's. It was your son who started it first. Emperor Xuanwu. ? What the hell? Who started it first? Emperor Xuanwu was a little confused. He was just reviewing memorials in the Imperial study when Li Dihai suddenly came in and said that the prefect of Jingyao Prefecture had come with the princess, the eldest prince, and the third prince. The eldest prince and the third prince were bruised and swollen, as if they had just had a fight. He hurriedly let them in. But no one told him that Xiaowu was also involved in the fight. After being controlled by this answer for 3 seconds, Emperor Xuanwu recovered and asked hesitantly, You mean, you beat them up? I only punched my eldest brother. After explaining the whole cause and effect of the incident, seeing that the eldest prince, whose head was swollen like a pig, wanted to explain, Yuanshu took out the envelope that the man in black had given her today and handed it to Emperor Xuanwu. This is evidence. Evidence? How could Yuanshu have evidence in his hand? The eldest prince suddenly lost his composure. Although his purple face didn't show any emotion, Yuanshu was still keen to catch the subtlety of that moment. She decisively chose shrimp and pork heart. It's funny to say that the eldest prince's people had spent a lot of effort to find a credible person in the martial arts world to remove themselves from this matter. Even before choosing the so-called Mr. Wuhan, they specially checked him. Unfortunately, perhaps because the eldest prince has a deep prejudice against me, your subordinates don't seem to have read my Tiansheng Weekly. The Mr. Wuhan you found? This name was used by him after he read the character I wrote because he liked it. The information you found about Mr. Wuhan is the character information made up in my martial arts story. Jiabu Chudyu. The eldest prince's face was swollen, and he couldn't speak clearly, but his defense was clearly broken. He suddenly remembered what his staff had said to him at that time. Master Wuhan is very famous in the martial arts world, and many people have heard of his deeds. It is said that this person has never failed in his actions, and he is very tight-lipped. Previously, a wealthy businessman tried to impress him with a lot of gold, but failed. With this person, your highness's plan will be foolproof. At that time, he didn't think there was anything wrong, but now after hearing what Yuanshu said, he suddenly felt that this so-called great reputation in the martial arts world, many people have heard of his deeds might really be just because Tiansheng Weekly has a wide influence, and many people have heard the story of Master Wuhan. He actually lost for such an outrageous reason. Brother, you don't think you are unlucky and happened to meet such a fake Master Wuhan, so your plan failed? As if he could see through what the other party was thinking, Yuanshu sneered and took out another pile of evidence and put it on Emperor Xuanwu's desk. Father, there are these, which are also the evidence collected by your son before. Bang! This pile of solid evidence not only hammered the eldest prince's actions this time, but also exposed his previous collusion with officials and businessmen, embezzlement of disaster relief funds, and even private training of private soldiers beyond the regulations. Emperor Xuanwu became more and more angry, and finally threw all the evidence on the eldest prince's swollen pig face. I know you are ambitious, but I didn't expect your ambition to be so big. What? Are you trying to imitate Yuanshu Cheng, the rebellious son? Yuanshu Cheng, the name of the deposed prince. Emperor Xuanwu's words were like asking him if he was planning a rebellion. The eldest prince was horrified and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Son, don't dare. Emperor Bu, please stop. The son dared not, but the simple 8 words of father, please stop made him drool, but he still couldn't understand. The eldest prince was so anxious that he could only kowtow. Erickson is like Yuan Wang. Unjust? Emperor Xuanwu said sternly. Then tell me, did you not look for the patient with smallpox and want to make Xiaowu also infected with smallpox, or did you not embezzle, collude with officials and businessmen, and raise private soldiers? Chapter 299. Because Yuanshu had seen through the eldest prince's plan after being poisoned by the itching powder, the eldest prince's operation of asking people to find people from the martial arts world to cover up was also very covert. He did not use his power in the capital, but chose a very tortuous method. When even Emperor Xuanwu did not notice, he secretly asked his private soldiers to search for people in the martial arts world. Originally, this was indeed a good move, but the person his private soldiers found was the pitfall Master Wuhan. Master Wen is a mediocre kung fu, but his light kung fu can be squeezed into the ranks of first-class masters. The biggest reason is that he knows that his dog virtue is easy to be retaliated, so he will work hard to practice the skill of running away. When he was approached by the eldest prince's men, in order to prevent the eldest prince from silencing him afterwards, he followed them quietly with his light skills, and found the place where the eldest prince raised private soldiers outside the city, and successfully caught a big handle on the eldest prince. Today, he tied up Tang Xinhua according to the eldest prince's request, and asked Yun Shu to bring gold to rescue people, but he didn't even know how many secret guards followed Yun Shu. He realized that he might have hit a wall, so when Yun Shu offered to pay 3 times the price for information about the person behind him, he decisively gave Yun Shu the evidence he originally intended to use to defend against the eldest prince, in order to protect himself. Then, the eldest prince was pitted. Murdering the princess and raising private soldiers, neither of these can be easily let go. The end of Emperor Xuanwu's rage was that the eldest prince went around in circles, and finally ended up on the same path as in the original plot, and was sent to guard the imperial mausoleum. As for the third prince, although there was a reason, he was beaten with the eldest prince in the street, and lost the dignity of the royal family. 3 months of house arrest. Father. The third prince was silent for a while. He knew that Emperor Xuanwu was still angry at the moment, so he should shut up honestly. However, he still struggled and said every word clearly. Your son requests to be confined to the manor outside the city. What did you say? Emperor Xuanwu suddenly raised his eyes were sharp. Do you know where that is? Your son knows. The third prince knocked his forehead on the cold ground. Although his speech speed was slow, it was particularly firm. Father, your son likes the eldest girl of the Tang family. That's not the reason for you to go to the manor at this time. Emperor Xuanwu usually didn't care much about his third son. Now he was caught off guard and learned that he also had someone he liked. His mood was a little complicated for a while. Sometimes I feel that this rascal is not good in other aspects, but he has a good eye for wives. The eldest girl of the Tang family is impeccable, except for the dark history of marrying a man from the Chow family. But sometimes I feel particularly puzzled. I don't understand how he can give birth to such a romantic man. Knowing that the eldest girl of the Tang family is likely to be infected with smallpox, he still insists on going to the farm to be with the girl regardless of life or death. Is it really for a girl he likes that he can even give up his life? Emperor Xuanwu was thinking about it, and suddenly thought of the deposed crown prince, who had previously plotted rebellion, and the eldest prince, who was suspected of plotting rebellion. And he was immediately furious. None of the sons he raised was pleasing to him. Can the third prince fight so hard for his father? The face of Emperor Xuanwu, who was jealous, became even darker. However, considering that the third prince had never asked him for anything in the past few years, he snorted coldly and reluctantly agreed. If the eldest girl of the Tang family can return safely this time, I will grant you a marriage. But don't even think about going to the manor. Father, you can't. Unexpectedly, the father would directly ask for their marriage. The third prince was so shocked that he quickly raised his head. I just want to go to the manor to accompany the eldest girl of the Tang family because I am worried, but this is just my own. I don't mean to force the eldest daughter of the Tang family to marry me. Emperor Xuanwu. ? So his useless son is still in love? You? Father, calm down. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu was about to lose his temper if he didn't speak up, Yun Shu, who had been quietly waiting for a long time, quickly interrupted. Father, I have something to say. Can I ask the third prince to step aside first? Get out. With a cold face, he asked the third prince to get out of the imperial study. Emperor Xuanwu was still angry, and couldn't help but glance at Yun Shu again. He is so desperate for a woman, he might as well be like you, and have no interest in marriage. Yun Shu, How can this be linked to her? Touching her nose innocently, Yun Shu muttered softly. It's not really a desperate thing. What did you say? Emperor Xuanwu keenly heard that she seemed to have a hidden meaning, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Could it be that your cousin is not at risk of contracting smallpox at all? That's not the case. Yun Shu sighed. The little girl that the eldest brother found was said to be captured from a very remote village. Many people in their village have died because of smallpox. Only this little girl, because she lived in a cow sheet before, was infected by a cow, so the symptoms are relatively mild, and she is almost recovered. In other words, even if Tang Xinhua contracted smallpox, there would not be much risk. Emperor Xuanwu was silent for a while. You didn't tell your third brother about this? If you tell your third brother, wouldn't you not see your third brother's sincerity? Yun Single from Shu analyzed it thoroughly. I think it's good to let the third brother go to find my cousin. Maybe my cousin will be moved by the third brother, and this will be a good thing? Do you think they will be together? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. I thought you saw that your cousin had trusted the wrong person before, and you were afraid of the rope after being bitten by a snake, and you didn't want to let her marry again. How can I make a decision for my cousin? Yuanshu said, as a matter of course. I just think that my cousin is such a good woman. If she plans to marry again, she should be matched with someone who treats her well with all her heart. The third brother seems to be quite good at the moment, so it's not a bad idea to let him give it a try. Anyway, the final decision is in the hands of my cousin. You really care about your cousin. Emperor Xuanwu snorted lightly, and his tone became a little sour for some reason. Chapter 300. Not wanting to discuss Tang Xinhua, a name that his son and daughter are particularly concerned about, Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyes and glanced at Yunshu. You just said that you have something to report to me. I've already finished. Yunshu's two bright eyes, with Wu written on the left and Gu written on the right, looked like he was just missing a horizontal banner in the middle saying, Father, are you stupid? Emperor Xuanwu, The shaped veins on his forehead jumped uncontrollably twice, and Emperor Xuanwu decisively raised his hand and pointed to the door. You get out too. Oh! Yunshu has become accustomed to this kind of words that would make anyone tremble with fear when hearing them. Calmly leaving a sentence, son, I'm leaving, Yunshu walked out of the imperial study briskly. Third brother, are you still here? Not surprisingly, seeing the third prince still waiting at the door, Yunshu smiled and told him the good news. Father has agreed to let you go to the manor to be confined. Zundu? The third prince was so excited that he didn't have time to straighten his tongue. Father Zundu agreed? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Yunshu raised her eyebrows, and saw that the third prince turned around and couldn't wait to go to the manor, so she quickly stopped him again. I told you clearly in advance that the manor is now a place dedicated to testing drugs and treating smallpox patients. After you go there, even if my cousin is fine, for the safety of other people in the capital, you still have to stay there until the imperial physician finishes the drug test and confirms that it is completely safe before you can come back. That means I don't have to go to the Honglu temple every day, and I can stay with Miss Tang all the time? The third prince was even more excited. How long will the imperial physician test the medicine? Is 10 years enough? Yunshu, She was overthinking, and she forgot that the third prince was also a real salted fish. He was so happy that he didn't have to go to work. It's a pity that taking a 10-year vacation is more suitable to be dreamed about. It took less than 3 months before and after, and Yunshu received the news from Zhuangzi. 8 of the 10 death row prisoners who tested the medicine in the first batch survived. Another one had been severely punished before, and another one didn't survive because of his old age. After the second batch of imperial physicians made some improvements, 9 of the 10 death row prisoners survived, and one who was originally sick didn't survive. After the third batch made further improvements, all 10 death row prisoners survived. The fourth batch of 20 death row prisoners. The 10th batch of 50 death row prisoners, all survived. So far, we all agree that the smallpox prevention method proposed by Your Highness is completely feasible. The last line of words in the letter was written in such a flamboyant style that one could feel how excited the doctors were when they wrote this sentence just by looking at the handwriting. The latest issue of the Beijing Daily and Tiansheng Weekly was printed in an emergency. The court called on everyone to go to the manor, outside the city, to receive the vaccine for smallpox prevention for free. It soon became a topic of common concern for everyone inside and outside the court. Have you heard about the smallpox vaccine? How could I not have heard about it? It is said that the court will pay for it and give it to everyone for free. Young people and children are given priority, but they need to live in the manor outside the city for a period of time. The speaker was a dark and strong man who was carrying a load on his shoulders and preparing to go to the market. When he talked about this, his face was full of disbelief. Anyway, I will definitely not send my Zhuang to go. Who knows what this vaccine is, if there is really no harm, and people no longer have to worry about contracting smallpox. Such a good thing, those powerful people are rushing to go without paying. How can we go for free? What you said makes sense. The thin old man who spoke first sighed, but I always feel that there is no reason for Our Majesty and the princess to harm us. If they want to use us for drug testing, it should be the old man. People should be given priority. If all the young people and children are gone, won't Tiansheng be ruined? It may also be because the old man's body can't stand the medicine. The black and strong man's main point is to be unyielding. Anyway, I won't go. What if His Majesty and His Royal Highness really want to sacrifice us for the sake of millions of people in the future? It doesn't seem unreasonable to sacrifice a small group of people for the benefit of the world. But I only have one life. Why should I sacrifice it for the sake of future generations? Even if I die for this, no one will remember my good deeds. Thoughts like this are not only held by the black and strong man. In fact, even in modern society, when a new drug that sounds very effective and is free or cheap first appears, it will also be questioned by countless people. Not to mention that this was in ancient times when human life was worthless, and any minor illness or pain would cost a lot of money to treat with medicine. There were no complicated but reassuring scientific tests. It was only natural that the people, who were terrified of smallpox, had such concerns. Not only ordinary people, but also the ministers in the court and the children of aristocratic families. None of them took the initiative to sign up. 2 whole days passed, and the eunuch sent by Emperor Xuanwu to the registration point to take notes brought back a registration form, and there was still no name on it. No, there's a name. After Li Dihai saw the name that the eunuch handed him, his expression changed again, and finally he sighed helplessly, and went to Emperor Xuanwu with his head held high. Your Majesty, today's registration form is brought back. Yes. Li Dihai's cautious tone made it clear that there was no good news. Emperor Xuanwu didn't even raise his head. No one signed up today. Today, there is one. Oh, there is actually one. The difficulty of this kind of thing is that no one dares to be the first person to eat crabs. Now that there is the first person who has taken the step to sign up for the smallpox vaccine, there will surely be the second, third, and even countless more people in the future. Emperor Xuanwu had already begun to consider whether he should arrange some of the palace servants to go to the manor first if no one was willing to sign up voluntarily. But he didn't expect that someone would sign up on the second day. Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyes with some surprise. Who signed up? What's his name? Is he a commoner or an official? This. Li Dihai lowered his head even lower, holding the list with both hands raised high. It's Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess. Chapter 301. The look of surprise on his face suddenly froze. At this moment, Emperor Xuanwu suddenly understood those people outside who were afraid to sign up. Letting Xiaowu go, he, the emperor, would be worried. When he thought about how this brat went to the registration point without even saying hello to him, and registered in front of so many people, leaving him no chance to stop or refuse, Emperor Xuanwu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Where is the princess? Tell her to roll over here right now. Yes. Li Dihai shrank his neck, feeling lucky that he was not taken out on, and at the same time, he could not help but sigh in his heart. This princess is really brave. How can she make His Majesty so angry every now and then, but she can stay safe every time? With this ability, it's no wonder she can become the princess. When Yunshu heard that the eunuch came to report that Emperor Xuanwu summoned her to the imperial study, she was not surprised at all. She just hugged Fu Fu in her arms and followed the eunuch. Little eunuch, is it really okay to let His Highness carry this little cat? But he didn't dare to teach His Highness to do anything. He kept glancing at Fu Fu several times, and the little eunuch hesitated for a while, but didn't dare to say anything. Father! Bang! As soon as he entered the door, something hit him. Yunshu moved flexibly and stretched out a hand to cover Fu Fu's eyes. Father, don't scare the child. Where is the child? You? Emperor Xuanwu was still angry. I think you don't scare me. Who else can scare you? When did your son scare you? Didn't your son bring Fu Fu to please you? Yunshu released the hand covering Fu Fu's eyes and raised it to his face. It's not even 2 years old. If it's not a child, what is it? Emperor Xuanwu, This kid is really getting more and more useless. He got into trouble and still expects a little cat to make him calm down. But you really have to admit, this little thing with a confused look, round eyes, and a short, fat body and furry body is really hard to get angry at. Especially the innocent big round eyes of a kid that quietly peeked out from behind the little raccoon. Emperor Xuanwu had a cold face, clenched his fist with one hand, and tapped the list on the table with his knuckles. Stop talking nonsense to me here. What's going on? Who allowed you to go to the farm to sign up for the smallpox vaccine without even discussing it? Isn't this to share your worries, father? Yunshu argued. The reason why the people dare not sign up is because they don't trust the vaccine, and always feel that there is no free lunch in this world. What falls from the sky is not pie, but a trap. But if I, the daughter of the emperor, take the lead, it will be more useful than anything else. But you are the crown prince. Emperor Xuanwu said in a deep voice. I know that the vaccine is fine, but nothing is absolute. Just like ordinary medicines can indeed cure diseases, but some people cannot use such medicines. What if? You are right, but father. Yunshu lifted Fu Fu's front legs and shook them. If everyone thinks so, Then wouldn't the research on smallpox vaccine be in vain? Emperor Xuanwu stopped talking. Yuanshu followed up with another big move. If I were to say, it would be a little bit inadequate for me to go alone. It would be best if my third and fourth brothers, my sixth brother, and other young members of the royal family who stayed in the capital could go with me. Do you know what you are talking about? Even Emperor Xuanwu wanted to gasp. You are so bold. Are you afraid that those royal family members will not come to make trouble with me? What right do they have to make trouble? Yuanshu was confident. Good things like smallpox vaccine are first used by their descendants. This is a gift from you, father. Emperor Xuanwu, Don't say it. She is really reasonable. Although this proposal is very explosive at first, it is really true when you think about it carefully. Those people of the royal family usually do nothing and rely on the country for support. What's wrong with making some contributions to Tiansheng at a critical moment? Besides, his princes and princesses have all gone. How can the descendants of these people be more noble than his children? Go. All of them must go. Emperor Xuanwu was quickly convinced, so he waved his pen and sent out an imperial edict outside the palace, asking the younger generation of the royal family in the capital to go to the manor outside the city to receive smallpox vaccination in 5 days. Also sent out on the same day, there was an article that needed to be published urgently in the Beijing Daily tomorrow. However, after the article was sent out, it had to wait for printing, so it did not make any waves for the time being. But on the day when Emperor Xuanwu's edict was sent out of the palace, the homes of the royal relatives suddenly exploded, especially those who had many concubines and children in the backyard. More than a dozen women and 20 or 30 children came together to make the master cry until he was dizzy. The next morning, they packed up and prepared to go to the palace to hug Emperor Xuanwu's thighs and cry, to see if they could save their children from the fate of being sent to the farm. As soon as he left the mansion, he noticed something was wrong. Aren't there too many people coming and going at the gate today? Especially the one in green clothes. He has been going back and forth 3 times, right? He even pretended to be just passing by. He is not blind. Something is wrong. This is too wrong. Prince Rong paused as he was about to get on the carriage, hesitated for a moment, suddenly slapped his head, and started to walk back. No, no. Why do I have to go to Prince Rui's mansion to fish every time we make an appointment to go fishing? The fish pond in my mansion is obviously not bad. The servant who was waiting to help Prince Rong get on the carriage. ? What fishing? What? Prince Rui, aren't you going to the palace to pray? The servant followed Prince Rong back to the mansion with a confused look on his face. Before he could ask, he saw that his prince was surrounded by a group of people just like yesterday. Why are you back, Prince? Didn't you say you were going to ask His Majesty for mercy today? Prince, Hunger is still so young. How can I send him to the farm with confidence? Yes, Prince. Huir has been weak since he was a child. He has never spent a night outside since he grew up. Prince, you also know that Lanner is usually the most clingy. If she doesn't see me for a day, she will cry. Prince, enough. Shut up. Chapter 302. Almost fainted by the noise of this group of people, Prince Rong finally got angry. All you know is to quarrel all day long. You are also a teenager, and the princess is 1 year younger than Hunger. She has done so many big things, and your son doesn't even dare to go to the farm. How dare you yell, and you? Children of your age are already studying in the academy. Just because you are worried about letting Huir live in the academy, he is now 9 years old and still staying at home. Lanner is the same. She should get married in 2 years, but she is still clingy and crying like a giant baby every day. What are you laughing at? Do you think your children are good? He bombarded everyone with indiscriminate attacks, leaving them speechless. Looking at the group of people in front of him who were silent and drooping, Prince Rong just felt relieved, and then he heard the princess muttered unconvincedly, "It's as if that's not your child." Prince Rong, Yes, why are all his children like this? Damn it, I'm even more angry. A breath of depression was stuck in my chest, unable to go up or down, and I wanted to vent, but I had already said everything I could say. After holding it in for a long time, he could only turn around and glare at the servant standing outside the crowd. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you find a way to find out what's going on with those people walking back and forth outside? Ah. Yes. The servant woke up as if from a dream, and quickly found 2 more servants to climb over the wall with him from the backyard where no one was paying attention. Originally, they wanted to go through the side door, but for some reason, even outside the side door today, there were many people passing by frequently. Fortunately, except for the difficulty when leaving the mansion, it was still easy for them to blend into the crowd and pretend to be ordinary people. He quickly went back to the main gate and found an old lady who seemed to be easy to talk to. He asked curiously, pretending to be ignorant, "Grandma, why do I feel that everyone seems to be staring at the Prince Rong's mansion today? Is there something wrong with the Prince Rong's mansion?" "You don't know yet?" Hearing his question, the old lady seemed a little surprised. "You don't know what was published in the Beijing Daily today?" "Beijing Daily? Is it related to the princess again?" The servant's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition for some reason. "What was written in the newspaper?" "You really don't know." The old lady had an expression of "I knew it," and shook her head helplessly. "Young man, you have to pay more attention to real time, otherwise, if you make a mistake one day, you don't even know what important information has been passed." "You are right." The servant smiled and nodded repeatedly. "I wonder if today's newspaper will report." "Oh! What has attracted so much attention now is not the smallpox vaccine." The old woman arranged the 2 cabbages on her stall and said slowly, "Didn't His Majesty have people set up a registration point in the city these 2 days, asking everyone to take the initiative to register to go to the farm outside the city to receive the vaccine? But except for the princess, who showed up in person yesterday and registered for herself, there was no one else. Look, His Majesty issued an order yesterday, saying that several princes in the palace and the younger generation of the royal family should go to the farm with His Majesty to receive the vaccine." "I have heard of this." When Her Highness went to register yesterday, she was afraid that no one would notice her, so she wore a bright yellow dragon robe and rode a tall horse to the registration point slowly. She was so high profile that anyone with a little influence in the mansion knew about it soon after, and Prince Rong's mansion was no exception. The servant nodded. "But what does this have to do with Prince Rong's mansion?" "Are you stupid?" "I didn't expect this young man to be so stupid." The old woman looked at him with disdain. "What do you think is the most concerning issue now?" The servant scratched his head. "The most concerning issue is whether the smallpox vaccine is really useful?" "Yes." The old woman slapped her thigh and pointed her chin in the direction of the gate of Prince Rong's mansion. "We don't know about this issue, but these nobles must know it. If there is a problem with the vaccine, Prince Rong will definitely go to the palace in a few days to ask the emperor to take back his order." The servant, shock. "It's over. The prince can't go to His Majesty to plead for mercy. All the young masters and young ladies in the mansion really have to go to the farm outside the city to receive the smallpox vaccine." The servant's eyes went dark. He could imagine how angry the prince would be after he brought this news back, as well as the princess and those concubines and concubines. However, fear is useless. He still has to go back to report. With a bitter face, the servant thanked the old woman, then went around in a big circle and returned to the corner of the deserted backyard. He struggled hard to climb back into the mansion and immediately told Prince Rong the news he had just heard. "What? Did the mother-in-law really say that?" Listening to the news brought back by the servant, Prince Rong was afraid. "Fortunately, I was alert. After noticing something was wrong outside the palace today, I immediately turned back. If he really went to the palace, it would ruin Your Majesty's good deeds, and let the people think that Your Majesty was tricking them to go to the farm to test the medicine. Don't say that he is just Your Majesty's cousin, even if he is Your Majesty's brother. Oh no, Your Majesty's brother has been killed long ago. Even if he is Your Majesty's biological son, he will be doomed." Prince Rong patted his chest with fear, and before he could recover, the group of people led by Princess Rong came up to him crying again. "Prince, what should we do? No matter how many shortcomings Honger has, he is still your biological son." Prince Rong, I am so annoyed. Since the previous decree cannot be withdrawn, can Your Majesty issue another decree to send these women to the farm to receive smallpox vaccination together? Thanks to Yun Shu's trick of using the power of others, none of the royal relatives who received the imperial decree the day before dared to go to the palace to cry and plead with Emperor Xuanwu. Not only that, they even had to use the 5 days of preparation to repeatedly warn their sons and daughters, warning them that even if they couldn't pretend to be very excited and happy on the day of departure, at least they must not show any fear or reluctance in front of the people. Chapter 303. 5 days later, the royal team set out from the palace to go to the manor to receive the smallpox vaccine. Among the group of pretended joy and expectations, only Yun Shihuan's happiness was genuine, without any water. He even kept pestering Yun Shu to ask questions. "Fifth sister, how is the food on the manor? Can it be as good as the Tian Weishan restaurant? Fifth sister, how long will we stay there? I brought playing cards and a dozen storybooks, which should be enough." "Ha ha ha, fifth sister, I tell you secretly, before I came out this morning, I quietly threw out all the homework assigned by Master Yi, and then I say I forgot to bring it. Fifth sister, When we get to the manor, can I go to play with you every day again? No, this won't work. From Yunshuan's pile of questions, Yunshu picked a relatively important one and said quietly, after arriving at the manor and receiving the smallpox vaccine, all of us have to stay in our own room and try not to contact outsiders. Why? Yunshuan was stunned for a moment. Then the playing cards I brought are useless? If you want to play by yourself, it's not impossible. The conditions in ancient times were limited, and vaccines certainly could not be like most modern vaccines, where you can do whatever you want as soon as you get vaccinated. Otherwise, it would not have to let everyone go to the manor first, and directly vaccinate people door to door. But Yunshuan found something wrong. He turned around and pointed at Zheng Qiaozhang and Jiang Yuanbao, who were at the end of the team. Those two people are not royal relatives. Logically speaking, they should not be in this team at all. Fifth sister, aren't you bringing them along to work out something new with them? You don't have to sit face to face to research new things. Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Can't we just communicate using blueprints? Oh! The thought of visiting people everywhere died out before it even came up. Yunshuan was depressed for 2 seconds, and soon became excited again. So what are you planning to make this time, fifth sister? Good stuff. Yunshu kept it a secret. It will be both father's birthday gift this year, and a secret to the future wealth of the Chamber of Commerce that paid the most commercial taxes this year. But father's birthday is in the middle of the 12th lunar month, and the tax payable account books of all localities will be sent to the capital by the end of November, right? Yunshuan recalled the time point last year and was a little confused. If you want to encourage local chambers of commerce to pay more taxes, you have to let everyone see the thing first, right? But if everyone knows what it is early, how can you give it to father as a birthday gift? Who said they must know clearly what it is? The princess took the lead, and the younger generation of the royal family went to the farm to receive the smallpox vaccine collectively. The effect is indeed better than. Everything works. On the day Yunshu and his friends left the city, the people who had signed up for the vaccine had already been lined up until next spring. In the imperial study, Emperor Xuanwu sighed that Lao Lu was indeed like the result given by the life choice simulation system, and could not escape the fate of being taken to Zhuangzi by Xiao Wu to test the medicine. At the same time, he opened the memorial handed over by Weihai General, Zhenyi's father, Wenho Shizi from Cheongzhou, which stated that the naval training had been completed and requested to send troops to Riya to avenge the people in the coastal areas who were burned, killed, and looted by the pirates of Riya. With a stroke of his pen, he neatly wrote the word approved on it. While this memorial, along with the imperial edict of Emperor Xuanwu ordering General Weihai to lead troops to conquer the kingdom of Riya, was being sent to Cheongzhou at full speed, another article written by Yunshu had spread throughout Tiansheng through Tiansheng Weekly. Business opportunity to get rich quickly. You will regret it for the rest of your life if you don't read it. Is there anyone who can resist the temptation of getting rich quickly? Maybe. But at least Yunshu has never seen such a person from modern times to ancient times. On the day this article came out, not to mention the merchants in the Chamber of Commerce, who were already thinking of ways to make money every day, even the common people who knew nothing about business couldn't help but discuss it a little more. I heard that Her Highness prepared a gift that can be called a cross-era gift for His Majesty as a birthday gift this year. And the Chamber of Commerce, that pays the most commercial taxes this year, can also get the method to make this birthday gift. And Her Highness said that no matter who gets this method, it can guarantee that person will become rich overnight. How much money does it take to make Her Highness say the word rich overnight? I'm so envious just thinking about it. The common people who could only save 3 or 5 taels of silver at best throughout the year sighed. But then again, what is cross-era? A great gift? It seems to mean something very advanced, something we have never seen or even thought of. The man who spoke in front scratched his head, a little uncertain. I don't know the details, but I have a brother's uncle who works for a wealthy businessman. I heard that chambers of commerce in various places are like crazy now, desperately paying business taxes, hoping to win the first place this year. That's really crazy. The people who asked the question couldn't help but be shocked. They don't even know what it is, but they are desperately sending money out. We ordinary people really can't understand the thoughts of these wealthy businessmen. There is so much silver, it is yours if you put it in your pocket, right? Why give it away to gamble on something you don't know anything about? The people were puzzled and talked about it. The merchants were very excited and opened their wallets like crazy. When the news reached the palace, even Emperor Xuanwu could not help but be curious. It happened that the Dragon Shadow Guard, who was sent to the manor to keep an eye on whether there were any special situations there, and bring him 2 letters written by the little brat every now and then, just happened to come back to deliver the letter. Emperor Xuanwu asked casually, "Do you know what new things the princess has come up with recently in the manor?" "Your Majesty, I only know that the princess draws blueprints in her room every day, and then sends people to pass them on to Zheng Qiaozhang or Jiang Yuanbao. The dragon shadow guard thought for a while, and added, Mr. Zheng is the same. Only Mr. Jiang will bring craftsmen to make some strange objects, but they all seem to be failures. Emperor Xuanwu? ? It means that the legendary good thing that can make people rich overnight and cross the era has not been successfully developed yet? It hasn't been done yet, and this brat dares to brag about it to the whole country through Tianshan Weekly. Chapter 304. It is only a little over a month away from his birthday, so that brat should not brag too much, or he will be in trouble. Emperor Xuanwu opened the letter brought back by Long Yingui with great concern. He thought that since the news was so widespread, even if this brat refused to reveal what birthday gift she prepared for him in advance, he would at least mention it in the letter. However, the letter unfolded. Good afternoon, father. I am doing well. The environment here in Zhuangzi is nice and quiet, but the bowls are a lot smaller than normal for some reason. I ate 5 bowls and 3 meals yesterday, but I was only 8/10 full. Besides, the chefs in the farmhouse were much worse than those in the palace. The pork elbow was not stewed well enough, and it was hard to say what was wrong with the fried pork ribs, but the taste was different. As always, there were a lot of miscellaneous things, and in the middle, he could even go into detail about which dishes she had eaten and how they tasted. At the end, he did not forget to ask him, the emperor, if he missed her. If he did, he could go to her East Palace to help her feed Fu, but he did not mention the rumored mysterious gift. But it was understandable. He knew surprises. Emperor Xuan was smeared, and was even too lazy to write a reply to her on a separate piece of paper. He just wrote 5 big characters in red ink at the bottom of her original letter, just like reviewing memorials. I have read it. I won't stop by. What kind of little raccoon slave is so noble that he, the emperor, has to stop by the East Palace to help her feed her? Are the servants in the East Palace just decorations? If you are so worried, won't you come back to feed her yourself? After stuffing the letter back into the envelope and casually throwing it to Long Yingui, Emperor Xuanwu reluctantly raised his noble eyes. Tell that kid not to be lazy on the farm, and come back to work after finishing the work. Yes. Long Yingui took the envelope respectfully, and delivered Emperor Xuanwu's words on the same day. However, it is impossible to go back for the time being. As the first batch of people to be officially used with smallpox vaccine, and each of them has a noble status, the imperial doctors on the farm always want to keep people for a while, and it is also human nature to confirm again and again whether everything is normal. Yunshu lived in the farm for more than half a month. She hadn't returned yet, but the account books of the chambers of commerce in various places were sent to the capital first. Fortunately, since the shocking commercial tax of more than 180 million taels last year, the Ministry of Revenue has been particularly active in finding her and taking over the work of counting the commercial tax account books every year. Now that Minister Yin is leading people to check the account books overtime every day, Yunshu doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. After staying in the manor for another 7 or 8 days, Yunshu and Zheng Qiaozhang and Jiang Yuanbao finally worked together to make the birthday gift for Emperor Xuanwu. Yunshu and his team finally got the approval of the imperial physician, and could leave the manor and return to Beijing. The carriage made deep and shallow ruts on the snow. Yunshu, holding a small heater and wrapped in a thick quilt, sat cross-legged in front of Yunshu inside. Finally, I can go back. After I go back, I have to study in the upper study room every day. Putting down the notebook he had taken from Yunshu, Yunshu raised his eyebrows in surprise. I thought you would be more willing to stay in the manor. It's quite comfortable not having to study, but it's boring to stay in a room every day. Yunshu sighed in a mature manner. What's the difference between this and being in prison? I'd rather go back to the palace. Although I have to go to the study, I can at least have some free time every day. Fifth sister, what did the person in your previous story say? Life is precious, but love is more precious. If it's for freedom, both can be abandoned. I deeply agree with it now. Really? Yunshu had an I believe it expression on his face. Then if someone puts a knife to your neck now, Zishang, telling you to either stay in Zhuangzishang or he will kill you, what do you choose? Of course, I will go back to Zhuangzishang. Yunshu thought without thinking. I'm not stupid. Oh! Yunshu smiled. What if the emperor told you that if you don't stay in Zhuangzishang now, he will issue an order that you can't marry a wife for the rest of your life? Then I will definitely go back to Zhuangzishang immediately. Yunshu still did not hesitate. I have thought about it. If I marry a prince's wife in the future, I must say some classic cool lines. For example, woman, you are playing with fire. And for example, hey, little thing, You are the first person who dares to talk to this prince like this, and the sentence this prince allows you to like me. Using his childish voice, that has not even started to change, he tried to make out the tone of an adult version of a domineering prince. Yuan, who felt extremely good about himself, was almost up to the sky, and did not forget to come to Yuan-shu to praise. How about it, fifth sister, isn't it very handsome? Yuan-shu, eh? She stared at Yuan for 2 seconds, then sneered and imitated his tone. Life is precious, love is more precious, if it is for freedom, both can be abandoned. You now deeply agree with it. Yuan, eh? This? Mainly because there is not so much freedom on the farm. The slap in the face came a little too quickly. Yuan scratched his head and decisively began to change the subject. By the way, fifth sister, did the emperor say that he would personally come to the city gate to pick us up today? The emperor said that someone from the court would come to the city gate to pick us up, but he didn't say that he would come to pick us up in person. You also need to give the other party some face when teasing a naughty child. Yuan-shu stopped when he saw that things were going well, and explained casually, we have been at the manor for quite a while this time, so long that some bad rumors have been spreading among the people in the capital. So the emperor sent people to the city gate to pick us up this time, and he also wanted us to show up at the city gate in time, so that as many people as possible can see that we are really back safely. That's not bad. Yuan shook his head happily. I heard that under normal circumstances, only generals who have won a battle can get the honor of being welcomed by all the ministers at the city gate. I am sure that I can't be a general and win a battle, so it's good to take this opportunity to experience it. When the time comes Yuan was talking about the excitement, and the steady carriage suddenly stopped. After about half a cup of tea, a guard came outside to report to Yuan-shu through the curtain. Chapter 305. Your Highness, we have met the Baixiang delegation. The leader is the 7th Prince of Baixiang. He said he wants to see your Highness. Why is there another 7th Prince? Yuan has no good impression of the Baixiang delegation, that always makes a lot of trouble every year. It can even be said that he wants to roll his eyes just by hearing, how many princes are there in Baixiang? They change every year. Next time, the king of Baixiang can just come directly. Baixiang is in civil strife. The old king of Baixiang can't hold on for much longer. Logically speaking, anyone who wants to compete for that position will not choose to leave the capital of Baixiang at this time. The 7th Prince of Baixiang, according to the intelligence Yuan-shu had read before, he was even considered one of the most competitive among the many princes of Baixiang. But why did he choose to go to Tiansheng as an envoy at such a critical moment, and also to come to see her? Yuan-shu pondered for a moment, and lifted the blanket on her legs, passed the order down. Everyone rest here for a while. Yes. The guard received the order, and quickly ran down to pass it on. And Yuan-shu soon saw the 7th Prince of Baixiang in an open space, not far from the team. Just as she had seen in the intelligence before, this 7th Prince did not look like a guy who was good at playing tricks, but more like a quiet scholar who only liked calligraphy and painting. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, this scholar-like calmness was immediately shattered. I have heard of your name for a long time, and today I see you, and I know that the rumors are true. Rumors? Yuan-shu didn't like to indulge those who didn't like her and said polite words to her. What rumor? Just? The expression on the 7th Prince's face froze for a moment, but fortunately he reacted quickly and praised her. It probably means that your Highness is extremely intelligent, wise and brave. I see. Yuan-shu was puzzled. But can these be seen just by meeting? The 7th Prince, ? You are still not happy when I praise you? The 7th Prince, who was choked twice, now realized that Yuan-shu was not interested in listening to his nonsense. He paused, and simply followed her wishes, and got straight to the point. Your Highness the Princess and my 9th Prince should have reached some agreement, right? I heard that although he stayed in Tiansheng capital under the name of Your Highness the Princess, he has not talked to Your Highness for the past year. How many times have you met? Seeing that Yuan-shu only raised his eyelids, but did not speak, the 7th Prince continued, Your Highness, the Princess, is in Tiansheng, so you may not know my 9th Prince very well. The 9th Prince was born in a humble family. He had lived in Baixiang for more than 10 years, and could be said to be bullied by everyone. He obviously had the ability to get rid of the predicament, but he endured it, and hibernated for many years, like a poisonous snake. Until last year, he seized the opportunity and found you, Your Highness. People like him will only try their best to use everyone they can to achieve their goals. As for gratitude and promises, they are all empty to him. Maybe after he achieves his goal, he will bite back. But I am different. As long as Your Highness agrees, I can even offer a city now to show my gratitude. After laying a lot of groundwork, The seventh prince finally threw out the bait and said seriously, "Since it's all about cooperation, why don't you choose a more reliable one? As long as Tiansheng is willing to send troops to help me after I seize the throne of Beixiong, I am willing to give all the 7 cities adjacent to Beixiong and Tiansheng to Tiansheng. Join forces from other countries to attack your own country?" This train of thought, Yuan Shu would be speechless. Yuan Shu pulled the corner of his mouth and finally had a little reaction. It doesn't sound like a smart decision. What if I tell Her Royal Highness that if I don't do this, I will have no chance of winning, and no matter which of my brothers will take the throne in the future, I will be doomed? The seventh prince also knew that his current behavior was difficult to understand, but he really had no way out. Now that the competition for the throne in Beixiong has reached a white-hot stage, proposing cooperation with Tiansheng has become his only way out. In order to gain Yunshu's trust, the seventh prince did not hesitate to tell Yunshu about the current situation of Tiansheng. At the end, he also dragged Hu Yanmingtuan down again. "To be honest, I will bring my 9th brother back to Beixiong this time. As long as my 9th brother is interested in that position, he will definitely go with me. But in the past year, the little tricks of the 9th brother in secret have caused dissatisfaction among almost everyone. When he goes back, he will definitely become a target for everyone. He may even be left halfway and can't go back at all. In this case, if your highness continues to cooperate with him, he will not get any benefits at all. And I am the most reliable choice for his highness." "Have you finished?" "I have finished." The seventh prince was still trying to think about what else he could add after realizing that Yunshu's reaction seemed a little too bland, and that he didn't seem to want to agree with him. Yunshu nodded, indicating that the conversation could end. "What the seventh prince said makes sense, but I can't just listen to the seventh prince's one-sided words. Besides, this matter is of great importance, and I need to discuss it with my father before making a decision." Of course. It's a good thing that he didn't refuse immediately. Anyway, he will stay in Tiansheng capital for a while, so he is not in a hurry. The seventh prince hurriedly bowed, imitating the etiquette of Tiansheng, and bowed lightly without being very skilled. "Then I will wait for your good news." The team returning to Beijing set off again, but this time, there was a team of Beixiong envoys following behind. Yuan Shu leaned on the window frame and looked back several times, and the more he looked, the more he disliked. "It's still a few days before the Wanshou festival. I haven't heard that the Beixiong envoys arrived so early this year. Fifth sister, are they deliberately pretending to meet us by chance? You can see all this?" Yuan Shu was a little surprised and very pleased. "It seems that going to the study room is not in vain. You have made great progress." "That's right." Yuan Shu boasted for a while, then approached Yuan Shu curiously. "So what did the seventh prince and the fifth sister say just now? He doesn't want to marry you too, does he? Do you think I'm a garbage recycling station?" Yuan Shu listened to this speculation that was reliable 1 second and outrageous the next second, and was a little bit nervous. "You should go have fun." "What is a garbage recycling station?" Yuan Shu looked naive. "Is marrying many people called a garbage recycling station? Does my father count?" Chapter 306. Yuan Shu, You guessed well, but I suggest you stop guessing, or you might get beaten to death by your father. He pushed Yuan Shu's head back with one hand, and forced him to forget the words "father" is a garbage recycling station. That afternoon, the slowly advancing team finally arrived in the capital. Yuan Shu got off the carriage first, and sure enough, all the ministers who were famous in the court had come. Tang Yuanlin, who had benefited from Yuan Shu's reputation as a princess, stood in the first row next to the right prime minister as a fourth-rank official. Seeing Yuan Shu coming out of the carriage, his eyes immediately showed a smile. The old man subconsciously took a step forward. The next second, he saw a black shadow flashing in front of him. When he looked again, Minister Yin had already rushed to Yuan Shu and began to speak excitedly. "Your Highness, I have never been submissive to many people in my life. Apart from your Majesty, only your Highness can make me bow down to you. What is the meaning of planning in the tent? What is the meaning of winning a battle thousands of miles away? You are in a farm outside the city, but you can still influence this year's commercial tax revenue with an article published in Tiansheng Weekly." "Speak directly, Lord Yin." Yuan Shu interrupted him with a smile. "The commercial tax collected this year must be much higher than last year?" "It's more than a little higher." Shangshu Yin, who always had a stern face and looked more serious than anyone else, couldn't help laughing as he spoke. "Originally, this year, because new roads were built with cement everywhere, there were more caravans than before. As soon as your article Secrets to Getting Rich came out, chambers of commerce everywhere filled in the tax forms crazily. Some big merchants even avoided taxes legally, but they just paid the highest tax, 500 million. Ha ha ha, I never dreamed that a commercial tax alone could bring in 500 million taels of silver to the national treasury in a year. It's nearly 3 times more than last year. No wonder it made Minister Yin so happy. Yuan Shu was infected by Minister Yin's wide-open smile, and couldn't help but laugh along. Minister Yin, just dream boldly this palace. I can guarantee that next year's commercial tax will hit a new high. Ha 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 ha, your highness is right. Then I won't be polite. After I go back today, I will ask my wife to change my pillow so that I can dream of earning 600 million in commercial tax a year. Yuan Shu, ? You said it so boldly that you even changed your pillow to dream boldly, but you dared to dream of 600 million? Who are you looking down on? Shaking his head helplessly, Yuan Shu passed by Minister Yin, who was still laughing, and bowed to the ministers behind him. Thank you for waiting. We are terrified. Everyone hurriedly responded. Your Highness has set an example in person to calm people's hearts, and let the people receive the smallpox vaccine with peace of mind. We are just waiting here for a while. In comparison, it is really not worth mentioning. In order to let more people see this scene with their own eyes, Yuan Shu rarely said a lot of polite words. The two sides went back and forth for several rounds, until Yuan Shu felt that it was almost time. Then he looked around in the crowd. Is the minister of Honglu Temple here? I'm here. The position of the minister of the Honglu Temple was not very high. He had been quietly mixing with a group of people, and making a living. He was quite happy. Suddenly, he was called out. He had no idea what was going on and couldn't laugh at all. Fortunately, Yuan Shu didn't mean to cause trouble for him. She just pointed to the end of the team and said, the Beixiong delegation has arrived. You should know better than me how to receive them. Yes, yes. He was shocked and thought he had done something wrong. Raising his sleeve, and casually wiping his forehead twice, the minister of the Ministry of Rights could not help but murmur in his heart. Clearly, the post station had sent a letter saying that the Beixiong delegation would arrive in Beijing in about 3 days. Why did they suddenly arrive today? Are they trying to do something weird again? Secretly, he raised his alertness to the Beixiong delegation to the highest level. After Yuan Shu and the others left, the minister of the Ministry of Rights immediately raised a professional fake smile on his face, and went to the delegation. As for Yuan Shu, after the performance at the city gate, there was no other work that required her to show up. After returning to the palace smoothly, Yuan Shu thought about the content of the letters that her arrogant father had sent her these days. She did not even go back to the Eastern Palace, but went to the Imperial Study Room first. At that time, Emperor Xuanwu was still sitting in front of the dragon case, secretly thinking that if a certain brat did not remember to see him today, she would have to deal with twice as many memorials from tomorrow on. When he suddenly heard Li Dihai running in from outside, with a festive look on his face, saying that the princess wanted to see him, the corners of Emperor Xuanwu's mouth suddenly rose very obviously. But the next moment, he snorted nonchalantly, "Let her in." Yes. Li Dihai suppressed his smile, knowing that this person was anxious to see the princess. He did not dare to delay for a moment, and quickly turned around and went out to invite her in. Your son greets you, father. Her unique voice, which was particularly brisk even when she greeted, sounded again in the imperial study. Emperor Xuanwu looked up at her casually, then frowned. Didn't you say you should eat 5 bowls of rice for 3 meals a day? How come you are still thin? No. Yuan Shu subconsciously glanced at her waist. Isn't this good? Your son was worried that he would gain weight sitting in the room all day long. She smiled and approached Emperor Xuanwu, half lying on the dragon table, holding her cheeks with both hands. Father, have you noticed that your son has changed? What has changed? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows, and really stared at her carefully for a long time. But before he could figure out what had changed, he saw her head tilted again. Laughed frivolously. Have I become more beautiful? Emperor Xuanwu, where does this shamelessness come from? He stretched out a finger in disdain, and pressed it against her forehead, pushing her away a little. Emperor Xuanwu rolled his eyes at her unhappily. You came to me as soon as you returned to the palace, just to talk about this. This is indeed more important. Yuan Shu nodded seriously. But there is another not so important thing I have to tell you. It's the Beixiong envoys. They arrived early today, and they happened to meet my team halfway before entering the city. Afterwards, the 7th Prince of Beixiong also conveyed his intention to cooperate with me, saying that he could give me a city first to show his sincerity. Chapter 307. After retelling the words that the 7th Prince had said to her today to Emperor Xuanwu, Yuan Shu heard Emperor Xuanwu ask, What do you think? I don't think he's good enough. Yuan Shu shook his head without even thinking. Let's not talk about whether Hu Yamingchuan's promise is true or not, but at least he does things entirely on his own, and doesn't ask us to do anything. And this 7th Prince wants us to send troops to help him seize the throne, and then we give up a few cities. But if I were to ask you, if we really conquered them, why would we let the 7th prince be the king of Baixiang? Let Baixiang become our heaven. Isn't Shang's Baixiang's good? Baixiang's? Emperor Xuanwu was pleased by these 3 domineering words. He curled his lips and continued to ask, what if Hu Yanmingchuan really doesn't keep his word? It depends on whether you, father, want Baixiang's. Yuanshu said, as a matter of course. If you want it, when Hu Yanmingchuan came to power, the civil strife in Baixiang had just subsided, and it was the most vulnerable time. We can take this opportunity to send troops directly to the north and take Baixiang. Makes sense. Emperor Xuanwu nodded with satisfaction. Just do as you say. The matter of the 7th prince coming all the way to ask for help was decided in just a few words. Emperor Xuanwu, who had already known through the life choice simulation system that Hu Yanmingchuan would keep his promise, was not interested in the 7th prince and the 8th prince. He handed Yuanshu the intelligence that he had specially picked out from the intelligence sent today. Take a look at this. The delegation of the Kingdom of Riya? The 2 countries are about to go to war, and the Riya delegation is still heading to Tiansheng? Yuanshu was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the Tiansheng Navy had set out from Cheongzhou and should not have arrived in Riya at this time. And when the Riya delegation set out for Tiansheng, it was likely that the Tiansheng Navy had not set out yet. So, the Riya delegation should not know the news that their hometown is about to be destroyed. Yuanshu's eyes showed a hint of interest. She looked down, and then accidentally laughed out loud. Emperor Xuanwu? ? Did he get the wrong information when he gave it to me? Did he get a collection of jokes? Wouldn't that be a piece of information that would make people furious? Silently looking at the corner of the table where he had just taken the information, Emperor Xuanwu said quietly after confirming that he had not taken the wrong information, very funny? Not funny. Yuanshu held back for a moment, but couldn't help it, his eyes curved with joy. It says here that the Riya delegation claimed that our Tiansheng garrison in Cheongzhou had repeatedly mistakenly killed ordinary people in Riya who were kidnapped by pirates. They hope we can compensate them. And the compensation items are all ready, which are what they saw with their own eyes along the way, such as cement for paving the road, brightly colored cotton cloth, and warm and soft cotton clothes. Because they are worried that their words from a small country will not be taken seriously, they have specially contacted other small countries such as Annan who have the same experience as them, trying to join forces to put pressure on Tiansheng. How interesting. I have never seen such a shameless person. That only shows that you have not seen enough. Emperor Xuanwu snorted and tapped the table with his fingers. It is said that envoys are not killed when 2 countries are at war, but if the Asian envoys are too shameless, it will easily ruin people's mood. That's true. Yuanshu nodded seriously. If they jump a little, I still think it's fresh and interesting, but if they jump too much, they will be annoying. If they can't be killed, why not agree to them? Emperor Xuanwu? ? Yuanshu, hee. A few days passed in a flash, and soon it was the Wanshou festival. Embassy delegations from various countries gathered in Linda Hall to present gifts to Emperor Xuanwu. Yuanshu took the crab 8 pieces she had specially ordered, and while slowly fiddling with the hairy crab in front of her, she looked at the gift sent by the envoys with interest. As far as it can be seen, the gift sent by Baixiang is the most expensive. It seems that the 7th prince has indeed spent a lot of money to win over Tiansheng. It's really interesting. Yuanshu thought the crab 8 pieces were too troublesome to use, so he poked the thigh meat with the crab legs, and complained while poking. When the eldest prince of Baixiang came 2 years ago, he was provocative in various ways, and even had the audacity to try to poison you, the 5th sister. Last year, he sent a pretty boy to marry, and this year he started to flatter you. If I were from Baixiang, I would feel ashamed to see people. This tells us that even if you have a throne to inherit in your family, don't have so many children. More than a dozen sons fought to the death for a throne, and went to war all over the country. It's scary to think about it. I heard that there is a princess from Baixiang who is also involved, wanting to emulate Yuanshu and become a female emperor in the future? TSK. Yuanshu shook his head, but in comparison, Baixiang is still good. Countries have always relied on strength to speak. Although Baixiang's behavior is embarrassing, it is understandable. If we really talk about shamelessness, it has to be Riya. What's wrong with Riya? Yuanshu curiously took off another crab leg. I only know that the gifts sent by that small country every year are also a pile of rags, and they always like to eat and take. The little rewards given by my father are more valuable than all the gifts they sent, but they may also know that their behavior is quite shameful, so they are still quite obedient every time, and I almost never heard them say anything. In previous years, they were quite obedient, because the soldiers they sent out disguised as pirates could always burn, kill, and loot along the coast of Tiansheng, taking away a lot of resources. But this year, their pirates didn't get anything, especially those who went to the coastal areas of Cheongzhou, and suffered heavy losses. While talking, it was the turn of the Riya delegation to present gifts. Yunshu raised her chin and signaled Yunchuan that he could watch the monkey show. Just wait and see, the shameless ones are coming. Yunchuan looked in the direction of her gaze, and was immediately refreshed. What ugly makeup and hairstyle. Every year, it makes me shudder. Yunshu, Although aesthetics is subjective, it has to be said. It's really ugly. After calmly watching this group of Mediterraneans with several white-faced, red-lipped and black-toothed women walk to the front of the hall and present their beauties, Japanese swords, medicinal materials, and even some dried fish, Yunshu raised his eyebrows slightly. Sure enough, the Mediterranean leader changed the subject and bowed respectfully to Emperor Xuanwu at the top. Chapter 308. Your Majesty, I know that some words are not suitable to be said on a festive day like today. But please forgive me, because apart from today, I don't know if we can have another chance to see you again. And this matter is of vital importance, and it may even affect the glorious image of Tiansheng. So, putting a very respectful and humble attitude, the envoy of Riya said solemnly, we all know that Tiansheng is a country of etiquette, and has the style of a great country that is admired. In our Riya, when the name of Tiansheng is mentioned, even the women in remote mountain villages will spontaneously exclaim in praise. But, Your Majesty, you may not know that this year, pirates at sea have been particularly rampant. Not only in our Riya, but also in many coastal small countries such as Annan and Ji, many people have been abducted by the pirates. Originally, we, thinking, no matter what, they are all our country's people. No matter what, we must not give up. No matter how much it costs, we must rescue them. But unexpectedly, after the pirates kidnapped our people, they fled all the way to the coast of Tiansheng. They might want to repeat the same trick and burn, kill and rob in Tiansheng, but how powerful is Tiansheng? How can these pirates compete with them? As soon as those pirates landed, they were killed by the garrison along the coast of Tiansheng. So you said so much just to thank our Tiansheng dynasty? Yunshu put down the tools in his hand to eat crabs, and deliberately choked the other party before he opened his mouth to tell the real purpose. If so, there is no need. After all, the reason why our soldiers took action is just because those people are ignorant of the sky and the earth, and they actually want to hurt our Tiansheng people, not to avenge you. Your Highness is right. We should thank Tiansheng for killing the pirates. The envoy of the kingdom of Riya was stunned for a moment, and said in a difficult tone, when the soldiers of your country killed the pirates, they also mistakenly killed the people of our country and several other countries who were abducted. After the news was passed back, the people were excited and said that the great country of Tiansheng would never do such a thing. It was our emperor who came forward to explain that Tiansheng would definitely not do such a rude act. There must be some misunderstanding. When His Majesty Tiansheng knew about this, he would double the compensation, and would not let those innocent people die in vain. So you are here to ask for compensation? Yuan Chuan, who was still waiting to see how shameless the kingdom of Riya was, listened in a daze for a long time. It was not until this moment that he suddenly reacted. Calm, eyes widened in disbelief. You are crazy because of poverty. Who doesn't know that the so-called pirates are your people? We just didn't bother with you before, but now that you failed to rob, you dare to turn around and ask us for compensation? Do you want me to slap you a few times? Your Highness, I'm afraid you have some misunderstandings about our country of Riya. Being humiliated so harshly, the envoy of the country of Riya didn't dare to get angry, but his facial muscles twitched twice, and then he smiled again. Our country of Riya has always admired Tiansheng. Your admiration is to ask for compensation in front of my father on the day of the Wanshou festival? Yunshu raised a smile at the corner of his lips. Such admiration is really unheard of by me. It's not compensation. The envoy of the kingdom of Riya began to sweat on his forehead. Just thinking of the good things that made him covetous and tears flow from his mouth, he still gritted his teeth and continued. In fact, Tiansheng doesn't need to lose anything. As long as you are willing to tell us how to build roads, weave and dye cloth, and make cotton clothes, we will be very grateful. That sounds good. Yunshu seemed to be convinced. Why don't we just pay for it, and go to your place to pave all the roads? How about it? If that's really possible, it would be great. The envoy of the kingdom of Riya. I was delighted to hear that. Tiansheng is indeed a great country. What's there to brag about? Yunshu waved his hand casually, with a faint smile on his face, but a bit of coldness was revealed for no reason. Anyway, that place will soon become the Wazhou area of Tiansheng. They are all our own lands. so we naturally cannot favor one over the other. What does your highness mean? The face of the envoy of the kingdom of Riya suddenly changed. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Emperor Xuanwu, as if hoping that Emperor Xuanwu could control Yun Shu. Your Majesty Tiansheng, do you want to bully the weak and go to war with my kingdom of Riya? Why can't we? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyes nonchalantly. They were both careless. If Yun Shu's casual words with a smile were a kind of chill that made people's backs cold, then the oppression of Emperor Xuanwu's long-term high position was another kind of fear that made people feel nowhere to hide. The envoy of the kingdom of Riya opened his mouth, but his mind was blank, and he had no idea what to say. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence from his throat. You are a great country, Tiansheng. You also know that Tiansheng is a great country. Yun Shu's lips curved with a hint of sarcasm. Then what do you think is a great country? A great country must have the demeanor of a great country. Then what is the demeanor of a great country? Don't give them those useless compliments. Yun Shu interrupted him without hesitation, and his clear voice resounded in the Linda Hall filled with envoys from various countries. The earth has a voice. We are willing to live in peace with other countries, respect the culture of all countries, have responsibilities and obligations, do not actively invade other countries, and do not allow other countries to invade. This is the great power style of Tiansheng. Your country of Riya has repeatedly sent people disguised as pirates to harass the people along the coast of Tiansheng, burning, killing, looting and committing all kinds of evil. Tiansheng sent troops to destroy your country of Riya, protect our people, and resolutely implement the principle that those who offend Tiansheng will be punished no matter how far away they are. This is the great power style of Tiansheng. After the voice fell, the whole hall was silent. The envoys of Riya looked panicked and pale, and military generals, like General Wei Yuan, sat in their seats excitedly and drank 2 large pots of wine. Even the civil officials of Tiansheng, who should not have been happy to see the rise of military generals, straightened their backs unconsciously. After a few breaths, the voice of Emperor Xuanwu's hearty laughter came from the top. Well said. Anyone who offends Tiansheng will be punished no matter how far away they are. This is the style of our great country Tiansheng. Is this the spirit of the future empress who will unify the world? So exciting. Chapter 309. No matter what others think, Emperor Xuanwu was really happy. So much so that when he asked people to drag the envoys of the kingdom of Riya to the side so that they would not block the other people from presenting gifts, his tone seemed particularly cheerful. Of course, the envoys from other countries, who came to present gifts later, were not happy about this. No one expected that the current princess of Tiansheng, who seemed to be very easy to get along with, would be the one who had the toughest attitude towards foreign invasion among all the emperors and crown princes of Tiansheng in history. If it had nothing to do with them, they would not care. After all, the princess of Tiansheng had just said that the great country of Tiansheng had no intention of actively invading other countries. But the problem is, we have been neighbors for so many years, and there are more or less frictions. Especially Annan and other countries, what they did before was similar to that of the kingdom of Riya, sending people to pretend to be pirates, burning, killing and looting along the coast of Tiansheng. They have been doing this for so many years, and there have been no major problems. But now Tiansheng suddenly attacked the kingdom of Riya. So what will happen next? The envoys from small countries, who had old grudges with Tiansheng, were all panicked, feeling as if a sharp sword was hanging over their heads. On the contrary, Emperor Xuanwu was extremely happy. After receiving the gifts from the envoys from various countries, he began to look forward to the gifts from the princesses and princes. As usual, they were arranged in order of age, but because there was one less eldest prince this year, he started with the 3rd prince. What he sent was a long prayer scripture, which was, as expected, copied by himself. Of course, this was not important. What was important was that there were also prayer patterns carefully drawn by countless people who went to the temple when the scripture was sent to the temple for consecration. Maybe it's not exquisite enough, but it shows sincerity. Emperor Xuanwu is now rich in both the national treasury and the private treasury. He was obviously very happy to receive such a thoughtful gift. After letting Li Dihai accept the scripture, he waved his sleeves generously. 3rd brother, you are thoughtful, and you deserve the reward. Thank you, father. The 3rd prince hurriedly thanked him. I just don't know. Can I choose this reward by myself? You want to choose it yourself? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows, as if he thought of something, and couldn't help but snorted and laughed. Tell me, what do you want? Reporting to the father, the son has been in love with the eldest girl of the Tang family for a long time, and I would like to ask the father to grant the son a marriage. When the 3rd prince said this, there was an uproar in the Linda Hall again. The main reason is that the third prince is now 18 years old, and it is the right age to marry a wife. With his status as a prince, and the fact that he does not even have a beautiful woman in his backyard, over the past year, countless noble families in the capital have wanted to marry their daughters to him, but they were all rejected by him on the grounds that he has no intention of getting married. Now the third prince has taken the initiative to ask His Majesty to grant him a marriage, but the person he is granting him is Tang Xinhua, who has been divorced once. The families whose marriage proposals were rejected before were indignant, and those who had nothing to do with it also looked curiously at the girl who was sitting next to Tang Yuanlin with a quiet temperament. Even Yuanshu subconsciously glanced at Tang Xinhua after hearing the third prince's request. Seeing that her cousin only lowered her eyes slightly, and her face was stained with a little shyness, but she did not look surprised at all, she could not help but sigh. The third prince really caught up with her. What are you chasing after? The eldest daughter of the Tang family? Yuan Chuan was sitting next to her, and heard her sigh. His eyes widened immediately. Why are you chasing after her? Did the eldest daughter of the Tang family take something from him and run away? Yuan Shu? She picked up Yuan Chuan's chopsticks, and put a braised lion's head in his mouth. Be good, eat it. Yuan Chuan, No matter how others view the marriage between the third prince and Tang Xinhua, the third prince and Tang Xinhua are happy with it, and Emperor Xuanwu has also issued an edict to grant the marriage. No one can say a bad word about it. The third prince happily received the imperial decree of marriage. Seeing his happy look, Yuan Chuan, who had finally swallowed a braised lion's head, was jealous. That's great, third prince is getting married. This sister, do you think I should lend those cool lines I prepared to third prince first? Yuan Shu? Such good things, you should keep them for yourself. Yuan Shu decisively rejected him for Tang Xinhua. Have you forgotten? There is a sentence in the classic lines of the domineering prince called if this is not unique to me, then I would rather not have it. Believe me, your lines have to be said by fewer people to be cool enough, otherwise they will be everywhere. That's true. Awakening the dreamer, Yuan Chuan nodded solemnly. Then I won't send it. Yeah. That's right. Otherwise, if on the wedding night, my cousin was so coaxed by the third prince that she ran away in a carriage overnight, wouldn't the third prince cry to death? After the third prince presented the gift, it was the fourth prince's turn. After the fourth prince, it was Yuan Shu's turn in her mysterious gift with epic-making significance that had already been spread all over the country through Tiansheng Weekly. Everyone's eyes unconsciously fell on Yuan Shu, but the next moment, they heard Li Dihai's shrill voice slowly singing the name of the sixth prince. Everyone, ? Yuan Chuan, who was also confused, ? Why did you suddenly jump to me? Yuan Chuan spat out the half-eaten chicken wing in his mouth, and was dumbfounded. Where is your gift, fifth sister? My gift is a bit big, and it is not suitable for display in the Linda Hall, so I moved it to the end. Knowing that Yuan Chuan was not the only one who had this question at this time, Yuan Shu simply raised his voice a little and answered everyone at once. After you deliver it first, we can move to the outside of the Linda Hall. Outside the hall again? Yuan Chuan subconsciously thought of the fireworks he saw last year. Could it be that this year's gift is similar? Yuan Chuan was so curious that he felt like there was a cat scratching his heart. He hurriedly asked someone to send his gift up, and spoke quickly, as if he was rushing to say the congratulatory speech. The group finally walked out of the hall as they wished. Fifth sister, where should we look today? As soon as he went out, Yuan Chuan rubbed his hands impatiently. Still look up to the sky? Today. Yuan Shu stretched out a finger and slowly pointed to the empty bluestone road on the left side of Linda Hall. Just go in this direction. This way. Chapter 310. Yuan Chuan stretched his neck in the direction of her finger. What's over there? Why can't I see anything? No hurry. Yuan Shu smiled and stretched out 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. Bang. Fireworks suddenly lit up on both sides of the bluestone road. But unlike last year, the fireworks this time did not rush directly into the sky, but like clusters of fireworks emerging from the ground, spraying and blooming on the spot, making the originally slightly dim bluestone road as bright as day. Just talking about the visual effect, it is actually stunning and beautiful enough. However, since Yuan Shu's previous article in Tiansheng Weekly had raised everyone's expectations too much, everyone was inevitably disappointed when they saw the fireworks. Isn't this just a change of appearance for the fireworks? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but whispered, how can this be called a new era? What's this? What is that? Before the man in front could finish his complaints, there was a burst of exclamations from the surroundings. He subconsciously looked up and saw that in the middle of the fireworks on both sides, a carriage that looked a bit like a carriage, but without horses pulling it in front, was rushing out at an incredibly fast speed, but in a flash, it stopped steadily in front of Emperor Xuanwu. It was also at this time that everyone saw clearly that there were actually two people sitting in the carriage, and it looked like the officials who were not very familiar with the Ministry of Works were still thinking carefully about who these two familiar-looking people were, and saw that the doors on both sides of the carriage were open from the inside. The two people sitting inside walked side by side to Emperor Xuanwu and bowed excitedly. "Your Majesty, I, Zheng Qiaozhang and Jiang Yuanbao, pay my respects to you." "Long live your Majesty." "Stand up." Emperor Xuanwu was really surprised. He walked quickly to the side of the strange-looking carriage and looked around in amazement. The great Emperor of Tiansheng seemed to have never seen the world before. He looked here and touched there. After returning from a full circle, he could not wait to ask Jiang Yuanbao, "Your name is Jiang Yuanbao, right? Did you make this thing?" "Your Majesty, the blueprint was drawn by the Princess Royal and Mr. Zheng after discussion. I am only responsible for making it according to the blueprint given by the princess." Jiang Yuanbao did not dare to take credit, and hurriedly explained, "It was Mr. Zheng who first thought of the steam engine under the suggestion of the Princess Royal, and then drew its blueprint. Then the Princess Royal thought that the steam engine could be applied to the car, so there was this steam car." Appear. Steam engine? After hearing a new word that appeared frequently from Jiang Yuanbao's mouth, Emperor Xuanwu remembered that when the carriage just rushed over, there seemed to be a puff of white smoke coming out all the time. "What is that?" "Your Majesty, a steam engine is a machine that converts the power of steam into another kind of power. In simple terms, it uses a boiler to boil water to produce a large amount of steam, and then the steam expands and pushes the piston." Zheng Qiaozhang has been obsessed with studying steam engines these days, to the point of being almost obsessed. Suddenly, I heard that Emperor Xuanwu wanted to know about this thing. He was so excited that he started to talk about it in a series of popular sciences, which made people dizzy and confused. I couldn't understand anything at all. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanwu was not the kind of person who had to get to the bottom of everything. After listening for a while without understanding, he said nothing, but turned his head and looked at Yunshu, who was standing beside him with curved eyebrows. "What is the difference between your steam car and a carriage?" "The biggest difference may be that it doesn't need a horse to pull it." Yunshu walked up with a smile and patted the first steam car of Tiansheng dynasty in front of him, and said slowly, "In addition, it is speed. An ordinary carriage can run about 40 miles in an hour on the official road, but this car can run 120 miles in an hour. 120 miles. The crowd suddenly heard a lot of gasps. However, 1 mile is only 500 meters, and 30 kilometers per hour is far from the upper limit of a steam car. Yunshu nodded calmly. 120 miles in an hour is indeed a bit slow. Is this slow? General Wei Yuan, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't help it after hearing this. This is almost as fast as riding a horse. I spent so much effort to build it just to be as fast as riding a horse? Yunshu raised his eyebrows and asked back, Do you think I am such a free person? Then, General Wei Yuan was choked and asked in disbelief, Could it be faster? Of course it can. Yunshu raised his hand and placed it on the door, affirming without hesitation, In theory, this car can also run faster, but because it was a little rushed when it was built, many things were not done to the best, such as this carriage, which can actually be replaced with iron to make it more sturdy, and there are many other details. Preliminary estimates show that after the modification, it should not be a problem for it to run 400 miles in an hour. 400 miles? General Wei Yuan was so shocked that he broke his voice. Your Highness, do you know what 400 miles in an hour means? If it really can reach this speed, it will only take 5 or 6 hours to get from the capital to Suzhou, a little rushed. If you can get a little bit, you can even run back and forth in a day. How is this possible? Why is it impossible? If I told you yesterday that there is a car that does not need a horse to pull it, it can run by itself, and it runs almost as fast as you usually ride a horse, would you also say it is impossible? Yunshu curled his lips, and while talking, he walked around to the driver's seat, and while sitting in, he did not forget to greet Emperor Xuanwu. Father, do you want to come up and experience it yourself? I will take you around the palace. Yes. Emperor Xuanwu's eyes lit up. Thinking about the place where Jiang Yuanbao and others just got off, he fumbled to open the car door, and got in the car from the other side. General Wei Yuan, Yun Chuan and other court officials were watching eagerly outside, but this steam car built in a hurry was indeed a little small, with only 2 seats in total, and they couldn't squeeze in no matter how envious they were. They could only watch as this strange-looking but magical steam car whizzed away right before their eyes. Chapter 311. The roads on both sides of the window were receding rapidly. Emperor Xuanwu was curious, but he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and rub his face that was a little painful from the cold wind. This car is good, but it is not suitable for winter or rainy days. It runs fast, and the wind is strong. It's unbearable to sit for a long time. When I improve it later, there will be no such problem. Yuanshu also shrank his face into the cloak that was tightened at the collar, pointing to the front windshield that should have been installed. Glass Void said, I have discussed with Lord Zheng and Lord Jiang, and we can try to make the colored glaze stronger, more transparent, and cheaper. When it is done, it will be installed in this place, so that it will not affect the view of the road, and it can also block the wind and rain. Stronger and more transparent colored glaze? Glass is already very valuable, and this stronger and more transparent colored glaze should be better. So how can it be cheaper? Emperor Xuanwu thought it was unlikely. But thinking of the many things his daughter had made in the past 2 years, he would have thought it was impossible before. So he still didn't say it, but just tried to test it tactfully. What if it doesn't work, or the effect is not satisfactory? Then keep doing it. She has a ready-made glass recipe in her hand. How could she not make it? It's a pity that she couldn't say it directly. Yuanshu thought about it, and patted the steering wheel in her hand again. Anyway, the glass is only made to further improve this car. Even if it can't be made for the time being, I think this car should still be sold well. That's right. Emperor Xuanwu reacted immediately. He had just been thinking about how much this car could be improved, but he forgot that even the car he was riding now, the simplest version of the steam car that Yuanshu said was made in a hurry, was already a shocking existence for him, the emperor, when it appeared just now. Thinking of this, Emperor Xuanwu no longer entangled whether this car could be improved or to what extent it could be improved. He began to study the car carefully. What is this plate that you are turning around in your hand? Why can it control the direction of this car? How does this car start? How to control the speed and how to stop? Does it need to add water frequently to the big boiler in front? I heard Zheng Qiaozong say just now that this car seems to run by boiling water. If you want to boil water, do you need to add firewood or coal? Along the way, Emperor Xuanwu was like a curious baby, asking about everything for a long time. Fortunately, Yuanshu had been staying at the manor a few days ago. When he studied the blueprints with Zheng Qiaozong and Jiang Yuanbao every day, he really figured out every detail of this most simple and basic steam car. Now, he was very comfortable answering Emperor Xuanwu's questions, which was much easier to understand than the slightly professional terms Zheng Qiaozong had spouted out in excitement. When they returned to the outside of Linda Hall after this circle, Emperor Xuanwu had not only understood the principle of the steam engine, but also thought of a question by analogy. Since this steam engine can be used on cars, can it also be used on ships? Father is right. Yuanshu stopped the car steadily. In fact, the first time that Lord Zheng thought of using steam was when he was discussing naval warships with me. When I discussed the design drawings of this car with Lord Zheng a few days ago, I also roughly estimated what would happen if a steamship was made. The result was, turning his head to meet Emperor Xuanwu's expectant eyes, Yuanshu smiled and said, a giant steamship costs at least 80,000 taels. How much? Emperor Xuanwu's expectant expression froze. How to say it, the warships used by the Tianshan Navy now can accommodate 10 people and cost about 800 taels. This steamship worth 80,000 taels, no matter how huge it is, can it accommodate 1,000 people? Although the treasury is indeed much more abundant now, the price is too. The price is indeed a bit expensive. The expression on Emperor Xuanwu's face is so easy to understand. Yuanshu nodded in agreement. But this steamship worth 80,000 taels can accommodate up to 300 soldiers, and it can also be loaded with catapults. The most important thing is that its speed is at least 20 times faster than rowing by manpower. 20! 10 times! More than faster. If Emperor Xuanwu still thinks that Yuanshu's previous words about accommodating 300 soldiers and loading catapults are nothing, then the last sentence can be said to be directly piercing his heart. If that's the case, then if Tiansheng wants to attack a place like the kingdom of Riya again, wouldn't it only take a few days to make a blitzkrieg? The envoys from the kingdom of Riya, who were still following the crowd in a daze and welcoming Emperor Xuanwu off the car, said, ? The envoys from other small countries, who were already panicking, said, shock. What do you mean by want to attack a place like Riya again? Isn't this talking about them? The envoys from small countries, who felt that they were being pointed out, were overshadowed by a shadow, while the generals led by General Wei Yuan were excited again after hearing this. What do you mean we can strike back and forth in a few days? Your Majesty, is there any other place to go to war? I am willing to lead the troops there. It's over. The envoys of the small countries, who were squeezed to the end, were getting more and more desperate. The princess of Tianxing has a tough attitude towards foreign countries, and the generals of Tianxing are all brave and warlike. But they have such a powerful magic car, and the military budget is also very sufficient. Their country is going to be finished. If they had known that Tianxing was so powerful and protective, they should not have sent people to pretend to be pirates to harass the coastal areas of Tianxing in order to snatch those little supplies. I don't know if it's too late to slide down now, or... The envoys of the small countries were in a mess, and no one cared. At the Wanshou festival dinner, the princess presented His Majesty with a magic car. It doesn't need horses to pull it, and it can run several times faster than a carriage. In the future, the news that it may even run much faster than a horse spread out of the palace, like wings that night. When the sun rose the next day, everyone in the streets and alleys knew about it. I said that Her Highness was definitely a deity, but you didn't believe it before. This car doesn't need horses to pull it, but it can run faster than horses. If it's not a deity's trick, what else could it be? Chapter 312. It's a steam engine. Someone who knew a little bit couldn't help but correct it. It seems that the hot air coming out of boiling water can push the carriage forward. Why don't you listen to what you are talking about? The commoner who firmly believed that Yuan Shu was a god rolled his eyes almost to the sky. Have you never boiled water, or seen a carriage? Can the hot air coming out of your house push the carriage forward? That's indeed impossible. I really don't know how Her Royal Highness did it. It's too magical. The common people were very curious, but they didn't think they could see it with their own eyes. After all, it was a gift to His Majesty. But the presidents of the local chambers of commerce were different. After reading the preview article about the magic car in Tianxing Weekly last month, they all worked hard. They felt that the commercial taxes collected were terrifying, thinking that the Chamber of Commerce that paid the most commercial taxes this time might be their own Chamber of Commerce. Almost all of them personally brought account books to Beijing at the end of the month. Later, the Ministry of Revenue, perhaps under the order of Her Royal Highness, checked all the account books, but did not announce which Chamber of Commerce paid the most taxes this year. They thought that the Wanshou festival was only a few days away, so they simply stayed in Beijing for a few more days. Until today, when they learned that the reward Her Royal Highness was going to give to the first place was the method of making the magic car, they were completely upset. What Her Royal Highness said in the article before was indeed true. Once this method was obtained, it would be hard not to get rich. For a while, all the presidents of the chambers of commerce could not help but send people to inquire about the news. How is it? Did you find out? Which chamber of commerce won the first place? Reply, sir. The servant who ran all the way back from outside supported his knees with his hands, panting for a while, and then raised his head to report. Although I didn't find out which chamber of commerce won the first place, I bought the latest Beijing Daily today. Master, do I need your Beijing Daily? The president of Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce was so angry that he wanted to curse. Looking at your panting, I thought you brought back important news. No, this is also very important. The servant hurriedly handed over the Beijing Daily and explained. I heard someone say when I passed by the tea house that it seemed that Her Royal Highness had published an article in the Beijing Daily, saying that she was going to sell the magic car. Or something like that. Selling the magic car? Didn't they say that the method of making the car would be rewarded to the Chamber of Commerce that paid the most taxes? Why is it being sold again? The president of the Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce quickly took the Beijing Daily, and soon turned to the article mentioned by the servant. Traveling 1,000 miles a day is not a dream. Magic car auction, realize your dream. Want to be the second or third person in the world to own a magic car? On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month at 1 p.m., on the third floor of the Tianweishan restaurant, the magic car pre-sale auction will be limited to 2 units. At that time, professionals will explain the magic of the magic car to you. At the same time, Her Royal Highness the Princess will also be present to announce the list of the Chamber of Commerce that paid the most commercial taxes this year, and the top 3 individuals who pay commercial taxes. Pre-sale auction limited to 2 units? The president of the Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce murmured. So that's it. Now that there are so many powerful businessmen in the capital, these 2 magic cars will definitely be sold at sky-high prices. Your Highness, through this auction, you can let everyone know about the magic car and understand the value of the magic car more clearly. Then you can announce the Chamber of Commerce that pays the most commercial taxes this year, and give them the method of making the car. Those who failed to grab the magic car at the auction will immediately find the first-place Chamber of Commerce to discuss the purchase of the car. After the first batch of orders are received, the Chamber of Commerce that has obtained the method of making cars will know more clearly how great an opportunity they have obtained. The Chamber of Commerce that did not get it will be motivated and will definitely work harder to pay more commercial taxes next year. The chain of events is linked together. Her Highness the Princess is really good at calculating, but these people know that it is a calculation, but they still want to jump in willingly. This is really... The president of the Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce shook his head helplessly, put down the daily newspaper in his hand, turned around and ordered seriously, "Go and invite Mr. Ma, let him calculate how much silver we can take out now." You want to buy a magic car? The servant has been following the president of the Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce for many years. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask one more question. But didn't you just say that these two magic cars? If it is sold at a high price, it will definitely be sold at a sky-high price? Knowing that it is a sky-high price, you still want to join in the fun? You are still too simplistic. The president of the Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce snorted and laughed. Do you think that Her Highness the Princess came in person just to announce which Chamber of Commerce paid the most commercial taxes this year? Such a simple thing. Can't you just find someone to tell it? But isn't that what is written in the Beijing Daily? The servant was a little confused. Besides this, what else does the princess want to do? I don't know about this either. The president of the Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce said thoughtfully, I do want to buy that car, but I won't really spend all my money on it. I asked Mr. Ma to calculate the money we can use now, so that the princess may have other actions at that time. Of course, this may be that I think too much, but no matter what, it is always better to be prepared. Oh, you are still smart, master. Although the servant didn't quite understand what he heard, he praised it. After flattering his master happily, the servant quickly turned around to find Mr. Ma and completed his master's instructions. None of those who can get into the position of president of the Chamber of Commerce in various places is a simple character. Similar instructions were also carried out in many other places. A few days later, on the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, as early as the day when he heard that Yuan Shu was going to hold an auction, Yuan Shuwan had been clamoring to go out of the palace with her to watch the fun. Emperor Xuanwu was annoyed by his nagging, so he simply gave him a day off in advance and left him to Yuan Shu. Originally, he only wanted to take a day off to go out with his fifth sister to join in the fun, but he unexpectedly got an 11-day holiday during the spring festival. Yuan Shuwan was almost crazy with joy, and he even got a large amount of available funds from Prime Minister Liu. Fifth sister, can I discuss something with you? Why are you so sneaky? After all, Yuan Shu had been with Yuan Shuwan for so long, and he could see that something was wrong with him at a glance. What bad thing are you planning to do with me? Chapter 313. Giving money to you, fifth sister? How can it be considered a bad thing? Yuan Shuwan smiled and winked. Fifth sister, money. Don't you want it? Yuan Shu, To be honest, she really doesn't lack money now. But if money is delivered to her door, she won't think it's too much. Besides, she is really curious. Yuan Shuwan was so stingy with even 1 or 2 taels of silver a few days ago. How can he give her money? Actually, it's my grandfather. Being stared at by Yuan Shu's half-smiley eyes, Yuan Shuwan, who was originally quite proud, felt a little guilty for some reason. After my grandfather learned that I would also participate in the auction, he said that he would let me bid for a magic car. He thought that I have the status of a prince and have such a good relationship with you, the fifth sister. If I open my mouth, those other people will definitely not dare to bid. When Yuan Shuwan said these words, he also glanced at Yuan Shu quietly. Seeing that the latter narrowed his eyes, he quickly slapped his thigh again and raised his voice. But I just feel that how can I take advantage of you, the fifth sister, by relying on my relationship with you? So? Yuan Shu raised his eyebrows. So, I was thinking, can we not let anyone know my identity during the auction, and when I bid, I will deliberately bid a little higher. Anyway, I've already bid the price, so my grandfather can't not pay, right? Then, the extra money. Yuan Shuwan said, revealing a sly expression, and speaking righteously. Fifth sister, you have to let my grandfather know that you are a princess. If you plot against me, and want to take advantage of me, you have to pay the price. Yuan Shu, It is a blessing for Lu Xiang to have you. Yuan Shu slowly stretched out his fingers, and made a number 8. 28. Then I am. Of course you are too. Yuan Shu was more confident than him. Didn't you say that this is the price your grandfather paid me? But? Unexpectedly, this remark could be turned around and blocked him. Yuan Shuwan was choked. But if it is not for my cooperation, you, the fifth sister, can't get it, it should be 50-50, right? It's up to you. Yuan Shu calmly said, anyway, I don't lack this. Yuan Shuwan, shock. The fifth sister is not in need, but he is in need of money. He finally paid off his huge debt a few days ago, and had a little savings. He spent it all to prepare a birthday gift for his father. I thought that his father's reward would at least make him back his money, but I didn't expect that. From a financial point of view, he did make back his money. But his father actually hired a teacher who was extremely difficult to hire to replace Master Yi and continue to teach him, and even called it a good name. Even his fifth sister didn't have this treatment, but in fact, it was because his father felt that it was a bit too wasteful to let Master Yi teach him all the time, and wanted Master Yi to return to the Ministry of Industry to work with Zheng Qiaozhang, Jiang Yuanbao and others, and the new teacher was more suitable for teaching and educating people. Although such a transfer is indeed good for him, does he care? He only cares that after his father gave such a reward, the remaining small rewards are worthless, so he urgently needs to make a lot of money now. Yun Chuan grabbed Yun Shu's sleeve eagerly. Fifth sister, you are called fifth sister, why can't it be 50-50? Yun Shu, ? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? She has never heard such an unconvincing bargaining in her life. Yun Shu rolled her eyes at him, and was not moved at all. 28. Then 46. Yun Chuan gave in a step. How about 46? Yun Shu was firm. 37. Deal. Thinking that the bargaining was a great success, Yun Chuan quickly agreed, fearing that Yun Shu would regret it if he was a step slower. He shook his head proudly. It's a deal, 30-70, 30-30 and 70-70. Yeah. Yun Shu curled the corner of his lip imperceptibly. Sure enough, Mr. Zhou Shuren's words are very useful in any world. People always like to reconcile and compromise. For example, if you say that this room is too dark and you want to open a skylight here, everyone will definitely not allow it. But if you advocate tearing down the roof, they will come to reconcile and be willing to open the skylight. After reaching an agreement with Yun Chuan, Yun Shu went to Tien Weishan restaurant in advance and immediately gave instructions for the new arrangements. So the presidents of the various chambers of commerce, who arrived at the restaurant later, as well as the wealthy businessmen who happened to be in the capital, all received the masks and cloaks that were temporarily brought from Xianting. Participating in an auction is not something shameful. Why do you have to do these things? Among the wealthy businessmen who came today, some of them were high profile. They were eager to show off their financial resources in this auction. If they could successfully bid for the magic car, everything would be fine. Even if they failed to bid, if their financial resources caught the eye of some big boss present, wouldn't they be able to get a chance to win the big business later? They had already thought about such a good thing before coming, but when they arrived, they were asked to wear these things. Someone couldn't help but complain, can't we not wear them? Sorry, this is what Her Royal Highness the Princess ordered. Everyone must wear them. Fortunately, the person in charge of distributing masks and cloaks had been told how to respond in this situation. Her Royal Highness said that in order to avoid people of higher status using their status to suppress others from bidding against them, everyone at this auction must not reveal their identity before the end of the auction. I see, Your Highness, the princess is indeed thoughtful. I was careless. The rich businessman who complained earlier was immediately convinced. He had not thought of this before. He just wanted to buy something. Since the highest bidder wins, whoever has more money will get it, but now that he was reminded of this, he suddenly realized that this is the capital city. Any tile that falls may fall on the feet of an official or the emperor of aristocratic family. There are only 2 magic cars in this auction. If a big shot really has an idea, once his identity is revealed, how dare they, who have nothing but money, compete with him? This mask and cloak must be worn. At worst, he can find a way to show his face after the auction is over. Chapter 314. At 1 p.m., the auction officially began. The person who introduced the magic car was Jiang Yuanbao, who personally led the team to make it according to the blueprint. Unlike Zheng Qiaozhang, who now has a head full of science, Jiang Yuanbao, a child from a carpenter's family, is not so interested in principles and the like. He cares more about the effect that can be achieved after the product is made. And this is exactly what the people attending the auction today care about the most. So what you mean is that the information we knew about the magic car before was only about the first limited edition imperial car of His Majesty. And the 2 magic cars we are going to auction today have not been made yet. To put it bluntly, they are the test products of the subsequent improvement of Her Majesty. The specific details are still unknown? You can say that. Jiang Yuanbao nodded. But to be more precise, it should be said that the 2 magic cars we are going to auction today can be improved by how much more than the first limited edition. It is not known yet. But how can the magic car be improved? After all, it is something that will be auctioned at a high price, and it is understandable that those people below want to know more. The information provided by Jiang Yuanbao was a bit vague, so naturally more people asked questions. I heard that the speed can be improved, even to the point of traveling 1,000 miles a day. Is this true? Could it be that the magic car can be made bigger, so that it can seat more people, or even carry a lot of cargo? Could it be that this divine car can run on the road, swim in the water, and fly in the sky? Seeing that everyone's speculations were getting more and more outrageous, Jiang Yuanbao interrupted and said, "Please listen to me. First of all, the vehicle will run faster, this is certain, and secondly, will it be made bigger to hold more people or goods? I can only say that it is very likely. In fact, Her Highness the Princess has mentioned before that the body of the future improved version of the divine car may use iron or something else instead of wood to make the divine car stronger. Even if you encounter bandits on the road, the opponent's arrows will not be able to easily penetrate the car body. In order to solve the problem of riding the divine car on rainy days, or in winter, it's not a comfortable problem. Her Highness will try to make something more transparent than colored glaze. And the wheel part." After explaining all the details that Yunshu had mentioned before, Jiang Yuanbao had not even added the tricks that Yunshu had taught him before, and everyone was already stunned. When the magic car was finally officially auctioned, the wealthy people who were bidding below raised the price as if the money was worthless. There was no need for Tang Xinhua, the temporary auctioneer, to raise the hammer and ask if anyone wanted to raise the price. However, in a blink of an eye, the first magic car with a starting price of only 10,000 taels of silver had already soared to 73,000. However, after the price exceeded 70,000, the speed of everyone raising the cards obviously slowed down. 73,500 taels. The president of Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce had a sharp gaze. After hearing that the improved version of the magic car might have some new things, he had guessed why Her Royal Highness would come here in person today. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be more business to be done with these new items in the future, although I don't know if bidding for the magic car will be helpful just in case it is. 80,000 taels. Wow. 73,005 suddenly soared to 80,000, and the price was raised by 6,005 in an instant. The voice sounded quite young. Which noble family's prodigal son was this? Including the president of Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce, and even Yunshu, everyone's eyelids jumped. The difference is that after a brief silence, the others began to continue to increase the price by 500 at a time, slowly increasing it. Yunshu said slowly, "In fact, the price of the second car will definitely be higher." "Really?" Yunshuan's eyes lit up. "Then I wait to bid for the second one." "Yunshu, just give Lu Xiang a little stab in the heart. At most 2 seconds, she has to keep the rest of the time." Thanks to Yunshuan's withdrawal, the first magic car was finally bought by the president of Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce at a price of 180,000 after a fierce bidding. Across half the distance of the auction hall, Tang Xinhua looked at Yunshu calmly. Afterwards, she retracted her gaze and slowly said, "Now, we start the auction of the second magic car." Her Royal Highness said in advance that because the improvement of the magic car is a continuous process, the performance of this second car is destined to be better than the first one, and its starting price will also be higher. Therefore, the person who takes the picture of this second magic car can propose an achievable customization request based on your needs, such as engraving text patterns on the body of the car, requiring the color of transparent glass, or even making the car as big as possible, etc. Can we really ask for a bigger car? If the front body engraving and colored glass are still not interesting to everyone, then the bigger car really hits the hearts of everyone present, especially the wealthy businessmen. What is the most unavoidable thing in business? The transportation of goods. If there is a super large magic car that can be used to transport goods, they dare not think how many more orders they can do, and how many more business opportunities they can seize. Buy it. Even if they have to empty all the money they can use at once, this second magic car must be bought. Almost everyone present had such a thought in their minds at the same time. Even the president of Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce felt a little regretful, thinking that he had acted too early. However, just when he was annoyed that he had spent 18,000 taels, and it would be difficult to compete with others in the future, Tang Xinhua's soft voice sounded again. The starting price of the second magic car is the final transaction price of the first magic car, 18,000 taels. The minimum bid is still 500 taels each time. Now, you can start bidding. The starting price is 18,000 taels. No wonder Her Highness the Princess offered to agree to a custom request from the buyer, because the price of this second magic car was a little high. How can this be just a little bit high? This is clearly a few hundred million. Chapter 315. The crowd that was still laughing just now, and felt that they had lost such a strong opponent, as the president of Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce suddenly stopped laughing. On the contrary, the president of Pengzhou Chamber of Commerce, who was still secretly annoyed just now, suddenly smiled again. He said that why Her Highness the Princess would be so partial to one and give such a big benefit to the person who bought the second magic car. Now that he knew the price, everything made sense. The entire lobby on the third floor of Tianweishan was quiet for a long time, as if they were all scared by the starting price. After a long time, someone finally spoke slowly. 185 taels. 199. 100 and 100,000. With the first person to break the silence, the atmosphere of the bidding gradually became lively again. Until the price soared to 173,000, there were fewer people participating in the bidding, and those few with strong financial resources seemed to be in a stalemate, biting the price tightly. Almost as soon as the first bidder finished bidding, someone else shouted out a new price. Seeing it rise straight to 229,000, and those people were still raising the price by 500, Yuan Chuan finally couldn't help but raise his sign. 300,000. The others who were bidding, shock. Why is it this voice again? It was this voice before, who raised the price of the first magic car from 73,500 to 80,000 in one go. This time it was even more outrageous, from 229,000 to 300,000 in one go, but he only opened his mouth once in the last round. If it's the same this time. The previous bidders cursed in their hearts, gritted their teeth, and continued to raise the price. 300,000 and 500 taels. 300,000 and 100,000. 400,000 taels. To the surprise of most people present, Yuan Chuan actually called out for the second time this time, and he was still so generous that he rounded up the amount directly. After a gasp, the entire third floor fell silent. Tang Xinhua glanced in the direction of Yuan Chuan, and a faint smile flashed across her eyes. She raised the small hammer in her hand and slowly said, 400,000 for the first time, 400,000 for the second time, 400,000. 400,000 and 500 taels. It was really because these two magic cars could be customized with super large carriages that the temptation was particularly great for merchants, and some of them decided to try one last time without giving up. The result? 500,000 taels. He rounded it up without hesitation. Yuan Chuan, who hadn't felt the joy of spending money for a long time, was as excited as a fish back in water. He stared at the person who just bid, hoping that the other party would bid again, so that he could shout out a price like 600,000 taels with great pride. However, the president of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, who was stared at by him, frowned and couldn't help but whisper to his confidant, "Is this person one of my enemies?" "It's possible." The confidant also lowered his voice. "If this person really wants to bid for this magic car, he must hope that others will not raise the price. But he is obviously looking forward to you continuing to raise the price. If I am not mistaken, perhaps this person's purpose is to deliberately raise the price so that you can bid for this magic car at a very high price. In this way, the silver in your hands will be almost used up, and you will find it difficult to take on any big business in the future." "Humph, you want to trick me with such a despicable method?" The president of Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce obviously thought so too. He sneered and stopped bidding. "I want to see how he will react after he shoots himself in the foot." 500,000 taels for the first time. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Tang Xinhua raised the hammer again. 500,000 taels for the second time. 500,000 taels for the third time. Deal. "I told you I can definitely get it." The bidding has ended, and those who don't want to hide their identities anymore can choose to take off their masks. Yuan Chuan threw away all the masks and cloaks at the first time and cheered excitedly. 500,000, even if he can only get 30%, it's still a lot. Yuan Chuan was so excited that he danced with joy, but the people who had just speculated about his identity fell into silence again. No, this sixth prince is sick? If he really wants the magic car so much, given his relationship with his Royal Highness, can't he just ask for it directly? Even if it really doesn't work, who taught him to bid like this? Does he really think silver is junk? The president of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce has dried up his silence, but there is another person who is more desperate than him. When Prime Minister Liu sent him to pay the bill for his Royal Highness the Sixth Prince, he didn't say that the Sixth Prince would play like this. It was agreed that his Royal Highness the Sixth Prince would definitely get the magic car at a lower price if he came forward. 500,000. Is this considered low? He didn't dare to say it, and he didn't dare to ask. The atmosphere at the scene became inexplicably weird. Fortunately, this weirdness did not last long. Soon Yuan Shu, who was sitting next to Yuan Chuan, also took off his mask, passed through a small path that everyone spontaneously made way for, and walked straight to the place where Tang Xinhua stood when she was the main auctioneer before. I'm sure everyone present here knows my identity, so I don't need to introduce myself again. Yuanshu took out a list that had been prepared in advance and smiled softly. Today's auction ends here. I came here today to announce the Chamber of Commerce that paid the most commercial taxes this year and the top 3 individuals, and to give these people or chambers of commerce rewards such as the manufacturing method of the first generation of the God car. Now the list is here, and it will be posted directly in front in a while. Everyone who wants to know can come and see it for themselves. The second one. She paused here deliberately, and after whetting everyone's appetite, she slowly said, as for how the God car will be improved in the future, everyone has heard a little bit just now. I won't hide it from you. In fact, whether it is more transparent glass, or a more solid carriage, or even a God car, I have already made preliminary plans for manufacturing tires and other items that can run faster and more steadily. I can give you these plans for free without charging a penny. Free? I never expected that the auction of the first 2 magic cars made so much money at once, and they thought Her Highness would make more money later, but she would give it away for free? What kind of trick is this? Although the people present didn't understand, they also knew that Her Highness would never say this for no reason. Chapter 316. Everyone looked at Yuanshu expectantly, and the latter did not disappoint them. He soon said, but free gift does not mean free gift. His eyes slowly swept over the faces of the group of people below, and seeing that they all showed an expression of as expected, Yuanshu chuckled. There is a saying that masters are among the people. I have always believed that there may be many talented people hidden among the people, but for various reasons, they have no way to display their talents. I want to find them all as much as possible. However, I am in the capital, and it is difficult for me to take care of so many places, so I want to leave this matter to you. Your Highness means that we should find talents hidden among the people for you? Someone reacted very quickly. Is it to see who finds more talents among us, who can get those methods for free? Almost. Yuanshu nodded slightly. No. It is not enough to just look at the most. There must be a certain quality. As for the quality, it is very simple. Later, I will hold voting activities regularly in Tiansheng weekly, and let the people evaluate who has made the most useful new objects and has the greatest effect on the development of Tiansheng. If the times want to progress, she can't just rely on drawing blueprints everywhere every day. On the day the auction ended, the president of the Chamber of Commerce sent someone back to his state as fast as possible, issued a bounty order, and directly took out 100,000 taels of silver to find folk masters. But all this was within Yuanshu's expectations. She didn't pay too much attention, and of course, she didn't have time to pay attention. Are you sure that the 7th Prince of Beixiang is really missing? In the Imperial Study, Yuanshu closed the memorial in his hand in astonishment. Aren't there many guards guarding the post house? How could the 7th Prince be the only one missing? The guards at the post house said that when you held an auction at the Tianweishan restaurant, the 7th Prince said he wanted to join in the fun, so he also took a few people from the Beixiang envoys with him. Emperor Xuanwu said solemnly. After they went in, these guards stayed outside Tianweishan waiting. Later, when the auction ended and the Beixiang envoys came out of the restaurant, they were all still wearing cloaks and masks. These guards couldn't rashly go up and ask them to take off their masks, so they could only tentatively go up and say a few words to them. At that time, there was one person in the group who was exactly the same as the 7th Prince in both figure and voice. But what they didn't expect was that, when they returned to the inn, the man turned into a strange citizen of Tiansheng. Are you sure he is a citizen of Tiansheng? Yuanshu felt something was wrong. Are you sure he is not the secret guard of the 7th Prince or someone else? He is indeed an ordinary citizen of Tiansheng. Speaking of this, Emperor Xuanwu also looked helpless. I have checked it. There is no problem with his identity. According to this person, he just accepted 200 taels of silver from someone. The other party said that the 7th Prince wanted to go around the capital, but the other members of the delegation were always worried and followed him wherever he went. The 7th Prince felt that he was not free, so he asked him to pretend his identity. But what ordinary citizen dares to do such a thing as replacing the prince of another country? Yuanshu still didn't believe it, and the temperament and tone of the prince should not be something that anyone can imitate, right? After noticing these two questions, Emperor Xuanwu's eyes suddenly became subtle when he looked at her. Yuanshu did nothing, but she felt guilty when she was looked at by such eyes. Why are you looking at me like this? Could it be that this matter has something to do with me? It is indeed related. Emperor Xuanwu pulled the corner of his mouth, and his complex expression revealed a bit of pride and helplessness. That person said that if he was asked to replace the Prince of Tiansheng, he would definitely not dare. Even if he was asked to pretend to be the Prince of Beixiang 2 years ago, he would not dare to do it. But now it is different. Today, Tiansheng. With me and you, the princess, we are no longer something that Beixiang can afford to offend. Even if he is found out to be pretending to be the Prince of Beixiang, the Beixiang envoys would not dare to do anything to him just because he is a citizen of Tiansheng. Yuan Shu? Can you still think so? What about the temperament and tone? Yuan Shu still doesn't understand. Can this also be faked by an ordinary citizen with confidence? This is indeed not possible. Emperor Xuanwu nodded in agreement, but the guard actually didn't talk directly to the fake 7th prince at that time. He just heard a person in the Beixiang envoys talking to the 7th prince from a distance, and the fake just hummed a few times casually. As for the temperament, the cloak is too big to see. Yuan Shu, Okay. So the situation now is that the people from the Beixiang delegation helped the 7th prince to escape, but now they are turning the tables and trying to slander me as the one who had the 7th prince replaced in the Tianweishan restaurant. Yuan Shu almost laughed out of anger. Are they treating me like a fool? The Beixiang envoy who was talking to the fake 7th prince at that time now firmly refuses to admit that he already knew about the 7th prince's replacement. In addition, the 7th prince did disappear in your Tianweishan restaurant, and that guy is indeed a citizen of our Tiansheng. Emperor Xuanwu said, their accusations are not completely untenable. That's if we insist on being reasonable. Yuan Shu put his hands on the dragon table in front of Emperor Xuanwu, leaned forward slightly, and smiled perversely. But what if we don't reason with this? Emperor Xuanwu, Although he has always known that his daughter wants to achieve the unification of the world given by the life choice simulation system, it is impossible without a strong personality and a bit of killing. But he always thought that these would be slowly formed after something happened later. But it turns out that she was able to do all this because this brat couldn't stand the slightest bit of grievance? Now that I think about it carefully, it seems to be true. From Cui Fuzi in the study room at the beginning, to the queen later, the eldest prince of Beixiang, to the deposed crown prince, the eldest prince, and even his father, no one can let her be wronged. All those people in front of her can no longer appear in front of her, and if it weren't for the early warning given by the life choice simulation system, this brat could have taken all his money and ran overseas to establish a country because of his previous little test. Now, the people who tried to make her feel wronged have become the Beixiang envoys, and the 7th prince and his entourage. Beixiang. Chapter 317. Emperor Xuanwu pressed his eyebrows and realized that the heavenly Saint Empress, who would leave an extremely domineering mark in history by unifying the world with unprecedented and unparalleled achievements, was able to do this because this kid was so spoiled that he couldn't stand the slightest grievance. He was speechless, and even wanted to laugh at this reasonable, but absurd fact. So, reluctantly suppressing the lingering sense of absurdity in his heart, Emperor Xuanwu slowly said, "You mean, if the Beixiang delegation insists on using this as an excuse, you will go to war with Beixiang? Why not? There is a saying that goes, if there is something that cannot be solved, then just solve the person who caused it." Yuan Shu tilted his head and said seriously, "Beixiang is in a mess now anyway, so it's good for us to drink it while it's hot." Emperor Xuanwu? Although this is a bit strange, it sounds reasonable. Emperor Xuanwu was almost convinced. Shidu had already started thinking about who to send to lead the troops to fight this battle, but then he remembered something. Beixiang, wasn't that what Hu Yanmingchuan gave to Xiaowu after he got it? Why waste troops to fight it yourself when you can get it for free? Even if the treasury is not short of money, there is no need to waste it like this. Going to war after all? Just when Emperor Xuanwu was considering and preparing to persuade Yuan Shu to dispel her idea of going to war, Yuan Shu suddenly spoke again. But after thinking about it carefully, even if we are sure to win, once this war starts, there will always be soldiers who will sacrifice. There is no need for the men of Tiansheng to sacrifice their lives for such meaningless things. You are right. It just saved him a lot of words, and Emperor Xuanwu was somewhat relieved, for this matter. I think this matter can be completely handed over to Hu Yanmingchuan to solve. Yuan Shu clapped his hands. Anyway, the 7th prince is also Hu Yanmingchuan's mortal enemy. Emperor Xuanwu. Reasonable. After all, the disappearance of the 7th prince of Beixiang in the capital of Tiansheng is not a trivial matter, especially since the Beixiang delegation is trying to find Emperor Xuanwu and the princess of Tiansheng to ask for an explanation, so Hu Yanmingchuan naturally cannot be completely unaware of it. Without waiting for Yuan Shu to send him a message, Hu Yanmingchuan sent a letter to Yuan Shu first. The problem of the 7th prince will be handed over to him, on the condition that Yuanshu must give him another math book in advance. Yuanshu didn't even think about it, and immediately sent a linear algebra book over. Receive. Hu Yamingchuan, who had read the new math book, was indeed very capable. Yuanshu was just quietly dealing with memorials with Emperor Xuanwu in the imperial study room for another day. Before the sun set, someone hurriedly trotted to deliver news from outside the palace. Your Majesty, Your Highness, something happened at the post station where the Beixiong envoys were located. Another incident? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. Who is it this time? Your Majesty, it was Hu Yamingchuan, the 9th prince of Beixiong, who was assassinated. It is said that the attacker was also from their own Beixiong envoys. The guard who came to report hesitated for a moment, and then continued. The 9th prince of Beixiong was furious and killed everyone in the Beixiong envoys himself. Emperor Xuanwu? ? He turned his eyes away and silently asked Yuanshu with his eyes. Is this what you said about letting Hu Yamingchuan solve it? Yuanshu, She didn't know. Hu Yamingchuan didn't tell her that his solution was so simple and crude. He really deserves to be the villain boss in the original plot. Yuanshu touched his nose, pretending that he knew nothing, and asked Emperor Xuanwu innocently, Father, is this kind of thing considered his internal affairs? How should we deal with it? What else can we do? Emperor Xuanwu looked proud. No matter what the situation is, the 9th prince of Beixiong killed people in Tiansheng capital on the eve of the new year, which means he doesn't take Tiansheng seriously. I will naturally send a letter to Beixiong to ask the king of Beixiong what he wants to do. I understand. This means taking the opportunity to ask the king of Beixiong for compensation. However, given the nature of the king of Beixiong, the other party is likely to propose to hand over Hu Yamingchuan to them to do whatever they want to show their sincerity. Yuanshu blinked. What about Hu Yamingchuan? Should we send him back to his country? Send him back to his country? This idea sounds interesting, and it is indeed a good idea. As long as he lets Hu Yamingchuan return to Beixiong in advance, it will not be easy for the king of Beixiong to shirk responsibility, or even let Hu Yamingchuan pay with his life. The return of the evil dragon will inevitably cause chaos in Beixiong, and by then, Beixiong will be one step closer to becoming Tianqing's Beixiong prefecture. Send him back to his country? A good idea. Adopted. Emperor Xuanwu nodded slightly, and reminded Yuanshu of another question. The 7th prince has not been found yet. If he didn't find it, he didn't find it. Yuanshu curled his lips. There are only 3 possibilities. Either he secretly returned to Beixiong, and wanted to go from open to covert, and continue to compete with his brothers for the throne. If so, then he is not someone we need to care about. Or he knew that he would definitely fail after returning to Beixiong, so he simply decided to escape and hide his identity, just to survive. If this is the case, then there is no need to care about him. Yeah. A faint smile flashed across Emperor Xuanwu's eyes. He waved his hand, signaling the guard who came in to report to leave, and then asked, what about the 3rd possibility? The 3rd possibility is that he plans to unite with several other small countries to help him achieve his goal. He turned the feather pen in his hand over, and used the feather on the top to lightly sweep the things in front of him that he had not seen yet. After finishing the memorial, Yuanshu said casually, Our sending troops to the kingdom of Riya this time will certainly cause panic among the rulers and subjects of many small countries around. If the 7th prince can seize this opportunity, it is not impossible to persuade those small countries to help him. After all, among so many countries, only Beixiong is relatively strong and can once compete with Tiansheng. If the 7th prince promises that after he takes the throne, he can fight against Tiansheng together with these small countries, so that Tiansheng dare not easily attack any small country, the success rate should not be too low. I think the 7th prince is most likely to do so. You think this possibility is the greatest? Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Of course, he was not surprised that Yuanshu could think of these. It is normal for the princess, who he has personally taught for more than a year, to think of these. He was just surprised that Yuanshu had clearly thought of it, but she still looked indifferent. Chapter 318. Where does she get her confidence from? Is her confidence in Hu Yamingchuan or herself? Emperor Xuanwu was a little confused. After all, if the 7th prince really succeeded in his plan, Tiansheng would have to face the collective siege of Beixiong and 7 or 8 or 9 small countries. Xiaowu is not like him. He has known the final result of the civil strife in Beixiong and advanced through the life choice simulation system. What is her basis? Emperor Xuanwu glanced at her in confusion. You don't think that since the treasury is not short of money, you can fight this war casually and win it? I just think that the 7th prince is not very good. With Hu Yamingchuan, the villain boss, there, What waves can the seventh prince make? She didn't even remember that there was such a cannon fodder in the original plot. Yunshu shook her head and explained seriously. Those who are worried about being retaliated by us in the future are all small countries that have done similar things to the kingdom of Riya before. Because their own country is not enough. They are powerful, but they lack everything. They sent people disguised as pirates to come here to burn, kill and rob the unarmed ordinary people along the coast. What good can they be? The seventh prince negotiated cooperation with them. If he didn't do it well, it would be a dog-eat-dog fight. Perhaps we don't even need to do anything. He has been overwhelmed by the calculations of those small countries. Even so, Emperor Xuanwu was about to say that even so, he must not take it lightly. He still had to find a way to find the person first, and then send someone to secretly watch the seventh prince of Baixiang. It would be the safest. As a result, just as he started talking, the light curtain that had not appeared for a long time appeared again, with a familiar light effect. The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. A. You will handle this matter yourself. B. Let Yunshu handle this matter, but remind Yunshu not to take it lightly, and still send someone to keep an eye on the seventh prince of Baixiang. C. Say nothing and watch the development of the situation as a bystander. According to convention, choose a first. You chose A. The Dragon Shadow Guard started from the side of the small country delegation, and after a little effort, successfully found the seventh prince of Baixiang who had changed his appearance after disguising himself, and according to your instructions, destroyed the joint calculation between the seventh prince and several other small countries. What did he say? Sure enough, we can't take it lightly. Although I don't know how much benefit the seventh prince of Baixiang gave up to reach an agreement with those small countries, it is undoubtedly extremely unfavorable for Tiansheng to be surrounded by enemies. Emperor Xuanwu pointed to the second option with a slightly solemn look. You chose B. Yunshu listened to you and asked people to start from the side of the small country delegation. After a little effort, they successfully found the disguised Baixiang seventh prince and destroyed the joint calculation between the seventh prince and several other small countries. Emperor Xuanwu. ? So is there any difference between this option and A? It's just the difference of who gave the order? The life choice simulation system will not give such boring options. It seems that the focus this time is on the last option. Say nothing and watch the development of the situation as a bystander. After his eyes stayed on this line of words for a little longer, Emperor Xuanwu slowly clicked in. You chose C. Yunshu didn't think that the seventh prince of Baixiang could really make a big wave. Although she told her subordinates to continue to look for the seventh prince's traces, because she was not careful enough, the seventh prince still escaped with his disguised appearance, and after paying a huge price, he successfully won over the 7 small countries around Tiansheng. Half a year later, the 7 countries simultaneously declared war on Tiansheng. The war lasted for 3 months, and Tiansheng unified the 7 countries. Emperor Xuanwu. ? Is the last sentence written in Tiansheng language? The result of the 7 countries simultaneously declaring war on Tiansheng was that Tiansheng unified the 7 countries, and it only took 3 months? How is this possible? When did the soldiers of Tiansheng become so powerful? Or? His eyes fell on Yunshu hesitantly. Thinking of the achievements of this kid in unifying the world in the future, Emperor Xuanwu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Could it be that this kid did something again? Could she be a natural general who can use troops like a god? Emperor Xuanwu couldn't wait for the screen to jump to the second stage option. Please select the relevant future picture you want to see. Note, only one can be selected. A. The scene picture of the 7 princes of Baixiang persuading several other small countries. B. The scene picture of Yunshu having people destroy his plan. C. The picture of the last battle before unifying the 7 countries. Sure enough, I still want to watch it. The first one might let him know the conspiracy of the 7 princes in advance, so that he can prepare some countermeasures in advance. The second one is even more powerful, and it directly tells him the solution. But compared to that, Emperor Xuanwu is still more curious about how the Tiansheng battle was fought. Obviously, they were surrounded by the 7 countries, but they were able to show off their skills against the wind, come up with an extreme comeback, and directly unify the 7 countries. Emperor Xuanwu decisively chose the third option, and then in the light curtain, he saw his daughter wearing red light armor, riding on a tall horse with a sword in her hand. Emperor Xuanwu. Shock. Could he have guessed it right? Xiuwu is really a natural-born general. Father, why are you looking at me like that? Feeling a little uneasy at the strange look in Emperor Xuanwu's eyes, Yunshu silently took a half step back and said timidly, If you think I am wrong, you can. No need. Just kidding. If this made her change her mind, She would go and catch the 7th prince of Baixiang in advance and unify the 7 kingdoms, which would be a great achievement worthy of being recorded in history books. Isn't it going to be gone? This happened during his reign as Emperor Xuanwu, and it counts as his political achievement, although to be honest, he was also led by Xiaowu. But what does it matter? Just based on the 8 words during his reign, unified the 7 kingdoms. Most emperors in history are willing to fight for it, but they can hardly reach it in their lifetime. He doesn't care at all that he, the father, still has to rely on his daughter to lead him. The importance of these two things is not at the same level. No one can say no at this time. Not long ago, Emperor Xuanwu, who was still thinking about having to talk to Yunshu and let her not be blindly confident and pay a little more attention to the 7th prince, quickly changed his words. I will leave this matter to you. Chapter 319. Yes. Isn't it just the story of the cannon fodder prince, who didn't even deserve a name in the original plot? Father made it sound very serious. If you didn't know, you would think it was a big event that would go down in history. Yunshu didn't think much about it and agreed casually. A few days passed in a flash, and New Year's Eve was coming soon. However, on such a festive day, none of the foreign envoys who stayed in the capital could be happy. Needless to say, the envoys of the kingdom of Riya were about to be destroyed, and they had to bite the bullet and attend the enemy's New Year's Eve banquet. They didn't cry because they were timid. As for the envoys from other small countries, there was a dangerous signal of Tiansheng declaring war against Riya, and then there was the horrific incident of the annihilation of the Baixiang envoys. Their mental state these days is really stretched to the point of breaking. Although on the surface, the Baixiang envoys were killed by their own 9th prince, who doesn't know that before the Baixiang envoys were annihilated, they were asking Emperor Tiansheng and the Tiansheng princess for an explanation for the disappearance of the 7th prince, and the 9th prince of Baixiang is said to have a good relationship with the Tiansheng princess, and even taught at the Tiansheng Academy for a while at the request of the princess. Who would believe that there is no trick in the Baixiang envoys' affairs? Tiansheng is really getting more and more arrogant now, and it is clear that they don't take our country seriously. On the way to the banquet, the envoys of several small countries rarely had the opportunity to come together openly. Those who were quick-witted couldn't help but take this opportunity to whisper. Today, the unlucky ones are Riya and Baixiang, and who knows who will be in the future. Tiansheng has indeed become stronger and stronger in the past 2 years. Knowing clearly what the other party was saying at this moment, the eyes of another small country envoy flickered, and he whispered as if talking to himself. If Tiansheng really has some ambitions that it shouldn't have one day, I can't think of any country that can compete with it. The power of a single person is naturally weak, but when everyone adds fuel, the flames will rise. Also hearing the other party's implication, the envoy who spoke earlier chuckled. I heard that the 7th prince of Baixiang has not been found yet? Yes. The two looked at each other meaningfully. Isn't it true that he hasn't been found? In the past few days, the 7th prince has changed his face one after another, and appeared carefully around these small country envoys, trying to reach a cooperation with them. They didn't really want Baixiang now, but if they could divide Tiansheng in the future as the 7th prince said, that would be so desirable. In their minds, they dreamed of annexing Tiansheng and making the country bigger and stronger. A group of envoys from small countries entered the Linda Hall timidly, and after eating a hard-to-swallow meal in silence in the joyful atmosphere of the Tiansheng courtiers, the New Year's Eve banquet was finally over. Yunshu saw their cautiousness and said nothing, but took advantage of the holiday to work out some drawings. When Yunshu ran happily to the East Palace to play with Yunshu, he happened to see her writing and drawing something, and couldn't help but stretch his neck curiously. Fifth sister, what good things are you drawing? I'm trying to use the steam engine for steelmaking. The draft in front of her was a mess, and there were many terms that only she could understand. Yunshu didn't worry that Yunshu would accidentally leak this to the wrong person after understanding it. She picked up another piece of white paper and continued to write and draw quickly. Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't come today and would stay in Yahua Palace to accompany your mother? My father went to Yahua Palace today, and my mother doesn't need me to accompany her. Yunshu couldn't help but curled his lips as he said, besides, I dare not stay in front of my father for too long. What if my father finds a reason to find me again? I finally got some money. Yunshu also heard a lot about Yunshu's fines in the past 2 years. Hearing this, she couldn't help but chuckle. I remember you haven't been punished for a while, right? That's all because I'm smart enough to not get in the way of my father, and I won't stay even a little longer. Pinching his fingers and making a gesture that meant very, very little, Yunshu shook his head, with a face full of resentment. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Fifth sister, you just said you want to use a steam engine to make steel? If you use this, Can you make more steel faster? I think so. Mainly, I want to make better steel through this method. Yunshu responded, and casually chose one of the many reasons for drawing this drawing to get rid of Yunshu. I promise to give Yi a peerless sword when she wins the martial arts championship. But isn't she going to the battlefield with her father now? I thought it might be okay to send her there in advance. What kind of battlefield is that? Yunshu picked up Fu Fu, who happened to run into the study room at this time, and snorted sourly while petting the cat. At best, she is just joining in the fun. I don't believe she can really rush to the front to fight with others. Just because she didn't do it herself this time doesn't mean she won't do it in the future. Quickly drawing a few more lines, Yunshu said meaningfully, it's always better to be prepared. But fifth sister, you never gave me any special gift. Not realizing the other meaning in Yunshu's words, Yunshu was jealous. I am your brother. Never? The feather pen in Yunshu's hand paused for a moment, and after thinking carefully for a moment, he realized that he didn't seem to have given him any gift. There was a birthday gift, but that was something everyone around her would have on their birthdays, so it shouldn't be counted as specially. Yunshu pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes changed. Liang, do you want a toy? No, he is the same age as Sunyi. The fifth sister gave Sunyi a sword to kill enemies, but she wanted to give him a toy for little kids. He is already 11 years old. Yunshu opened his mouth, and was about to remind his fifth sister that he was no longer a 3-year-old kid. But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly made a 180-degree turn. What toy? This is his fifth sister. Everything that the fifth sister gave was the best. Chapter 320. The fifth sister specially gave it to me. Even if it was a toy, it would definitely not be an ordinary toy. Yunshu's expectations were immediately raised to the maximum. If it is worse than the sword you gave to Sunyi, I will not agree. Don't worry, you will definitely like toys more than swords. Yunshu raised his eyebrows. This kid was sent to practice martial arts by his father before. He squatted in horse stands for a cup of tea, and then cried and shouted that he wanted to find his mother, and refused to learn anything. How much can he like the sword? Even if he just likes to collect it, it will only be a 3-minute enthusiasm at best. Any interesting toy can instantly replace his love for the sword. Yunshu promised confidently, wait, I promise to give you the toy before I give Yi the sword. That's a deal. Yunshu's eyes lit up. I knew I was the fifth sister's favorite brother. Yunshu, Well, mainly because she only has one brother at the moment. Because she promised to give Yunshu a gift. After the 7-day holiday, Yunshu sent someone to send the drawings and the method of steam engine steelmaking to the Ministry of Industry for testing, and also sent the drawings of the small toys she wanted to give to Yunshu. She thought that she was just sending the drawings under the banner of small toys, and it would not be taken seriously at first. As a result, that afternoon, she heard the news that Yi Qingdan asked for a meeting in the Imperial Study. You just said that Yi Qingdan wanted to see the princess instead of me? After hearing the news from Li Dihai, Emperor Xuanwu's first reaction was to wonder if his kid had done something behind his back. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at Yunshu. What did you do again? I didn't do anything. Yunshu raised his head innocently. I just sent a blueprint to the Ministry of Industry, asking them to see if they can use steam engines to make steel. Steel making with steam engines? Emperor Xuanwu didn't understand why steam engines could make steel, but he had seen the power of the steam engine car. Now when he heard the word steam engine, he felt that it must be another amazing thing, and his expression was also brightened. Let Yi Qing come in. Yes. Li Dihai bowed and retreated. Not long after, he saw Yi Qingdan, who was dressed in a green official robe. His appearance and dress were obviously the same as before, but his temperament had begun to undergo some subtle changes, as if Yi Qingdan, who had changed from a standard classic liberal arts student to a classic science student, came in from outside with a slightly hurried step, and respectfully saluted the two. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the Princess. No need to be polite. Emperor Xuanwu. At this moment, he was still thinking about asking Yi Qingdan to ask whatever he wanted to ask, so that he could listen and understand the power of steam engine steelmaking. He quickly raised his hand to signal him to get up. I heard that you came here today to find the princess. Your Majesty, I do have some questions about the small train, and want to ask Your Highness the Princess. Small train? Isn't it steam engine steelmaking? What is this small train? A vehicle that runs on fire? Can people sit on it? The Emperor Xuanwu was stunned and turned his head to ask Yunshu again. Didn't you say that you only gave a drawing of steam engine steelmaking? The main thing is indeed just a blueprint for steam engine steelmaking. Yunshu explained seriously. The small train blueprint given by your son is just a small gift for your sixth brother. This is not a small gift. Yi Qingdan couldn't help but interrupt when he heard this. I have been thinking about the blueprint for a long time today. I always feel that if it is made bigger, it can even escort military rations to any place in Tianshan at the fastest speed, and it will basically not cause any food loss. What? Emperor Xuanwu was even more shocked. What does it mean to be able to transport military rations quickly? When the treasury is not short of money and food, this means that the soldiers fighting on the front line no longer have to worry about the most important food and other military supplies during the war. The most important thing is that Yi Qingdan actually said that this method of transportation will not cause any food loss. You know, when escorting food, you need to consider whether the food will be robbed halfway, so this escort must be accompanied by a lot of escorts. These people have to eat along the way. During the long transportation, some of the food may be accidentally spilled, or it may get moldy and inedible due to bad weather and heavy rain. Adding up all the losses, it is very good if 60% to 70% of the food left when it is finally delivered to the front line, if there is no loss. Emperor Xuanwu can't sit still now. He wants to go over and hold Yunshu's shoulders, and shake her hard to shake out all the things in her mind so that he can figure it out immediately. What on earth did you give that kid Lao Lu? It's really a small gift. Yunshu stretched out his hand and gestured the size of a bathtub. The carriage is about this size, divided into 2 parts, just enough for the 6th prince and his study partner to sit in one part each and play. This is what I want to talk about when I came to the palace this time. Yi Qingdan quickly replied, in my opinion, this carriage can be made bigger, more numerous and longer. Wait, divided into 2 parts? Emperor Xuanwu had never seen the blueprints, and he was a little confused at this moment. This car is divided into 2 parts, how to control the latter part? Depend on the track. Yunshu answered without hesitation. Pave the route that the train will pass in advance, and then let the train only travel on this track. In this way, no matter how many carriages are behind, it will not deviate. It will only move steadily on the fixed route if it is not on the predetermined track. Do we have to pave a road specifically for this car? Will the cost be too high? The eagerness in Emperor Xuanwu's eyes faded a little. If we want to use this so-called small train to transport military supplies to the border, don't we have to pave a road from the capital first? This flexibility and freedom is not as good as a steam car. Even if there may be wars everywhere in the future, so what? It can be finished in 3 months, and the road may not be paved before the war is over, when peace comes. What's the use of the train that goes directly to the border? Isn't this a waste of money? No wonder Xiaowu only gave this thing to Lao as a toy. I guess she also thought of this, right? Chapter 321. In fact, it can be used for more than just transporting military supplies. Seeing that Emperor Xuanwu's words implied that there was no need to lay tracks, Yi Qingdan became anxious. It can also transport troops directly. If more tracks are set up at the same time, it can even achieve the effect of deploying troops at any time. It is indeed good to be able to quickly deploy troops, but as I said, the cost of laying tracks is too high, and in the end it can't be used many times. It is really not cost-effective. Emperor Xuanwu shook his head, and was not optimistic about this. Actually, there are ways to use it multiple times. Yunshu propped up his chin and said something that attracted the attention of the other 2 people present. When the army doesn't need it, it can be used by ordinary people. We can set up stations along the track, and let the people choose which station they want to get on and get off, and charge different fees according to the length of the journey. Your Highness is right. Yi Qingdan's eyes lit up, and then he thought of another problem. But if the price is too expensive, ordinary people may not be able to afford it. It doesn't have to be too expensive. Yunshu said casually, for example, if someone wants to go from the capital to Suzhou, a total of more than 2,000 miles, renting a carriage is too expensive for ordinary people, so don't consider it for now. Let's talk about walking. Even a strong man in his prime will have to walk for more than a month, right? His food and accommodation in this month, even if calculated at the cheapest price, add up to 2 taels of silver. Not too much, right? Then my train takes only 1 or 2 days from the capital to Suzhou, and the price is set at 2.5 taels of silver per person. Do you think those people are willing to take it? Except for some people who really save money, the rest should be willing to take it. Yi Qingdan suddenly realized, after all, if you walk so far, you have to worry about encountering bandits on the road or encountering heavy rain. If you are lucky, you may just lose more money, but if you are unlucky, you may not even save your life. Just spending a little more silver can save a lot of time and energy, and the most important thing is to ensure safety. Even the little extra silver can be earned back in the saved time. I think there will definitely be a lot of people willing to choose the train. Yi Qingdan became more and more excited as he spoke, but just following this line of thought, he soon thought of the next question. But if a merchant brings a large amount of goods on the train, do we have to charge more separately? It can be calculated according to the specific space occupied by the goods or the weight. Yuanshu nodded slightly and said, merchants are richer than ordinary people, so the price of transporting goods can be slightly increased. Your Highness is right. Emperor Xuanwu, After nodding for a long time, he suddenly came to his senses. Why do I feel that you have already thought about these things? Didn't you say that you would just give that kid Lao Lu a small gift? You really didn't use this as an excuse to deliberately bring this up? Emperor Xuanwu, who felt as if he had fallen into a trap without knowing it, looked at Yuanshu and narrowed his eyes. Giving gifts is fake, and you really want to lay tracks and open trains in Tiansheng, right? Father is wise. Yuanshu admitted with a smile. As expected, nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Stop flattering me. Emperor Xuanwu glared at him unhappily. Why don't you just say it directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush? Isn't this convenient? Yuanshu touched his nose. He didn't seem to feel guilty after being exposed. He was timid for a reason. The main reason is that the treasury has had large expenditures in the past 2 years, and almost all of them were asked for by your son. Now, except for the time when commercial taxes are collected at the end of the year, Minister Yan runs away when he sees your son. People who don't know him would think that your son is a fierce and evil person. Your son is thin-skinned, and sometimes you don't want to do such embarrassing things. Emperor Xuanwu, ? What did she just say? Who is thin-skinned? She? I feel like I heard the best joke of the year. Emperor Xuanwu sneered. You mean I am thick-skinned? I never said that. Yuanshu looked innocent. Father, please don't misinterpret my meaning. I just think that you are the emperor after all. If you speak, it will definitely be more effective than me. Heh! Emperor Xuanwu snorted again, showing that he was very unhappy, but when he spoke, he still fulfilled Yuanshu's wish. He directly bypassed her and ordered Yiqing'an. Didn't you say that the blueprint given to you by the princess is just a gift for the sixth brother? You should make this gift first, and see if it can be done. After confirming that it can be done, you can calculate how much money is needed to lay railways and build trains, how to charge people if you want to, and how long it will take to get your money back. Then write a memorial and submit it. Yes. Yiqing'an achieved his goal, and quickly left the imperial study. After he left, he remembered that there was still something he hadn't asked Emperor Xuanwu about steam engine steelmaking. Never mind. Let's just ask Xiaowu about this matter. Although Yiqing'an was thinking about making that set of small train toys as soon as possible, steam engine steelmaking is the top priority now. Including laying train tracks in the future and making trains that can carry thousands of people, they all need a lot of steel support. Almost all the people who can spare their hands in the Ministry of Industry now, except for a small number of people who were assigned to make glass. The rest were all transferred to work with Zheng Qiaozhan on the method of steam engine steelmaking. Yiqing'an had no choice but to find a few carpenters to tinker with him for at least 3 months before he finally made this set of small toys. During this period, since the track was laid from Yahua Palace, Yuanshu would go to supervise the work almost every day. His curiosity had already reached its peak. After much difficulty, he finally waited for the gift to be completed. It happened that he had a day off that day. Yuanshu got up excitedly early in the morning, changed his clothes, and waited for Yiqing'an to show him what kind of mysterious gift his fifth sister had given him. At the same time, in Xianjing Hall, Emperor Xuanwu, who had just finished discussing a political matter with the ministers during the morning court, suddenly stood up and said, I am a little tired of discussing these boring things all day long. Now that the flowers in the imperial garden are in full bloom, why don't you all go out with me for a walk? Chapter 322. The Emperor Xuanwu, who had always been diligent in his work, suddenly said that he felt a little tired of dealing with these boring political affairs, and asked the court officials to accompany him to take a walk in the imperial garden halfway through the morning court session. What happened to His Majesty? The court officials, who had never encountered such a situation, were a little confused for a moment. But they did not dare to ask directly, Your Majesty, are you out of your mind? They could only look at each other, and agree in confusion. A group of people dressed in court robes followed Emperor Xuanwu, and walked towards the imperial garden in a mighty procession. General Wei Yuan, who was used to being straightforward, saw Yuanshu with his hands in his pockets, looking calm and not surprised at all. He couldn't help but walk a few steps faster, rubbed against Yuanshu, and asked in a low voice, Your Highness, do you know why the Emperor is so abnormal today? Abnormal? Yuanshu glanced at him slowly. What's abnormal? General Wei Yuan, ? The pair of bull eyes suddenly bulged like copper bells, and General Wei Yuan was a little anxious. Eyes? What's not abnormal? Your Highness, don't play dumb. When has His Majesty ever taken people out to visit the Imperial Garden during the morning court? This is not like His Majesty's usual style at all. Yes, it is indeed not like Father's usual style. Yuan Shu nodded and agreed. Then do you think that Father's unusual behavior, but he didn't say anything, is to let me secretly expose his plan behind his back and tell you what he wants to do? General Wei Yuan, The ministers who were eavesdropping nearby, The princess' words made sense. But did this mean that their guess was right, that His Majesty was not simply taking them to the Imperial Garden to relax, but had some other purpose? A group of people nervously followed Emperor Xuanwu and slowly walked to the Imperial Garden, still wondering what His Majesty was going to do. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke rose in front of them, followed by a humming sound mixed with clanging noises, coming towards them from far away. What is that? General Wei Yuan was startled and took 2 steps forward reflexively, thinking that if anything happened, he would be able to protect the Emperor as soon as possible. As a result, this step made him see the strange thing in front of him. It was a bit similar to the steam car that His Majesty had tinkered with before, but it was not that similar. And the person sitting in the simple half-box with 2 or 4 wheels at the back seems to be the 6th prince? Clang, 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 clang. The simple wooden train came out of the flowers at a relatively slow speed and stopped steadily less than 10 feet away from Emperor Xuanwu. Yi Qing'an, who was sitting in the front and driving the train himself, walked down from the driver's seat calmly. Your Majesty, and Your Majesty the Princess. Father. Yuan Chuan, who was sitting in the back, also saw Emperor Xuanwu and his group at this time. He was afraid that if he was a little slow, he would lose tens of thousands of taels again. He hurriedly ran down to salute. Your son greets you, Father. Get up. Emperor Xuanwu nodded lightly. Although he had heard about this small train a few months ago, this was also the first time he saw it. Emperor Xuanwu turned his eyes curiously and looked at the train for a few more times. Is this the gift that the princess gave to the 6th son? Replying to Father, this is indeed a gift from the 5th sister to me. Yuan Chuan emphasized the words given to me because he was afraid that his father would not find him enough silver, and now he has set his eyes on his train. He looked at Emperor Xuanwu with a bit of vigilance and kept emphasizing. The 5th sister said that this train was specially made for me, including the small carriage at the back, and only me of my age can sit in it. I see. Not caring about Yuan Chuan's little thoughts at all, Emperor Xuanwu nodded perfunctorily and looked at Yi Qing'an. I heard that this thing was made by Yi Qing? Your Majesty, this little train was indeed made by me and my team, but the drawings were all made by Her Royal Highness the Princess. As Yi Qing'an spoke, he took out the memorial he had prepared long ago from his sleeve pocket and presented it to Emperor Xuanwu with both hands. Your Majesty, while I was making this little train, I found that it could actually be made bigger and longer, and it could even be possible to move an army from the south of Tianshan to the north of Tianshan within 3 days. What? This thing can also transport troops? General Wei Yuan, who was originally just looking at the little train with some curiosity, became excited when he heard this. If it weren't for the difference between the monarch and the minister, I'm afraid he would have snatched the memorial from Emperor Xuanwu's hand and read it himself first. Unfortunately, it was impossible to rob it. Fortunately, there was Yi Qing'an who confirmed his question. It can not only transport troops, but also military supplies and other kinds of goods. I have calculated before that if there is no war, the people or merchants of Tianshan can pay to ride this train by charging train tickets, and the net income of a single train can reach nearly 1 million taels of silver in a year according to the different levels of fees such as ordinary seats, luxury seats, and even luxury compartments. A train can earn 1 million taels of silver a year? Is it true? At this moment, Minister Yan's radar also moved. He could not wait to push aside the 2 officials in front of him, and came forward excitedly. If we build a few more trains, wouldn't it be possible to easily earn tens of millions of taels a year? Yes. Yi Qing'an nodded slightly. If the speed of this train can be further improved in the future, perhaps its income will be even higher. Higher is better. Although the income of tens of millions of taels a year is not too much compared with commercial taxes, how could he, the Minister of Revenue, complain about too much money? Besides, you have to know that before the emergence of commercial taxes, the annual income of the national treasury was only more than 50 million taels. This is 1/5 of the previous income of the national treasury. How can people not be excited? Minister Yin cracked his mouth, and he was about to smile like a chrysanthemum again. Emperor Xuanwu, who had finished reading the memorial next to him, suddenly raised his eyebrows. Your memorial says that it will take at least 70 million taels of silver to lay 5 tracks and build 5 trains in Tianshan? Chapter 323. Yi Qing'an lowered his eyes and calmly replied, yes. Minister Yan's smile froze on his face. Shock. Hurry up. He needs someone to pinch his philtrum. He said it was such a good thing. Why did His Majesty, and this Yiqing Gan, oh, and the Princess Royal, go through so much trouble, and bring everyone out to see the effect first, and then explain the advantages of this thing one by one in front of everyone's surprise? It's not known whether there will be 10 million a year, and the 70 million must be spent first. Minister Yan covered his chest and took 2 deep breaths. Just as he was about to say something, Emperor Xuanwu, who had already finished reading the memorial, suddenly closed the memorial at his hand and nodded in agreement. Yes, this railway can indeed be repaired. Your Majesty. Minister Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and he was about to argue for the huge sum of 70 million taels. In the distance, a guard was running from afar. Your Majesty, General Wei Hai is rushing 800 miles. General Wei Hai, the son of Marquis Wen, isn't that the battle report from the Kingdom of Riya? The battle report of 800 miles is naturally much more important than talking about laying railroad tracks. Even if Minister Yan felt sorry for the 70 million taels of silver, he could only shut up and wait for the guard to come closer. Your Majesty, General Wei Hai sent an urgent report from 800 miles away. Our army won a great victory in the battle against Riya. Now Riya has been destroyed. General Wei Hai drove all the more than 1 million Riya islanders to mine. Now 3 large silver mines and 1 large gold mine have been dug out. Good. Emperor Xuanwu was very pleased. Minister Yan, who had a heart attack because of the 70 million taels of silver, seemed to have encountered a medical miracle. He felt refreshed and comfortable everywhere. The excitement seemed to be even greater than that of Emperor Xuanwu. How are the mines being mined now? How much have been dug out? This. The guard looked up hesitantly at Emperor Xuanwu, and seeing that the latter had no intention of stopping him, he lowered his eyes and replied, when I brought the letter back, those mineral veins had just been dug out. I don't know how much has been mined now. I don't know. Minister Yan regretted for a moment, and suddenly remembered something. He turned around and looked at Yunshu eagerly. I remember that it was the fairy who told you about the mineral veins in the country of Liao in your dream. Now that the gold and silver veins have really been confirmed, I wonder if your highness still remembers whether the fairy in the dream told you how much gold and silver can be dug out of the mineral veins in Liao. Lord Yin is really humorous. Yunshu was speechless and laughed. It is not easy to dream of gold and silver veins. How can you even dream of the exact amount? Your highness is right. It's a pity. It would be great if there was a specific amount. This way he would know whether the treasury should be expanded. Here, Minister Yin was still happy about the news of the gold and silver veins. The loud voice of General Wei Yuan suddenly sounded. This gold and silver vein came at a great time. It just so happens that we need to build a railway. It costs a lot of money to build a train. A large vein fell from the sky here. Doesn't this mean that even God hopes that we can build the railway? Minister Yin, The issue of 7,000 taels of silver was brought up again. At the same time, Emperor Xuanwu happily opened the 800-mile urgent report handed over by the guard. The content above is actually similar to what the guard just reported, but it is written in more detail by the son of Wen Ho. In addition, the Marquis of Wen asked an extra question at the end of the report, wanting to know how to deal with the 1 million islanders of the Riya kingdom after they finish mining. What can be done with the people of the defeated country? Those who are willing to surrender will naturally become the people of Tiansheng, and those who are unwilling to surrender will be killed or sent to other places to continue to work as laborers depending on the situation. What is there to discuss? Although his kid had been shouting that the people of Riya were not good people before, he might as well let Riya be destroyed. But destroying a country doesn't mean that all the people will be destroyed, right? That would take a very cruel king to do. Emperor Xuanwu closed the report in his hand without much care, and was thinking about writing a letter to the Marquis of Wen after returning to the imperial study today. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved his hand, a light curtain suddenly popped out again. The sim selection system is at your service. Please choose the decision you want to make next. A. Tell Tsin phone to turn the islanders of Riya who voluntarily surrender into the people of Tiansheng, and those who are unwilling to surrender will be killed or severely punished according to the situation. B. Let all the people of Riya go somewhere else and not get in the way of Tiansheng's territory. C. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill all. The sim selection system actually gave such an option. Emperor Xuanwu took a deep breath. Even though the sim selection system would not show the light screen for no reason, it popped up such an option, which was really shocking. That's more than 1 million people, so many lives. Why? With a full heart of confusion, Emperor Xuanwu first tried to choose the first option. You chose A. Most of the islanders of Riya chose to surrender. However, even if they were assimilated into the people of Tiansheng, some bad habits flowing in their blood and engraved in their bones could not be eradicated. After the initial appearance of pretending to be good, for a long time in the future, because of the participation of these Riya people, various incidents that were not conducive to the stability of Tiansheng often occurred among the people of Tiansheng. Some of these incidents may not be serious, but they are perverted enough. Emperor Xuanwu? He understood the previous words, but what did the last sentence mean? Perverted? Emperor Xuanwu thought about it seriously, but he didn't understand it, so he was too lazy to think about it. What does pervert mean? He just needs to know that Tiansheng cannot take in these Riya people. Let's take a look at the second option. You chose B. Since the Riya people have learned a lot of useful things from Tiansheng in history, their strength should not be underestimated compared to some particularly backward places. After more than 1 million people from Riya were driven out of Tiansheng, they spent about a year to find a very vast land. They forced the people who originally lived on that land to become their slaves, killing them at will, and soon completely occupied the land and re-established the Great Y Empire. Chapter 324. What the hell? The Great Japanese Empire? Emperor Xuanwu was almost laughing at these words. What was the reason for Tiansheng to send troops to Riya? Riya had been sending people to pretend to be pirates and burn, kill and plunder along the coast of Tiansheng all year round. Now that his Tiansheng soldiers had finally crossed the ocean and defeated the enemy, could it be that they were just to occupy the tiny place of Riya so that they could drive the people of Riya to other places where Tiansheng could not see them, and continue to act tyrannically? They had a beautiful idea. Emperor Xuanwu looked gloomy, hesitated for a long time, and finally clicked on the last option. You choose C. The people of Riya, along with Riya, completely disappeared in the long river of history. Because of your thunderous means, the surrounding small countries had another reason to conquer the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of heaven when they jointly went to war. Perhaps in this era, your choice is indeed a bit too cruel, and even people in later generations will never know how clear your decision is. But judging from what happened in another time and space, you are guilty in this life, but your merits and demerits will be passed down for generations. You are guilty in this life, but your merits and demerits will be passed down for generations. Emperor Xuanwu stared at these words, as well as the sentence another time and space in front of him, and for a long time, he didn't remember to click the close button. Finally, probably because the longest time limit was up, the light screen automatically flashed and entered the second stage. Please select the relevant future map you want to see. Note, only one can be selected. A. The map of the people of Riya making trouble after they became the people of Tiansheng. B. The map of the people of Riya showing off their power after they occupied the New World. C. The map of netizens in the future commenting on the evil deeds of Riya in another time and space, where you did not obtain the life selection simulation system, and Yunshu's fate did not change. Netizens. See netizens again. If it were any other time, Emperor Xuanwu might not choose the third option. After all, the word netizen has left him with the only impression of being unreliable. But now, he really wants to know, if he had not obtained the life choice simulation system, Xiaowu would not have grown up to be a princess, or even the future Tiansheng empress. What would the future of Tiansheng dynasty look like? What kind of evil did the people of Riya do in the future Tiansheng under that situation, so that the life choice simulation system even thought that killing millions of people in Riya was a great thing for him to do in the present, and to make a great contribution to the future? Emperor Xuanwu took a deep breath and slowly clicked on the third option. The next moment, a ridiculously long screenshot of the comment area began to scroll slowly from top to bottom. A long paragraph of pictures, with occasional comments detailing the crimes of Riya, but short. In just a few breaths, Emperor Xuanwu's eyes turned red. They are all his descendants. If he hadn't been lucky enough to get the life choice simulation system, if Xiao's fate hadn't changed. Riya, a mere Riya, how dare they do that? An unbearable sour depression and raging anger filled his chest, and Emperor Xuanwu's right hand, which was holding the report, kept tightening, and tightening again. Bang! The anger that had nowhere to vent finally turned into a punch that suddenly hit the tree trunk. Minister Yan, who was still arguing with General Wei Yuan and Yi Qing'an about the 70 million, suddenly became quiet and turned his head in horror to look at Emperor Xuanwu. What happened? What happened? Who can tell him what happened? He just felt sorry for the money. After all, it was 70 million. He had been doing this for so many years. Why did His Majesty get so angry today? Is it too late for him to say he is willing to pay now? Isn't it just 70 million? The National Treasury can afford it now. Father. Yuan Shu, who had been paying attention to Minister Yin and the others, and had not paid much attention to Emperor Xuanwu, turned around and saw blood dripping from the right cuff of Emperor Xuanwu's sleeve. Her expression changed slightly. He asked in a worried voice, "Should we call the imperial physician?" Imperial physician? The others' faces changed when they heard this, and they noticed that Emperor Xuanwu's punch just now seemed to have cut his hand, and they bowed their heads quickly. "I hope your majesty will take care of your health. It's just a minor injury. It's nothing to worry about. It's just a scratch on the skin. What's the big deal? In another time and space, the blood debt of the people in the future of Tiansheng is what he should care about most at this moment. The life choice simulation system is right. Being kind to the people of Liao is cruel to them. Letting these people completely disappear in the long river of history is a sin in the present, but a merit in the future. Don't tell him that there may be good people among those Riya people. He would rather kill them by mistake than let them go. Who knows what kind of rotten melons and jujubes the descendants of those good people will be, if he said that because of his achievements before. Maybe no one in the future would ever know about it, and the history books would even leave him with a cruel evaluation." And he was still a little hesitant. Then after seeing this screenshot, Emperor Xuanwu had made up his mind to not leave any of them alive. But if he said this directly, it would definitely attract opposition from almost everyone. So Emperor Xuanwu simply didn't plan to say it. He glanced at everyone present with his eyes that had not completely faded, and after saying that he was leaving the court, he went straight to the imperial study without looking back. Chapter 325. Emperor Xuanwu suddenly left in a rage. The officials present thought for a long time, but could not think of any other reasons. Finally, they all agreed that it was entirely because Minister Yin was unwilling to pay the 70 million taels of silver. For a moment, everyone looked at Minister Yin with a bit of blame and disapproval. "Master Yin, why are you so stubborn? Master Yi has already said that once the train is opened, it will bring in 10 million taels of silver every year. In 7 years at most, the money invested will be returned. So why are you reluctant to give it up?" "That's right. How great is the railway, Master Yin? Don't you understand? Let's not talk about anything else. Just think about it. If we fight with others one day, no matter what tactics or strategies the other side has, our reinforcements will arrive as soon as we say, and we will fight wherever we point. Isn't this invincible? You don't agree with this? What are you thinking? Master Yen, Hey! You said you were so stingy before, but now the National Treasury doesn't need the 70 million. You paid the tens of millions of taels that Tiansheng College had before. Why are you still so stubborn about the 70 million that benefits the country and the people? Yuan Shu, ? If you want to talk to Minister Yin, just talk nicely. Why do you have to bring up her Tiansheng College? Yuan Shu, who didn't like to hear this, turned around and was about to leave. Minister Yin, who had been surrounded and criticized, took a step forward and blocked her way. Your Highness, please stay. Does Lord Yin have anything else to say? Yuan Shu raised her eyebrows, and saw the latter with a bitter face, cautiously probing, that. If your Highness wants to go to the imperial study to see His Majesty, can you say a few good words for this old minister? I was used to saving money in the past, and it was a little hard for me to accept the 70 million taels of silver for a while, but now I have figured it out. It was indeed my fault. I hope your Majesty can take care of your health. Okay. If your Majesty is unwilling, I will. What? I didn't expect Yuan Shu to agree so readily. Minister Yin had already thought of the words to be rejected. After a little delay in reacting, his expression was still a little dull. Your Highness agreed? Master Yin, do you not want me to agree? Yuan Shu was easy to talk to, then. Thank you, Your Highness. Fearing that Yuan Shu would regret it again, Minister Yin quickly showed a flattering smile. Your Highness is really kind-hearted. Stop flattering me. If you really think she is so good, you should give her money without saying anything when she asks for it. It is useless to say nice things, but not be stingy in actual actions. Yuan Shu snorted lightly, not wanting to listen to his flattery, and walked away directly. I just don't want my father to be really angry with you. Yes, it's all my fault. Walking all the way from the imperial garden to the imperial study, when Yuan Shu arrived, the secret letter of Emperor Xuanwu, which ordered the killing of all the people of Riya without leaving a single one, had been personally taken by the Dragon Shadow Guard to be sent to Riya. Perhaps it was because the secret letter had been sent out that Emperor Xuanwu finally seemed to be much calmer at this moment. Seeing Yuan Shu staring at his hands as soon as he entered the door, he even picked up the handkerchief and wiped it slowly. What are you looking at? Look at your hand that just hit a tree. Yuan Shu was not polite at all. I actually called the imperial physician on the way here. He is waiting outside now. Why don't you let him come in and give me some medicine? Emperor Xuanwu, What do you mean by just hit a tree? Although this is the truth, it sounds so awkward. Throwing the handkerchief aside in annoyance, Emperor Xuanwu snorted, "Call!" Outside, the imperial physician Chen received the summons, and hurriedly carried the medicine box into the imperial study. Carefully holding out the injured hand of Emperor Xuanwu, he was immediately shocked. "Your Majesty, you really punched hard." Some of the wood chips and thorns on the tree trunk had pierced into the flesh. "How angry must he be? If he hurts your Majesty again when treating the wound, will your Majesty take it out on him?" The imperial physician Chen trembled as he took out the tweezers from the medicine box and passed them over the fire. It was just the time to remove a few small wood thorns, but he was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanwu didn't even say a word from beginning to end, not to mention being angry, and he even took a memorial in his other hand and started reading it. Dr. Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and asked someone to get some clean water to rinse the wound after removing the wood chips and wood splinters. After drying it, he was about to apply the external wound ointment when he heard the princess, who had been watching quietly for a long time, suddenly say, "Wait a minute. Princess, princess?" Dr. Chen, who was already a little nervous, trembled with his hand holding the ointment and almost knocked over the medicine box. Even Emperor Xuanwu raised his head and looked at Yunshu in confusion. "What's wrong?" "I'm just curious." Yunshu pointed to the hand of Emperor Xuanwu that hadn't been medicated yet, and asked Dr. Chen the second half of the sentence. "So you just apply the medicine directly, without the step of disinfecting the wound?" Disinfection of the wound? Hearing a word he had never heard of before, Dr. Chen was stunned for a moment, and stammered to explain, your Majesty is not poisoned." "That's not what I meant. Disinfection means similar to the way you put the tweezers on the fire before, which is actually a simple disinfection method." Yunshu tapped his forehead lightly. "I was negligent. When Tiansheng College was opened, I was busy with other things. I handed the medical profession to you doctors, and the people in your imperial hospital, and then I didn't take care of it. I even forgot to talk about the importance of disinfection. How about this later? Don't look back." Emperor Xuanwu was listening seriously. He hadn't figured out what disinfection was, and why Xiaowu took it so seriously. She was going to talk to Dr. Chen in detail later. Emperor Xuanwu couldn't help but interrupt her. "Just say it here. It's a good opportunity for me to listen too. Why does this wound need to be disinfected?" "Okay." Emperor Xuanwu didn't mind her saying these things and delaying his review of memorials, so what else should she care about? Yunshu readily began to briefly explain. In fact, disinfection is mainly to prevent wound infection and inflammation. Since Dr. Chen is an imperial physician, he must have seen many cases where wounds were not treated properly, and then festering and inflammation, and it has been difficult to heal, right? Your Highness is right. Dr. Chen nodded repeatedly. Generally, small wounds are okay, but the deeper the wound, the greater the possibility of this happening. Chapter 326. Especially the wounded soldiers on the battlefield. Dr. Chen was a military doctor for a period of time when he was young. Now he still looks deeply touched. The battlefield environment is bad. Many wounded soldiers have to have their legs or arms amputated because their wounds have not healed for a long time, festering, rotting, and even endangering their lives. They become disabled. Those with less luck may even die. This is mostly because of the lack of disinfection. Yunshu explained seriously. "I have read in a medical book before that in this world, in addition to the dirt we can see with our naked eyes, there are actually many dirt we can't see. And these invisible dirt are likely to cause wound infection. The culprit. But if you can't even see it, how can you get rid of it? Use strong liquor." "Strong liquor?" This time, the person who answered the question became Emperor Xuanwu. "You mean, the kind of strong liquor we usually drink? That's just the beginning?" Yunshu shook his head repeatedly. "The book says that this wine must go through a special treatment called distillation to purify the strength." Distillation? This time, a new word popped up, and Dr. Chen was confused and had to bravely ask, "I wonder if the medical book that your Highness mentioned can be borrowed for your reference?" Yunshu, This request is brilliant. I read it in a book before. This excuse has been used countless times in front of Emperor Xuanwu, but she couldn't produce the book every time. Why not? This time, just use the villa space to customize a worn-out medical book for modern times? This can make her nonsense about reading books a little more credible, and secondly, it can also pass on some modern medical knowledge to the doctors of Tiansheng through this children's medical book. It's a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Yunshu thought so, and simply nodded. "Okay, but I read this book a few years ago when I was free. I don't remember where I put it after reading it. Maybe I have to look for it after I go back. After I find it, I will have someone send it to you." "Thank you, Your Highness." This invisible dirty stuff, disinfection, distillation, these are all things that Dr. Chen has never heard of before. When he thought that he would be able to read a medical book that might teach him a lot of new things in a few days, Dr. Chen was so happy that he almost wanted to dance with joy. Fortunately, he still remembered where this was. After thanking him excitedly, he couldn't wait to ask, I wonder if the distillation. This seems to require some special equipment. Yunshu thought for a while. I remember that the book also drew a picture. After I find the book, I will ask the Ministry of Industry to make one to see the effect first. Yes. Although it is a pity that I can't know the distillation steps now, there is nothing I can do about it. Dr. Chen lowered his eyes and saw the wounded hand of Emperor Xuanwu that had not been treated with medicine. He immediately came back to his senses and picked up the medicine bottle awkwardly. Then your majesty's wound. There is no strong liquor to disinfect it now. Yunshu leaned over to take a look and felt that although the wound looked terrible, it was actually not serious, so he could only suggest with a guilty conscience, why not just do it like this? Dr. Chen, Emperor Xuanwu, So after leaving him alone for so long, he had to apply the medicine like this? Then why did she interrupt him in the first place? He let Dr. Chen apply the medicine on his hand and bandaged it simply. Until Dr. Chen left, Emperor Xuanwu casually said, the books you read before were quite diverse. Travel notes, and the like were fine, it was normal to read them to kill time. But she even read the medical book? Yes, it's a bit miscellaneous. Yunshu's heart trembled, and he was shocked that Emperor Xuanwu was indeed suspicious. He sat down in his seat with a smile. Isn't my son bored at that time? As long as there is a book at hand, I basically flipped through a few pages. Many of the contents in the medical book are quite easy to understand, and like invisible dirt, I have never heard of it. I think it's amazing, so I naturally read it a few more times. Yeah. It sounds barely acceptable. Emperor Xuanwu stared at Yunshu thoughtfully for a while, and suddenly said calmly, in the report sent back by General Weihai today, he also asked me what to do with the people of Riya after they finish mining. What do you think, Xiaowu? What does she think? To be honest, if she was free, she really wanted to kill all those people, but how to say this? There are so many people, and they are all killed for no reason. How can this be justified without any reason? Originally, Emperor Xuanwu seemed to have some doubts about her various strange ideas. But she was not happy to let those Riya people become citizens of Tiansheng. Why? Let alone the blood debts that Yang country had experienced in her era. Just talking about Tiansheng, how many innocent people died at the hands of those Riya people disguised as pirates in the past few hundred years? Seeing that Tiansheng is getting better and better now, these Riya people suddenly have Tiansheng nationality by losing the war, and can come to Tiansheng to enjoy life? She worked hard to make Tiansheng better. And then let the Riya people enjoy life? Go to hell. This scene is really infuriating to think about. No matter what, if you doubt it, just doubt it. If it doesn't work, just say that she may really be the reincarnation of a fairy, and her dreams are always extraordinary. Yunshu prepared herself mentally, then raised her eyes, and said seriously, why not kill them all? Kill them all? As expected, Emperor Xuanwu's eyes suddenly became sharp. Why? Because the fairy reincarnation is the last excuse. Before that, it's better to fool her. Yunshu took a deep breath. I actually read another book. Emperor Xuanwu. ? Why does she have so many books? Upon hearing this answer, Emperor Xuanwu's mouth twitched. What book did you read this time? This time it's a travelogue. Yunshu coughed lightly, and she felt that her excuse was a bit casual. But there was no way, the words had already been said, and she could only bite the bullet and continue to make up. The person who wrote the travelogue was unfortunately abducted to the country of Riya by the people of Riya who pretended to be pirates and came to burn, kill and plunder when he traveled to the coastal area before. Chapter 327. Taken away from the kingdom of Riya? This was a development that Emperor Xuanwu had never expected. Those people from the kingdom of Riya pretended to be pirates and disturbed Tiansheng in order to rob supplies. Why did they kidnap people, especially the person who wrote this travelogue? Should he be a man? Father, it is indeed a man named Pang Zhongfei. Not to mention that she wrote the story dozens or hundreds of years ago. Even in this relatively peaceful and stable world, it is impossible for a weak woman to travel alone across the country. How dangerous! There are so many desolate places, and there are no cameras or anything like that. Yunshu nodded solemnly, but according to this person's record, there were actually quite a few people who were taken to Riya with him, and there were men, women, old and young. After they were taken back to Riya by the Riya ship, they were locked up in a cave with a very bad environment. After that, someone would be taken away every now and then, and they were never brought back. Pang Zhongfei was terrified and wanted to escape from that place. He was also lucky. One day, the guards outside the cave seemed to have gone to pick up the newly captured people, and he sneaked out of his own cave. He had been imprisoned in the cave, and thought he could be free, but after he got out, he found that they seemed to be imprisoned under a huge mountain. And the cave where he was imprisoned before was just one of the many caves inside the mountain. There were several winding paths inside, leading to unknown directions one after another. Because when he was brought in, the Ryats covered his head on purpose, so he couldn't see the road clearly, so he didn't know which direction to run, so he could only choose a direction at random, hoping to try his luck. But he didn't expect to see the scene that would give him nightmares for the rest of his life. The more Yunshu spoke, the more serious and heavy her expression became. He saw the pregnant woman who was taken away in the morning lying on a cold big rock. Her stomach had been cut open, and the child who was not yet full term was taken out and thrown on the ground. The old man who had talked to him in the cave yesterday had all his internal organs taken out, and there was also a young man who was half-skinned. Recalling the relevant introduction she had seen in a modern site, Yunshu's hands hanging at her side trembled slightly. She closed her eyes, and didn't continue to talk about it in detail. She just whispered, "There are many other cruel scenes like this," which almost scared Pang Zhongfei to faint. Fortunately, his luck was really good. Of course, it is also possible that even God couldn't stand what the Riya people did, so he decided to help Pang Zhongfei this time. In short, he finally escaped safely in the end. He tried every possible way to escape back to Tiansheng like crazy, waking up from nightmares every day. He was entangled in recording what he saw and heard, but he was worried that once these things were spread, it would cause his life, which had finally settled down, to be disturbed again. So he put away his travel notes, and only told those who were destined to read them in the future. This is the same thing again. What Xiaowu said actually coincided with the future events in another time and space than he saw in the life choice simulation system. Is it that those Riya countries were really crazy enough to do this early, or is it that Xiaowu has something? Emperor Xuanwu didn't know, but he didn't want to think about it now. The anger that had just been suppressed with great difficulty was ignited again by Yunshu's statement. When he spoke to Yunshu, he was a little less gentle than before. "If this is true, why haven't I heard you mention it before? Because I was still young when I read the travelogue, I didn't know the importance of this matter. After reading it, I had a nightmare that day, and I was so scared that I asked Tingxue to burn the book the next day. After a long time, perhaps because children have a long memory, I can't remember this matter anymore. Or today when you suddenly asked about the matter of dealing with the people of Riya, I remembered that. Some long-lost memories." While speaking, Yunshu did not forget to secretly observe the expression on Emperor Xuanwu's face, and added secretly, "Although I don't know whether the content of the travel book is true or false, I still remember some other records. If you don't believe it, you can ask General Weihai who is now in Riya. For example, are there many mountains in Riya, and are there many red cherry blossoms? And okay, I will ask someone to check this matter." Emperor Xuanwu interrupted her in a deep voice. It must be said that Yunshu reminded him this time. No matter whether her so-called travel notes really exist, and no matter whether the content of the travel notes is true or false. But as long as he makes this matter a reality, then as the Emperor of Tiansheng, it would be completely justified for him to completely destroy the kingdom of Riya in a rage. At that time, he would no longer have to worry about being written into history as a cruel and bloodthirsty king. He was just an emperor who loved the people, and was even willing to fight for them. Emperor Xuanwu did not mention a word about what to do with the people of Riya after they finished mining. Yunshu did ask once, but Emperor Xuanwu avoided answering. She could not ask too much later, so she could only focus on other things. For example, the equipment needed for distillation is not complicated. After Yunshu got the old medical books customized in the modern villa space, the Ministry of Industry quickly made the equipment according to Yunshu's requirements and sent it to the Imperial Hospital. The doctors of the Imperial Hospital tried to purify the high-concentration liquor and tried to use it to disinfect wounds. After finding that the effect was very good, they not only immediately promoted this new medical knowledge in the medical major of Tiansheng College, but also wrote a memorial, hoping to mass-produce high-concentration liquor and apply it to the army. A group of military generals led by General Wei Yuan were very excited when they heard about this. After the court was dismissed that day, they ran to the Imperial Hospital excitedly to ask for wine. The doctors in the Imperial Hospital thought the liquor was not enough, so they refused to give it. So after a tug of war, the two sides came to Yunshu the princess. Yunshu? Is she a princess or a kindergarten teacher? It's okay for political affairs, but why do you have to ask her for such trivial matters? Is she free? If she has the ability, she can go to her father. How can she flatter him every day to let her Time-Wation restaurant have a few more bottles of liquor? Chapter 328. Yuan Shu rejected the request of General Wei Yuan and others expressionlessly, and the next day, he printed a whole page of the cover of Tiansheng Weekly and Beijing Daily in large and bold words. Strong liquor for disinfection is a life-saving magic, but it becomes a life-threatening poison after drinking it. General Wei Yuan and others, Really? This liquor is too strong. Can it kill people? Before, when Her Highness said this in front of them, they could still suspect that Her Highness just wanted to reject their request. But now it's printed in the daily and weekly newspapers, and it's told to everyone in the world. Although the generals who love alcohol still have some doubts in their hearts, they finally calmed down. But they didn't stay calm for long. Because it was only the middle of June, the 9 neighboring countries around Tiansheng, except Beixiang and Liya, the remaining 7 small countries, actually declared war on Tiansheng at the same time. In one morning court session, 3 urgent war reports were received from 800 miles away. The generals asked for battle one after another, and even Wen Ho, whose temples were already gray, stood up with a firm look. On the other hand, the less courageous civil officials could not help but start to get anxious, and even secretly blamed Yuan Shu, the princess. Your Majesty, although Annan and other countries are small countries, the power of the 7 countries combined is not insignificant. Beixiang is now just in civil strife, so it has no time to worry about other things. But if Tiansheng is seriously injured by the attack of the 7 countries, Beixiang may take this opportunity to give Tiansheng a heavy blow. Yes, Your Majesty. In my opinion, the most urgent task now is to send envoys to negotiate with the 7 countries. I think the reason why we started a war at this juncture is that on New Year's Eve, they heard what Her Royal Highness said about the Riya delegation, and they had some misunderstandings in their hearts. As long as we can explain clearly, and let them know that Tiansheng has no intention of starting a war with them or annexing them, and then treat the people of Riya well, and make it clear that even if we send troops to Riya because of their excessive burning, killing and looting in the coastal areas of Tiansheng in the past, we will only teach them a lesson and collect some compensation, but will not harm innocent people. This war may be. How dare you? He only said a few words, but every word was a mistake. It was hard for Emperor Xuanwu to suppress his anger. You mean, the 7 countries joined forces to start a war this time, all because of me and the princess? I dare not. The civil official who just spoke was frightened when he heard this, and knelt down immediately. You just what? Emperor Xuanwu slammed the dragon case with a bang, interrupting the other party's rebuttal. I gave the order to send troops to the kingdom of Riya, and what the princess said to the delegation of the kingdom of Riya at the New Year's Eve banquet was also what I thought in my heart. Since you think all this is caused by these 2 things, what else is it but blaming me and the princess? I dare not. Your Majesty, calm down. The court. Although others looked down on the man's speech, there were obviously more important things to be discussed at this time. Your Majesty, the war on the front line is urgent now. I hope Your Majesty will make a decision immediately and order us to rush to the battlefield. Yes, Your Majesty. The railway has just started to be built, the trains are not running, and the number of steam cars is very small. They cannot be used on the battlefield at all. We still have to carry out conventional operations, and we can't delay for too long. Your Majesty, I ask for a fight. Your Majesty. All the military generals, who were ranked in the court, came forward to ask for a fight. Emperor Xuanwu looked around, but saw that Yuan Shu, who was standing at the front, seemed to have no intention of leading the line. But the life choice simulation system clearly showed that she was wearing armor and went to the battlefield. Could it be that she didn't go at the beginning, but something changed in the war later, so she had to go? But if Tiansheng really fell into a disadvantageous situation, how could he trust her to take charge in a time of crisis? Or, thinking of all the extraordinary things she had shown before, especially the words she had said a while ago to get him to agree to kill the people of Riya, Emperor Xuanwu hesitated for a moment, and finally began to slowly call out Yuan Shu's name, Princess. Yuan Shu was seriously analyzing in her mind which generals her father would send to which places this time, but suddenly heard Emperor Xuanwu calling her, and quickly came to her senses. Your son is here. Are you willing to go to the battlefield in person? Ah? Who will go in person? Her? This inexplicable Emperor Xuanwu. Such a wonderful sentence. Not to mention Yuan Shu, even the ministers in the court were stunned, and they hurriedly stepped out to persuade. Your Majesty, a daughter of a rich family should not sit in the hall. The princess has not even practiced martial arts before. If she rashly goes to the battlefield, it may be dangerous. I second the proposal. As the crown prince, the princess should take her own safety as the most important thing. The current war situation is far from urgent enough to require the crown prince to go to the battlefield in person. Yes, your majesty, the princess. Reporting to the emperor, I am willing to go to the battlefield in person. Among the voices that persuaded Emperor Xuanwu to give up this idea, the only different female voice seemed particularly abrupt. This time, even her grandfather, who had supported her the most, cast a disapproving look at her, not to mention the upright generals of General Wei Yuan, who almost wrote "Your Highness, what are you doing again?" on their faces. After a long while, someone finally said, "Your Highness, don't be impulsive. Swords have no eyes on the battlefield." "I am not impulsive." Yunshu glanced at him, turned around and bowed to Emperor Xuanwu seriously. "Father, I have thought about it carefully. What Lord Sun said just now makes sense. This war may really have something to do with me. So I plan to go to the front line to see if there is anything I can do to help, and also to broaden my horizons." Although she may not be able to accept the cruelty of the ancient battlefield. But although the previous son was a little timid, he was quite right in saying one thing. Even if they are small countries, the combined power of the 7 countries should not be underestimated. She had been hesitant before, always thinking that it might not be a good thing to let hot weapons appear too quickly in this era. After all, gunpowder is not that difficult to develop. Once it appears for the first time, I am afraid that it will be figured out by others soon. If the whole world has this thing, it is better not to have it at all. But in the current situation, what if? Chapter 329. Others would not know what Yunshu was thinking. The court officials unanimously opposed it, but what was puzzling was that Emperor Xuanwu, who had always valued her, seemed to have forgotten the dangers on the battlefield this time and directly ordered Yunshu to go to Annan with General Wei Yuan. Once the decree was issued, there was no turning back. When the court was dismissed, General Wei Yuan looked at her several times, hesitantly, and finally shook his head helplessly. "Your Highness, if you have anything to prepare, it's best to pack it up as soon as possible. It's best not to bring too many things. If you set out before 3:45 p.m., you should be able to reach the next city before dark. We must gallop all the way to Qianzhou first, and then bring reinforcements from there to Yongzhou. Your Highness must be prepared to endure hardships." "I know. The battle situation is urgent. If we delay for a moment, the front line will be more dangerous. It is not easy to give her an hour to prepare." Yunshu did not delay General Wei Yuan from returning to his mansion to say goodbye to his wife. After a slight nod, Yunshu sent someone to the East Palace to pass a message, asking Tingxue to help her pack her luggage first, while she turned around and went to the imperial study. "I'm here." When Yunshu entered, Emperor Xuanwu was standing in front of the desk, looking like he was practicing calligraphy. Yunshu deliberately leaned over to take a look and found the 2 characters piece written in a flamboyant style. He couldn't help but pursed his lips and smiled. "Your son thought that you, father, really didn't worry about your son. This Tiansheng country will be handed over to you in the future. If I don't worry about you, who will I worry about?" After finishing the last stroke steadily, Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyes and snorted. "You, however, are really beyond my expectation in terms of courage. Didn't you, father, speak up?" Yunshu rarely climbed up the ladder and showed any arrogant and smug expression. Instead, he coughed lightly with a guilty conscience. "But it is a real battlefield after all. It is impossible to say that I am not afraid at all." "What do you mean?" Emperor Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. "You didn't agree too quickly at the morning court just now, and now you regret it?" "I don't regret it. After all, she is going to be the empress in the future. How can she be so cowardly?" "This is the point? I just want to bring an extra group of people to Yongzhou." "You want to bring the Dragon Shadow Guard?" Emperor Xuanwu guessed for a moment, but did not refuse. "This trip is indeed a bit dangerous. I originally planned to let you bring a reserve Dragon Shadow Guard with you. Now that you have mentioned it yourself, I will give you 2 more active Dragon Shadow Guards." "Thank you, father. It is a good thing to take advantage of it." Yunshu first thanked him with a smile, and then shook his head and said, "I will accept the Dragon Shadow Guard, but this is not what I want to say." "Oh, I didn't expect that after giving away 2 Dragon Shadow Guards. I guess wrong." Emperor Xuanwu was really curious now. "Who do you want to take with you?" "The ones from the Ministry of Works." Yunshu explained seriously. "I have never been to the battlefield before, and I don't know what it's like when 2 armies fight each other. Maybe after this trip, I will get some new ideas in the barracks, and maybe I can make some new weapons. But if there are no skilled craftsmen from the Ministry of Works, no matter how many ideas I have in my mind, no one can make them, and it's all in vain." "I understand." Emperor Xuanwu nodded thoughtfully. The possibility that Xiaowu could create a powerful weapon in the military camp and make Tiansheng win a great victory is indeed much greater than the possibility that she herself is a natural general. So, he must not only give this skilled craftsman, but also give him enough. Just people? Emperor Xuanwu asked casually. What about supplies? As for supplies, can you give us more materials for making fireworks? Yunshu seemed to have just thought of it, and said excitedly, I've thought about it carefully. Fireworks, which can be put directly into the sky, may be used to transmit signals between armies. We can discuss in advance what color fireworks represent what, and then change the secret code every now and then to ensure that the enemy will never guess what we are doing. It's a good idea. You can discuss the details with General Wei Yuan and others at that time. Emperor Xuanwu nodded. I will ask someone to do this later, but these craftsmen will definitely arrive much later than you with the supplies. I understand. Time was tight, and Yunshu didn't stay in the imperial study for too long. After achieving his goal, he hurried back to the East Palace. As soon as she entered the palace, she saw 3 large boxes neatly stacked at the door. Yunshu was stunned for a moment. At this time, Ting Xue was directing the eunuchs below to carry out another large box. She hurriedly called them. Are you packing luggage for me? Your Highness. Seeing Yunshu coming back, Ting Xue's expression changed, and she hurriedly ran to her and asked anxiously, Your Highness, why did the Emperor suddenly ask you to go to the battlefield in person, in a dangerous place like the battlefield you? Okay, I'm not going to fight the enemy myself. Yunshu comforted her first, and then the topic returned to her luggage. I sent someone to tell you to pack my luggage in advance. Why did you pack so much? Yongzhou is a long way away and a poor place. Ting Xue bit her lip, her face full of worry. Your Highness, where have you ever suffered such hardship before? I'm really worried. That's true, but I'm going to the battlefield this time, not to travel. Yunshu looked at the luggage that was almost higher than her, and her mouth twitched. In less than an hour, I will leave the capital with General Wei Yuan. You packed so much luggage, I can't take it all. Really can't take it? Ting Xue's eyes were more worried. She turned around and picked up a small package from a chair beside her, with a hesitant look on her face. In fact, I also packed a simple small package, but Your Highness, even if someone sends it later, these things. This is great. Seeing that although Ting Xue was worried about her, she was still reliable, Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief and decisively took the small package. Put the others where they should be, I don't need them. Chapter 330. Fifth Sister. Just as Yunshu took off her court dress, changed into a neat casual dress, and put on the self-defense gear that Xingyi had given her before she left, a loud voice in the front yard of the East Palace penetrated the 3 palaces and fell into Yunshu's ears. Fifth Sister, where are you? Here. Finally, after checking whether the hidden weapon in the bracelet had been refilled, Yunshu raised her leg and just walked out of the bedroom. She saw Yunshu Wan rushing over like a cannonball, and said anxiously, Fifth Sister, I heard that the Emperor asked you to go to the battlefield with General Wei Yuan. You got the news pretty quickly? Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Who told you? Now it's spread all over the palace, I can hear it wherever I go. Maybe because I ran a little too fast before, Yunshu Wan. Wan couldn't help but take a deep breath. But Fifth Sister, you haven't learned martial arts. How can you go to the battlefield? I just want to go to the military camp over there. I don't have to go to the battlefield myself. Is that so? Yunshu Wan took another deep breath, and then his tone suddenly changed. Then can I go too? Yunshu, ? That's the battlefield, not the Imperial Garden. Knowing that he didn't like going to the study room to study every day, but didn't like it to the extent that he would rather go to the battlefield, it really opened Yunshu's eyes. The battlefield is very scary and cruel. If you go there, you may have nightmares every night in the future. But didn't you go there, Fifth Sister? Yunshu Wan patted his chest. And I've grown into a man. It's useless for you to tell me as a man. Yunshu, who had already seen the child's ability to pester others, did not intend to say more to him. He raised his hand and patted Yunshu Wan's head. Yunshu threw his small bag to the accompanying guard, then walked past him and walked out of the palace. It's getting late. I'm in a hurry to find General Wei Yuan and travel with him. If you really want to go to the battlefield, you should go and talk to my father. Hey, Fifth Sister. Seeing that his fifth sister really left with the guards without looking back, Yunshu Wan stamped his feet, hesitated for a moment, and actually ran to the imperial study. Father! Father! The moment the noisy voice came from outside, Emperor Xuanwu, who was busy reviewing the memorials, almost thought that Yunshu had come back again. But soon he realized that after his little girl became the princess, Although she was still not decent for a long time, she knew to maintain a good image outside. At least there were few people who kept making noises from a long distance without even entering the main gate. Of course, the most important thing was that the voice belonged to Yunchuan. Probably guessing that the boy must have heard that his fifth sister was going to the battlefield, so he hurried over. Emperor Xuanwu was a little relieved and quickly let Yunchuan in. But he didn't expect that the boy said something shocking as soon as he entered the door. "Father, I also want to go to the battlefield with my fifth sister." Ridiculous. Emperor Xuanwu changed his face in a second. "Is that a place you can go? If my fifth sister can go, why can't I go?" For the first long journey in his life, Yunchuan had a rare reason. "Although I am a prince, I have the best teachers in the study room, but there are many things that I can't understand without personal experience and seeing with my own eyes. Besides, I had asked my fifth sister before I came. My fifth sister had never practiced martial arts. She didn't need to kill the enemy on the battlefield. She only needed to watch in the barracks or on the city wall. Although my fifth sister also said that the battlefield might be more terrible than I imagined. But I am not a 3-year-old child now. If my fifth sister can be fearless, so can I. You can't." Emperor Xuanwu was unmoved. It is not a trivial matter for the prince to leave the palace, especially in a place like Yongzhou that is far away and experiencing war. Your fifth sister can go because she is the princess, and she is a few years older than you. She has been in the court for many years, and you haven't even finished reading the books in the study room. How can you compare with her? But Yun Chuan still wanted to struggle. "Go back. Father, why don't you go back?" Emperor Xuanwu used his trump card. "Your pocket money has increased recently? Yun Chuan, your son will take his leave." Retreating from the imperial study in a depressed mood, Yun Chuan was dejected all the way until he returned to Yahua Palace. His eyes lit up, and he thought of concubine Lu again. "What? You also want to go to the battlefield?" When concubine Lu heard her son's outrageous request, her first reaction was similar to Emperor Xuanwu's. "Baby, are you crazy?" "Mother!" Yun Chuan stamped his feet in anger. "Your son is serious. You have been reading the stories published by your fifth sister in daily newspapers and weekly newspapers every day in recent years. Aren't you always worried about your son's future when he grows up? At first, you said you were afraid that I would be spoiled by you and become the spoiled villain in the story, so you stipulated that I would only be given 10,000 taels of silver a month as pocket money. Later, you said that the fifth sister felt like the protagonist in the story, and that there was definitely a future for me if I hung out with her, so I never stopped me from playing with the fifth sister, and even asked my grandfather to support the fifth sister and try not to conflict with her on anything." Later, pointing out the changes that concubine Lu had made over the years, Yun Chuan counted on his fingers and explained to his mother in a serious manner. "Then think about it. Those people in the story said they wanted to grow up and experience. Would they go to a place like the battlefield to experience it, or go to a place like the study room to experience it? Also, the fifth sister is now on the battlefield. If I really want to have a closer relationship with her, is it better to stay in the palace or go to the battlefield to find her?" Concubine Lu, But if doing these things requires. She actually didn't mind letting Huaner grow up to be a relatively kind little loser, risking his safety. Anyway, Her Highness the Princess doesn't look like someone who can't tolerate her brothers. It's also good for a prince, who doesn't care about anything rich and idle. Mother concubine. Seeing that concubine Lu was still unmoved, Yun Chuan couldn't help but hug her arm and shake it. "I know you are worried about my safety, but do you think that my father doesn't care about the safety of my fifth sister? I will stay with my fifth sister after I arrive in Yongzhou. There will definitely be no problem."